It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite indicter in chief.
I didn't wait. I didn't indict anyone. Look,
You
my
didn't?
my philosophy is let him go.
I heard from a valuable source that Adam Friended was the person who personally handed Donald Trump the indictment papers.
I was the jury foreman. Oh, giddy.
Yeah.
I just want to tell Trump to his face, I indicted you. Who's that crazy lady? Oh, that's in the Georgia case, huh?
That was in the Georgia case, yeah.
Yeah. No, come on. This is, look, I think it's hilarious that Trump, I mean, he's in big trouble for just cribbing souvenirs. So I listened to some of the coverage, and Vosh was talking about how, oh yeah, he's stealing this stuff to sell the secrets to the Saudi Arabia or something. I'm going,
I don't think that's true.
yeah, well, look, he's stealing them so he can brag to people.
That's what I would imagine.
Yeah.
But well, anyway, we're going to talk about the Trump indictment after we watch the video. The big news everyone's talking about, but we're going to watch this video first. This, of course, right before the Trump indictment came out, there was the epic debate between our favorite young Turk, Brown Buffalo, Cenk Uygur.
Where's my thing? Where's my meme?
And Destiny. And they cover a very interesting topics. They go over the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, which is kind of hilarious. But they also talk about Sitch's favorite topic in the entire world that everyone hates.
That everyone loves. Everyone's favorite topic.
The debt ceiling, baby! Yeah!
The debt ceiling. Isn't the debt ceiling old news? It's over.
It is, but the thing they don't really go over like the mechanics of the debt ceiling. What they go over, it's kind of very interesting, is that Cenk has this worldview where the Democrats are all part of a conspiracy to basically do what the Republicans want, because the Democrats actually hate the left in America. And that's a very bold claim to make.
It is, yeah.
So
it's a completely bogus worldview in my estimation. Cenk should know this because he ran for Congress. It's like, you got to have the votes, man. Where the rubber hits the road is elections.
Yep. Well, it's funny. I think he literally says in this debate, "You got to fight. You got to fight." I was like, that was the meme. Cenk was like, "If you like me, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to fight." Like everything is, an episode of West Wing where you can just give a powerful speech and everyone just sides with you.
Look, if 80% of your voters want one thing and 10% of your voters want this other thing that Cenk is fighting for, what's going to happen in the next election?
You're going to lose.
You're going to lose your ass. That's what's going to happen. They're going to throw your ass out.
Yep.
And smart politicians understand this. So Cenk is like, we need to fight for the thing everyone wants on Twitter. It's like, yeah, but Twitter's not the real world, bub.
Exactly. And that's interesting, because that's when we had our conversation with Brianna Wu on Tuesday. That's what she basically was talking about.
Yeah.
How when she actually ran for office, she realized how much internet politics was like its own thing detached from the average American citizen.
Yep. Yeah.
Fondue for $20. Thanks so much. Says, "Hey now, I've been wanting all week to ask Adam, how long did you rehearse the scream at the end of the Freedom Tunes episode?"
Well, I gave him 4 or 5 or 6 different screams. So maybe we'll bring them up later and listen to the various streams. Sitch did probably like 3 minutes of 4 lines. And I was like,
it did.
This is impossible to choose. These are all fucking hilarious.
Thank you.
I was laughing so hard. Yeah.
I did like 20 takes of every line. So
I gave him, I think, like 4 takes. So but they
Twitter
did use the best one. So
it's true. Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Says, you guys did a debate a while ago where Vosh debated a fan of his. In the debate, Vosh sneakily pushed a Glock out of the view of the camera. Do you remember the episode number or the name of the fan? I can't find it.
I don't. Yeah.
I don't even remember that happening or covering that. I'm sorry.
It was the guy that does a lot of Jordan Peterson videos. We gave him feedback beforehand. God, I'm spacing on his name.
You mean Young?
Yeah. Jung. That's it.
Young.
PF Chang.
PF Chang. PF Young.
PF Young. Yeah.
Vosh pushed a Glock out of view. Are you sure? He's not. I mean, that guy. I mean, PF Young isn't a Vosh fan.
He kind of is. I mean,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he debated Vosh. We gave him some debate notes before the debate. So,
but we didn't watch. Twitter Sucks seemed like he was looking for us covering the debate. We didn't cover the actual debate. We just talked to PF Young. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat remembers. I don't remember. I kind of remember hearing about him pushing the Glock out of view, but I don't remember specifically. Maybe someone in the chat knows, but sorry. I don't remember the specifics. The Butter Anvil for $20. Thanks so much. As a year or so ago, I mentioned my TikTok doing okay, and now I've hit 8,000 YouTube subscribers. Feeling pretty good right now. Not gonna lie. Thank you for all you do. Well, that's one. First of all, thank you for $20, and also that's wonderful. I'm glad you hit 8,000 subs. That's great.
Yeah, check out the Butter Anvil. Awesome. Give him a sub.
Yeah. Keaton Kitsune for $20 says, in your chat with Brianna Wu, why didn't you point out that she was comparing Japanese games to Western games? We are two different cultures, and the Japanese seem very comfortable with sexualization of females and the like. That's a good point.
It's a great point.
That's true. It's a good point.
We didn't point it out because we were winning on all other counts. So
true. True. Okay, so anyway, so we're gonna watch this debate, and then afterwards talk about the Trump indictment, because I know you all want to know. You all want the down low, the enlightened centrists, just the facts.
Yeah. Sitch, give us a little teaser here, Sitch. I mean, you think Trump is innocent, right?
I think Trump is the most innocent man.
This is just an example of a two-tier justice system, right?
Yeah, there you go. No. So I do want to just kind of go through a nonpartisan, like, this is what's accused, this is what he's being accused of, and this is what the claims are, and is it a big deal or not?
Right.
So, I don't want to be like, oh my God, he's, super guilty, or oh my God, he's super innocent. So I want to kind of try to be a little bit neutral and just say, this is what we know so far.
Man, I don't have to do that, do I?
Okay, you can do whatever you want. But no, and I will talk about how some of the arguments being put forward are dumb. Okay. So anyways.
All right.
So let's jump into the video. Destiny debates Cenk Uygur.
Jacob Blake gets shot, and there's bad coverage in the media about it, making it seem like he was just an innocent guy getting in the car to drive away. Riots happen in Kenosha that get bad media coverage. You've got the CNN, the infamous CNN coverage, fiery protests, but mostly peaceful in the background. Then you've got Rittenhouse, goes and does his thing, and then we get more bad coverage of that, in my opinion. I think a lot of the facts get misrepresented there in a lot of left-leaning media, and it just feels like we're on this never-ending train of stoking the fires of resentment, hatred, on top of misinformation and bad claims, and then at the end of the day, we all walk away feeling like we've done something good when we're just like kind of like preaching basically misinformation to the audience and everything.
Based.
Yeah. So no, I don't back away from anything I said.
Well, hey, what's up, guys?
Look at that. Yeah, you're just basically fake news. Well, I don't back away from any of that shit.
Obviously, I'm Destiny. Stephen Bunnell. This is my good friend, colleague. I don't even know what to call you, honestly. I mean, you guys all know I'm from the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur. Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm so curious. What was like the impetus for this conversation? Like, what do they tell you? What are we gearing up for here?
So I hear that you are evil and need to be defeated. Okay. No, Brianna Wu runs Rebellion PAC, and that's the PAC that I started. And that's to get money to progressives so they could beat establishment Democrats and ultimately, most importantly, beat Republicans. And so it was her suggestion, and I was like, okay, sure, let's do it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess I'll start. Are you familiar at all with anything that I do, or have you heard about any of my internet presence or anything? Or
yes, but I learned the hard way never to trust anything on the internet.
Okay, good starting base. Okay,
so
basically,
So Stephen, I'll just say, look, I know that some people say, oh, don't platform X, don't platform Y, don't go on here, don't go on there. Did you know what he said back when he was 17 or 37? And yeah, no, I don't care about any of that. Okay, so we're gonna have this discussion, and so if you've got something particularly terrible thing to say, or I do, we'll correct each other. Okay, so God bless. And I hear you're, what do I hear about you? I hear you're an establishment hack.
Yes, proudly so. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. I was just curious so that I know how to catch us all up. So the long and short of it is basically, I got into doing online politics around 2016 with the era of Trump, along with apparently the entire United States got into politics more in that time period than ever before. When I first came on the scene, my whole political career was being as combative as possible, combative, condescending, patronizing, and through that kind of like blood sports battling as like a left-leaning commentator, I kind of cut my teeth doing that for a while, became kind of popular online doing online politics, and now I've kind of shifted away towards like, how can I be more empathetic, understanding, and like really hone in on why do we disagree with people politically, and then what can I do to kind of push my message while still understanding, I guess, the concerns of the other side. Broadly speaking, that's what I do. But I try to actually do that, not like in a Dave Rubin centrist kind of way where you pretend to listen to both sides, but really you're just a conservative in disguise in every single sense of the word. Okay. No.
Dave Rubin did more to damage the label of centrist than anyone else.
Yeah, he's the one that they go to when they say, oh, centrists are just disguised right-wingers.
I know. For shame, Destiny.
Dave Rubin was originally on the Young Turks, too. They hate Dave Rubin. Cenk and
he's
Anna
a traitor.
Both. Yeah.
Right. He's a traitor now. So
they despise Dave Rubin.
Well, it's unfortunate because what Destiny laid forward is, it's a very, if that's true, if he's saying, I'm just trying to understand and put forward the other side's arguments and not dismiss them outright. I mean, that's a laudable goal. Right?
It is. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We got to hit him with a copyright infringement.
There you go.
Trademark infringement here. What the hell?
No,
I would argue, look, and I would argue that we do it 10 times better. Destiny has some major blind spots about progressivism and whatnot.
Sure.
So
I mean, Destiny does it better than most, right?
He does it better than most who are in the progressive bubble, yes.
Yeah.
But he does have some blind spots. It's tough to say. Destiny's obviously a very smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tough to say, when I do catch some discrepancies with reality, basically, sometimes I wonder if it's him just trying to go easy on the audience. Like, they're not ready to hear certain things at this point. Certain bits of reality are beyond their comprehension.
Right. Yeah, maybe to some extent. I think most political content creators, when they say something that they know is going to trigger some part of their audience, they try to soften the blow a little bit. Maybe.
Yeah, totally.
They try to frame it in some way that will, try to get people to control their elephants a little bit. Sometimes they just say it and intentionally try to trigger their audience. Right. We've of course never done anything like that ever, but
well, I mean, we know what's going to trigger our audience, but it is what it is. I feel like our understanding of reality is more accurate, but
yes, I would agree.
Even I'll give you credit from the get-go that from the few things that I've seen, no, you appear to be an actual independent thinker. So you're not like the fake left for sure, and your opinions are so all over the place that you can't help but think that they're genuine. So
okay, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not entirely sure if it is a compliment to everybody, but sure.
See, and it's
Oh, sorry.
It's important to point out here our definition of centrist, which most people get incorrect because a lot of people think centrists are just, trying to cut the baby in half, split the middle, moderates. Right. I mean, I think there's a tangible difference between the way we define centrist and something like a moderate. Like if you have positions that are typically on the left or along with positions that are typically on the right, I would define you as a centrist. And Cenk points it out perfectly here. He says, your positions are all over the place. He's like, listen, we get the download for the progressive talking points every day. Stephen, why are you not accepting the download? Why are you going off on this crazy tangent about Kyle Rittenhouse? Didn't you get the memo?
I do like that mental image of like the political pundits on the left and right, like plugging a thing in the back of their head, and it's like downloading talking points for the day.
Exactly.
These are the positions you should have on all these topics. Well, it's interesting that what you're saying, because I agree, sort of like with how we define centrist is kind of anti-tribal in the ability to have positions that kind of do not conform with your political party or your political tribe, I should say. But it's interesting because when Cenk says you have positions all over the place. I believe, if I recall correctly from this conversation, he doesn't talk about like some policy position Destiny has that's outside of the left. I believe he specifically says like, oh, either his position on Kyle Rittenhouse or his position on the Jacob Blake situation is the thing that is like a position all over the place. And it's weird because that's not really a policy prescription. That's kind of just like looking at objective reality clearly. And so for Cenk to consider that all over the place position shows how incredibly tribalistic he is and sort of how he frames and how he views the world.
Yeah, that's the thing. So much of it is debating over what the facts are. Each tribe has a separate fact set that they're working with.
Yeah, because it's interesting. I was actually listening to The Righteous Mind because it's kind of one of those books. It's useful to kind of re-listen to every once in a while.
It's like
and
the
he was
Bible,
talking about
the Sitch and Adam Bible.
And Haidt's talking about how right in the beginning of the book, he's talking about how people have a really good, powerful sense of hearing a story and immediately sort of intuiting all the different morals and moral foundations that are cropping up in the story. People are like really good at that. So yeah, I think the reason that we fight over the facts so much is because when we hear this information, people can kind of already understand the morals of the situation if the facts are one way or the other. And that's why people kind of argue about the facts, because they want to align with, what they want morally to be true.
Yep. We get into that on the Rittenhouse stuff because obviously Cenk is trying to say Rittenhouse is at fault because he went there. He started it.
Right. And see, that's when it's so clear to people that are either on the other side of the issue or outside of the bubble. That's so clear when the Cope spiral is occurring. By the way, Sitch and Adam created the term Cope spiral, not anyone else. Because when you have the Rittenhouse situation or when you have the Jacob Blake situation, like the people on the left kind of rushed to judgment on that before they knew all the facts. And then all the facts came in undeniable ways, which they could no longer fight on. And instead of just, changing their opinion, well, some did, but instead of everyone just changing their opinion to match the facts, the Cope spiral begins and they start to focus on things that are irrelevant. The arguments and the goalposts start shifting. So
yeah, to try to bring in a new set of facts that will make them correct. Yeah.
Right.
They do agree, interestingly, on like the morality of self-defense. They're just trying to place Kyle Rittenhouse outside of the self-defense realm because he's the provocateur, because he came there first. Like they keep backing up the start of the incident. Well, the start of the incident was when he decided to go. It's like,
right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
A gorilla with 2 guns for $20. Thank you so much. Says first time super chatter here. Well, thank you. Just want to say keep up the good work and enjoy the 20 freedom bananas. S class is the best.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Thank you, gorilla with 2 guns, not just one. Scott Ski 02 for $20 says a PDF file, a domestic abuser and a prohibited possessor all walk into a bar. Kyle says shots are on me.
Wow.
Okay. Very nice. I like it.
Yeah, I totally agree. And by the way, the way that I look at these, we call them debates, but I really, in my mind, I view them as discussions because there's plenty of things that I'm sure we'll agree on, right?
Sure.
And things that we'll disagree on, and that'll be fun too. And like I remember going to the debate club and the political union in undergrad, and I didn't want the debate club because I'm like, oh, we're debating cats or dogs. Well, you're just trying to prove who's more clever, right? Let's get the policy, let's figure out where we both stand, and then let the audience decide.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So one of the things that I kind of bring up when I'm making the rounds on, I got into a little fight with Alex Jones on a panel, I think a couple months ago. I've done Tim Pool's show a couple times. One of the questions that I'm starting to hone in on a lot when I talk to people is after you've said your spiel, you've said your piece, you've gone on your diatribe, your rant, you've explained your issues, what do you want people at home to do? One of the things I'm kind of looking at for a lot of political discourse is it feels like that the way that a lot of it is set up is from the very beginning to the very end, there's this air of hopelessness. On the conservative side, depending on how conservative you go, it's Jewish people controlling the Great Replacement, and immigration is getting rid of us, and everybody's controlling the state-run media, the swamp, et cetera, which basically leaves their constituents with like, what do we have to do? January 6th, Buffalo shooter. It's extremist rhetoric. All we can do is fight with weapons. That's the only thing we can do. And on the left, I kind of notice sometimes that depending on what we're talking about, and then I get this vibe kind of from the Young Turks that depending on what we're talking about, the rhetoric feels similar-ish. Giving you credit, I mean, you said explicitly multiple times, like, don't bring weapons to riots, don't bring weapons to protests. It's not a good idea.
Did he just say that conservatives only talk about propagating violence to get their policy prescriptions done?
No, I understand how you interpret that. I think what he's saying is that in a lot of the political spaces on the internet, there is this massive black pill doomerism that's kind of pushed out, that it doesn't matter, you know, you can't really change anything, or we can't really change anything for the better. And that's going to sort of lead to people, you know, possibly, you know, committing violence, essentially, to enact political change, or to attempt to enact political change. I agree with the first part of that. I do think that both sides on the political internet space do push too heavily on doomerism. Now
on the extremes, though, on the far right, like the racist right.
No, I don't even think it's. I mean, yeah, obviously on the extremes, but I think so many people, even the more moderate left and right wingers, do push this kind of doomerism. You know, everything sucks. You know, your politicians don't listen to you. They hate you. You know, they're all serving some kind of minority elite, you know, at the tippy top of society, you know, blah, 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 blah. I mean,
I would call that reaction. Look, I would call that reactionary, right? I mean, maybe I'm just listening. I mean, you don't hear people like Ben Shapiro, who is a favorite target of all the leftists online. You don't hear him talk that way. I mean, the doomerism that he talks about is the left-wing policies are destroying America, and if Republicans don't vote in the next election, we're doomed. That's that's as far as the doomerism goes.
Right. That for Ben Shapiro, you could be correct, but I'm thinking like also, you know, Tim Pool, who's not a far right guy. I mean, that's his grand message.
Okay.
It is that, you know, sort of the no politicians are listening to you, and also I just see it on Twitter, and to me, I think that's real. I think that's true. I think the bigger issue with that isn't that it will create violence. I mean, it could, but I think the bigger issue is that it helps. It really helps propagate sort of the hopelessness that a lot of people who are millennials or younger feel about their life and feel about society. And I don't think it's, first of all, I don't think it's particularly true. I think things are getting better and have continuing to get better. And I don't think it's really helping people, you know, in the situation. I think it is just pushing doomerism, you know, for clicks, essentially.
Yeah, I don't like the doomerism stuff. Obviously, I think they're pushing it for clicks. And when you demoralize people into not voting, generally that helps Republicans in elections. So the doomerism stuff accrues a win to Republicans oftentimes.
That's interesting. Yeah, maybe. I didn't think about it from that perspective.
Low voter turnout always helps Republicans.
Yeah, because it's more likely that the people who are more, it seems like the people that are more kind of least like will maybe vote, but maybe won't vote, generally vote Democrat instead of Republican. Republicans seem like they have a pretty solid base of people that will come out regardless.
Right.
And when the elections are so close as they are nowadays, you know, that makes a big difference.
It does, a giant difference.
Right. But I don't think that Republican or right-wing commentators are pushing doomerism for that reason, because it's, you know, being pushed for, like, because we're talking about doomerism, we're talking about not someone who's on the right saying, oh my God, the left is evil, or someone on the left saying, oh my God, the right is evil. It's more like people kind of talking about how their own side is evil and destructive. And we do see this a lot on the right. You know, whenever there's a non-populist right-winger or a right-winger who isn't on board with Trump, they always get slapped down with the Rhino label. They always get slapped down with the deep state label and all that stuff.
Right.
But sometimes when it feels like we get so down on everybody, even establishment Democrats, that it's like, geez, it feels like there's no hope. Like if Biden didn't pass something that the most progressive person in Congress wants, then it's a watered down bipartisan garbage bill that he gets no credit for. And then kind of, I guess the ground for this discussion, I guess, can be the recent debt ceiling negotiation. But I mean, we can talk about the infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, whatever other thing. I guess what is your general feeling of that? Like, is there any part of you that's like, you know what? he might not be the most progressive president ever. I think he is, but he might not be the most progressive president ever. But at least Biden did this or this in terms of major legislation. Do you have that feeling, or?
So yes and no. But it's a great question to start on. So first off, look, if you've come looking for hope, you've come to the right place.
Okay.
So I'm the king of hope. And I even wrote a poem called Hope. Okay. So, and our audience knows I am intensely optimistic. And so when I get a sense of hopelessness, what I do is I try to fix it. And we do active things in the world, like we created Justice Democrats. We launched it on the Young Turks. We launched the improbable campaign of AOC, and nobody thought that was possible, and we did it. And then when we started Justice Democrats, everybody thought you'd be lucky to get one. Now we have 11 in Congress, right? So I 100% believe in hope. Ro Khanna was on the show today on the Young Turks talking about what we can do to fight forward. Okay. Now, in terms of the Biden, no, look, if you say, hey, is there things that he's done well? Oh, absolutely. So here are a laundry list of things I'll give him credit for. Getting out of Afghanistan. And I did not agree with corporate media. Oh, it was a mess. It was terrible. They always say that when we're ending a war. They never say it when we're starting a war, right? So, no, I'm thrilled that Biden got us out of Afghanistan. Did Trump start that process? He did. So what? Biden finished it, right? And he did it right away. The infrastructure bill is good in the long run. I have a giant asterisk on it, but I'll take it. Even the semiconductor bill, it's a giant giveaway to the semiconductor industry, but we do need a national semiconductor industry. So it's a complicated one. It's nuanced, right? The COVID relief bill had some of the provisions that help the average American the most out of any bill I've covered in like 20 years, okay? Unfortunately, a lot of that already sunset and was obliterated later on. So
TYT got $1.1 million from the COVID relief bill. So Cenk loves that. Where's our COVID money? Where's our PPP loans? They took a $1.1 million loan, and all of it was forgiven.
Why didn't we? We should have done that.
Well, because we're not pieces of shit. Look, we were making so much money during the pandemic.
I like money, Adam. I can sell out, be a piece of shit for $1 million that just gets given to me.
Can't. Come on, we can't do that shit. That's like
it's from the government. It's not stealing. It's our money. I haven't paid $1 million in taxes, but theoretically,
they took $1.1 million in loans when everyone on YouTube was just making. Look, everyone was stuck at home. They're watching YouTube like crazy.
Yes, it is weird because. I don't know what their expenses are. Obviously, they have more expenses than the average YouTube channel. They have a studio and, camera people and, all this stuff.
But they were still making money. They were.
Yeah, right. But yeah, exactly. But that money really seemed to be for businesses, in my opinion, businesses that had to shut down.
Yeah.
Yes, had to shut down. Right. So, yeah, it is very suspect, but, whatever. I guess.
Could have gone to feed the homeless, Cenk. How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Went to pay your conflict entrepreneurs to cut clips and edit videos for you. Create.
Why don't they hire the homeless to edit their videos for them?
Probably be better.
So I can go on and on, right? But in terms of, is Biden a progressive? Absolutely not. Has he done enough? Absolutely not. Okay. And so it's not me being nihilistic to say that. I credit where credit is due and then discredit where discredit is due. So, for example, and I can give you many, but let's start here. So, Stephen, he said like $15 minimum wage was like bare minimum. Oh, of course we were going to get that. I remember when he got into office and I told legislators, I said to people on air, our audience, etc., they're not going to do it. And everybody was incredulous. No, he promised that 8 weeks to Sunday. He's definitely going to do it. And what did he do? He had his 2 Delaware senators that are his top allies in the Senate vote against it. He came out and spoke during the Super Bowl interview against it. He was never going to do it. He was lying all along. He's been a conservative on economic issues for 50 straight years. And I can go down a laundry list of things he was never going to do. Paid family leave, public option. He promised public option 1,000 times. Never once proposed it. Never once even talked about it.
Sure.
Because he was lying.
Okay, so this is...
So the public option thing is true. I agree with Cenk with that, and I think that is probably Biden's biggest failing as president, is that, you know, public option and reforming healthcare was such a massive issue in the last election. Because remember, Trump was all like, "We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, repeal and replace." It was like a big issue, and then what happens? They repeal part of it, and they replace it with nothing, right? And so then the Democrats, there's a huge issue, you know, oh, we need healthcare, we need healthcare, we need healthcare. Biden had public option, you know, Bernie Sanders had, you know, Medicare for all, and he wanted to make private insurance illegal, right, as opposed to just providing an alternative.
Yep.
And once Biden became president, like, there was just no conversation about the public option at all. Just dissipated, just disappeared completely. So,
Yep.
so I can agree with Cenk that I think that it was either a massive failing or it was all bullshit from the beginning. But the
Well, he
$15
used his
wage,
capital on the infrastructure bill instead.
right. But the $15 wage, I mean, I don't remember Biden specifically talking about that in terms of privately, but they passed an executive order that gave a $15 minimum wage for all federal workers.
Oh,
Didn't
did they?
Let's see. Statement by President Joe Biden on $15 minimum wage for federal workers and contractors going into effect. Let's see.
Federal minimum wage is $7.25 right now.
No, yeah, but that's for private businesses.
Right. But that's, I mean, wow. $7.25. That's like
It's very low.
crazy.
January 28th, 2022. This is an executive order from Biden. These directives go into effect this Sunday, meaning nearly 70,000 federal workers will immediately start to earn $15 an hour, and 300,000 employees of federal contractors will start to see a raise to $15 an hour reflected in their paycheck over the course of the year. So
Cenk
So I
doesn't
don't-
care. He doesn't get credit for that.
yes, I don't think Cenk is. I mean, Cenk. I'm assuming Cenk is talking about the law to be for private employees, but still, it seems a little. Should probably bring that up in the conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think you could accuse Biden of lying if he went and did that. You could say he didn't have the political capital, maybe, but
Trump did an executive order that would force the hospitals to have pricing on all of their procedures, and Biden didn't enforce that, which really bugs the shit out of me. Because I felt like that was a
there
step in the right direction.
Was there a rationale for any of that?
I have no idea. No, I just know that the Biden administration is not enforcing it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to hone. Firstly, I love everything you said in the beginning. Okay, and I might repeat this line a lot. I feel like sometimes when I get people in front of me and we chat, their takes become very, very, very reasonable. But in going over like the videos for this conversation, the things I'm hearing, like in regards to the debt ceiling, I was like, there are no wins for Democrat, none, zero. Biden hates the middle class. Well, sure. The Democrats and the Republicans are on the same goddamn team. Democrats just give McCarthy gift after gift after gift after gift. Do you really think that like a Republican administration would more or less do the same thing as like a Democratic administration or a Democrat administration?
So with an asterisk, yes. So like, for example, they did the IRS, funding the IRS $80 billion over 10 years. That was the one. And by the way, Steve, you can go back and watch our clips on Afghanistan, on the infrastructure bill, on all of these. I haven't changed my position 1%. So what I say on air at the RIOTERS is what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, the reason you might notice me being more vitriolic is because those are the videos that get more attention, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And but I also mean those 200%. So yes, the IRS bill was good, and that was a bill that the Republicans definitely would not have done. And I said, okay, look, give the Democratic Party credit there. There's a slight difference, even on economic issues. Okay, so okay. Now, having said that, the rest of it has been a disaster. So the debt ceiling, there was one tiny thing we got, and God bless. Okay, we got the exemption for homeless and veterans on SNAP. Okay, but the other 8 things were all for Republicans. We got nothing back. We didn't need to do it at all. And I think, and this is the part that's probably going to really bother you, I think that Biden wanted to do all those things. So when Obama was president, they invent this thing about, we're going to now negotiate the debt ceiling. Okay, so Republican ploy, but Obama and Biden love going along with those ploys. They love it. They could easily just go 14th Amendment. I'm done with it. Oh, by the way, if you'd like to wreck the world economy, that is going to be 100% on you. Okay.
Well,
instead, when he gets into a negotiation, it becomes 50% on him. And then in that negotiation, he gets almost nothing and gets slaughtered on everything else.
okay, so
This is such a weird worldview. I don't know how you feel about this take.
This is just so insane.
Yes.
This is like insane.
Yes. Like the idea that Biden and Obama even were like, oh yeah, we secretly want to cut, spending, but we know that it will piss off our voters, so we'll just go along with the Republicans on the debt ceiling fight. Like, what is this based off of?
Well, Cenk's strategy is also insane. The idea that
Yes.
Biden could just say, 14th Amendment, bitch, eat my nuts. That's
Well,
just,
actually,
that's not
bring
how it works.
Let's
No.
bring up the 14th Amendment.
He quotes it in here.
I know, but
It's something like the United States debt shall not be questioned.
right.
It's like, okay. Don't they?
Okay.
Look, the problem
Yep.
is Congress has to approve selling a bunch of treasury bonds.
Right.
So if Biden says suck my nuts, the legislation to sell the treasury bonds still doesn't exist. How do you get that through?
Well, it would be a really weird balance of power fight, because presumably he would direct the Treasury to just do it. And then if they just did it, then it would go to court to see if the president has the power to do that. But here's Section 4 of the 14th Amendment. It says, the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, and maybe that's important, authorized by law. The validity of the public debt
That's
authorized by law. So I don't think
a
it's
little
as
trouble there, isn't it? Wait
yeah,
a
I don't think it's
second.
so clear cut, Cenk, but
Especially
including-
since this debt wasn't authorized by law.
yeah, see, so I don't think this is so clear cut, but including debts incurred for payments of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion shall not be questioned, but neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss of emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So to me, I mean, I guess in theory, Joe Biden could say 14th Amendment, booyah, suck my D to the Republicans. And he could tell the Treasury, hey, go print a bunch of T-bills, T-bonds, and just sell them, put them on the market. But if that happened, and this is kind of what Cenk isn't really focusing on, if that happened, immediately the Republicans would sue the government and say, you can't do that. And it would go to the Supreme Court. And the question, especially under this very conservative Supreme Court, are they going to just go along with this?
Of course not.
I mean, I would probably guess not. And it would be a problem too, because it's not like, I was wondering this, like the way that the money is printed is so weird in this country. And I don't really want to explain it because it's very convoluted. People think that you literally go to the Treasury and you say, hey, Treasury, make money. And then they do. That's not how it works.
No.
They have to make a bond, or no, don't they have to get the requisite from the Fed to make the bond?
Well, first of all, Congress controls the purse. And the debt ceiling kind of evolved because Congress had to write legislation for every single Treasury bond that they minted.
Right.
So and after a while, they're like, this is a lot of work. Fuck this shit. How about this?
Right.
We do legislation that says you can print up to this many Treasury bonds, and they give that to the Fed, and the Fed is like, okay, great, we got legal authority to go up to this limit. But as soon as they get close to that limit, then they're like, oh shit, we're running out of legal authority here. We need some more legal authority. So Congress has to approve them to either get rid of the debt ceiling or raise the debt ceiling, or they have to give them legal authority to print more Treasury bonds, to make more Treasury bonds. So I don't see how this Biden says, suck my dick. Congress is controlled by the Republicans. They're not going to go, okay.
Well, no, Cenk's argument essentially is that the concept of the debt ceiling violates the 14th Amendment in the first place. That's the argument
You
he's
can't
making.
have
Right.
that fight as the Treasury has no, like the Treasury is not going to do that. They're not going to go, okay, thank you. They're going to say, thank you, Biden. Now, can we get a piece of paper that says we can print more treasuries?
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's, the Fed might not do that, but the Treasury might.
The Fed works with the Treasury. The Fed is basically the Treasury's bank.
I understand that, but the Treasury, Janet Yellen is appointed by Biden, right? So
Yes.
you could theoretically, I don't know if she would go along with it personally. I'm saying in theory, a president could appoint someone in the Treasury who would just do whatever they say. Right. So you could theoretically possibly have a situation where any president says, booyah, suck it, 14th Amendment, print a bunch of T-bills or T-bonds.
It's just, it's
right.
so crazy because I don't like, then are those Treasury bills, like the people who are actually investing in the Treasury bills, they're going to be like,
Well, I don't think that's the issue. The issue is the weird way in which we make money. Because first of all, I hate the debt ceiling. We've gone over this on stream a bunch of times. So I have no problem with them getting rid of the debt ceiling.
Well, what came out of this debt ceiling fight is actually kind of funny because they didn't raise the debt ceiling. They said, "Oh, the debt ceiling doesn't matter for 2 years."
They suspended it.
Forget about it.
Yeah, they suspended it. Right. Which is totally done as an optics thing, so they can say we didn't raise the debt ceiling. Right. That's the only reason they did it this way.
Yeah.
But no. So, but I just want to get this. This is why this is important. Why Cenk doesn't know what he's talking about here, which is understandable to some extent because it's very complicated. The government doesn't just go press a button and say, we need to print money, and they print money. The Treasury has to print a bond. That bond has to go onto the open market. A private entity or a bank has to buy the bond, and then the Treasury/Fed has to buy the bond back from the bank. And when they do that, that's what creates money.
That's what creates, the new money.
Right. So, and you're probably like, what the fuck does that all mean? Don't worry about it.
But still, none of that money has gone into the economy yet because that money is just bank reserves.
Right. But my point is, basically, there's a very convoluted way in which the government prints money. They don't just say, we have a requisition order for you to print money, and they print money. They have to create a bond, sell the bond to a private entity, and then buy it back from the private entity. It's very convoluted and bizarre, and I'm not 100% sure why it exists this way. Probably something to do with being on the gold standard a million years ago or something.
Well, it's illegal, I think, for them to buy the same bond back again. They have to buy a different bond.
Right, but I'm saying they can't even do a thing where they create the bond and then the government buys it itself first. They have to buy it from a private entity has to buy the bond first, and the government has to buy it from the private entity.
Yeah.
It's very weird. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to get to here, and what's important here, is that this process, since this process is convoluted, I don't think Cenk's scenario where like he could just say, suck my D 14th Amendment, and then they print a bunch of money and then they pay the debt. And then afterwards, if Supreme Court says you can't do that, you say, well, we already did it for this time. So, suck it. Like, because this process takes time, you could get into a nightmare scenario where Biden tries to do this. The Treasury makes the bonds, they put them on the market, but before they're bought, the Supreme Court rules and says you can't do that, and then those bonds dissolve or are removed from the market, which would basically push us even closer or over the timeline for the debt ceiling to expire because they were doing this like court legal nonsense the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. So you can go to the Treasury, the United States Treasury's website and look at their balance sheet. It's all public information. So you can see it. A lot of people are following this, investors and whatnot, watching the Treasury General Fund wind down to the point where, they're not going to have enough money to pay bills and whatnot. So the whole debt ceiling fight, they're waiting for it to end so that they can mint a bunch of new treasuries and basically do this process, this long convoluted process we're talking about, and fill up the Treasury account for paying Social Security and all the various stuff that they pay. So right now, a lot of people are watching this because a lot of the end of the world financial types are saying, look at this. Oh my God, they're selling all these treasuries onto the open market. It's going to be chaos. Look at the Treasury fund. The debt is going up. It's just, but they're basically filling the bank account now.
Mm-hmm.
Now that the debt ceiling has been closed.
Right. Right. But anyway, my only point was just, besides the legality of what Cenk is suggesting, which he keeps saying like this is a shoe-in, which I don't. I mean, you're talking about a law that's basically been in this country for almost 100 years. The debt ceiling they always had to ask Congress to create bonds before that. The idea that it's a shoe-in, that something that's been basically existing in our country from its founding could just automatically be overruled by the 14th Amendment. Like, that's ridiculous. Okay. That's not how that's a ridiculous statement to make.
Well, it's also a major overreach of executive power. It's known that Congress controls the purse strings. That's also a meme from time immemorial.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Angel Bergenio, sorry for butchering your name, for $20 says A-Team is Team Skeet. There you go.
Sweet.
Love you guys. P.S. Booty Warriors for life. P.S.S. Sitch have my baby. P.S.S. I'm a man. Well,
Look
there
at
you go.
that.
Listen. We all know that Adam is the one to impreg, not me. Okay, so Adam can have your baby.
Sitch, come on now.
What? Oh,
that's a $20 super chat. He wants to have your baby. So.
No, he wants me to have his baby.
Sitch, have my baby.
I'm gonna pass the buck on Adam to that one. So.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so let's hone in on this a little bit. Okay, so Biden has largely gotten to pass a lot of major legislation, right? We had the infrastructure bill, we had the American Rescue Plan, like huge ticket things, and our budget has been insanely huge. On our discretionary spending, we're talking like $1.4, $1.5 trillion over and over and over again. With the debt ceiling approaching, and with the Republicans taking the House, I'm pretty sure every single political analyst thought the Democrats were going to have to give a lot when it came time to negotiate on the debt ceiling stuff. Now, Biden said he originally wasn't going to negotiate, but regardless of how we feel, like it's a Democratic president. If the United States defaulted on the debt, it would be catastrophic. Failures to negotiate the debt ceiling are always going to hurt the sitting president more than the Republican Party. We're not going to be able to blame House Republicans when Democrats have the Senate and the presidency. I feel like when we look at everything that was given, and I guess this is my problem when I listen to you guys talk about this, is I hear this like Republicans got everything they want. We just gave and gave and gave and gave. The difference between the House bill that McCarthy passed versus what was finally signed in the Senate, I felt like it was some of the, and I see everybody else say this. Krugman was saying this, the guys at Pod Save America was saying this, even Ben Shapiro was admitting this, that the political maneuvering was pretty good. That like some of the stuff that was given up wasn't really a give up at all. So for instance, a lot of people complain about work requirements on SNAP. So work requirements were increased from 49 years of age to 54 years of age. But because of the wide exemption that was given for veterans and homeless people, I think the Congressional Budget Office, which is nonpartisan, their guesstimate was that the outlays from that program are actually going to increase. We're going to spend more money on that program than we were before. Because if you look at the unemployment in that age bracket, it's like 2.5%. Like most people are working in this age bracket. It's not like they're having trouble finding jobs or anything. And there's a lot of exemptions made for like people in for people with children, people from orphanages, people with mental illness. There's a lot of exemptions made for that. That's like one example. And they're like example after example after example of like the gives that we made were just not a big deal. And a lot of the important stuff like Social Security, Medicaid, repeals of the student loan debt, none of this got through on the Republican side. So when I see that like the things that we did give were things that were either coming anyway. So for instance, like the student aid, the interest on the student loan starting to, I guess, tick back again and
See how boring all this stuff is, Sitch? Why aren't we talking about buying Greenland? I mean, that's exciting.
Well, listen, we got it. Listen, you got to go into the policy to find out whether the claims are true, Adam. Okay, and Destiny's point here is that Cenk is, bloviating even on the subject matter because it wasn't really as bad as he's making it seem.
Well, my point is that Democratic policy is just boring as fuck, man. Nobody this is
Well, I
just
think it's, all policy for the
boring.
most part. All policy, especially economic policy, is very boring. I think this is why, I've always said famously, I don't think the majority of people in America vote for economic policy, because economic policy is generally too boring and complicated for most people to understand. So, it's just a coincidence that the party that aligns with their moral, cultural, social values also happens to align with their economic values, right? That's just a coincidence that happens.
Just a little quinky dink.
Right. So
payment starting at the end of summer, this is already going to happen, and we gave that, but we didn't really lose anything. You look at like the SNAP stuff, you look at the IRS, we fought for 80 billion in increased funding, we gave 20 billion back for now. I feel like that was a major win for Biden in that we moved past the debt ceiling thing for 2 years. The 2-year thing bothered you guys. The House bill was worlds apart. They wanted a 10-year cap on spending, and we got that down to 2. And then the budgets that we got was like 700 billion versus the 550 that we're asking for in the House for 2024 fiscal year 2025. That all of this seems like pretty decent stuff. Again, I understand that we didn't like fight for anything, we didn't get anything, but considering it was a House majority for Republicans, and considering people thought we were going to lose a lot more, I don't understand why there's not just like a little bit to be happy about there.
No, nothing, zero. Okay, so let me explain.
Okay.
So
I know, I love this. I do. Cenk is like, nah, if we don't get Medicare for all, it's just fuck you.
Well, his point doesn't really make sense either, Cenk's point, because he's like, well, the Democrats didn't get anything. Well, the Democrats, like, you might disagree with this, but the Democrats got the debt ceiling suspended. That's what they got, right? They like, that's why it wouldn't make sense for the Democrats to get a bunch of things. Like, who are they? They're not negotiating with the Republicans. Like, the negotiation is, in order for the Republicans to agree to suspend the debt ceiling, you have to give them something.
I know. They let the hostage go. That's what they got.
Right. So so his argument doesn't really make sense on a conceptual level.
Yeah, of course. Destiny here just simping so hard for Biden. What's going on here?
He's been a huge Biden fan for a long time now.
Really?
Whenever he talks about it, but.
Okay. Biden's got a lot. I don't know anything about the infrastructure bill, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good or not good, or if the money's sitting in a bank account. Has it even been spent? I know nothing about that. Have you looked into the infrastructure bill? No. I mean, maybe it's great. I don't know.
Look, brother, when you say political analysts expected that it would be worse,
brother.
Well, first of all, that's corporate media, and corporate media always thinks the country is center right. That the Republicans are right on the debt and deficit. I mean, they're clowns. Trump drove up the deficit by the debt by $7.8 trillion. Reagan, Bush, they all drive up deficits. Last Republican president to balance the budget was Dwight Eisenhower. Okay, but what is corporate?
I do think Stephanie Kelton and the MMT people have made a difference on the left, because the media is generally left wing. I think that is true, but I don't notice establishment media being so down on the deficit, so dour about the deficit anymore. It seems like they at one time definitely agreed with the Republicans on the deficit, but it seems like some of the MMT stuff is sinking in, and now they're just like, deficit, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that sense as well?
I agree. I agree. But let Cenk, he's going to say something here, which I think is very wacky. So
do I need to back it up? Do I stop at an inappropriate time?
Yeah, let's just.
The debt by $7. That the Republicans are right on the debt and deficit. I mean, they're clowns. Trump drove up the deficit by the debt by $7.8 trillion. Reagan, Bush, they all drive up deficits. Last Republican president to balance the budget was Dwight Eisenhower. Okay, but what does corporate media always tell you? Oh, the Republicans care about the debt. They care about the deficit. It's a lie. Lie. Okay.
So first of all, for Cenk to kind of like this really shows his worldview is so twisted, in my opinion, because to say that the corporate media, and by that he means, the mainstream media, which is overwhelmingly left wing,
NBC, CBS, MSNBC,
right, ABC,
CNN,
right. The people that went to Sarah Jane Comey's neighbors and knocked on their door and said, "Hey, did you know you're living next to a racist?"
Yeah, okay. Those people, those right wing, those center right people.
Well, no, to be clear, he didn't say that they're right wing. He said they think that the majority of the country is center right, which I don't think this is remotely true.
Right.
You know, whenever they talk about this, they always push, like they're the ones that operate under the idea that the higher the voter turnout is, the more likely Democrats will be, because there's all this, you know, untapped Democrat voters in the country.
Correct.
That's definitely an idea that they push. So the idea that they think everyone's center right is, I don't know where he's getting this from. That's completely insane. And then the idea, and this is even crazier, he's saying that, like, why didn't the media come out and attack the Republicans for being hypocrites on the deficit? Because when Trump was president, you know, he raised the deficit some astronomical amount, I think by a higher rate than Biden did. And, you know, they just suspended
trillion.
Yeah. Well, I think the rate was higher, even if the amount wasn't higher, like the percentage rate was higher.
Right.
But anyway, and, you know, they didn't care and they suspended the debt ceiling, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what news was Cenk listening to? Like, that's all I heard essentially during the debt ceiling fight, was a bunch of mainstream media sources calling the Republicans hypocrites for doing this.
Right.
So I don't know what I don't know what kind of bubble he's operating under, where he has like this worldview where, you know, oh, all the mainstream media is just punting for the Republicans and they're not calling out the hypocrisy and they're, you know, just simping. I'm like, I don't know what news he's ingesting to get all this information.
Yeah, and he totally threw Clinton under the bus too, because what, Eisenhower was the last one to balance the budget?
Or he said Republican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton was the last one to balance the budget.
Yes, right. You know, it's funny. I was looking through the history of the debt ceiling fights.
Right.
And they had in the 70s, a Democrat House Majority Leader passed a rule which essentially said whenever they pass a budget, it would automatically raise the debt ceiling to whatever the budget would be, which makes sense. And you know who got rid of that rule?
Who?
Newt Gingrich.
Oh, my God.
Newt Gingrich in 1995, with Bill Clinton as president, you know, decided that he wanted to make the debt ceiling an issue. And so he got rid of that rule, that very sensible, logical rule, and made the whole debt ceiling government shutdown, you know, BS issue in 95.
Yeah. Bill Clinton balancing the budget was actually bad. It actually caused the .com bust in 2000.
I know.
Yeah.
Right. But that's kind of hilarious because he always gets praised for that. And it's like, well, that actually was probably a bad thing, but you know, whatever.
It's so frustrating talking to people about the money stuff because
I know
they have no idea what they're talking about.
Well,
I have a pretty good understanding of it, but I know they're not going to believe me. So I just, at this point, I just keep my mouth shut. It's like,
well, the issue is it's very counterintuitive.
Of course it is. Yeah.
It's incredibly counterintuitive because the issue is like people think like, oh, the government has my money. And so if they have deficit, it's like I'm in deficit. And they kind of think of it in terms of like if I was personally in deficit. When in reality, it's more like, no, there's two money supplies. There's the money supply that the government has, and there's the money supply that everyone else in the entire world has. And those things have a converse relationship with each other. So the more money the government has, the less money everyone else in the world, including you American citizens, have, and vice versa. So,
yeah, I mean, I explain it all the time. It's just, it doesn't, they can't accept it for some reason.
Well, if you have because number one, it's counterintuitive. And then number two, if you've been basically told something your whole life works one way,
right,
it's very difficult to accept that. Well, actually, it doesn't work that way. It works a completely different way.
Well, they see the government as a business,
right?
Which is just, that's not the case.
No.
The government is the banker.
Right.
So when they say, oh, okay, oh, but Biden has to give everything to the Republicans. Oh, he didn't give them everything. He gave them only 89%. Oh, what a champion. Well, yeah, corporate politicians are happy. Corporate Democrats are happy. Corporate Republicans are happy. Corporate media is happy. So that's not an argument at all, in my opinion. Okay, so you have to look at the actual policy, right? So what actually happened there? Well, are you right that the Republicans threatened to punch us in the face about 100 times? Yes. So, but when we get punched in the face 80 times, and then we get one thing back, that's the one that I mentioned on Snap, that's not a win. You got punched in the face 80 times. And Stephen, we didn't need it at all. The 14th Amendment is crystal clear. It says our debt shall not be questioned. It's one of the clearest amendments there is. The only reason you even entered the negotiations is if you want to give things away. And so I'll give you two of the specific examples that you mentioned, okay? So for example, on work requirements, and corporate media always moves the goalpost, okay? On work requirements, first they came and there's, oh, the Democrats said no way. And corporate media says, Democrats say no way, they're gonna stand strong. Hakeem Jeffries puts out a strong statement, oh, we will not bend on that. And then when they collapse, complete utter collapse, right? And then again, God bless, at least we got the veterans and the homeless, okay? But they collapsed on the work requirements that they said they would not budge on. Then corporate media goes, what a wonderful bipartisan compromise. It's a good thing we have work requirements. Wait, what the hell happened? Okay, I covered when you said X. Now I'm covering when you say Y. And those things are not at all the same. On student debt, classic trick. So what did he give? He gave the Republicans ending the moratorium in September. So you're going to have to start paying interest again on your loans. Okay, but they said, all right, but we're not going to take away the student debt forgiveness. He knows the Supreme Court's going to strike that down in 2 weeks. Biden knows that. So that way he gets to give away the store and then go, the favorite thing of corporate Democrats. There was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. Oh, the Supreme Court, golly gee, did they end my student debt relief program? The one thing that was going to help young people. Oops, I did it again. So,
I mean, if he's saying that they gave up student debt relief in the debt ceiling negotiations, and the Supreme Court is going to strike it down in 2 weeks anyway. I mean, isn't that a good deal? Seems like it is.
Wait, hold on. I want to get the right frame here.
oop.
There it is. There's your frame.
That's
There's
perfect.
your screenshot. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. But
do you understand what I'm saying?
He's saying that the government or the Supreme Court will strike down the student debt relief that the Democrats want.
Yeah, I know. Look, they
would
gave
that-
up. So in the debt ceiling negotiation, they give up student debt relief.
Some aspect of it.
Right.
Right.
That they know the Supreme Court is going to strike down anyway in 2 weeks.
Oh, I see.
They're basically
Right,
giving up
right.
something they've already lost. It's
Right,
like,
I
that's
see
a
what you're
good
saying,
deal.
right. Yeah, right. You're correct. Yeah.
So why is
But-
he bringing that up?
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. It's a good point. Yeah.
That's actually great. That's good negotiation, right? Give something that you've already lost. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Look,
yeah.
you're totally destroying me here.
Well, yes. Cenk this conversation is a perfect example of how someone's preconceived worldview and lens completely changes all their thinking and kind of poisons all their thinking. Because Cenk enters into the situation already with the presuppositional belief that the Democrats are all corporate Democrat shills. The Democrats are all secretly want to go along with the Republicans. And so since he's looking at it through that lens, automatically, he's making all these assumptions about this is why, so in order to justify that idea to him, he has to say, well, how do I justify that to myself? And he comes up with this whole kind of idea about the 14th Amendment. So obviously makes it so that no one has to fight about the debt ceiling, right?
Right.
Which, first of all, as I already read in the beginning, the first sentence, the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, okay, that literally the second part of that after the comma, authorized by law, completely torpedoes the idea that this is some, easy layup.
Yeah,
for
open and shut case.
Right, open and shut case. And also, as I said, just the idea that, this has been, the whole debt ceiling thing has been a thing since the founding of the country. And the idea that anyone could just say booyah 14th Amendment to something that's existed since the beginning is preposterous. I mean, maybe a Supreme Court would rule on it correctly, but the idea that it's like a shoo-in rule on it in favor of Biden, that could happen. But the idea that this is a shoo-in and it's very obvious, and that the only reason someone wouldn't try to do this legal strategy would be because they secretly want to give into the right-wing demands, if you're on the left, is a preposterous idea. But
Republicans are totally going to frame it as they wouldn't negotiate either. So, I mean,
yes, of course,
it's a lose-lose.
Yeah. Now you can make the argument hey, we should risk the country defaulting on the debt. We'll let the Republicans, kill the hostage, right? And we'll see how the box shakes out. If there was a left-wing version of Trump, that's probably what they would do, right? But I don't know if anyone really all wants to risk pushing that button and seeing what happens.
I don't think they win that fight because the Republicans would totally spin it as we were ready to negotiate. He didn't want to negotiate. He tried to pull this 14th Amendment bullshit.
Even if hypothetically the Republicans do get fully blamed for it, it would still potentially cause economic or catastrophic economic damage to the country. That it's like, okay, well, congratulations, you blame the Republicans, but like this is what you win. Shit, like everything sucks. So it's like, good job,
It's totally stupid.
Right?
They negotiated a deal. I read something that Biden basically said, we just have to come up with a deal that looks good to both of our voters, which that's politics 101, right?
Yes.
So they were gonna strike a deal on something.
Yeah, presumably. Which is, it's annoying. It's annoying that his worldview is he's so set in this pre-idea of his that the Democrats are just secret Republicans that he has to like twist all the information to fit that, as opposed to just looking at it more objectively and say like, well, what is the more likely scenario to happen? And to me, the more likely scenario is politicians are very cautious generally. Not all of them, but politicians are very cautious generally. And the Democrats and Republicans, neither side wants to get blamed on the debt ceiling issue. And it's not really clear. I think this is part of why the Republicans fought on it, but they didn't fight that hard on it because they did end up getting kind of a deal that was kind of mid. And I think it's because neither side knows exactly who's going to get blamed if there's a problem.
Yep.
And that's to me, like, that's just the obvious thing that's happening here when you look at the facts, when you look at how people are behaving. We don't need to concoct these like kind of conspiracy theories about, secret motivations and all this stuff. Or you should, at least if you're going to concoct one of those, you should have pretty strong evidence. I think if you're concocting a secret conspiracy theory motivation, you need to have evidence for that. You can't just, rely on your gut. Yeah.
Cenk is talking like the Democrats had a royal flush when they had like a pair of eights. It's like he always does this too. He acts like they have the best hand in the world and all they need to do is fight and go all in.
Yes. I like that, using that metaphor. It's like the Democrats had a pair of eights and the Republicans had a high card. So it's like neither side knows, like, they're like, oh, we're both bluffing each other.
Yeah, nobody's going all in because nobody's got fucking jack shit in this hand.
Yes.
They're like, can't we just move along? Like the news keeps covering this, but
John A, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs, John A. Thank you. Fondue for $20. Thanks so much, Fondue. Says, would it be easier to conceptualize the debt like matter and antimatter? Matter is money and antimatter is debt. No.
First of all, money is debt. You look at a dollar bill right now and it's tender for all debts.
Yeah, no. So I don't think that's the way to look at it because, as Adam said, the money that you have saved is money that the government has out in debt.
Yeah, the money in your savings account is the government deficit. If the government spends $1 million, like let's say a government is starting for the first time, okay? And they're going to spend $1 million. That $1 million is going to go into the economy. Let's say they buy a tank or something. It's going to bounce around the economy. It's going to be used to pay for all kinds of things. And then let's say the government wants to not run a deficit. So they're going to tax $1 million out. So there's only $1 million in the economy and they're going to tax back $1 million. How much is left in the economy?
Right. Well, it's a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit more convoluted than that, but without getting into the hyper specifics. If there was zero debt, there would still be some amount of money that would exist, but there would be no savings that exist.
Well, money is created through spending and lending. Right. So there's another, a lot of people say, well, if I take out a loan, wouldn't that pull money into the economy? Yes, it would. Like if let's say the government spent $1 million and somebody went out and borrowed $1 million. Now there's $2 million in the economy. Well, once that loan is paid back, the $1 million that the person borrowed is going to be gone, right? But the $1 million that usually when you take out a loan, you got to take out a loan with interest, right? So I need to pay back $1 million and and $10, let's say the interest is. Where am I going to get the $10 to pay back on the loan if there's only $2 million in the economy?
Right.
I'm going to get it back from the government spending, right? Well, if the government taxes back $1 million, where's the $10 interest come from? It doesn't exist.
Right. This is too complicated, but yes,
it is complicated for a lot of people, but
right.
It's so simple for me because I constantly think about it.
It's not simple. First of all, yeah, maybe simple. It's not simple. It's not a simple thing to conceptualize.
How's it? Look, I try to simplify it as much as possible.
Listen, I'm an idiot. Okay, so
look,
maybe it is simple for everyone else. It's difficult for me to wrap my brain.
Just simplify the economy down to the government spends $1 million and somebody borrows $1 million. How many dollar bills are in the economy?
No, I understand that, but you're also, there's a presuppositional knowledge in how you're describing this, which is that you have to understand that fractal reserve banking doesn't exist anymore, which people don't accept that either. So.
Right. Yes. Well, because they would say, I mean, it's still the same thing. Like, even if the fractional reserve banking that we all understand is that the $1 million that is spent by the government, I can loan that out 10 times over and create $10 million. But that money doesn't actually exist until somebody actually takes a loan. Right.
Right. But then when they pay it back, it gets deleted.
Yes.
But
exactly.
That's a weird thing that people aren't going to wrap their brains around anyways.
Well, the money supply will expand as people take loans. That's the whole reason why they raise interest rates. Like now, the raising of interest rates, what people don't think about is that's actually government spending. So right now, the high interest rates are why we haven't had a recession this year, because the government is spending like drunken sailors on interest rates.
I did it again. So no, not buying it.
Okay, so firstly, okay, this is a huge grab I have sometimes with progressives. I think we have to stop relying on these like Hail Mary legal arguments that we think or hope are going to bail us out of having to do any sort of legislative compromise. The idea that the 14th Amendment is crystal clear, that we both know that is absolutely not true. One of us might think that, and some people might think that, but that is a hotly contested thing. Not only is it hotly contested, it would be so contested that if we were to go that 14th Amendment route, there was a chance that the legal challenges would extend that past the expiration date of our debt. And if we default on our debt while we're trying to play complicated legal battles on whether or not the 14th Amendment allows us to just pay the debt with absolutely no negotiation with Congress required, that could potentially be like, I don't think I need to explain how disastrous it would be for the United States to default on its debt while we play this political football back and forth with the debt. So I don't buy that the 14th Amendment was such an easy way out, number one. Number two, as much as we hate it, well, I don't hate it. I mean, it's part of how our system works. Bipartisan is not the enemy. Bipartisan is not evil. If you don't have majorities or supermajorities in both of your houses, bipartisan is the way that you have to go. Even you mentioned that $15 an hour minimum wage.
I just want a moment of silence here for Destiny saying that bipartisanship is not evil.
Why?
That just seems like a giant win. Most people in the political space think any sort of compromise is just evil.
Yep.
Which, yeah, it's not.
Because it's seen as like, oh, you're weak. You gave in to the enemy, right? As opposed to like, these are people we have to work together with.
Yeah. Usually you get better policy out of the deal. Like the people who think it's weak are the people who want fucking socialism. My God, what the?
True.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I just thought of it now. Destiny says like, oh, you can't rely on this kind of like far out legal Hail Mary of sort of, well, if we interpret the 14th Amendment this way, maybe it means we don't have to do the debt ceiling, right? And it's funny because, Cenk thinks that that's a shoo-in. And to me, him thinking that's a shoo-in is kind of like the people who thought, well, very obviously it's a shoo-in that, Pence could throw out the votes, right?
Oh, yes. Yes. Very good point. Excellent point.
This thing that's never been done and never been interpreted in this one very specific way, and you think it's just an obvious shoo-in. It's like, come on, let's get real here. Okay.
I wonder how Cenk would feel about Pence just tossing out the votes. Oh, I
Right.
think his hair would be on fire.
And it's the same thing with the whole, people making the argument about, Trump can declassify anything in his mind or just by taking it out. That's like, I mean, I guess you can make that argument, but the idea that that's just an obvious thing, it's like that's never just ever been done before or thought of that way. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Okay.
What? Trump can't just wave his hand over a document? I
Say bippity boppity
declassify
boo.
the.
Well, but here's the thing: even if a court rules that that's like you can do that, it's like okay, but you can't just assume that that's the way it is when no one has ever conceived of it that way before this moment. It's been a thing that's existed for like
Doesn't
years and
somebody
years and
have-
years in legal precedent.
Look, when you wave your hand over it, doesn't someone have to like write it down or something?
No, you just listen. You pick up the little pens in the Oval Office that say like the president's name on it.
Mhm.
You just lift it up and you say Wingardia Declassifiosa, and it just
Declassifioso.
and it's done.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
I've seen Harry Potter. I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Nice.
minimum wage hike earlier. That 15 an hour minimum wage thing in the Senate, that was opposed by 8 Democrats. And that's when you only winning by a vice president tiebreaker vote. Like, there's no way that you can get through anything that is going to help the American people if you're not looking to be bipartisan in some way. You brought up the moratorium on student debt. That moratorium was expiring anyway. Student debt was always going to be, the interest payments were always coming back on the table at the end of summer. That was a freebie, a literal freebie. Republicans got nothing there. And then when you talk about the Supreme Court striking down student debt forgiveness, that's the $10,000 to $20,000 that Biden is trying to strike down. But the $42 billion that he's already forgiven for a lot of public workers, people working in healthcare, people that have like employment jobs by the federal government, that $42 billion that has been forgiven for young people, that's done. That's a done deal. Republicans didn't claw any of it back. The Supreme Court can't take any of that back. The only thing that they're fighting over now in the Supreme Court is going to be that $10,000 to $20,000 forgiveness per person afterwards. Again, I agree that like there were some things that like the $20 billion, I like the IRS, okay? Clawing back, and it's the only fucking organization in the government that actually makes money, okay? So that's the dumbest thing to take away money from. But only losing $20 billion out of the $80 billion that we funded for it, that's probably the biggest punch in the face that I can see. And then maybe the spending caps. But man, originally McCarthy wanted all $80 billion back. Originally McCarthy wanted those caps at $540 billion, and we got that up to $711 billion. There were some punches, but I don't think it was like 89% punches in the face. I think it was like 15% punches in the face.
Okay, Destiny said he likes the IRS. We can't forgive him for that. That is literally unforgivable. What the hell? That's un-American.
Well, it's one of those things where like nobody likes the IRS, except for Destiny, I guess. But his point is a true point. It's an accurate point, which is I forget, and I think he brings up later in this conversation, or maybe I heard it somewhere else, where there's some statistic that's like for every dollar you give the IRS ends up making 6 times that amount back to the government.
That's horrible.
Yeah, right, exactly. So we as taxpayers go, oh God. But if you're someone who cares about the deficit,
which I'm not. I
right,
don't give a fuck about the deficit.
See, so you're consistent because you're like, I don't care about the deficit, so fuck the IRS. That's a consistent position. But if you're saying that you do care about the deficit, it is very inconsistent to say, oh my God, the deficit's this huge issue. By the way, I'm going to increase the deficit by reducing the amount of tax revenue the government, can take in, either via tax cuts or either by allowing essentially more people to cheat on their taxes because the IRS doesn't have the money to go after them.
They let students borrow $42 billion and not pay it back.
Right.
But they're going to go after someone who's, modifying their tax return in a way that makes
I like how you said modifying their tax returns. That's very interesting phrase you used. Modifying your taxes, yes.
They're Americans. They're looking for ways to save money on their taxes.
Listen,
that's money that they earned. They didn't borrow it from some bank.
Listen, Adam. When I walked into Lululemon and I grabbed like 10 purses, I wasn't stealing. I was modifying Lululemon's inventory. Okay.
Look, I hear Lululemon is just fine with that terminology. So
they are.
I think
that's true.
I think that they deserve what they get. But you get what I'm saying, right?
I understand what you're saying,
Someone goes to work, they earn the money,
Right.
The IRS takes it from them. Some student goes and takes a loan out so they can get a feminist studies degree, and the government forgives it. That ain't fair.
Yeah, but that's okay. But first of all, I don't disagree with what you're saying, right? And maybe there shouldn't be student loan forgiveness, or maybe there should be for only certain degrees or whatever. As someone who's paid off their student loans, it's easy for me to make these. It's easy for me to make these sorts of judgment calls. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus who hasn't. But I think the real issue is, and the issue I have with the IRS stuff is, one of the big complaints about the IRS is that they kind of let a lot of rich people skate by, and they go after, a lot of
middle class people.
or lower income class people. But
because they don't have the lawyers to fight, which just sucks. Totally
right, but see, but that's the problem. It's kind of like the defund the police situation, where people say, "Oh, policing is bad, so let's cut their budget." And you say, "Well, wait a minute. If you don't like the way police are doing their jobs, the way to fix it was better training, which means you have to spend more money, or you need better police officers, which means you're going to have to, incentivize, better people, which means you need to spend more money, not less." And it's kind of the same thing with the IRS. If you want the IRS to go after the actual rich people who are, skipping out on their taxes, you need to increase their budget so they can actually pay lawyers and other people to go after these people. By cutting the IRS's budget, you're just increasing the likelihood for them to dismiss the rich people who will be too expensive for them to go after.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so let me address those one by one. I'm going to read you the 14th Amendment here. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law.
He even reads it. I love it.
Authorized by law, Cenk.
He just it doesn't even sink in.
I know.
He's like, authorized by law.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does that one phrase mean? Authorized by law.
This debt, the debt that he wants Biden to say suck it on, has not been authorized by law. That's the problem.
Yes, exactly. And I think this is why, because this is the first time I've really heard people bring up the 14th Amendment thing. In the last debt ceiling fight, I don't really remember anyone saying "Booyah, 14th Amendment." Like, they were saying
the coin.
Yeah, they were talking about minting the $1 trillion platinum coin or whatever.
Right.
Big question. Okay. So you called it a Hail Mary. If that's not clear enough, then words have no meaning. Okay. So, and not only that, Stephen, first of all, you don't.
Just a pause for the irony of that situation, but okay.
Well, the debt, the debt over and above the debt ceiling has not been authorized by law yet. So that it's pretty crystal clear that it wouldn't be covered by the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, I would, even though I hate the debt ceiling, I think it should be abolished. I agree with you. Under an interpretation of that law, I would think the president does not have the authority to just say suck it.
Yes, because the debt he wants, the debt that he doesn't want to question, is the debt that has not been instantiated in law yet.
Right.
That's what they're arguing over.
That's a good pause right there. Look at that face.
Cenk with his O mouth.
Oh no, mine's a different frame. On mine, he's doing the kind of we walk out and it's really bright and you're squinting, and he's making a duck face.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to do anything. You just simply keep doing what you're doing. Let the Republicans, and say you're using the 14th Amendment, our debt shall not be questioned. The Republicans go to court, okay? If they want to, go ahead, go for it. Try to destroy the 14th Amendment, try to destroy the economy. Now you 100% own it because you went to court to try to destroy the economy, okay? You go to court, that puts the conservative Supreme Court in a very tough position, okay? Because they either have to say, okay, the Democrats are obviously right, plain reading of the language.
This is so crazy.
I know.
The Democrats are so obviously right. No, they're not.
Meaning every conservative legal principle they have ever said. Or they have to say, okay, we're just partisan hacks, which I grant you that they might, and we don't care anything that we ever said before, but now we're burning our original meaning and plain reading of the text, are two of the pillars of conservative legal principles. We're burning it to the ground. because this is super clear, and we're just going to lie about it. Okay.
Okay.
So that is not a Hail Mary. We have a massively winning case, and in fact, we win either direction there. And if you care just about politics and the Republicans.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, so you said we win either direction, meaning the left wins, right? So if Biden did what Cenk wanted and it goes to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says you can't do this, and they revoke the T bonds before they're sold, and then the U.S. defaults on its debt, like, yeah, sure, the Republicans might, and that's in big quotes, might get blamed for that. But do you really win if it causes some catastrophic economic harm to the country?
Of course not.
Or it's like, you know, owning the economy or destroying the economy to own, you know, the Republicans, right? Like, it's just, that's not a good look.
I mean, in that situation, you might actually have the rise of a third party. Like if both parties conspired to just destroy the economy and both of them took some blame.
Well, they wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't say the Democrats in the scenario Cenk laying out, they wouldn't be conspiring to destroy the economy. They would. It's just that because they did the strategy that he's suggesting, and ended up, you know, creating the scenario,
right,
or helping create the scenario, I guess.
Well, I'm just saying, if the public walked away and said, "Oh, you're both to blame for this,"
which is what
you
I
guys
think
wouldn't play ball together,
right? Which is what a majority of people would probably walk away from it with. That idea.
Yeah. They'd be voting third party. They'd be like, okay, I've had enough of this shit. Especially in this atmosphere where there's so many people talking about third parties, starting third parties, you know, big third party candidates that are blowing up on social media. It's like,
right.
Come on. People are sick of this shit.
Republicans own destroying the economy. That's a disaster for them. Now, I care that we don't actually destroy the economy. Right. And of course, defaulting on the debt is a terrible thing. But Stephen, this is another core disagreement, I think, because I think the politicians are completely controlled by their donors. And I think every piece of legislation shows that. So the Republicans were never actually going to default because their donors would have been livid. Their donors are
There's a problem with this idea that all the politicians are just controlled by their donors. So if this was the case, you know, wouldn't the Democrats have pushed for far more left-wing progressive legislation when they had the majority and they only had to contend with what's his name, you know, Sinema and Manchin?
Theoretically, yes, but I don't buy just all they care about is their donors. They care about their voters more than they care about their donors.
I agree. Because, like, you know, who's people that, you know, you'd have like very strong pro-choice legislation already passed, right? If all they did was listen to their donors, you know.
Yeah.
You probably have a public option already if all they did was listen to their donors. You know, you'd probably have a lot more woke shit that would be passing law if they would just listen to their donors. And I think the reverse is true for the Republicans. You know, when Trump was in office and they had a majority, like, yeah, they got their tax bill passed, but, you know, they didn't. Where was all the other stuff that, you know, all the Republicans wanted?
Yeah, this is a really dumb belief system that Cenk has. Like, his belief is donors give you money and that money buys television ads and people vote based on you know, whatever brainwashing is in the television ads.
Right.
And that just doesn't seem to track on to reality for me. I mean, that seems ridiculous.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think, you know, maybe 20 years ago, people thought that was the way it worked. And I think people are waking up now that that's not really the way it works. And people are starting to question even the usefulness of campaign ads in the first place.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, obviously they have some level of usefulness, especially for candidates that are in local elections or are not as known. But when you have these like kind of like big national elections, I'm kind of skeptical of how useful, you know, these advertisements even are.
Do you know DeSantis is spending huge amounts of money on the ground game in Iowa? Like, he's barely running any advertisements, but he's knocking on every single door in Iowa.
Well, I mean, that would probably be a better thing. I think that money for ground game is more important than ads.
Yeah, I agree.
And Cenk could say, well, the money from the donors is used for the ground game, not necessarily for ads, which is true to an extent. I mean, people always point to that study. There's some study that shows like, oh, you know, it was something like 30% of the time, the wealthy donors or the PACs that gave a bunch of money would get legislation passed, where the individual person would have no effect on legislation passing.
Okay.
But then when they redid the study where they compared it to not individual voters, but groups of voters, they found that the groups of voters had the same amount of impact on politicians.
Is that the Princeton study?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
which
Yeah.
makes sense. Which makes sense.
Politicians know what their voters want.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that there's obviously an impact. Donors have an impact. I wouldn't say they don't, but the idea that they have like this iron grip on all the politicians, I don't think there's any evidence for that.
Well, I think this was laid out by the Freakonomics economists that like Cenk will often cite some study where they say 98% of the time the person with more money wins, but he doesn't lay out the causal connection, because what it is the person, 99% of the time the person who's more charismatic wins and raises more money because they're charismatic.
Right.
So it's
exactly.
like this third factor of charisma that is really what's driving it. And I read something, I should find the study so we have it on hand, but they did a study, I believe, in South America where like 75% of people could pick the outcome of an election based on face alone, which I was
just like who was more attractive.
This is crazy. Yeah. So they would show them pictures, and they're showing people, I think they did the study in South America, so that it was elections that they had no familiarity with, but they already knew the outcome to. And they would just show them pictures of politicians, and they'd say, who won this race? And the 75% of the time they'd be able to tell them consistently who won the race.
Pretty sad.
Is that crazy? What's that make you think about political policy?
I mean, it shows you that, people are just voting for attractive people, I guess. or I guess we should be careful not to fall into the same trap, because it could also be that people who are more conventionally attractive, through life and that experience become more confident in themselves, thus become more
charismatic. That could be, yeah.
That could be it too. But yeah, because you got to be careful not to fall into the causation correlation trap. So
yes, yeah.
The richest people in the country, they need that stock market healthy and vibrant. They would have cut those guys' throats if they had actually defaulted on debt ceiling. The trick is we pretend we're going to cut it. Those are the bad cops, and then the good cops come in. Democrats go, oh God, well, golly gee, I wish there was something that we could do, but there's nothing we could do. Hey, our donors are happy too. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, what a win for everyone. And two policy things.
This is I listened to that All In podcast. I don't know if you listen to it. It's a bunch of VCs, venture capitalists, I think is.
I didn't listen to it, no.
Well, they all they talk about is like their deficit. They're just completely worried about the deficit. And these guys are all donors to big campaigns. So the idea that Republican donors are not worried about the deficit just doesn't track to reality for me. I admit that it's foolish to care about the deficit and maybe even counterproductive to some extent.
Right.
But they do. Like their dream scenario is to run the United States like a business, and they think, we shouldn't have any deficit, any debt at all is the way that they look at it.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because Cenk's kind of laying out this idea that Democrat donors care about the deficit, and that's why the Democrats are relenting on all this stuff.
And Republicans don't.
Yeah, but your Republican donors probably care about these issues too, or don't care about these issues as much. I'm sorry, not in terms of deficit, in terms of defaulting. But to me, this is really an example of the Republicans kind of doing what the base wants, or what they think would be politically good for the base.
Right. Instead of the donors. Yeah.
Right. Because they want to hit the Democrats with the sort of, Democrats are the tax and spend party who just wants to spend all your money, right? That's something's been happening for 20, 30, 40 years. They've been hitting the Democrats with that stick. So.
That's a great stereotype.
Yeah, and it's very powerful. I think it's very politically effective.
It is. Democrats want to spend your money.
Yes.
On bail for criminals.
Democrats want to take all your money. They want to give it to all the criminals. Yeah,
They
criminals and poor
do.
people. Yeah,
They want to make sure that the money that comes out of your check goes to
Yep.
helping some criminal get out of jail.
exactly. Uh, JMac, our surrogate father, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you,
Yeah, welcome new members.
surrogate father.
We had a couple other Robin Ellers gifted one membership. Thank you.
Thank you.
And bought one for himself. And then there was another, I think, like 10 memberships or something.
I didn't see that.
Oh, maybe I
I saw a
missed.
bunch of people renewed their memberships.
Oh, okay.
John A gave 20. Thank you, John.
There you go.
Cameraman 502 for $20 says, does no one realize that invoking a novel idea like invoking the 14th Amendment on the debt ceiling would be treated by the market like a default? Well, it's possible. I don't know if that's a shoo-in, but that's definitely a possibility. And that's something that you were saying, Adam, that if the Democrats did this kind of novel legal strategy to kind of get around the debt ceiling, it would make people shaky in the markets. And it would even possibly cause a situation where the banks wouldn't want to buy, or whoever wouldn't want to buy those treasury bonds that were created, because they would wonder, are they going to get revoked? Are they going to get taken away? So yeah, it definitely would shake confidence in the economy unless or until the Supreme Court ruled on it and said it was acceptable. That would be the only way that would fix that problem, which I don't think they would anyway.
At this moment, and this is the thing, a lot of doomers will come out and say, well, what if people don't want to buy the treasury debt? You know, what if we put treasury bonds out and nobody wants them? First of all, we all kind of went into the complicated money laundering system that goes on to create new money.
Right.
So the banks are basically incentivized to do it, to buy the treasury bonds, because it's like it's free money for them, basically. So instead of holding cash, they're holding a treasury bond, which earns an interest rate. Like, why wouldn't you want to turn your cash into...
I don't really understand it, because then they sell it back to the government for no profit.
Well, no, they sell back another... That's why I said I don't think that they can buy the same bond that they sell
I
them.
see what you're saying.
They sell them a new bond that matures in like 6 months or a year or 10 years, however long the bond maturity rate is. And they sell them a bond that's about to mature. That's the bond they buy back. So they buy that back plus interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
So.
I don't think, I don't know. We'll have to ask Warren Mosley about this.
Yeah.
It's very complicated. Jay Backer, Circuit Father for $20 says, couldn't you care about the deficit on the basis of gross government spending? So I agree. I think what people should care about is government wasting money and just pissing away money on BS. So I do think, I think you should definitely care about government wasting money and wasteful spending in government. I just don't think it should be tied into the deficit thought process, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's complicated, obviously. If you're thinking about the government spending your money, your tax money, obviously it's you don't want the government spending your tax money on frivolous shit. Nobody does.
Right.
But
I
if
mean, I think,
but if the government has an opportunity to build things, road infrastructure, buildings, things like that,
Right.
I always think of those as the tangible assets. Like when they talk about, we're going to leave our kids a bunch of debt. What is debt? Are we better off leaving our kids a bank account full of paper dollar bills or electronic credits? Or are we better off leaving our kids cities and roads and infrastructure? All of that, all those cities and roads and infrastructure, we may have had the opportunity to build through government spending because people would show up and trade their time and effort for paper dollars. That's a good deal. That's a great deal. But if we don't do it just because we're worried about some nebulous thing we call the debt, that's like a free lunch not eaten, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and that's kind of why I think the focus should be not on like the concept of the deficit, but should be on the concept of wasteful spending specifically.
Yes.
Because if it's just on the deficit, that kind of puts you in the wrong mindset of thinking the deficit should be zero, which again, if there was no deficit, that would destroy the economy because there wouldn't be any savings for everyone else in the entire world who wants to trade in American dollars. So I think that's why the concept of what should be the focus should be on, pork and bullshit spending, and not just this concept of the nebulous deficit.
Did you see the poll I did on Twitter where I asked people if they had more money, would they have more kids? And I think it was like 75% said,
right,
yeah, if they had more money, they would have more kids.
Right.
So it just seems like we're talking about our low birth rates being a problem. Well, it seems like an economic problem to me. If people had a stronger economic footing, they would have more kids.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, the thing is, and this is why I talked about, people don't like to conceptualize this, but like modern economies and all modern economies are essentially massive pyramid schemes where they basically work by all the governments kind of engage in this deficit spending in order to put more money into the economy, so people have more money, so people spend more money, and as long as the economy grows faster than the deficit, it doesn't matter because it essentially cancels it out.
right.
And that's kind of the way that modern economies all work, and that's kind of what's allowed us to grow and grow and grow all across the globe. And I understand that people don't like that because it feels uncomfortable.
Right.
But that's just the way it is.
Well, I don't necessarily know what you mean. The objection that I have to the pyramid scheme framing is in a pyramid scheme, there is never enough resources to pay back all of the investors in the project. So that is where it becomes a scheme. But in our situation, that isn't happening because literally what is happening is we're making an investment where that investment is turned into literal productivity. Tangible stuff. And if our debt to GDP, I don't know what the debt to GDP is right now, but the reason why people focus on this is because in a year, we produce so much stuff. And if there's enough money in the economy to buy all of that stuff in 1 year, then it's really just a matter of apportioning that's basically where the value of each dollar comes from.
Right. Well, okay. So I shouldn't use the term. I mean, you're right in terms of I shouldn't use the term pyramid scheme because A, it has such a negative connotation and it'll trigger everyone emotionally. And B, the idea of the pyramid scheme is that whatever is being created isn't of actual value.
Right.
Which isn't the case with how modern economy works.
This is why
there is all this actual value being created in actual productivity. The only thing I mean by that is terms of that the way that modern economies work is that they continually need more people. They continually need the population of the country to grow because that's the best way to grow the economy. And
this is why people worry about birth rates. Exactly.
And that's why people are worried about birth rates and immigration and all these issues. I only just mean it from that small angle in terms of modern economies work by continually needing the population to grow, essentially.
I don't think the birth rate thing is going to be a problem because of
it's not in America, but
robotics. I think obviously robotics are going to play a role in the future for labor. But you understand what I'm saying about if we can spend $1 billion and hire people and buy steel and build a skyscraper, are we better off leaving our kids $1 billion in treasury bonds or a building, a tangible building you can walk in, turn the lights on, has air conditioning, you could set up a business in? Like, for me, it's a no-brainer. Build the fucking building.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think the two big chunks, if I recall, the two big chunks of the budget is military spending and
which is a jobs program, basically.
Which is a jobs program, yeah, and Medicare,
which is another jobs program.
Right. So, but anyway, J Mac, our surrogate father for $50 says rich people are not skipping out on their taxes. The loopholes in place are available to everyone. However, they obviously help those of a certain income bracket and those who own large businesses. Top 1% pay the vast majority of all taxes. That is true.
True.
The
Yeah.
top 1% pay majority of all taxes. Now, I guess with the loopholes thing, now I guess, it comes into question. I'm sure there's lots of honest business people and lots of honest rich people that do pay their taxes, but there are lots of businesses, and maybe it's better to actually say, I don't know if it's like individual people. There's lots of businesses that do a lot of legal shenanigans to sort of get around paying taxes. And some of that is unfortunately allowed, but a lot of it isn't.
Shenanigans?
Yeah.
Incorporating in the Cayman Islands?
Yeah, exactly. Incorporating the Cayman Islands or
I think it's
or,
Ireland, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever they do. Now that's legal. I don't think it should be legal, but that is legal. So so increasing the IRS's budget wouldn't really affect any of that stuff. But
I'm not sure corporations should pay any taxes, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've heard that argument, and I'll be honest, I don't know enough about all the ramifications that would have one way or the other. But the thing is, it's funny because you say that from a not caring about the deficit at all position.
Right.
And it's
I mean, I do care about the deficit to some extent. I don't think the deficit should be too small.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put it that way.
Right.
I am worried about paying that motherfucker off.
Well, that's what's kind of interesting is because, like, you could presumably make from an MMT perspective the argument that corporations shouldn't have to pay taxes. So.
Yeah. Well, they're the ones theoretically producing all the value in the economy anyway. Why are you taking money away from them?
Right.
Let them start more businesses. Let them hire more people. Let them create more stuff.
Well, you might want to do a thing where you would lower. You might want to do a thing where you would lower corporate taxes or get rid of them completely. But then, conversely, you would want to raise taxes on individuals, so that the corporations wouldn't just take all that extra money and pay the top people. Because you want them to reinvest in the company and hire more people into it.
Tax the people, not the corporations. That's,
right.
That's the philosophy I've heard from various economists. And
maybe.
I don't recall the argument offhand, but when I've heard them say the argument, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. So not only that, you don't have all of these corporations running around looking for loopholes, like incorporating in the Cayman Islands. Like, why aren't they just incorporating where they do most of their business? Well, they're doing it for tax reasons. Well, as soon as you take those tax reasons off the table, then you've got a lot more freedom of movement, a lot more ability to produce value. So
I would be interested to hear what the counter argument to that is.
Yeah, me too.
Because it sounds like a good idea. Tax the people, not the corporations. I mean, it sounds fine. Okay. But
that you mentioned there. One is when you talk about the IRS, so we both agreed that was a good bill that the Democrats passed. Now they're giving back a quarter of it to 20%, to 20 billion. Why doesn't Biden ever fight back rhetorically? Why doesn't he say, hey, wait a minute, I thought we were reducing the deficit. Taking away $20 billion from the IRS actually increases the deficit by approximately $120 billion. Because every nonpartisan organization that's looked at it says $1 spent at the IRS brings you $6 back in revenue for the government. So
look, he knows the numbers.
There he is. Jay said that. So it's funny because I mean I've heard this is true, and I think I looked it up and I saw that this is supposedly true as well. But the idea that that's going to be like a persuasive argument to a lot of voters is laughable, right? Like, they don't care. They don't, people don't want to pay taxes. People don't like the IRS. Like, it's an elephant thing. They're not going to be like, some logical argument about, this, they're actually going to, reduce the deficit if you give the IRS more money. Or it's the same thing with, whenever the Republicans cut taxes, that's massively increasing the deficit, right? But it's not perceived that way emotionally by people. So it just, to me, Cenk doesn't really have a good grasp of how the average person or just anyone really perceives information and interprets it on a personal level.
People want to pay off the deficit with other people's money. That's really what it comes down to. Well, nobody cares about the deficit when it's their money paying it back.
They want to pay off the deficit by not spending. money.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because the conception is, it's all wasteful spending, right? This is a conception of it, or it's mostly wasteful spending. Because people don't conceptualize that, yeah, when you give a big tax cut, that's massively increasing the deficit when you do that. But people don't just conceptualize it that way. So
whenever I feel like it's wasteful spending, I just go and see Top Gun, and I'm like, okay,
there
it's
you go.
worth every penny.
There you go.
Nice big aircraft carriers. Nice fast
But why doesn't he
jets.
do a press? My Republican friends, and he loves them. He's always calls them his Republican friends. My Republican friends, I thought they cared about the debt. It turns out they want to destroy the debt in order to protect the rich. Because this is targeted at people making over $400,000, and they want to pile on debt just to protect the rich. I won't have it. I'm going to fight for you.
There it is. He's gonna fight. He's gonna. If Biden would just come out and say he's gonna fight and gave a good speech, everyone would just change their opinion completely.
Nah.
I don't know. It's just so. It's so interesting to me how detached, I think, from reality Cenk's worldview is.
That's why it's funny.
Yes.
That's the comedy part of this show.
Yes.
And he never does that because he doesn't believe that. And then last thing on this, pay-go on the executive side. We've talked about like 8 different things to give away. One of them is pay-go. And that means that if you do any executive action, I mean, they weren't going to pass any bills anyway, but if you do any executive action, the only thing he's got left for the next 2 years, now you have to take away something if you're ever going to spend money on anything. But that basically neuters the White House, the executive branch. Well, now, why did Biden throw that in? Because he wants to be neutered. That takes the pressure off. Then I could just run for president, only care about myself. I wasn't going to do anything in the next 2 years anyway. And it's nice and convenient for him. So Biden wins, the Republicans win, corporate media wins, we all get screwed.
Okay, so something we're going to center around this is like Biden wants this and the Democrats want this. I guess running through a couple of these, amendments are never as clear as like the words have crystal clear meaning, right? Like how many times have we fought over the wording of the Second Amendment? The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. What does it mean to have a well-regulated militia? What do the commas mean? How many times have we seen videos of like sovereign citizens quoting articles of independence and everything? Like the idea that like, well, the words are crystal clear, especially after we've just gotten out of a very, very, very complicated battle relating to Roe v. Wade and whether or not substantive due process or implied rights are even a real thing. I think I think it's very cautious, or I think we should proceed with caution when we say something like, oh yeah, like the wording on this particular part of the Constitution is very clear, therefore we have no debt ceiling anymore. Especially when we're doing such a massive divergence of what's already kind of been set as like a political norm. Not to say that that battle can't be won, but like if on one end we've got, okay, well, we can negotiate a little bit with the Republicans, they won the House anyway, and for the most part we don't take too many big hits. Or on the other hand, we could gamble with the future of the world, but we maybe are going to win. That just seems like such a clear-cut alternative. Like, probably just go with a negotiated position rather than, one, hoping that we win in court, or two, hoping that if we lose in court, the sitting president isn't blamed and the Republicans get blamed, which I don't even know if that helps us anyway, because it's not like the composition of the Supreme Court is going to change. And now all we've got is a country that can blame the Republicans for the fact that we've destroyed the world economy. It reminds me of the, there's like a, I think it's like 5 people are sitting in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and they're like, man, we destroyed the whole world, but we sure did create some good short-term value for our shareholders for a brief period of time or whatever. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that's the kind of battle we want to be getting into. I mean, I understand the arguments for it, but man, in terms of like, why doesn't Biden fight back? This gets into kind of like, oh, well, you know, political theory and what are people doing? But like my interpretation of it, and I think quite a few people have had this interpretation, is that this was such an astoundingly good deal for Democrats, considering how bad it could have gone, that it's better to just shut up and let McCarthy and McConnell go out and say, oh, well, we're very proud to vote for this, and let them have their win when we're not really giving much at all, so that McCarthy's position in the House isn't threatened, and so that Republicans aren't in an uproar, that they weren't able to attack any of the entitlement programs, any of our big non-discretionary spending stuff, like they've really wanted to do. Republicans have been gunning for things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Republicans have been bloodthirsty to get rid of all of the student loan forgiveness, to claw that back completely. Republicans have been hungry to make huge cuts in the Inflation Reduction Act. They wanted to get rid of all the tax credits, all those green energy tax credits. McCarthy in the House bill got rid of every single thing. And again, the things that we gave were not that significant. You mentioned pay-go, for instance. First of all, in October of 2019, Trump already had enacted pay-go for the executive branch via executive order, number one. And number two, the pay-go that was enacted, one, it sunsets at the end of 2024, so it's not that big of a deal. And two, the most important part...
Biden wouldn't do anything anyway.
What? He might not do anything anyway. But regardless, number two, the pay-go requirements for the executive branch are exempt from judicial review. Line 17, 18, 19, no determination, finding, action, or omission under this title shall be subject to judicial review. So basically, Biden could say, listen, I'm doing this on EO because I have good reasons, trust me, and it's not like anybody can review it anyway. So again, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, we gave it, and then some people, like you guys are the Young Turks, and other people are like, oh my God, this is a horrible thing the Democrats gave. But I think the reason why Biden and the Democrats are being quiet on it is like, okay, listen, yeah, guys, the Republicans sure did win here, but at the end of the day, really all we lost was like the $20 billion over the next 3 years, I guess, for the IRS, and for the most part, I don't think anything else really mattered that much. And then you can respond to any of that if you want. And then it's just like kind of my broader thing. You keep saying this thing where it's like Biden wants to do nothing, the Democrats don't want to do anything, all their corporate donors own them. Do we really feel that way? And then you can respond to anything you want. Yeah, go for it.
So I want to talk about the pay-go thing, because it's very interesting to me, because it really shows how Cenk coming into the situation so biased kind of shapes everything. So his argument was, there's this thing called pay-go, which is essentially, you know, if the government's going to spend money, they have to have, you know, it can't be a deficit. It can't go into debt. It has to free up money as it's deciding to pay for something, right? That's how pay-go works.
You have to cut a program to find the money for your new program.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so Cenk puts forward this argument that the reason the Democrats accepted that, or Biden accepts that in the debt ceiling, is because he doesn't want to actually he doesn't want to actually issue any executive orders or have any executive federal offices do anything, essentially, for the next 2 years.
Which is
That's
ridiculous.
His thought process, right?
He would love to just have them do all kinds of shit.
Yeah, right. Which, first of all, I would say on its face, that seems like a ridiculous argument to me, because Biden wants to be able to point to a bunch of things and say, look, this is why you should elect me. I'm doing all these things. You know, I'm not being hamstrung by the Republican Congress. I'm using, you know, the executive orders to do all these things that, you know, voters want, right? That's the first thing. Second thing is, if you actually look it up, and I don't know how Cenk could miss this, because, you know, he's supposed to be the guy who's looking into all the policy. If you look it up, it says the whole pay-go rule for federal agencies, first of all, number one, only goes into effect if they spend more than $100 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it already has a very high bar. You have to be spending over $100 million a year. And then number two, as Destiny kind of brought up, it says that the White House Office of Management and Budget can unilaterally decide to just waiver that requirement.
Really?
Yes. They can just say, well, you don't actually need to do that. And it says that as Destiny brought up, is not affected by judicial review. So essentially, it's a paper tiger. It's like, oh, you know, the executive branch has pay-go, but not really. Right?
Right.
It doesn't really, there's no, like Biden could just say, you know, bippity boppity boo, pay-go, go poo, and then it's just gone, essentially.
That's hilarious. They can get rid of pay-go just by waving a hand over it.
Yes. So it's weird that Cenk would bring this up as like a piece of evidence to support his theory that Biden and the Democrats really just don't want to do anything. They just want to give in to the Republicans, which to me, I just think that's laughable. So
yeah.
And I think it's funny because for most Republicans, that's also laughable. You know, Republicans are constantly, and people on the right are constantly pointing out all the bad things that they don't like that Biden is doing. So the idea that he's just sitting around twiddling his thumbs, doing what the Republicans want, is very silly.
Well, the Republicans often say that the Republicans just give in to the Democrats, the same way Cenk is saying this.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah. Everyone says that about the other side. Right?
Yeah. We're just big pushovers.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly.
Our politicians won't fight.
You got to fight. You got to go there and fight.
Yeah, so look, we haven't even discussed a bunch of the things they gave away, like the $30 billion in COVID relief bill. Now, you could say they weren't going to spend it, but I would say, well, then why not? They should have spent it. They should have spent it helping the average American. We passed that. It was a rare good thing that we passed. For God's sake, get it to the average American. So we gave away $30 billion there, $20 billion to the IRS, on and it goes. But, Stephen, the larger point is, if you allow the Republicans to keep taking hostages, they will take hostages to the end of time. So someone has to be strong enough, like LBJ on economic issues, FDR, and say, hey, I'm drawing the line, okay? If you don't ever draw the line, every time the Republicans are in office, like Trump, they never talk about the debt ceiling. In fact, we talked about it today on the Young Turks. Steve Bannon was there the first time they raised the debt ceiling under Trump. Now he's like, oh, all the Republicans should be primaried if they voted for this thing. What are you guys talking about? You passed it without a single word, right? So why not pound them on that? Why not say Steve Bannon did it, Donald Trump did it, etc.? Biden doesn't want to fight back because he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it in his heart. If you put me in the ring, by the way, Stephen, probably if you put you in the ring, you'd fight back 10,000 times more. Why? Because you believe it.
It's just why this kind of backwards thinking is so annoying to me, where it's like, oh, I'm not getting the outcome I want, or the outcome I want is not happening in the world, so therefore it must mean there's some malicious action that's taking place to prevent it from happening. As opposed to, well, no, there's just all this politicking, there's all this information you're just not aware of that's taking place, Cenk.
Well, he's not able to accept the real reason because it completely goes against his worldview. His worldview is that 99% of the population is hardcore progressive and just not exercising their political power.
Right.
When that's just not remotely the case. Like if you had the votes, you would be able to get these policy goals taken care of.
Yeah, exactly.
If people wanted Medicare for all, they would have voted for Bernie. Okay. Bernie lost. Look, all this played out.
Yeah.
But in his worldview, it's the television ads playing with people's minds, gaslighting them into believing other things than they actually believe.
No, I mean, you're right. And I guess that's, it's part of why, he's kind of operating under this, or what I would say is kind of a delusion. That if Biden just came out and he just, called out the Republicans for being hypocrites, like that would have some effect on anything. Like, really? I don't know. The way the fact that, like, the idea that would have any effect on anything seems preposterous to me. But
all of these guys have the experience of elections. They know they've had tons of elections. Okay. They know after the elections, they go through all of the voter rolls and they figure out, what happened. How did I lose voters here? They figure it out. Cenk has been through one election and he lost his shirt in that election. He didn't learn much from that election.
You just got to fight, Adam.
Look, we have a very good system, I think, for turning the actual policy that people want into either getting through or not getting through. So most people are pretty moderate as far as change goes. They know change, there's a lot of unintended consequences that come with change. So they have some trepidation about just these big policy prescriptions.
That's because you don't want to fight.
Sitch, exactly. It's because I don't want to fight.
You don't want to fight. That's just admit it, Adam. You don't want to fight. Okay.
People don't want to lose.
If you put me in the ring, Adam, unlike you, I would fight.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, you don't believe me? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Doesn't. He wants them to take those hostages. But it doesn't matter. Assume that he's a saint and he doesn't agree with the Republicans, and golly gee, he doesn't know how to use his mouth. He doesn't know how to fight back. But that principle, that idea that we just give in to Republicans and we accept loss after loss after loss and go, well, the losses could have been worse. Well, then every time a Democrat gets elected, instead of us winning, we're going to wind up losing. And that's exactly what's happening here. They're like, hey, don't worry, elect us. We'll get you voting rights. We'll get you minimum wage. We'll get you public option. We'll get you paid family. We'll get you all this stuff. And then you go, oh, no. When the Democrats in charge, we obviously lose because the other side takes hostages and we immediately give in. And when you say, hey, isn't bipartisan a good thing? My answer to that is, fuck no. Okay. So it depends on what we're agreeing to. So bipartisan by itself doesn't mean anything. So if you say bipartisan agreement, for example, under Trump, even Gates and some of the other guys that were very right wing came in and said, no, we have bipartisan agreement with the progressives. that the president must come to authorize war through Congress. Well, I love that bipartisan agreement because that's a thing I agree on. When they have bipartisan agreement to take money from the average American and give it to the richest people in America, which is the bipartisan agreement that they reach 95% of the time, I hate that bipartisan agreement. To me, being bipartisan is not a value in and of itself. It's just a method to get to a policy that's either good or bad. And the press and Biden, et cetera, celebrate it because it's a head fake. It's a distraction. Oh, what we did was terrible, but don't worry. It's moderate. It's bipartisan. These code words that we have trained you to believe are positive.
So this is very
Positive.
telling.
I know he basically.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you go. You
Well, I was gonna say
paused
it's
it.
very telling in terms of like, there's a great line. I'm trying to remember what it was from Game of Thrones, where someone says, you have to make peace, and he's like, I can't make peace with my enemies because they did X, Y, Z, and they said, well, that's why you call it making peace. You have to make peace with your enemies. Like for Cenk to say, oh, I like when they compromise when I agree with the outcome 100%.
I know.
It's like, well, okay, that's not really like the whole point.
It's not compromise.
Yeah, that's just you getting what you want, Cenk. That's not a compromise. The whole literally the compromise is you get a little bit of what you want, and you get a little bit of pain, and the other guy gets a little bit of what they want, and they get a little bit of pain too. Okay, that's the whole point.
He basically said that bipartisanship is fine as long as it agrees with me.
Yeah, as long as I 100% agree with it, then it's fine.
Bipartisanship is good when I get the policies I want with it. Otherwise, it sucks.
It's just like, oh, okay, I guess. A little silly, but
It's so much of the poker bluffing analogy holds true in all this conversation. It's just, Cenk has this idea that he's sitting on a royal flush. He thinks it in every single exchange. Even when they talked about remember the force the vote thing, which was just completely ridiculous. They keep talking about the situation as if they've got the votes, as if when they turn over the cards, they're going to show their royal flush and take the pot.
Right.
Dude, you don't have a royal flush. All you are doing is bluffing over and over again. I mean, you don't even have the numbers in the electorate that you claim to have. It's completely delusional to politics. That's what's so frustrating about it.
Yes, that is true. But I don't think the Young Turks were in favor of force the vote though.
Oh, they weren't?
I don't know, actually.
Jimmy Dore was big into force the vote.
Right, but I think that was another one of the Jimmy Dore Young Turk contentions.
Oh, was it? Okay.
But
But
what you're saying
force the vote was the same sort of philosophy, though.
Yes, it was the same philosophy.
We need to get all of these people to vote on Medicare for all, so we know who is in favor of Medicare for all. When nobody wants to do that, first of all, you don't. I mean, if you force the vote for Medicare for all is going to be so anemic, it's going to be embarrassing. You're going to lose your ability to bluff, and that's why the Congress people don't want to do it.
But you got to fight.
Yeah, but look, when you flip those cards over and you got the pair of eights, people are laughing in your face. Oh, how did that force the vote thing go? I heard you had a pair of eights.
Adam, I don't understand what you don't understand.
Look, you lost all your money.
Adam, you have to fight, okay? Don't you get it? You have to fight.
Look, sooner or later, you got to flip the cards over.
No, you just fight.
Look, the fight works if the bluff pays off. If you can bluff, but that's just fundamentally not how politics works. In politics, you always flip the cards over.
Okay, that's a good point. What you're saying, it's a good point.
Yeah.
But have you considered that you have to fight?
It's so ridiculous.
I don't understand what you don't get about this.
Look at Cenk's election and see how that fight turns out.
Okay.
Look, sooner or later, you got to get the votes. You either have the votes or you don't have the votes.
Sounds like quitter talk to me. Someone who doesn't want to fight.
Quitter.
It sounds like someone who doesn't want to fight. That's what it sounds like to me.
Look, I wish they would have forced the vote because it would have been hilarious.
That would have been pretty funny. That's true.
Be like, look, you got 4 votes. The squad. Oh, man. It would have just shown them. It would have shown them. Oh, and they would have complained, oh my God, all of these Democrats claim to be progressive and they're not. That's why they don't want to do it, because of there's a little bit of milking the delusion, I think, in their constituency. Because I'm sure a lot of the people say, oh yeah, I'm for Medicare for all, when they know there's no way it would pass. There's no way they have the constituency to get Medicare for all passed.
Of course.
So, but they're going to tell them that because they want,
right.
Look, I'm a fighter, Jake. I'm here fighting for you.
Right. Well, I mean, and the polling that they always like to talk about, I mean, shows that, because whenever they get, people say, oh yeah, I'm totally in favor of Medicare for all. But then as soon as you talk about like, well, how would you actually pay for it?
Right.
Or what exactly Medicare for all means, all the polling goes sideways.
Yeah.
Because no one actually agrees.
Your taxes are going to go up about 15%.
What? Yeah, exactly. So.
Even when you're getting totally screwed on it. And so, and the last thing I'll say is, that, you mentioned a couple of times, hey, at least we didn't get Social Security, Medicare taken away, et cetera. Stephen, you got to acknowledge that's the lowest bar in history. Like, we get the Democrats, the White House, the House and the Senate in the first 2 years. And now, okay, we lost the House by a little bit. And now our bar is we didn't let the Republicans mutilate Social Security and Medicare. No, and plus, you got to be honest. I don't mean you, I mean Biden and the Democrats. When you say one thing and then you get into office and you change your tune immediately, you go from I'm going to do it on day one to, oh, it can't be done. There's no way it can be done. Oh, you're lucky I didn't bleed out even more while I was in charge.
Okay. So, okay, here, this should be a rule for every online political commentator, okay? I hate it when people compare Biden to like JFK or Lyndon B. Johnson or any of these prior administrations without looking at the majorities that those guys had in their House and Senate. Biden is fighting for his life, okay? Not only literally, okay, this guy's very old, all right? We saw him trip, okay, a few days ago. Biden is literally and metaphorically fighting for his life every single day he gets out and talks to Congress, okay? He is riding the thinnest majorities, okay, historically, that presidents have ever had. And then we're looking at this guy and it's like, really? You've got the vice president as a tiebreaker in the Senate and you haven't given us single payer health care yet? You haven't completely dismantled the military industrial complex? We don't have 15 an hour minimum wage? Where are you doing, Mr. President? Biden is doing everything he can. And that's why I think that as much as it triggers the hell out of some people, I think bipartisanship is an incredibly important step. I think that I'm going to do the progressive thing of like diversity is good for diversity's sake. I think bipartisanship is good for bipartisan's sake, because a lot of the issues that we've had running our federal government over the past 20 years have literally been Congress does nothing and we look to the president for executive actions. Even our big immigration policy like DACA came from Obama executive action, or we look to the Supreme Court for everything. All of our civil rights, all of our big civil right legislation, where is that? It doesn't exist. It's come from the Supreme Court. Gay marriage came from the Supreme Court. Roe v. Wade, Casey came from the Supreme Court. And what happens to things that come from the Supreme Court? The next Supreme Court can take them away. What happens to things that come from executive action? The next executive action or the next Supreme.
It's a pretty that's a pretty big mistake, I think, that Destiny said there, because obviously, the most famous civil rights legislation, Civil Rights Act, that didn't come from the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah,
that came from Congress, but
Supreme Court can take them away. And I think that this hyperfixation on screw bipartisan.
Roe v. Wade was Supreme Court too, and that lasted like 50 years. So
right.
I mean, it's
but
not
I wouldn't
like
call
it's just...
that. Yes, but I wouldn't call that civil rights legislation. I mean,
right.
Maybe
we're just going to fight with our end of the political spectrum. Our end of the political spectrum is barely winning in the Senate, is no longer winning in the House. So one, I think that focusing on some level of bipartisanship, I think in and of itself is a good, because we have to be able to bring people in Congress to work together again. This relying on the Supreme Court, especially now with a fucked 6-3 Supreme Court, and this relying on executive action is not a good way to conduct affairs, because any gain we make can be lost at the snap of a finger. Number one. And number two, I feel like the bipartisan push is credited to Biden, because when we look at Democrats, so we say, so for instance, you said we gave Democrats the House, we gave Democrats the Senate, we didn't give them the courts, and we gave Democrats the presidency, and then look at what we've done. We've gotten the American Recovery Act, we got the infrastructure bill, we got massive legislation. What did Trump do when he had all 3 and then 4 parts of government? Trump did nothing. He did his big tax cut bill, and that was it. They didn't repeal and replace Obamacare, which I think Republicans have been jerking off about doing for 8 years. Okay, they didn't repeal or replace Obamacare. They didn't make any of the big entitlement cuts they wanted to. They didn't even get their wall funding that they were talking about so much. Trump had to do it via executive action because the president gets wide deference and matters of state security. And they didn't even get the infrastructure bill passed that they said over and over again. Trump said, I can bring people together on infrastructure. He didn't. So the fact that Biden, I understand, especially as a progressive, especially when we want politics to be way further to the left, that idea of like, well, just because it's bipartisan doesn't mean it's good. I understand wanting to fight against that, but man, when Congress is like so defunct, I think that being able to get anything passed, let alone the massive legislation Biden has gotten passed, I think he gets credit for that. And I think there's credit where credit is due there.
Okay, so first, Trump actually did the one thing that he and the Republicans cared about, the only thing they care about, which is tax cuts for the rich. So that was 100% mission accomplished. The rest was just, rhetoric. It's like, oh, I'm going to build a wall. They barely even tried until the end, right?
I think I hear this a lot from people on the left. This, to me, whenever someone says on the left, it shows that they have a fundamental lack of understanding of what motivates the right. Like, they literally think it's just this weird economic, like, I don't want to pay taxes because I'm greedy take. Mm-hmm. They don't think that people on the right care about all these social issues and cultural issues, even though it's hitting them right in the face. Like, what is the thing that's animating the Republican Party right now?
Pride Month.
Exactly. It's not, and all the woke stuff. It's not economic issues. It's entirely the fight against woke stuff. So it's just, to me, it's kind of laughable, this idea that like, oh, that's all Republicans care about is cutting taxes. Like, yeah, Republicans care about cutting taxes. But also, that's another thing that he doesn't, I don't think Cenk understands. When people on the right care about cutting taxes, it's not just because they want, it's not like I'm selfish, I want more money. They feel like there's a moral violation happening in that they're paying too much taxes. Because it's kind of like, as you laid out, like, oh, I'm working, I'm doing all this hard work, and yet I have to get taxed to essentially pay for people that are not working. Like, that's like kind of the emotional thought process that's occurring.
I'm paying off some idiot student loan.
Exactly, right. And it feels like an unfairness. So it's like, it's just, I don't know, Cenk just doesn't really seem to understand anything that's happening here in these conversations.
Cenk got over $1 million from the government and didn't have to pay it back. So what does he care about fairness? He did.
I mean, that's not untrue.
Yeah. What the hell? Look,
so
we all could go a long way towards paying my taxes. Jeez.
all know he's a giant liar. We all agree to that, right, et cetera. But the Republicans reveal themselves. What's the major thing that Ronald Reagan did? Giant tax cuts. What's the major thing that George W. Bush did? Giant tax cuts. What's the major thing that Trump did? Giant tax cuts, right? So they pass the things.
Look, I liked my Trump tax cut. I don't know about you, Sitch, but I got a nice tax cut. My tax lady was like, here's your Trump tax cut. I was like, really? Oh, my God. Mm-hmm. MAGA 2020. Sure.
Though wasn't it there? Or no, was that the second? That was the second. That wasn't the tax cut. That was the, when they gave the people's tax, what was it called? They gave people's amount of money they would have got back their tax refund early.
I don't remember, but I do.
That?
I do know I got
thing,
a few $1,000s savings from the Trump tax cut, and I was like,
yeah, I mean, it helped me. Sure.
I mean, if the rich, maybe I'm one of the rich getting the. I don't know. I don't feel rich, but it was a nice tax cut.
You're one of the elites, Adam. I don't know if you know this.
The whole idea that people don't like tax cuts seems ridiculous. I guess Republicans tend to vote for other Republicans because Republicans promise tax cuts, and that's the policy prescription that they want. But I mean, Democrats are saying they want a $15 an hour minimum wage. So I mean, that's what they want. What's the matter with wanting tax cuts?
Well, because I think even with the Democrats, it's not really like when they want higher taxes, it's not even an economic budget issue. It's that, again, with them, it's a moral issue because they feel like, oh, all these rich people are not paying their fair share.
Yeah, they
Like
want
that's
to.
their perception of it.
They want to tax Republicans and give that money to Democrats. That's exactly what they want to do.
Okay, but there's a difference between like what the politician wants and what like the voter wants.
The Democratic voter wants to take money from Republicans and spend it on themselves.
I don't agree with you.
You don't think so?
I don't think that's the thought process that's happening there.
I think it is.
No, I think the thought process is all these rich people are not paying their fair share of taxes. You know, they benefit from living in society, and therefore we need to hit them. You know, we need to make it fair, right? They're being motivated by a sense of moral fairness.
Right.
The average Democrat voter is not running around like, hey, I want to take money from the Republicans and give it to me.
No, here's the way they think about it. They say, listen, we need to feed and house the poor, okay?
Right.
And
yes.
that's going to be expensive.
Yes.
And I don't want to pay for it with my taxes. So you should tax the rich people so that we can take that money and give it to the poor people and I can feel good. I vote Democrat.
Well,
that's what they're thinking.
I don't know if that's fair because a lot of Democrats are totally fine with paying, a lot of money in taxes. So
are they?
I mean, they obviously, if they're voting, what's the thing I always say? Like, I'm voting against my economic interest. They always brag about it.
No, I think they're voting against rich people's economic interest.
Okay, well, maybe. I don't know.
Look, we need money to feed and house the poor.
Right.
As long as my taxes don't go up.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want their tax. Nobody wants their taxes to go up. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I do think when
vote for it then.
No, I do think when Democrats vote, I think the Democrats pitch their policy proposals as we're not going to raise taxes on the middle class. You're middle class. You're not going to have to pay more. We're going to raise taxes on the rich, and we're going to use that money to give to the poor. And they think, give to the poor, beat up the rich. I like this. I'm going to vote for this.
Right.
That's the policy prescription.
Right. Because it's true to an extent that a lot of people, obviously no one want, I won't say no one. A lot of people don't want to pay more taxes, but there's lots of people that are in that higher tax range that vote Democrat and are fine paying higher taxes for moral reasons. Because again, I don't think the majority of people, they don't vote on economics, they vote on moral principles.
Sure. I mean, if you're a stupid Hollywood celebrity, maybe, but I do think most of the people who are higher income earners vote Republican.
Well, I'm sure we could find polling on that because I'm pretty sure that's actually not true.
Okay. I'd be interested to know.
Voting for president by income 2020.
Well,
because they always say, the high. Okay, let's see. Here it is. Okay. So you're right. According to exit polls, 54% of people that make over $100,000 voted for Trump, and 43% voted for Biden. So more voted for Trump, but by 9%. But it's not some
negligible.
Massive,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, not negligible. I mean, 9% is big, but it's not like some massive, thing.
Right.
No, I guess my only point is I think when you're talking about politicians, I think politicians do view things in terms of I want to take money away from one side of the voting base and give it to my voting base, but I don't think the average voter conceptualizes it in that way. Even if that occurs, that's not how they think about it.
Right.
If that makes sense. So.
They want to pass.
They do want to give, the bleeding hearts want to give money to the poor. That's why they're arguing over SNAP, which is food stamps, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And every time, oh, golly gee, there was nothing Democrats could do, right? And when they come back in, so here's a great example, Stephen. So Trump and the Republicans butcher the tax rates, and they take corporate taxes from 35% to 21%, okay? And Biden comes in and goes, I'm going to raise those back up to 28%. And I was like, wait, hold on. They were at 35. What do you mean back up to 28? So, okay, already you agree with the tax cuts for the rich and for corporations. Then Manchin says, no, not 28, 25. And Biden instantly goes, okay, fine, 25. And then they drop it, and it's still at 21.
Nice.
So
But see, here's what I'm talking about. When Cenk and I hear people on the left get very upset about raising taxes on rich people and businesses, it doesn't read to me like Cenk is very concerned about the deficit, right? It seems like there's a moral, like he's morally outraged by this. So it seems like there's a moral component here. That's weird because I think people generally tend to understand the moral component for their issue, but when they see the other side voting or arguing for something, they don't see the moral logic or weight that they're giving.
That's a great point.
They think that person is just sort of arguing something in bad faith or for some malicious reason.
Yeah, because they think they have the same moral system as they do when it's completely different. They're putting more emphasis on the fairness, moral foundation. Yeah,
exactly. And this should show, I mean, the left is completely blind when it comes to taxation. The left is completely blind to the right's moral concerns regarding taxation.
Yeah, the right is defaulting to fairness by proportionality, and the left is defaulting to care harm. We got to care for the poor and the indigent people.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I think the left is still talking about fairness because they feel like, oh, the whole thing is it's unfair that the rich people and the businesses don't pay their fair share, right? I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that's their argument.
It's just crazy to me that it's like, I mean, they're paying as much as they wanted to pay more than anyone else.
Well, they already do, but they want them to pay more.
Right.
That's the argument, right?
Yeah.
He never fought. He never wanted to increase them back to where they were. That's a fact. There's no disputing that. And then C, he just didn't even try and loves them where they are. I say he loves them, and you can say, hey, no, I disagree with you, Cenk. Biden doesn't love that. He's just a pathetic ooze of weakness, and he just can't fight back on any of this stuff. And so now that brings us to the point that you made about, well, wait a minute, LBJ had big majorities. Did he? He had big majorities of Democrats. But remember, a giant portion of those Democrats were Dixiecrats. And we didn't just rely on the Supreme Court to pass legislation, to pass things that we agree with, policies, right? And it's kind of funny to say the Supreme Court is passing it, but that was the only functioning body we had left because, in my opinion, the donors bought everything else, and that they love the status quo. They ground everything to a halt except tax cuts for the rich, and so. But no, Lyndon Johnson passed the Voting Rights Act, and he passed the Civil Rights Act, and he passed them through Congress, and he passed them despite the fact that a giant percentage of his party were Dixiecrats who ran on segregation, on being racist, and it cost them their careers. But he actually fought. He fought like hell for it. And so did FDR. FDR said, I welcome their hatred, and I'm going to defeat the Republicans' lust for greed. These are super strong words, and he would use words like that all the time, which leads me to my...
That's what's interesting. Cenk is so motivated by like the rhetoric of I will defeat my evil enemy. Like that's what Cenk really wants. And I think that really shows what's going on here. Like if Biden came out and said all these like the Republicans are evil, they're greedy, we need to destroy them, and then Biden did all the same things that he was doing, I'm pretty sure Cenk would be like so much more in favor of Biden.
Biden did do that with the MAGA Republicans want to destroy democracy. I mean,
true.
I would guess that the polling turned out bad for him on that since he stopped doing it pretty quickly. But we did have a news cycle that went on for a couple weeks where.
No, that's a great point. That's actually you're probably right, and that probably affected a lot of the thinking on a lot of these issues.
Yeah. So he came out, called the Republicans evil, said they wanted to destroy democracy. they wanted to see an end to America. I mean, normally the more patriotic people tend to be on the right. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but my gut intuition is they did some polling on it and it was like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
We're losing moderates.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
So he shut his fucking mouth about it. And now you've got here Cenk going, he needs to. Yeah, but that's the thing. Cenk was like, oh my God, this is great.
Yeah.
The one person in America who's in favor of it. The conflict entrepreneur on YouTube that gets rich, you know, rattling people's chains. Of course he likes it. But yeah.
Other point, which is, how do you think they got those giant majorities? Remember, FDR took over from a Republican. It's not like it was already a big Democratic majority for him. No, he took over and built a giant Democratic majority by fighting for us, by getting results like Social Security.
Well, I mean, you know, also, I don't know if FDR is a good example, because it's like with FDR, you had 3 lame duck Republican presidents in a row, which is super bizarre, which were kind of rife with scandals. And then you had the Great Depression.
You had the Great Depression, you had World War II.
So it's just like, I mean, I don't know if I would use that as an example of like, you know, oh, this is what we should do. You know, we should base this on like this very specific, strange time in our history.
Yeah, even civil rights. The only reason civil rights got passed was because a president was literally assassinated. And, you know, it opened up this opportunity where,
that's a good point.
you know, America, they had the same kind of inclination that we had after September 11th. Everyone was like, oh my God, we're all Americans. So everyone basically wanted to fulfill Kennedy's legacy. If Kennedy wasn't assassinated, whether or not we got the Civil Rights Act passed is a toss-up. I'm not sure we would have.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know either.
And so many of the other things that he did after the Depression. And one thing now, back to the current day. You mentioned one thing I want to talk about. You strawmanned a little bit, and maybe you're not strawmanning for other people, but for me, I don't come in and go, oh my God, I want a single payer overnight. No, in fact, if you remember the Jimmy Dore clowns did the force the vote in the beginning, and they're like, we're going to force the Nancy Pelosi speaker vote thing so we can get a vote on Medicare for all. I'm like, guys, you're not going to win that. You have no alternative to Nancy Pelosi, and there's no chance Medicare for all passes. So why don't you do something that's actually winnable, use your leverage and power to ask for something we actually can win on, like, for example, $15 minimum wage, because they already promised it 8 ways to Sunday. They said they were definitely going to do it. So then you use all of your leverage and power to get the things that you can get done, because then you could build from there, right? So we didn't ask for the moon in the sky. We asked for very reasonable things that corporate Democrats said that they were in favor of. But instead, we didn't even get the bare minimum. Voting rights was supposed to be the bare minimum. And honestly, Stephen, that one shocked me. My bar, as you can tell, for establishment Democrats is very, very low. I have almost no expectations of them. But
$15 minimum wage is kind of crazy, because right now the federal minimum wage is $7.25, so it's literally a doubling of the minimum wage. And the places where, you know, obviously you can't live off of $7.25, places like California, New York, the minimum wage is already $15 an hour. The state minimum wage is $15 an hour. So I'm not sure you really need federal $15 an hour minimum wage. If you're in Mississippi or Louisiana making $7.25 an hour, I mean, you can live off of that easily. So I don't, forcing business owners to pay $15 an hour would be a giant ask in some places in the United States.
Yeah. Well, that was the argument why having the national $15 minimum wage didn't make sense. Which,
you know,
makes sense. I mean, that makes sense to me. So
it makes sense as a policy ask.
No, I'm saying it makes sense to not do it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's so much of the local economy is based on the cost of housing and whatnot, and so much of that is based on the local politics. So,
yes.
Yeah.
I thought they would do half the voting rights bill. The anti-corruption stuff written by Larry Lessig, you know, godfather of campaign finance reform movement. I remember talking to Larry about it, and I said, brother, I love you, but there's no way in the world they're going to pass anti-corruption stuff. It's not just the Republicans. The Democrats are just as corrupt when it comes to taking campaign money. So that part has no hope. The gerrymandering thing would be brilliant, but I think very little hope, because the Democrats are also complicit in that. But the other half, they needed for their own victories. They needed black people to be able to vote so Democrats could win. But Biden wouldn't even do that. No, and Stephen, they betray themselves. Last thing here. Because there is one time they lifted the filibuster. They say, oh, the filibuster is immutable. The parliamentarian rules us. Does she? I didn't know we were in a parliamentarian system or parliament system. But no, they didn't give a damn about the parliamentarian. They did lift the filibuster once to raise the debt ceiling in the first 2 years. So when it affected the stock market, all of a sudden the filibuster is irrelevant. When it came to voting rights for African Americans, oh, no, nothing we could do. Filibuster, the Democrats' best friend.
I think so. We can move on.
So if you remember I don't remember exactly what was in the Voting Rights Act, but I do remember that the reason it didn't pass was because Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema wouldn't go on board with it, and they'd have to get rid of the filibuster, which they didn't want to do. And so, like, to me, this kind of conspiratorial thinking, like, you can say, like, if Cenk wants to complain about Biden or the Democrats and say, you know, they don't have the animating will to do what is necessary because they're pussies, right? Like, that's one argument, and, you know, you can either make or you can make that argument, you can agree or disagree with it. But to me, the idea that, like, well, the Democrats secretly, or Biden secretly, didn't want to actually pass any of this legislation, and that's why they didn't get rid of the filibuster. I mean, that's a levels of conspiratorial thinking that I can't.
That's a Cope spiral right there.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you could say they're weak, but to say, like, oh, this was it was all intentional, it was all a conspiracy. I mean, like, come on, what are we doing here?
Of course they want to get legislative wins, because they want that in the next election. They want to say, look, I got this passed and this passed and this passed. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And in the past, when Democrats have gotten rid of elements of the filibuster, it's come back to hurt them. So it's not like it's a completely fanciful idea that getting rid of the filibuster entirely wouldn't have some repercussions that the Democrats wouldn't like down the line later.
Some backlash.
On from here, I'll give a thing and then you can give a because obviously we can go back and forth this forever. I would like to contextualize where Biden sits at right now on the precipice of extremist disaster in U.S. history. We came off of what is arguably, I'm not going to say the most conservative president ever, because I don't even know if Trump is truly conservative, but I'll say like the most like fascist president ever, at least in my lifetime from what I've seen. We went from...
He keeps calling Trump fascist. I think he means authoritarian. I don't know why he keeps saying fascist, unless it's just like, who cares, right? Did the same thing, but...
Well, this is also, for me, just giant levels of delusion.
Mm-hmm. What is?
Well, this idea that Trump, you know, wants to hang on to power more than anybody else. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at who's the Barbara Boxer bitch in fucking California, who's been basically brain dead for 10 years. Like, all of them want to hold on to power as much as possible. That's par for the course. So the idea that it's only Trump, you know, and none of these other people want to hold on to power. Like, I honestly think, you know, Biden, if Biden wanted to do the magnanimous thing, the right thing, yeah, I don't think he should be running for a second term. I think they should be putting up a better candidate. Biden should step down and the Democrats should put up a better candidate. That's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. But why is it not going to happen? Because Biden wants his legacy to be a 2-term president.
So there's an interesting suggestion. Someone was questioning that if Trump ends up not running or getting knocked out because he gets arrested or something, you know, would Biden drop out of the race at that point?
He's not going to. No. All these motherfuckers are authoritarians. All these motherfuckers want to hang on to power as much as humanly possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think most politicians I don't disagree in terms of, I think most politicians want to hold on to power as long as possible. I do agree with that completely. I don't think it's fair to equivocate that to the idea that Trump doesn't really seem to give any shits about rule of law at all, which I do think seems to be, at least it seems to be blatant with Trump in a way that we haven't really seen with other politicians.
I mean,
you disagree with that? I mean, I think the whole documents thing is kind of assuming the evidence that they're claiming they have is true. That'd be further evidence of that.
No, I do agree that he doesn't. Yeah, no, he sees himself as above the law. Yeah, that's part of the problem.
Well, I don't know if he sees himself above the law as much as that he just sees the law as like this. They're more guidelines and suggestions, you know, as
No,
opposed to being like
I
the
think
law.
he sees himself as above the law. But
Okay.
I just my understanding is that they all see themselves above the law. So my problem with this framing of Trump as a authoritarian fascist
Mhm.
is that it comes with the implication that Biden and the Biden family, you know, my politicians, people who represent me, are not fascists. They're the kind of people who are going to step down and do the right thing for the country, and you know, they're always thinking about the good of the nation over
Mhm.
their own selfish interests. And that fundamentally is untrue, completely untrue.
Yeah, but okay, I guess here's the problem with what I have with what you're saying. I think on a general level, what you're saying is true. I think most politicians would, you know, twist the law and do things in order to retain power. I completely agree with that. But I don't think it's like an all or nothing situation. I think there's a level of twisting and illegal shit that most politicians will do. And I think Trump, and I think they'll have it, but I think Trump's bar is so much higher for what he's willing to do than most other politicians that we've seen, at least blatantly,
Right.
that we've seen.
Well,
Right? You know,
I mean,
trying to get Pence to overturn the votes, trying to do to get the fake electors thing, you know, into place. Um, you know, the whole thing that drives me crazy with the whole, you know, opening the, you know, getting them to declare that opening the investigation, and Biden, you know, him going on TV telling Bill Barr to go arrest Biden before the election happens. Like, it's just, we don't, if other politicians are operating that same wavelength, we're not seeing it. You don't
Oh.
see anything nearly as blatant as Trump's completely not giving a shit about rule of law, or even putting on the pretending guise of giving a shit about rule of law. I mean, there's the whole thing with Comey, with him, you know, directly telling Comey to stop investigating, you know, Flynn.
Right.
So it's I don't think it's fair to sort of say it's like the same thing on all sides on this issue.
Right.
Well, maybe you could say the same thing like politically. I don't think it's the same thing to say like, well, Trump is just like every other politician here, because I don't think that's true.
Right. So you think his, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that it's a spectrum. Like it's a sliding scale.
Of course.
How many corners people are willing to cut, and you're saying Trump is willing to cut more corners than the rest of them.
At least outwardly, in a way we can see.
I'm not sure I buy that though. I'm not sure that I buy that, because the
well,
corner cutting that's happening on the Democratic side is happening in ways that appear to be more respectable, but it's still happening.
Well, when is anything kind of remotely close to, like, I mean, the whole January 6th thing, we haven't seen anything like that in modern history.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, to me, it's why it's not really comparable.
The only thing that I can think of in modern political history where somebody, a politician, actually did what was commonly thought of as, you know, better for the country. And I'm not even sure that really happened. In the 2000 election, when Gore kind of didn't really fight as much as he could have over that election. The election was contested. It went on. Right. But I mean, Gore did fight to a certain extent. And I do think in hindsight, Gore wished that he had fought more.
Yes.
And I just think with that, like the one big time somebody says, you know, I'm going to do this for the good of the country and concede the election, he ends up regretting it. And everyone in politics knows that he's regretted. I feel like now more than ever, we're to the situation where people understand, people have an innate sense that the law is somewhat flexible, especially if you're a person with political power. Or
again, I don't disagree, but I don't think you can put it in this all or nothing situation.
Right.
Like if in 2024, you know, we have the reverse of January 6th, where, you know, Biden is claiming that the election was stolen from him, and Biden's own Justice Department is saying they have no evidence of that. I cannot foresee a possible scenario where Biden's going to like tell Kamala Harris to throw out the votes and, go do all the things that they wanted, that Trump wanted Pence to do and all this stuff. I can't even imagine this anything close to that happening.
Okay,
from the Biden
but let's
administration.
look at it differently.
Mm-hmm.
Because the reason why Trump is doing this is because he really believes that he won the election. So let's set up the hypothetical where Biden really honestly believes he won the election. He's got ex-CIA people coming to him and saying, no, you won this election. This is like, there was a, look, no, whatever it takes.
Right.
Biden literally believes. The Democrats believe. Hillary Clinton's on the phone with him saying, no, we won this election, okay?
The
entire Democratic establishment. Listen, I understand that Trump had smart people telling him, no, you didn't win the election. I'm just saying, if it's a situation where the establishment, the Democratic establishment, believes whatever evidence. Look, we've seen Democrats use flim-flam evidence before to believe shit that is not true, okay?
Or at least claim, like, I don't know what they really believe.
If the situation is the same, where Biden and the Democratic establishment, the media, all of them, believe that they won the election decisively, and some, it appears to be the other way for some other reason, they're going to fight just as hard as Trump did. There's no way they're not.
Yeah, but you're kind of adding a bunch of stuff in it, because there wasn't a situation where, like, the media all had compelling evidence that the election was stolen from Trump, and Trump's Justice Department had compelling evidence that the election was stolen from Trump. Like, it was literally just, and it wasn't even like the Republican Party and the politicians thought that. It was literally just Donald Trump, people on social media that were Trump fans, and Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Flynn. Like, there wasn't anyone in the executive branch. There wasn't, like, this groundswell of people saying, oh, look, here's all this evidence. That was the thing that made it so egregious, was that all the people who worked for him were saying, we don't have evidence for this. And yet he was relying on Powell, Flynn, and Giuliani, who didn't have the goods. And they couldn't even provide the goods to other fellow Republicans when they asked for the goods.
Right.
And so I mean, and I guess we're just looping here, so we'll just move on. But I fundamentally disagree with you. I do think Donald Trump is a very special case. He seems to give literally no shits about rule of law whatsoever. And I think he does so in a way that's above and beyond any Republican or Democrat we've seen so far, at least blatantly so far.
Well, Trump could know the truth too and not just be pretending like he doesn't know the truth. I mean, I don't know.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't read his mind, so.
I mean, Trump seems to be a person who'll never take no for an answer anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like,
I see that in all politicians. I don't.
Okay. Again, we're just looping, but there's an extent to it, right?
Right. You're saying Trump is at a 10 and Biden is at a.
I think most politicians are like probably in the 6 to 7 range, and I think Trump is like the 10 range.
Okay.
So, but anyway.
To a crazy packed conservative Supreme Court, to a Republican House and Senate, and we have slingshotted from that all the way to Biden, and then a liberal majority in the Senate, barely, and House, Senate if you have Vice President, and House, and then from there, after we went from the most fascist regime ever back to Biden, I will agree that it's not like we don't live in the progressive utopia, but we got legislation that is like giving out unbelievable amounts of stimulus to low-income Americans. When you talk about that expansion of the child tax credit, that was insane. When you talk about some of the huge investments in green energy we've made, I'm pretty sure the largest in U.S. history as part of the infrastructure bill, that was insane. When you talk about, I'm pretty sure the Respect for Marriage Act that got rid of the prior, I think, Defensive Marriage Act from the 90s, that we managed to codify some rights around gay marriage. That's insane. The fact that we were able to do these things after Trump, after we were at that extreme of a position, and then we came back and now we're at Biden, and now we're fighting on these things. again, I think he gets a lot of credit for that, for being legislatively more effective than Trump. He has been, and for doing this following what is probably the most divisive presidency in U.S. history. I don't think half of Republicans even fucking think that election was real still, because these guys are out here waiting for the magical Supreme Court decision that's going to overturn the prior election or whatever. I guess like the thing that I guess I'm kind of summarizing the list for is like, I don't know what Biden is supposed to do. You know, we can talk about LBJ and the Dixiecrats, and, you know, we can talk about, well, you know, these guys fought and they fought and they fought, but these guys had strong grounds to stand on. We are so divided as a country today. Like I said, I'm pretty sure over a quarter of Americans don't even believe the last election was real. And the stuff that we're fighting about today is so much more nebulous or amorphous than, you know, like civil rights, right? Like, we probably should have the same civil rights across the entire country. That's a lot easier than how do we legislate like gerrymandering and, you know, voting and everything in the United States. That gets a lot more hairy when we try to figure it out. So I guess, I mean, yeah, I agree that I wish that Biden could do more, but I'm not entirely sure what he can do. There's like no position for strategic maneuvering here. All it takes is like Manchin or Sinema to be like, you know what? I'm not going along with this. And it's like, well, fuck me. We got 49, 48 in the Senate. I guess we're done completely. And now we're just lame ducking it for, you know, 4 years until, you know, hopefully we do better in the next election.
Okay, I can go on forever on.
Sure. I'll give you the last word on this section. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it as short as I can. Look, yes, I think Trump is a fascist. I think he would end democracy. We agree there. But that's, again, a super low bar. Hey, I'm not Mussolini is not a great campaign slogan. And the child tax credit was fantastic. You go back to our videos, you'll see we give a ton of credit for that. But as usual, once it ran out, they just dropped it. They never went back to it. So, like, they dropped every progressive proposal instantly. But that Mountain Valley Pipeline for Joe Manchin, they brought it back 3-4 times until they finally put it in a bill for no reason at all. And they put it in because Joe Biden always wanted to do the Mountain Valley Pipeline, because Joe Biden is Joe Manchin. There was just so gratuitous to put that in the bill. Okay. And then finally, what can he do? Just a short version of it is paid family leaves at 84%. So you go out and you do press conference every single day. You have the largest microphone in the world, and you go, hey, 84%. Or do we live in a democracy or don't we? Did you know that 74% of Republicans want paid family leave? Did you know that Estonia has 82 weeks of paid family leave, and we have none, zero? You have a baby, and the woman's supposed to go back into the coal mines, back into the assembly lines. Why are 3/4 of Republicans being ignored?
The coal mine. The woman's gonna go back into the coal mines after she has a baby.
Paid family leave.
Listen, as soon as the woman has a baby, back to the coal mine.
Well, it seems like if Republicans are generally, you know, a traditional family unit with the man being the breadwinner, it makes perfect sense why they don't give a fuck about paid family leave.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, my wife is homeschooling the kids. Why does she need paid family leave?
Right. Though you could make an argument that if you want to, if you want to increase birth rates, you should be a big advocate for paid family leave, because that's going to definitely increase birth rates.
Paid family leave?
Sure.
You know,
I'm on a vacation. I'm going to knock my wife up.
Look, I do think that we need to find a way to get resources to young people to deal with the birth rates, because I feel like a lot of people would have more kids if they were economically on firmer ground.
But see, that's a good example of if the Democrats were kind of understanding the motivating animus of the Republicans, they could argue for something along lines that they might find more
I completely
palatable.
agree. I completely agree. They want to talk about affordable housing. Like, if you had people in their first home in their 20s instead of in their 30s, I mean, birth rates would skyrocket. Jesus.
Right. Yeah, it would seem like that.
Yeah. So people are just talking past one another. And so much of this is contrary to the way Cenk looks at this, which is completely backwards. They don't want the Democrats to be able to go back to their constituents and say, we got this passed. And the Democrats feel the same way about the Republicans.
Yes,
they don't want them to go back to their constituents and say, we got this win for you, because it'll help them in the next election. So they really are just trying to cock block each other into getting nothing done. Yeah.
Right. That's true.
So,
But their constituents like that because they only view that the other side is going to do things that they don't like.
yeah. Yeah, which is the problem.
By their own politicians. That's because they're corrupt corporate lackeys. You fight, right?
Wait.
Corrupt corporate lackeys.
Did you know that Estonia has 82 weeks of paid family leave, and we have none, 0? You have a baby, and the woman's supposed to go back into the coal mines, back into the assembly lines. Why are 3/4 of Republicans being ignored by their own politicians? That's because they're corrupt corporate lackeys. You fight, right? But
that's his answer for everything. His answer for everything is America is really like this super progressive place, and the only reason they don't get it done is because the politicians are all bought off by, you know, evil rich people or whatever.
Do you know what the GDP of Estonia is?
Oh, what is it?
$37 billion.
Okay. Listen, Estonia has it, so I guess we should too, right?
Is Estonia a strong economy?
Yeah.
Home to just 1.3 million people. Okay.
Biden and corporate Democrats don't want to fight. They got no fight in them. I just
No
wish they'd
fight.
get the hell out of the way. So, like, that's why I formed Rebellion PAC in the first place. Let's get some grassroots funding, rebellionpac.com, okay? And let's go kick these guys' asses and show them how it's actually done.
Can we find, I'm curious if we can find agreement here or not. I feel like, in my opinion, the best way to pass a more progressive agenda is to get people to vote out Republicans, as many Republicans as possible. That if the Democrats had wider margins in the House or the Senate, we'd see something get done differently. Because it feels like right now the fixation is like, okay, you know, I know we've got very slim majorities, but we need to get rid of some of these Democrats. We need to get some more progressive Democrats in there. I feel like they'd be in the same position. You know, like you even said, like that force the vote on like Medicare for all. Like, what's the point, right? If you don't have the majorities in Congress to get it done, but you don't agree with that, yeah? Would you?
No.
See, Destiny said, "Why don't we just get a royal flush and then bet big?"
Right.
Destiny's like, "We need the numbers. This is how we win."
Right, but Cenk, that doesn't conform or contort the form. That doesn't go with Cenk's worldview because his worldview is that all the Democrats are secret Republicans.
Yeah, totally.
So he's like, no, of course that's not going to work, Destiny. You're just shilling for the, you know, the bad people.
Right. There's no difference. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter who you get elected.
Which is funny, you know,
I
it's
don't
like
agree with that.
you know, you ask someone on the right, you think there's no difference between the left and the right. It's just see what they say.
Democrats are trying to trans my kids. Of course, there's a difference. Yeah, exactly.
They'd be in the same position. You know, like you even said, like that force the vote on like Medicare for all. Like, what's the point, right? If you don't have the majorities in Congress to get it done, but you don't agree with that, yeah? Would you?
No, I don't agree with that at all. I guarantee you that that if they had a majority of 4, all of a sudden there would be 4 Democrats that were holding out, not just 2, like Manchin and Sinema. They'd all of a sudden it'd be Coons and Carper as well. If they had a majority of 8, all of a sudden it
Whoa! Dropping the C word there, Cenk. Jeez.
would be 8 Democrats holding out, because I've covered politics for 25 years and I've seen them do it over and over and over again. And so they
When in the last 25 years has there been a solid majority? It's always been razor thin since 2000.
Well, there was the one time period for, what was it, like 8 months when Obama was first elected. They had a supermajority, remember? And then Kennedy died and they lost it.
Super majority?
Yeah, the Democrats had a supermajority for like 8 months or something. For some, when Obama was first elected, and that's when they were trying to pass health care. And then
Right.
Kennedy died and they lost their supermajority. And remember, there were some blue dog Democrats that were kind of. Did a car just drive through your house, Gene?
It did, yeah.
And there were the quote blue dog Democrats who didn't want to push for a public option or whatever the hell Obama wanted originally, and that's how we got Obamacare.
What was the super majority? Was that 2/3 of the Senate?
Yeah,
They had 60 votes in the Senate.
they had a filibuster-proof majority
Yeah, by one
for
vote.
like 8 months, and then
Right.
Kennedy died and they lost it. Yeah,
Right.
so. But I mean, I'm assuming that's what Cenk is thinking in his mind. But I mean, it's possible that this is a problem. There are going to be Democrats who don't agree with like the most progressive wing or even the moderately progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
Right. Because
And
they're
they
worried
have
about
to-
losing their seat.
Right. And because, Manchin is not in a fucking progressive state whatsoever. So he's concerned about his constituents and what they want. And so from Cenk's perspective, since he views everything as like this kind of like Machiavellian plotting, he thinks that it's all like intentional. Like there's some kind of like behind the back room, all the Democrats get in a back room. They say, okay, we've promised to give the voters health care, but we don't really want to do that because of all our rich donors are trying to prevent us from doing that. Okay, Joe, you're in a purple/red state. You're going to go out there, Joe Manchin, and you're going to prevent us from getting past what we want.
Right.
Joe's like, okay, I'll do my part.
Right.
Like, that's kind of like the worldview that Cenk is laying out.
When everybody's just trying to save their own ass, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Sad. Very sad.
And in fact, Jayapal just gave away the game. Theoretical head of the Progressive Caucus, or the caucus is theoretically progressive. And she said, well, look, we showed them, we voted no. Now, if they needed the votes, we would have given it to them, but we voted no to show that we disagree. Well, then you just gave away the game, brother, or sister in that case. Okay, so you're just saying, oh, we're just faking it out here. So however many Democratic votes they need to pass these awful bills, we'll always give it to them. But we're going to pretend that we're against this bill because they don't need our votes. That's the kind of gamesmanship that happens. And so, I mean, I guess that's a core disagreement. I don't think that they're golly gee honest people that went to Washington and Mr. Smith just couldn't pull it off. No, they all get massive funding from corporate donors, PACs, super PACs, and they do exactly as they're told.
But then if that's the case, then why engage with the political system at all? Because now we're back at the square zero. Because now it feels like, yeah, why bother voting or anything if they're all bought and paid for?
No. I don't want people to get discouraged. I'm captain of Team Hope. Okay, so that's
You gotta vote for me. You gotta send me. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for you. I'm the sole person that can fix it all, or rather, my PAC can fix it all.
We got to get a super PAC.
Me too.
Yeah. And pay ourselves like a giant salary.
The
Like
Enlightened Centrist
400,000 a
super PAC.
year. Yeah.
Now listen, this is what we'll do. We're gonna have an S class and an A team super PAC, but we're only gonna fight against each other.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. I like it. Because we can still be friends after we're done.
Exactly. But then we'll pool all the money we gain.
Right.
We'll just collect it all. We'll do
Beautiful.
both sides. We'll be the super secret Machiavellians that Cenk wants or thinks the Democrats
Oh,
are.
yeah,
We'll actually do that for
totally.
real.
That'd be great.
I probably shouldn't be saying this out loud. We should talk about this off the stream.
Yeah. Okay. As soon as we're done,
why-
we'll set it up.
Yeah.
helped to form Justice Democrats, because my thesis was if you untether people from corporate PAC money, they could actually be honest. And that's why, is it random that AOC, Rashida Tlaib,
They can't be fucking honest, Cenk, because they got voters. They got voters in the next election. Why doesn't he get that? Just
Well,
because you take the money away doesn't mean that the voters don't want certain policy proposals.
Right. And also, I mean, it's kind of rich because he's talking about like AOC. Like, it's like, yeah, in like the bluest of blue districts, obviously you can pass very blue things, right?
Yeah, it's just,
So-
it's so dumb. Yeah, congratulations. You got money away from them. They still have to contend with the voters who want them to pass certain policy prescriptions. And if they don't do it, guess what? You're out on your ass.
and Ilhan Omar were the most visible Democrats when they first got elected. And then Jamal Bowman, Cory Bush. These are all big names you've heard over and over again.
Yeah, but they're winning
Why?
in
There's,
plus
like, tons of-
40, but they're winning in plus 40 blue districts, right? This is why when the
but-
progressives were talking about like, well, we're going to get a progressive in for Manchin, they got slaughtered. That's why people like Nina Turner, even when they fundraise their opponent 2-1, get destroyed. I don't think there's much credit for progressives that are winning in massively blue districts and then attacking the rest of the Democratic Party from the safest seats of the United States.
Base.
No. So, Stephen,
True.
first of all, when we won a lot of those battles, they were not a given at all. AOC beating Joe Crowley in that primary was one of the biggest upsets in political history, in American history. And so now all of a sudden, they always turn impossible to inevitable, right? It was always going to happen. No, it wasn't. There was massive victories in there, okay? And so, but the reason that they fought loudly and strongly for their voters in the beginning was because they're not taking corporate PAC money. It's the donors that hold them back. Go, oh, don't do class warfare. Whoa, 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 don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's why the corporate Democrats are always hiding. They're hiding in a cave. So yes, no, there's something you could do. You vote in primaries first, because one, you got to get the corrupt Democrats out, because they're just going to vote with the Republicans anyway on economic issues. But number two, you actually need, when they get into office, for them to vote the right way and to be untethered from the corruption. And I'll give you an ironic example. Matt Gaetz, terrible guy, was on the show. We yelled at him. We yelled back and forth, got no love for him, right? But he decided not to take corporate PAC money. And then lo and behold, he was the one Republican that proposed an anti-corruption bill. You got to get them out of the minute you detach them from the donors, they become honest. And they might be honestly awful like Matt Gaetz. They might be honestly wonderful like some of the Justice Democrats. But all of a sudden, you get your democracy back a little bit. And so if we don't get money out of politics, then yes, in the long term, it's hopeless. But we must get money out of politics.
Okay, I mean, like, I feel like the more important thing would be flipping Republican votes to Democrat and then fighting from there, rather than trying to flip Dem to blue or Dem. But I think we disagree on that. We could go back and forth on that. Probably forever.
And by the way, Stephen, I'll just say real quick, that's why I formed Justice Democrats, so that we could have hope, so that we could have uncorrupted Democrats. And that's why I formed Wolfpack at wolf-pack.com. Wolfpack is to get money out of politics. It's, now you want to talk about bipartisan, it is massively bipartisan. Republican voters hate corruption, Democratic voters hate corruption. The politicians love it, the voters hate it. So we brought people together, and now we're fighting for it. And it's passed in like 3 Republican legislatures. It's passed in 20 overall in the states. And it's a resolution to call for a convention to get money out of politics, because the only way you can do it is go above the Supreme Court and get an amendment. Sure. And so it's a beautiful movement, and you couldn't do it, but you've got to get past the corrupt politicians.
Sure.
First.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just, like, it's not like having a lot of progressives in Congress have helped at all, right? Like, the seats that are more important are going to be the ones in the middle anyway, right? Our mansions and our cinemas. Because the reason why those seats are important is because we know that those are the only types of Democrats that can hold those seats, right? If AOC starts saying, well, I'm not voting with the party, anything, screw you guys, I want a more progressive agenda, okay, fine. Eventually she'll get primaried by somebody else, but that's always going to be a Democratic seat. That's always going to be a safe seat. We're not worried about losing it. I think that's why we fight for those seats in the middle so much more. On the Republican side as well, I think that's why those seats in the middle are so much more valuable, why people fight over them so much more. And I feel like that's why we should be trying to expand our majorities rather than purity testing the seats that are the furthest to the left that aren't as valuable anyway.
That's a good strategy right there.
Yeah, of
course. A much stronger strategy, I think.
Yep.
Destiny has this easy.
So, Stephen, in my opinion, there's a fundamental misperception in there in the first place, because Joe Manchin is not the only kind of guy who could win in West Virginia. West Virginia is very populist. They're more populist than they are conservative, right? The reason Manchin wins is because mainstream media gives him tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in free positive coverage. They call him moderate, right? But if you look at his policy positions, literally none of them are moderate. He takes extreme right-wing positions where the country's not. For example, 3/4 of the country wants to raise taxes on the rich. Joe Manchin comes on TV and goes, I'm a moderate, I want to cut taxes on the rich, I'm reasonable, right?
Did he really say he wants to cut taxes on the rich? That's hard for me to buy. He came out and said, listen,
Joe Manchin cut taxes on rich.
We need to cut taxes on the rich. Nobody says that. They say, I want to cut your taxes. That's what they say.
Joe Manchin, this is from 2022, April. Joe Manchin said he would not support Joe Biden's proposed minimum taxation on billionaires, which would impose a 20% minimum tax on households worth over $100 million and would target unrealized gains. So that's probably what he's talking about.
Right.
Manchin said taxes should only be applied to earned income, not unrealized gains, such as on paper only income like stocks and bonds that have gained value since their purchase.
Yeah, that's a scary fucking proposal right there. So if
it's a very convoluted issue.
Well, it's not convoluted. It's scary as fuck. So if you buy Tesla stock and the Tesla stock goes up, but you haven't sold it yet, like for all you know, when you sell it, it's going to be at $5 a share. Like you might sell it at a loss.
Right.
You're going to technically they're going to say, well, that stock today is worth this amount. You've got a 100% gain on it, or, you know, the stock's doubled in value. You have to pay taxes on that value, even though it hasn't been realized. That's crazy. You would literally have to sell the stock to realize the value to pay the fucking tax.
Yeah, I don't remember what the specific thing was, because that doesn't make sense on its face.
That's insane. Right. Well, they want to do it because it, you know, when, you know, Elon Musk becomes the richest man in the world, literally because Tesla stock has gone up in value.
Right.
They'll force him to pay more taxes on it, even though only on paper he's worth that amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you literally had to sell Tesla stock in order to do the Twitter
deal. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't have billions of dollars in a bank account somewhere.
Yeah, it doesn't, because I agree. Like, on its face, it doesn't make sense that you would like just pay for unrealized gains, because the problem is, like, what if it goes down?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, do you get a tax refund for, like, you know, it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Like, yeah. And as you said, it would create a weird situation where, I mean, you're gonna have to pay. Are you gonna have to sell taxes? Are you gonna have to sell stock to pay your stock taxes?
Yes. Yeah.
That's very strange.
Not only that, that would create downward pressure on the price. Like, everyone has to sell stock in order to pay the tax on the stock. Now all of a sudden the stock is worth less and less and less. Oh, now what do I owe?
Which have an overall detrimental effect on the economy.
Yeah, it's just that bill is ridiculous. Look, the fact that Cenk is supporting it makes me think he's a moron.
Well, Cenk is just fixating on the 20% tax part. I'm assuming it doesn't seem like he's focusing on the unrealized. Well, I'm pretty sure if we went back, Cenk was probably in favor of the unrealized taxes for stocks thing too.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Yeah.
It's not the moderate position. That's a tiny extremist minority of the country. And what is corporate?
Look, he's saying being against that, the thing that I just laid out, is a crazy extremist position.
Yes.
I think that policy is a little bit as the crazy extremist position. Sitch, what do you think?
Yep.
This unrealized gains tax seems bonkers to me.
And, you know, Manchin, I don't remember what was in it. So this article says Manchin proposed his own counter bill to raise taxes. To this, said Manchin's ideal bill appears to include significant tax increases on the wealthy, but he reached the right conclusion for the wrong reasons, according to this article. We don't need to tax the rich to cut the deficit. We need to tax the rich because doing so will slow the growing inequality that is destabilizing our nation. Mm-hmm. So you remember what I said about how the left has moral reasons for things?
Yeah, there you go.
There it is. This article from The Hill, which is a left-wing place, says we need to tax the rich because doing so will slow growing inequality. Which, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that inequality will cause destabilization, but that's interesting that that's the moral component tied into it.
I'm not focused as much on the inequality as families need a certain number of resources to be able to, you know, get into their first home. All of these things that I think would be beneficial to birth rates and the economy overall.
Yes, that's all true. That's all true. But we also know what is true is that perceptions of inequality drives crime and does destroy society.
Oh, no, that is true to a certain extent.
That's, you know, the Gini coefficient that, you know, Peterson's always talking about.
But the reason that I bring it up is because I think many on the left, they perceive inequality differently than I do. Maybe you do as well, because I think, like, I don't mind if there's billionaires in the world, as long as people have enough resources to get into their first time home.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah, the issue isn't
they don't want the billionaires to be in the world.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, that's a good point. The issue isn't that billionaires exist. The issue is that if if there's massive inequality where people are struggling,
yes,
while other people are just sitting on the float eating grapes. But you're right. Their issue is they just don't like the idea of billionaires. Even if everyone was totally fine, they still wouldn't like the idea of billionaires because they want to flatten all the hierarchies.
Which I completely disagree with, because I know that a lot of those billionaires, not all of them, there are the Waltons, there are the people who just inherit money and they don't really, you know, form businesses. But I mean, even those people, I think you could make an argument. Someone is managing their money. Some VC out there, venture capitalist, is managing their money and really trying to be innovative so that they make more money, right? That seems to be the thing that people do with their money. They try to invest in new products and services that are going to be the next new thing. So that's a system that works. You don't have that if you get rid of all the billionaires. You literally you kill the goose that lays the golden egg if you do the kinds of policies where you don't have billionaires.
Media do moderate, moderate. No,
you know, I was looking up this, you know, him saying that like Joe Manchin votes Republicans or whatever more. Is that what Cenk just said?
Yeah.
It's interesting because he got that line from Joe Biden. So Joe Biden said, Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema vote more with my Republican fans than with the president from their own party. So which kind of destroys the whole notion that this is all like kayfabe, you know, play fighting, because that would completely fuck over, you know, that seems to be Biden trying to put pressure on Manchin and Sinema, not the opposite. Number one. Number two, PolitiFact, which is generally more left-wing, rated that statement as mostly false, saying that they said on actual votes taken in the Senate, Manchin and Sinema support Biden's position 100% of the time.
Whoa, okay, wow. Okay.
The main disagreement was on, you know, when they're proposing policies and also on the filibuster rule. So
right, stuff that doesn't get to a vote because they don't have his vote.
Right. So
well, it makes sense that he votes with him 100% of the time if they literally need his vote 100% of the time.
Sure, right. Obviously, I mean that's a fair point. That's a fair point. But the idea that like they're just voting with the Republicans all the time doesn't seem to be true at all.
Right.
you go in and you run populist and you say to people, goddamn right, we're going to tax the rich. We're going to finally get justice. You're paying your taxes every day. The middle class gets screwed day in and day out. It's time that the rich pay their fair taxes. It's time that you get to spend time with your baby when you deliver. I mean, I can go on and on. You go populist and you could win.
Cenk, okay, again, this is why this debate was so interesting to me. It really shows how in a bubble Cenk is. Cenk is in a bubble where he thinks that Democrats are going to go to West Virginia and say, we're going to raise taxes on millionaires and billionaires, and you're going to get to spend time with your baby. He thinks that's going to win the election in Senate for a senator in West Virginia. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's ludicrous.
It's like,
P.S. We're going to trans all your kids.
Yeah.
Look, nobody's falling for this shit.
It's just so wild to me.
The transing the kids, I think, is a big issue right now.
Oh, of course, it's a massive issue.
Way more of an issue for any. I don't think there's anybody that has kids that is not aware of that issue. So, I think that's more important to people than the tax rates on the millionaires and billionaires.
So many more of those seats rather than the fake moderates that are just corporate.
But I mean, the reality is Manchin voted with Biden's agenda 88% of the time, right? Like, he didn't vote for
what, on post offices?
It's better than having a Republican in there. I mean, how many of the Republicans are voting on Biden's agenda 88% of the time, right? That's what I'm saying. If another Democrat can win in West Virginia, then go for it. My understanding is the last time somebody tried to primary Manchin, the guy got like 30% of the vote, I think. I don't even remember the name.
It's actually, I think it was worse than that. So it was Paula Jean Swearengin. And she's a good person, but not the greatest candidate.
Sure.
You know, and so, look, do you need someone who's a quality candidate? Yes. But honestly, the hardest thing in the world is to get past the mainstream media, because they'll just smear you to death. And so they do it to all the progressives. And so, but but I would argue, and now we're going to get too far down this rabbit hole, and we have
Cenk really has this worldview that because the mainstream media are owned by rich people and for-profit run organizations, that the primarily left-wing mainstream media are all secretly Republican.
I know, it's so deeply flawed. How can you believe that? How can you watch an hour of television and think that's true?
I mean, it's so wild. I don't know. It's so wild to me. It's so wild.
very little time left, but I'll just say, I think Manchin in a lot of ways does more damage than a Republican, because he validates the Republican position by saying, I agree with it, and hence it's bipartisan, hence it's moderate, hence it's the reasonable position. And so I think that does way more damage than just a regular Republican who just seems like an extremist. He makes their extremist positions look good, and that's a world of damage.
Like, do you think that if Manchin wasn't in the Senate, do you think that we would have Jackson as a Supreme Court?
So
Like, do
look,
you think that
by
that
the
would,
way,
like, because I understand the frustration, because I feel it too. Okay, I'm not a Manchin or a Sinema fan. I don't think Sinema's a Democrat anymore. Isn't she an independent now? I'm not fans of these senators. I agree, and it sucks that it feels like like they have so much sway over the party. But I mean, like, this is how politics always works. If you go to countries, for instance, that have multi-party systems, oftentimes you'll get a majority government formed, and all of a sudden that little party with like 6 seats is calling the shots on the majority government because people need those votes. And I feel like Manchin and Sinema to be the same. But I mean, like, when we look at I don't even know how to pronounce her first name. For Jackson for the Supreme Court, when you look at the major legislation that was passed like almost along party lines in the Senate, Manchin sucks, but a Republican there is like game over. Like, now we can't even complain about how bad our legislation is because there's no legislation to even speak of. We would just have a lame duck president.
Yeah, so first, by the way, that's another one to give credit to Biden on. I think Justice Jackson has been really good so far. She was the lone vote in a critical union case where even Sotomayor and Kagan voted the wrong way, and it was 8-1. And yeah, so Stephen, it's a balancing act. I don't want people to misinterpret my passion for being impractical. No, you've got to get things done. And so if you're just doing it for rhetoric or for release or something like that, that's not at all helpful. You have to. The outrage should bring a spotlight with it, and then you shine that spotlight on the issue where you have winning ground. That's why I talk about paid family leave being at 84%. It's winning ground for us. If we wanted to fight on that, we can win on that, right? But if you say, hey, listen, we need to get a Supreme Court justice passed, so I need to make X, Y, and Z compromise with Manchin or Sinema. Well, look, in that case, I could live with it. It depends. It depends on what are we compromising on. What's the policy? What's the position? What are we going for? So it's not just a blanket statement of, okay, get rid of them or don't get rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh man, we got 2 other huge topics here. We can do this for a couple minutes. I'm curious. Has your this was like a major litmus test, I think, for a lot of like media coverage, was like the Rittenhouse stuff.
Okay. So before we get into all the juicy Rittenhouse stuff, which I know everyone wants to get into, let me read some super chats. Let me cock tease you a little bit. Battle Master Mac for $20 says Adam is right about the left wants to take the money for the rich for selfish reasons. They hide the selfish reasons by saying that the society needs to provide for basic needs. A-team reigns supreme.
Woohoo!
I fundamentally disagree with you.
What?
I think that's.
You can't
I think
disagree.
You could say that
he said A-team reigns supreme.
There you go. I think that's true of politicians. Politicians do things for selfish reasons. That's not true of voters. And I think it's easy to kind of fall into the trap that I talked about earlier, where you see the moral reasons that your side wants to do something, but you ignore the moral reasons that the other side wants to do something. Even if you can disagree with them. You could say, I don't agree with your framework of morality, but that's what they're operating from generally. So
morality, I think, is a system devised to suppress selfishness, to increase groupishness, tribalism. Mm-hmm. So I do think people do vote for policies that are against their own self-interest, but are effectively in favor of their moral interest. So I do agree with you there.
Okay. Select K for 20, or Select S, for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says Sitch, why don't you push harder against Brianna on the Gamergate topic? Also, the first time I hear that the government debt has an inverse relationship with private money available, could you provide some sources on the topic? Well, for the first thing, so I don't know. I thought I did dismantle her arguments pretty effectively in our conversation. I think I did push back against everything she said. I didn't yell at her.
Right.
But I felt like I completely dismantled everything that she said in the conversation. So,
Yeah, I feel like we did a great job, to be honest
right.
with you. And nobody, I mean, there was a lot of people disagreeing in the chat, a lot of people disagreeing in the comments. So it wasn't
Mhm.
like anyone was going, "Oh, I understand what she's saying and I agree with her." So,
Right. I mean, I understand that we want to yell at people and it makes us feel good. It makes me feel good. But I guess I was just trying to be, I kind of go back and forth, as you guys know, I've talked about. I kind of go back and forth between, when to pop off, when not to pop off. So, and I guess I was a calm mood that day. So,
yeah.
I could have popped off, when she accused me of being intellectually dishonest. Um, but I think I dismantled everything she said pretty well. So,
Yeah, I don't think anyone's fallen for us being intellectually dishonest. So,
right. Relating to the source for the debt equaling the money supply thing. Do you have a source for that, Adam, that you could point to easily?
no, not really.
Okay. I didn't think
Well,
so.
the whole thing is, the problem is there's not really any of these books, any of these economic books that aren't full of partisan fucking
Right.
claptrap. So I don't, I mean, I don't think you can really, I can't really recommend any books or anything like that that aren't going to be full of, like, the most economic books are structured based on some truth, and then they extrapolate that truth out to advocate for policy proposals that I'm not in favor of and don't
Right.
think would be good policy proposals. And this happens on the left and on the right. So, yeah, I don't, yeah.
I
Sitch,
mean, the question, yeah. I mean, you could try Googling it. I don't have like a website offhand. Um,
I mean, the
Now I guess
information is on the Treasury website. We always
right,
toss stuff back and forth, but it's always
right.
worded
It's
like,
weird. It's worded in very bizarre ways. Um, so to be clear, again, the debt doesn't equal the money supply, it equals the savings of the country because, as you talked about, there's multiple ways in which the government can loan out money to people.
right,
Um, it has to be that way. And if you want to just conceptually, it has to be that way because the only way in which government prints money is by spending money.
right,
That's the only way in which government makes money. The government, like the government just doesn't just print a bunch of money and just like throw it out on the street like Joker in the first Batman movie. Like the only way in which the government makes money, prints more money, is by spending it.
well,
So it has to be, there has to be
money that's going to stay in the economy, because money can be created through spending and lending, but the
yeah,
lended
through
money,
non-lending, right? Through
right,
non-lending purposes, right? Through non-lending purposes, when the government prints money, it's printing it to spend it on something.
lend
Um,
lended money is always destined to be paid back, right? So when the money is created, it's in the economy, but once it's paid back, it exits the economy.
right,
Government spending is destined to be paid back with taxes.
right,
But if they never tax, then the money stays in the economy, right? Until it
right,
is taxed.
right. So it's just kind of like a logical issue because if when the government spends money, they're going into debt and they spend money. And so where's that money come from? It has to come from the debt. So obviously your savings and the money that you have that you're not paying back in a loan to some person or to a government or to a bank, that's all the debt.
Right.
So
If you work for the government, you're a soldier, you're a government contractor, whatever. The government pays you. That money goes into your bank account, and you use that money to buy things.
right.
But that's, yeah. Some of it you save, so that is your savings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a direct example of it. But
Ostracy for $20 says Biden is the only president in my life to directly try to take my job from me because of my choices. And for completely political reasons, the fact that Sitch just kind of ignores the stuff Biden has done is why I'm blackpilled. Well, it's first of all, Ostracy, I appreciate your continued support, but I think it's very unfair for you to say that I ignore the stuff Biden does. We've criticized Biden a lot on the stream. I just don't criticize him as much as Trump. And I think that kind of is coloring your view here. I did not agree with, I'm assuming you're referring to the vaccine mandate, which was something I said time and time again I did not agree with Biden doing. And I've even said I'm not going to vote for Biden again. So I don't think that's fair for you to kind of lay that out here. So
you wouldn't vote for Trump though either, right?
no, that's why I said I think this is probably going to be the first election I don't vote at all.
Vote third party.
Okay, that's just throw my vote away.
You gotta vote.
Oh, okay.
It's
Well, I
not
mean, listen,
look.
I'll probably vote because there's other things on the ballot besides president that I'll
Yeah.
vote for. But I probably won't vote for president, or I'll do some bullshit, Mickey
You can
Mouse.
write my name in.
I'll vote for you, Adam. Okay, I'll vote for Adam Friend. I'll write Adam Friended on the little thing.
Do it.
So.
Write Sitch and Adam.
There you go. I'll write Sitch and Adam.
We'll do a president.
You know what? I take it all back. I'm voting for S-Class, baby. S-Class is gonna go for president this year.
Let's duel president together. It'll be fun.
Oh, okay. Sitch and Adam. Well, okay. I'll vote for Sitch and Adam if you vote for Sitch and Adam.
I'll vote for Sitch and Adam.
Okay, there you go.
I don't know though. I mean, would you vote for DeSantis?
Maybe.
I
don't think he's gonna. I think he's long shot to win the primary.
I heard something today that made me think, God damn it.
What?
DeSantis is supposedly a disciple of Paul Ryan economics. I was like, oh, please.
Yeah.
Please.
I might, if I thought DeSantis could stop wokeness, I would probably bite the economic bullet for 4 years.
Maybe.
So, because I think wokeness is too important to get rid of.
I mean, he can't cut Social Security. He's he's from Florida. Jesus Christ.
Of course. Yeah. Shadow 2 Bravo for $20 says, Fat Brown Buffalo. Quote, we must fight. We must get money out of politics. Also, Fat Brown Buffalo. Please donate to the 19 packs I run. It's the only way to get money out of politics.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah. Fair.
Put your money in politics to get money out of politics.
Right. Okay, let's get into the Rittenhouse stuff.
Do you still stand by? Do you feel like, I feel like when I watched the Young Turks and a lot of other people, there were a lot of insane statements coming out about how conservatives love to kill people. Conservatives are always looking to kill people. They can't wait to kill. They're constantly looking to kill people, get away from it. Do you think that this type of rhetoric or this discussion around what were largely violent riots that were largely spurred, I think, by bad media coverage of the original Kenosha shooting of oh God, what was the name of the guy? They got shot in the back several times. Yeah. The whole Rittenhouse saga to me was Jacob Blake gets shot, and there's bad coverage in the media about it, making it seem like he was just an innocent guy getting in the car to drive away. And then riots happen in Kenosha that get bad media coverage. You've got the CNN, the infamous CNN coverage of, fiery protests, but mostly peaceful in the background. Then you've got Rittenhouse, goes and does his thing, and then we get more bad coverage of that, in my opinion. I think a lot of the facts get misrepresented there in a lot of left-leaning media, and it just feels like we're on this never-ending train of stoking the fires of resentment, hatred, on top of misinformation and bad claims, and then at the end of the day, we all walk away feeling like we've done something good when we're just preaching basically misinformation to the audience and everything.
Yeah. So, no, I don't back away from anything I said. But again, I'm not a standard leftist, right? So and you're not either, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not a standard anything, right? So, for example, you support Democrat and what I would call the establishment Democrats, but you have this Rittenhouse opinion, which is a little out of left field, right? Or maybe.
See, that's what. Remember in the beginning of the conversation where Cenk said, "Oh, you're a centrist, or you're, an independent thinker because your positions are all over the place." And the one example he gives is you believe Kyle Rittenhouse had a right to defend himself.
Right.
That's what makes you an independent thinker. If you can pass the left-wing NPC test, which was the Kyle Rittenhouse situation.
Yeah. That makes you a centrist.
Right.
Even though all Destiny talks about is being a progressive, I don't know any conservative policies he's in favor of.
Right.
So.
I mean, he's literally calling Donald Trump a fascist and talking about how, he wants the Democrats to just win more seats. And yet, because he has a take on Kyle Rittenhouse defending himself, it's like, oh, it's It's out of left field.
He's probably in favor of transing the kids. I mean, look at that blue hair.
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't know
Right
Destiny's
field.
position
And
on.
so
Do you know Destiny's position on child
Transitioning? I
on
don't
puberty blockers
know.
or any of that stuff?
I don't know offhand what his position is on should children be able to transition or not.
Right.
you support Democrat and the what I would call the establishment Democrats, but you have this Rittenhouse opinion, which is a little out of left field, right? Or maybe right field. And
See, but so isn't that interesting? He looks at the Kyle Rittenhouse situation purely through the left-right spectrum.
Yeah, of course.
That's
Look,
so
it's
telling.
bonkers.
It's so telling.
so that's, and like I said in the beginning, I respect you for that. That's genuine. It's unique, etc. Right? So on Rittenhouse, yeah, there's absolutely no reason to go with a weapon to that protest or riot. Like if you're right and it's a terrible riot, and in a lot of ways that it was. So I wouldn't have put up the chyron saying peaceful protest as the fires are going on in the back. No, of course there was some.
So he said there's no reason for a person to go to a riot/protest with a weapon.
Well, he doesn't even know all the facts. Like, that's what's so crazy about
Well, it
this.
doesn't even matter. He circumvented all the facts. He said, under his moral view, there's no reason that a person should go to a protest/riot with a weapon.
Right.
Which, if it's your business that's being burned down and your livelihood being destroyed, how can Cenk say that? How can he make that claim? You don't have a right to defend your business. Or how can he make the claim you don't have a right to defend your community?
Yeah.
Even if it's not your personal business, you want to live in an area that isn't, destroyed. Or you say, I don't think it's right that an innocent person should have their business destroyed for something that has nothing to do with them at all. It's just a bunch of fucking utter pieces of shit who are displacing their anger, whether it's justified or not, onto a completely innocent party, which in my mind is one of the fucking most despicable things a human being can do.
I agree. He
So
doesn't.
it's like,
He doesn't even accept though that it was Kyle Rittenhouse's community. Like that's
Yeah, I know,
so
that
out of
comes
the
out.
loop he is. Yeah.
right. Even if it's not, even if Kyle Rittenhouse flew across every state line, if he had to fly across 49 state lines, okay, he did a zigzag starting in Hawaii to Alaska, did a zigzag through every state to cross every state line to end up in Kenosha. Why does that matter? Why can a person or people not defend an innocent party from having their business destroyed?
Well, he would say because people died.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, no, I agree. They they risked their lives being there too. Why aren't they responsible?
If you, for whatever reason, decide to enact violence, whether it be violence on a person or violence on property, on an innocent party, because you're just a piece of shit, then you and other people have a right to defend themselves, defend other people, and defend their property, period. End of statement.
Yeah, total agreement.
And to me, it feels, I don't think this is Cenk's real position. To me, this feels entirely like COPE. If the politics of the protests were reversed, I don't believe for a second that Cenk would have the position he has on this situation.
We learned something valuable, I think, in this exchange. Cenk is never going to go back on anything he said. He's just going to try to rewrite history, to reimagine, respin, try to make it seem like what he said was not what he said. I think that's his strategy. But he never wants to come out and say, oh, yeah, I got that wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Anna basically came out and said she got that wrong. They buried it in a video. So you couldn't find it.
Right.
The internet found it, though. But
right.
Fires, there was vandalism, there was danger. There's no question about that, right? You can't deny reality. Now, why would I grab a weapon and go in the middle of that? It doesn't make any sense. It's not even.
It does make sense. You're a coward. That's why you wouldn't do it. It makes perfect sense, Cenk. Why are you asking? You answered your own question. Why wouldn't you do that? You're a coward. That's why. There are people in this world, though, that are not cowards, okay? And I don't think those people You know, I live in a world where I think we should be thankful for those people who are not fucking cowards, who are going to step up to people who are causing mayhem and do something about it. Some people would call those people heroes.
His community.
So the obvious, well, I mean, it was his community, but like the obvious comparison would be like the rooftop Koreans during like the Rodney King riots in LA. Like, do you think that does anybody in the United States have any sort of moral right to defend communities that feel attached to, or do you think that's just something
no, Stephen. So no. I think those are two very, very different things. Look, you got a store, you worked your ass off for it. My dad's an immigrant. He worked his ass off. He built his own business brick by brick. And you want to protect that. I hear you, brothers and sisters.
He's literally describing the people Kyle Rittenhouse was protecting.
I know.
It doesn't get better than this.
I know.
You're an immigrant. You scrape together your money. You build a business brick by brick. Yes. That's called the car source in Kenosha.
That's literally what they did.
He doesn't know it, though. He doesn't know it, Sitch.
Right.
Look, Mr. Newsman doesn't even know the facts of the case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you. And these days there's a lot of crime, and you want to protect your family. Absolutely, I get it. Okay, but he didn't live there. I mean, they crossed state lines. I don't know.
He said the line.
He did it.
He said the line.
He did it. He did it. He said it.
He said it. Oh my God, he did it, everybody.
Why?
He crossed state lines.
Look, he didn't live there. It wasn't his community. I wonder if he feels the same about Ukraine. Why? Look, why? Look, it's not our community. Why are we? What do we care? Why are we giving them F-14s?
That's a good point.
Why are we giving them ammunition? It's not our community. Look, I hear there's a lot of state lines between here and Ukraine. All this stuff is just complete. Just excuses. Yeah, it's just excuses to basically justify a position that they want to hold. Like if it's a position that they want to hold about Ukraine, state lines, who cares? Look, they're in need. We have to help them.
Yeah.
There's an existential threat that they're facing.
Right. Well, that's why I said if the politics of the situation were reversed, I don't think all of Cenk's positions would be reversed here.
Of course. Yeah, of course. It's just the fact that people can't see this. No. It's bizarre to me that there are still people in the world that can't see this.
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Unfortunately. But.
Right.
Real quick, because I lived in Nebraska. He crossed it. It was a 15-minute drive. He lived like 15 minutes away. And when you live in, I lived in Omaha. There's a lot of towns that you drive out to that you're like part of those communities. A lot of people in Council Bluffs go to.
Why?
Because
why go there?
Well, why? I mean, like, people don't talk about it, but like, like the day before the Rittenhouse thing happened, there was that older guy, Robert Cobb. His business had literally been burned to the ground. It was being arsoned, and I think he was running around with a fire extinguisher trying to put it out. And people.
And what was Rittenhouse going to do? Was he going to sit there and shoot everybody that came by?
I mean, he shot 3 people. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, but that's my point. He went there to go shoot. In my opinion, he went there not specifically like in my mind, premeditated. I'm going to go and murder some people on the left, and I'm going to feel great. No,
sure, but like, but
then when you look at a weapon, and if there's any kind of provocation, I might get to use it.
Yeah, but I mean, we can say that, but when you look at the evidence, there's just no evidence. There's nothing that supports that.
No, that's 100%. Look, he goes there with a weapon. He goes to provoke. Then why did he?
So wait, see, isn't that just him showing up with a weapon? Is going there to provoke.
Right. Yeah, to provoke them not to burn the fucking lot down.
I know. It's so bizarre. Like the whole thing is the whole point of open carrying is to prevent someone from fucking with you.
Yeah, of course.
And yet in Cenk's mind, it's like it's the inverse. Oh no, he went by going there with a weapon that was visible, it was to provoke.
Right.
Like this is, I don't know, it's just completely backwards logic.
People see too many Marvel movies now. Like the Kyle Rittenhouse situation just makes me think people have absolutely no respect for like getting shot can kill you. They don't understand that. They feel like, I see people in the movies get shot, 4 or 5 times and they're fine. No, like One bullet can kill you. So all the insanity in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, it's like these people, their brains are off. They don't understand. They're risking their lives. They don't get that. It's completely insanity.
Guy.
He shot the first guy because the first guy was chasing him in a parking lot. He'd already made threats earlier. That's on camera, and he was lunging for Rittenhouse's rifle after a guy behind him had fired a shot with his pistol. After Rittenhouse turned around to see where the noise was coming from.
So, but Stephen, I think that you're proving my point, which is
I don't think so at all. I think it was yeah. Go ahead.
Let me explain. Let me explain. So you go into this what you think is a dangerous situation. You go in there with a weapon. Then you hear a shot. That's true. There was a shot. He heard it. He didn't see where the shot was coming from. He just turned around and shot the guy.
He turned around and shot a guy that was lunging.
Reckless.
No, it wasn't
reckless.
It wasn't reckless at all because he only shot the guy that was lunging for him, trying to grab his rifle. This is indisputable on video. The guy was chasing him down. He turned around. He was lunging.
Can I come to your house? Can I come to your house with a weapon, and then if you grab for it, I get to shoot you?
What?
I know, ridiculous.
This is so stupid. Oh my God. If I came to your house, if I walked onto your private property with a
weapon, yeah.
Yeah. Do I get to just shoot you? Cenk.
Durr.
What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? This is so stupid. Please. Please stop. Okay.
He's just got to put forward that narrative that Kyle Rittenhouse went there to shoot people on the left. That's the whole narrative that the left wants to run with.
Yeah.
You evil bad boy out to kill Democrats. So evil.
If probably, yeah. If you were in my house,
crazy.
No,
You
hold
don't
on,
see
wait.
crazy?
If you come to my house and you have a weapon on you and we get into an altercation, I'm gonna grab that gun from you. Of course, you have a right to defend yourself, especially if I was twice your size.
House with a weapon in the first place. What
You
am I
should.
doing
Well,
there?
hold on. You shouldn't be in my house with a weapon because I'm on private property. The city of Kenosha was not private property. Rittenhouse had just as much a right to be there as any other protester did.
So listen, I'll give you an analogy. January 6th. I'm very upset about it. I don't like what happened there at all. I think they were trying to undermine our democracy. If I went in there with an AR-15 or any kind of weapon and I looked for a threat, I'd definitely find one, and then I'd get to kill everybody that I thought was a threat. I mean, that guy you say is lunging for his weapon.
Wait. So Cenk's big argument here is that he's going to go to January 6th protest / riot, and he's going to stand outside the Capitol building and just start shooting people as they walk in.
Can you imagine being at the Capitol building with an AR? I don't think they'd
they
let
would
you in there.
Yeah. I don't think they'd let you.
Yeah.
And also, again, this is like putting forward the fact, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't shoot someone because they were going to burn down the car lot. He shot people because they were attacking him personally.
Yeah. Yes. Rosenbaum tried to grab his gun. He shot him. He immediately went to run to the police. And a murderous mob started chasing after him and literally attacking him in the street. They knocked him to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that gets all left out of the
Right.
conversation, obviously. So.
From what I saw, that guy's trouble. I get it. He was troubled, I should say. The first guy who got killed, right? And so he goes, maybe he went looking for trouble too. I don't know, right? But he threw a plastic bag that had plastic bottles in it.
Wait. The plastic bag Rittenhouse didn't even see the plastic bag.
That's my point.
But the issue is Rittenhouse was running away. This guy was chasing him. And when Rittenhouse turned around with an assault rifle, the guy went to grab the rifle from him. That's a pretty clear cut,
Stephen, if we follow, and then he got hit with then he shoots and kills someone. Then he's running through the crowd. He's made the situation 10,000 times more.
He's not making this. He's running away from he's running to the cops to turn himself in, which is exactly what he should be.
The crowd is everywhere. The crowd is everywhere. He's running through the crowd.
Well, see, and this isn't even true either, because it's not like Cenk is kind of laying out this view that there's this crowd of people, and then Kyle Rittenhouse with a gun is just pushing people aside, running through the crowd, get out of my way, I just murdered someone. He's no. It's very clear from the video. It's a big fucking street. Everyone can see the cop cars at the end of the road. He's running towards them what's his face? Was it Grosskreutz? He
Yep.
even like says, "Where are you going?" And he literally said he's going to the police.
Yep.
Right. And then there's like people on the edges around him who are chasing him.
Right.
Okay. And he falls over because someone trips him.
Someone hits him in the back of the head with a rock.
Yeah, right. Right. And so it's like, this is just so wacky. This is so wacky.
Can you imagine you're running to the cops and someone hits you in the back of the head with a rock?
And it's your fault somehow.
Oh, man. What the fuck?
And then somebody sees that he shot someone, and they go after him with a skateboard, which I wouldn't have done, right? But now he shoots and kills the guy with a skateboard.
Yeah, because the guy's trying to assault him with a skateboard. If he had a bat, we'd say the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, look, couple of things. Everybody's different. Everybody's different, right?
Yeah.
So I get it. Some people will be scared, and if you get hit with a skateboard, you think, all right, I'm going to murder that guy. For me,
Okay. Wait.
I get hit with a skateboard, I don't shoot the other guy.
Okay, this is so stupid. This like Cenk thinks someone's gonna run. Like thinks if you're laying on your back.
Yeah, you're on the ground.
Okay, you're on the ground. There's a mob of people angrily chasing you, and someone's hitting you with a skateboard. They're just gonna like tap you with a skateboard, and they run off and go, oh, "I got him, tag!" And then they're gonna flit away. Like, no, they're gonna fucking try to beat you, possibly to death, and take the gun. And who the fuck knows what's gonna happen at that point?
Not only that, this is after he's hitting the back of the head with a rock. The first contact with him is in the back of his skull with a rock, which literally knocks him to the ground. That guy runs off. Then the guy with the skateboard comes up while he is on the ground. Well, first of all, a guy, jump kick man, who they never identified, jumps up and tries to kick him in the face with his boot.
Yes.
The skateboard is the second attack. So we're into the third attack as you're lying on your back. Hell yeah, I'm shooting motherfuckers. What are you talking about? Look, I'm just trying to get the numbers even here.
This is so stupid. This is such a dumb position.
It is totally ridiculous.
Yeah.
A guy with a skateboard. Like,
yeah.
What a dumbass. And then Grosskreutz comes in after the melee and points a gun in his face. What a fucking moron.
I mean, the fact that Kyle only shot the people that were attacking him and no like random people got shot is just a testament to him remaining like cool under pressure or just being very lucky.
The fact he didn't shoot Grosskreutz in the fucking head.
Right.
Yeah.
This is so dumb.
Look, all this takes place and then Kyle Rittenhouse gets to his feet.
Yes.
Like the whole time this happens, he's sitting on his fucking ass. That's a terrible position to be in when a mob is trying to kill you.
But listen, if Cenk was there, he would have just, he wouldn't have done anything.
This is a second night of lawlessness. Everyone in Kenosha knows, and the judge brought this up in the case, knows. They weren't even answering 911. I don't know about you, Sitch, but I don't feel like I'm in a safe position if the cops aren't even picking up on a 911 call.
What was Vosh's statement? He was like, "Haven't you seen the Marvel movies where like they drop the gun and they throw their hands up in the air and they're like, okay, I surrender." Like, what the fuck?
Mobs chase murderers. I remember him saying mobs chase murderers. But you don't understand. He's a murderer. Mobs chase murderers.
Yeah. Mobs have never chased the wrong person before, ever. Right?
Well, and Kyle Rittenhouse is not a murderer.
True.
There's been a trial that he was acquitted of.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't even think it was murder. I think it was manslaughter, but
whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just so, look, Cenk does not know the facts of the case. Cenk is worried about protecting his reputation as the number one, the largest online fake news show on YouTube.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the largest Buffalo on news. But
he's just, look, that's his position. I think we've heard enough through this conversation that his position is, I don't take anything back ever.
Yeah.
No one's
somebody
asking
hits
you
you
to
with a case, there's like
apologize.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You can say you got it wrong without apologizing. Jeez.
Gonna say it's not like they asked him to apologize, you know.
I know. Jeez, don't do that.
a 20% chance that you die. A skateboard?
Okay,
Skateboards
I'll
are a
take
big
the
thing.
chance.
Okay,
I'll
that's
take the
great that
chance.
you would, but I wouldn't compel a 17-year-old to take that chance in the middle of the month.
Skateboard. Come on,
Especially,
skateboard.
what would the people
Skateboard.
People get punched in the head and die. Like, what is it? A skateboard? Come on.
Well,
a
this is.
skateboard, you know?
We were talking about it in the Jordan Neely case because
Yeah.
I hate the fact that people say, "Oh, he was unarmed." He had fucking fists. I've been hit by a fist. It's not. It hurts. People
only
can
had a
be
skateboard,
unarmed
yeah.
and do plenty of damage. I'm telling you.
Only had a skateboard. Okay.
Anyone who says unarmed, I suspect they've never been in a fight
Probably.
because you don't
yeah.
need weapons to
Right.
hurt yourself or hurt other people. Yeah.
Well, first of all, obviously, if you're in a one-on-one situation and a guy is coming out with a skateboard, you have both legal and moral right to pull out a gun and shoot him.
Yes,
okay?
totally. Yeah.
100%. And then number two, this isn't a one-on-one fight. He's being chased by a mob of people.
Yeah.
And he's on the ground. People are attacking him. So it's like, get out of here with this.
Yeah.
Well, the people that beat that one dude within an inch of his life, Robert Cobb, the day before, that everybody that went to this protest, they'd all seen videos of that. That's why people went to the riots the second day. That guy got beat to an inch of his life with bare fists.
Stephen, if you say, hey, listen, I see an altercation on the subway, the bus, the street, and I'm going to go protect not even a family member, but a random woman walking by, working class person, and they're getting picked on, and I happen to see it, and you jump in, I got you, okay? And I actually appreciate you, right? But you make an active decision to drive into what you think is a riot and a dangerous situation with a weapon, and then you get freaked out by the plastic bag and a shot you didn't see and a skateboard, and you kill two people. That's on you, brother. You never should have gone there in the first place.
Well, why does that? Wait, so what is the logic of the statement? Cenk said, if you're walking by, whistling, do, and you see someone being attacked, you are morally in the right to defend them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But if you drive your car to an location, and then you see someone get more attacked, you're not morally justified to defend them because you drove there.
Right.
Even if you're like what's that guy's name? That weirdo who pretends to be a real life superhero. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. He's like a YouTube guy, right?
I mean, I don't know if he is a YouTube guy, but he's he has videos of it. It's in Las Vegas, isn't it?
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name, but yeah, he's like the real life superhero.
Right. Like you can say oh, I don't think someone should Phoenix his name?
You don't think
Phoenix Jones.
You don't think you should Phoenix Jones, but
you can say listen, I don't think Phoenix Jones should dress up as a superhero and go do what he's doing, right? You can say that. But if Phoenix Jones is walking around and he sees someone being assaulted or raped, you would say, oh, well, even though I don't think he should have been there in the first place, I don't think he should go looking for trouble, maybe. You should leave it to the police. He's still morally justified to go stop that crime from taking place.
Of course. Well,
and it's so wacky and so stupid that Cenk and other people are levying this insane argument. Well, just because he showed up there, that negates everything after the fact.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's totally stupid. Even you said the leave it to the police clause, which was that doesn't count in Kenosha.
Obviously,
because there was no police. Right, yeah. That's the reason he did go, is because you couldn't leave it to the police.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
You were looking for trouble, and then you found it, and then you cry like you're a victim. Oh, hell.
This is the other thing that bugs me, because everything that he just levied at Kyle Rittenhouse could easily be levied at the people who got fucking killed.
Right.
You went there looking for trouble. You chased a guy down the street with a rifle. You went looking for trouble, and you got trouble, bitch. Why is it Kyle Rittenhouse's responsibility?
Right.
These people also went looking for trouble and found it.
Yep.
Hell no.
No,
And
well,
Stephen, the problem here.
yeah.
Sorry, one more thing.
Go for it.
The problem here is that if we follow your way of thinking about it, and you tell me otherwise, of course. So I don't want to put words in your mouth. But I think if we follow that way of thinking, then everybody's going to grab a weapon. They're all going to be in the streets. And the minute anybody looks kind of funny at you, or throws a bag, or you hear something that's loud, or there's a guy with a skateboard, boom, 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 we're shooting each other to no end. To no end. That's why stand your ground is a disaster. And wherever they pass stand your ground laws, you have more homicides every time.
Look, if we're killing dumb people, what's the who? I mean, jeez.
Well, it's also it's ridiculous. You have a situation which is a unique and unusual situation, which is a massive riot where people are burning down property. Right? That's not something that happens regularly. So this idea that Cenk is like, well, if we allow people to defend other people's property during riots, that's going to translate to everyone just walking around at all times, just shooting each other. It's like, why would that translate into that?
Yeah, it's a lawless situation. So obviously,
right. Yes, I mean, I think it'd be fantastic if we had or if we lived in a society where we did say, listen, you can't riot, you can't burn down, other people's property, and everyone in your community, and even not in your community, is going to show up during a riot, and they're going to say, you better not, you can go protest, but if you start burning and looting, we're going to start shooting.
Yeah.
I think that would be good if we lived in that society.
I agree. There was a grandma there with him with a big old gun.
Yes.
I can't remember her name, but that was pretty badass.
If you start burning and looting,
grandma's going to get you.
There you go.
Cenk's high. Look, you can tell he smokes he's got like a big old fatty before this talk.
It's a good pause. It's a good pause.
He's just out of it. Cenk, why do you get high before these debates?
So if you have videos coming out of people who are losing their businesses, who are getting beaten by people on the street, who are rioting in a city, the next day people are going to show up to defend that town. Like, we live in the United States, whether we like guns or we don't, that's the reality of it. Rittenhouse had more of a right to be there than any of the rioters that were there after dark, that were setting things on fire, that were causing, he had just as much as right to be there, if not more than any other person. And the United States, you are allowed to carry a weapon on you as well. The idea that he was shooting Rosenbaum because he threw a bag at him, that's just not true. We can watch the videos a million times. Rosenbaum was already getting violent before in the night. There is no video of Rittenhouse provoking anybody ever. There is video of Rosenbaum talking to people, using the N-word, saying, I'm gonna fuck somebody up. He was the one that was chasing Rittenhouse for like 20 meters through a car park before Rittenhouse finally turned and shot him. And then the other guy was charging with a skateboard to hit him. Grosskreutz charged him with a pistol to shoot and kill him, and he got shot. His arm got shot. I don't see the wild chain of events where it's like, oh my God, since Rittenhouse was allowed to shoot a guy that was charging him for 20 meters and trying to grab his rifle, and then he shot another guy that went to attack him with a skateboard. Like, yeah, I mean, in the United States, with a guy with an AR-15, that's about what I would expect to happen. And I mean, we're a year or two later. It's not like there's been a deluge of shootings of innocent skaters now by young boys with AR-15. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like the landscape changed very much.
No. So, Stephen, look, there's a couple of things here. So, number one, the jury gets to decide whatever they decide. And so if they decided, hey, you know what, that was enough of a self-defense, okay, that's what the jury decided. So I'm telling you my perspective on it. And I get that you might technically get away with it if it's a skateboard and you felt, oh my God, the skateboard's a little dangerous. And the guy lunging at me, you know how many guys have lunged at me in my life? If I'd have killed all of them, I'd have killed like 20, 40 guys. Okay. So
how many times has Cenk been running away from a crowd of people who are looking to attack him and then start attacking him? How many times has he been in that situation in his life? I'm just curious.
0.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go with 0.
Okay.
Yeah, he's never been chased by a murderous mob. He had a guy lunge at him at a bar because he made some flippant comment to the guy's girlfriend or something, which is just like a completely different situation. It's completely non-applicable here, okay? The bartender probably immediately called 911 because that was an option. This is so ridiculous. Just reimagining the whole thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Like it's a bar fight or something.
Yep.
What a moron.
Oh, but there's hey, should he be guilty? That's up to the jury. should he have done that? And I think that's crazy that he went there. He definitely should not have done that. And then, so I'm going to ask you, so do you think that 10 guys, 100 guys, I don't know, 200 guys with weapons should have gone to January 6th, left-wingers, and said, all right, we're here to protect the peace. I mean, this isn't just our community. This is our nation. And it looks like you guys are here to do a coup. We're here. Okay. There's 85 of us with AR-15s. What do you think would have happened?
They would have got all beaten up and all their rifles taken away. I mean, that's what I'm guessing would happen. But what do you think, Sitch?
I think that is what would have happened. And also, again, this is so stupid because it's like there's a difference between a situation where there's literally police, or supposed to be police, protecting an area, versus where there isn't. And we saw specifically, people saw specifically that the night before the police were not protecting the area. It's so dumb that he can't wrap his mind around this.
First of all, this would never be able to happen, but if it did, it'd be like, look, boys, Antifa's giving out free rifles.
Right. Right.
Oh my God, this is comical. This is a comedy part of the show.
I know. It's so stupid.
Can you imagine, like, how is this even a one-to-one thing? Like, first of all, you had the ability to call 911 during January 6th.
I mean, they did have a problem with people not getting people to show up, but that was a different situation.
I don't think if you were right wing, left wing, whatever, I don't think they'd let you take a weapon into the into the Congress or wherever they broke into.
Not, yeah.
So I mean, they're just on the lawn. I'm sure there were people packing. One of the complaints that they had was that they didn't have magnetometers around the building, so they didn't know if the people had weapons or not.
Right.
So this is just dumb.
I mean, I don't know how many people there had weapons. It's based on what was the name of the crazy Proud Boys or whatever? It sounds like there might have been more guns than that already on the premises.
No, but there was only guns on one side. If there was guns on both sides, what do you think would have happened on January 6th?
I mean, there were police officers there with firearms that showed up, right? It's not like there was a mass shootout.
The police officers let right-wingers do anything they want.
This is just stupid. This is just stupid because plus,
oh my God,
the police will let the right-wingers do whatever they want. That's why so many of them got incarcerated after the fact.
That's amazing. I didn't realize that Cenk believed in the whole the police let everyone into the Capitol intentionally, like BS narrative.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
But the idea that this was going to just erupt in mass gunfire and shootouts, I don't know that I buy that. Like, even if they're open carrying.
Right.
The reason this happened was because Rosenbaum was a moron. And then the entire crowd got kind of gaslit into thinking that they were going to be vigilante for a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, maybe it could have happened. I don't know.
No, they absolutely
did not. If those guys were black, they would have gotten slaughtered. If those guys were Muslims, it would have been
if that's true, then we would have seen thousands or tens of thousands of black people killed during the BLM riots, but that didn't happen, right? I don't think black.
Wait, did they bum rush the Capitol? Did they threaten to murder Mike Pence? And
no,
Nancy
but they
Pelosi?
burned down police stations, cars, state houses. We saw it in Kenosha.
Not
that many. There were millions of people protesting. For your statement that police officers are looking to indiscriminately kill black people, no,
I did not say that.
Well,
I did not say that.
In one of your videos,
wouldn't be indiscriminate.
Well, hold on. In one of your videos, you said that if you walked up to a car with a rifle as a black person, you would get immediately killed. And you're making it sound like if black people would have shown up for January 6th, they would have gotten killed. I mean, there was a lot of rioting for the BLM stuff. It's not like that many people got killed by the cops. So I think that the idea that cops are just looking to kill black people or black people are going to get killed for rioting more than white people, I think we would have saw a lot more death during the BLM riots if that was the case.
Yeah, let's not put words in each other's mouths, me included, right? So I hear you, but I'm not saying indiscriminately. I'm not saying cops are looking to kill black people. I'm just saying if thousands of black people or Muslim people were bum rushing cops who were trying to protect powerful people like our Congress people, tons of them would have gotten shot. And we could disagree on that. That's okay.
The only reason, he doesn't understand anything about, like, if the situation was reversed and it was like Antifa and black people or whatever, And I know it's racist, obviously, the way he's framed this is like black people. Like, there's not any pro, black Trump people there. But, the situation would have been exactly the same, except more damage would have occurred inside the Capitol. Because the reason they don't, like, if there's a violent, like, he doesn't understand the dynamics of this. If there's like a violent crowd of people and there's like sparse amount of police at each entrance, they're not going to just start whipping out their gun and start fucking firing into the crowd indiscriminately.
Of course not. That's ridiculous.
It's just so, that's why like they literally only fired when they got to the last point.
Yeah, Ashley Babbitt. And they
Right.
did kill somebody. We watched it on stream, and I mean that's the moment that you're looking for. If the person gets shot and the crowd goes crazy and starts ripping people limb from limb, you're like, okay. But
That's when they start shooting at people indiscriminately.
yeah, the crowd just the fight immediately got taken out of them.
Yeah.
They're like, oh shit.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Hey, you think no, the cops would have just let them walk in like they did with the white right wingers? Maybe, but I doubt it. Okay, but you
They didn't just I don't know what they didn't just let them walk in. Like, people like literally forced their way situation. I mean, there's video of people literally like you've seen the videos of the cops like trying to squeeze, like trying to push the doors, and then like they're getting attacked by the rioters. You see people like busting in windows and like crawling in, like it's so stupid to me. And I guess it makes sense because this is AOC's insane worldview too. She was all like, oh, it's all a conspiracy theory. The police were gonna like give me up to the protesters to kill, and that's why I had to run away and act like an idiot.
yeah, no, he buys all the nonsense. Look, he downloads the progressive talking points every day, Sitch. So it's
You're right. I forgot. Yeah.
even if they belie the world right in front of his eyes, he's gonna go with the talking points.
But you didn't answer the core question.
Mm-hmm.
If a whole bunch of left wingers had gone there with weapons, do you think that would have been a good idea?
No, I generally, from all the data I've seen, the more guns in an area, usually the more fucked up shit is going to be always. Like,
okay, great.
That's just statistically. But that's up against our Second Amendment rights as Americans, right? I would almost always compel people to, but I mean, I'm also wealthy. I would compel people to leave your property if you want. When I was poor in college, I probably would have killed somebody if they tried to steal my shit, if I had the opportunity to see it, because that's your lifetime's worth of shit that you put into buying stuff that you have. So, like if black people had the ability to defend themselves during the Tulsa race riots, during the Black Wall Street being burned down, for the Koreans that defended their communities, for the Black Panthers in California that felt the need to defend their communities with rifles. I mean, if minority communities or if any community wants to take up arms and defend their community in the United States, you have the right to do that. And if I was going to come down on any side in a conflict there where people start getting killed, I would always come down on the rioters first. For Kenosha, the people that were primarily at fault were the people that were there after dark that were setting shit on fire. Those are the people who have the primary responsibility for everything that happened. As much as we talk about showing up to a riot with a gun and how irresponsible it is, Grosskreutz, the guy that got his bicep shut off, he showed up with a gun. He almost used it on Rittenhouse, right? So I mean, yeah.
Well, by the way, two things about that. Number one, he didn't. So apparently you could show restraint, even though he got shot.
Oh my God.
And number two, he shouldn't have showed up with a gun either. Here, look, my last thing on this is, I'll give you the most.
He didn't show restraint. He got his arm blown off. See, Cenk doesn't know any of this.
Yeah.
Cenk has no idea what he's talking about.
I mean, didn't he try to fire and the gun jammed or something?
Well, I think Rittenhouse got the jump on him. He started pointing at him, and then Rittenhouse blew his arm off.
No, so. I thought, I could have swore he tried to fire.
And the gun jam?
Oh, no, you're right. No, Kyle's gun jammed. You're right. Like, he points the gun at Grosskreutz. Grosskreutz puts his hands up.
Right.
And then when Kyle moves his gun away, then Grosskreutz aims it again at him.
Right. And then he gets a jump on and blows his arm off.
Off, right. Yeah.
Yes. No restraint shown.
Most extreme example. So you remember Charlottesville, of course, the Nazis chant, the Jews will not replace us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would anybody begrudge 10, 20 Jewish guys going in there with weapons and going, no, you're not going to chant this stuff in our community? Well, I mean, that's like the guys that you could least begrudge. I mean, these guys are literal goddamn Nazis, and they're chanting against the Jews while carrying torches, right? But if those 10 or 20...
I thought they said juice will not replace us.
They said both.
Oh, okay.
Jewish guys asked me, I'd say, I love you, brothers and sisters, and I love your strength, and I love your attitude, but don't go. Because it's guaranteed that people are going to die if you go. Okay. So, and some of them might be you, some of them might be the other guys, but I don't want anyone to die.
He's not framing this correctly, because literally when Kyle Rittenhouse was running away from Rosenbaum, they have video footage of the other side of where he was running, and they were destroying the car lot.
Right.
So, I mean, if Kyle Rittenhouse doesn't go, they burn down the car lot. There's like two forces at odds with one another here. So Cenk just is basically saying, you know, fuck you, your car lot gets burned down.
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse did save the car lot from getting burned down.
No, fuck you, Adam.
But to your point
Fuck me. Fuck you.
of like, oh, me saying,
Fuck
oh,
you, the car
Republicans
lot's
want
getting burned
violence
down, okay?
from time to time. Oh, that's crazy. No, they're just like us. No, there's polling. 28% of Republicans say that it's time for violence. So that's a giant number. And
It
that
is, but I mean,
super
for
scary
Charlottesville, as hateful as that riot was, they weren't destroying the city. I think that's a key component that, like, not to mention, and for Kenosha, that city was being destroyed off of misinformation reported about the Jacob Blake shooting. And there were videos of, like, people getting attacked, of car dealerships being set on fire. It just seems like there's remarkably little empathy for the people whose community, if you go to Kenosha today, if you go downtown, there's still shit that's boarded up that has never opened again as a result of those riots. And people are just fixated on the people that were, I mean, as shitty as it is, defending their community against who they perceived as outsiders that were coming just to destroy it. But
yeah, so look, I keep saying last thing because we're so out of time.
Sure. Yeah, sorry, yeah, go for it.
One more last thing. So to that point, Stephen, so some people say, hey, riots are the voice of the unheard. And I hear that, and that's a fair point. But by the way, you could maybe make that argument about January 6th, too. And so that's a different, very long conversation, okay? But that, to me, does not excuse going and setting a building on fire. No excuse. So I'm not excusing that 1%. Now, but if you think it was just because of like bad reporting on one case, I don't think you even think that, right? You know the context is...
Well, the Kenosha riots happen because of the Jacob Blake misreporting. What A to B, a direct line.
So you know the context of tons and tons of unarmed black guys being shot by cops in this country.
No, there are not tons and tons of unarmed black guys being shot by cops.
All right. Okay. So you don't agree with that. Okay, fine.
Well, how many do you think a year get shot? How many unarmed black guys are getting shot by cops?
Okay, Stephen. Okay, let me finish the point.
Okay.
Wrap up.
The number's like 12, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So if you look, I think that if you say to all black people in this country, you're all telling us you've been abused by cops, whether it's to the extreme of being shot or pulled over or arrested or something smaller. You've been abused, all of you, tens of millions of you say that, and you've been saying it for 100 years straight, and then we turn around and go, we don't believe you. I think that's deeply offensive. I think it doesn't make sense. I think it's ridiculous. So that's
That's so pathetic.
Right.
How dare you tell a minority that they're wrong about something factually? That's deeply offensive. Oh my God.
Yeah, terrible.
Jesus.
They had a right to riot, right?
Yeah, that's so
They were offended.
My God.
I didn't even see a lot of blacks in that Kenosha stuff anyway.
I know.
So.
But like, it's just like, who cares about what's actually true? You're just, Cenk over here with his standpoint epistemology. Like, well, if they say it, you're not allowed to question it. Okay.
Yeah.
context in which that riot happens. It doesn't excuse the riot. And by the way, the misreporting, yeah, okay, it turns out he had a knife, but they did shoot him in the back 7 times.
Because he was about to drive off with abducted children. That's a really important part.
He's not a good guy. He's not a good guy.
He's the worst guy. Yeah, but I'm...
I love that response. It's like, so what, they need a knife? They shot him in the back 100 times. Yeah, but he was literally about to get into a car and drive off with abducted children. I'm not saying he's the best guy in the world, Destiny, but did he deserve to get shot just because he might have been kidnapping children? Does he deserve to get shot just for that?
It's just...
Yes, he does. Yes,
Totally.
he does.
It's just insane the amount of accountability they expect with Kyle Rittenhouse. But when it's Jacob Blake or...
Zero,
zero accountability. Yeah. Jacob Blake, the guy with the skateboard, Anthony Huber, like... None of these people. Any accountability? Nah, they do whatever they want.
Yeah, no, great point. It's a great point. It really shows the whole tribalism moral foundations here. How there's all these rules that apply to the outgroup that don't apply to the in-group. The outgroup has to have, your perceived outgroup has to have like the strictest, and they must be the most responsible, amazing person ever. But if it's your in-group or the minority group that you kind of view apparently doesn't have any responsibility for its actions,
Right.
because they're against some oppressive, police state or something, suddenly they have no personal responsibility whatsoever. In the
No
situation.
agency.
Yeah, no agency, right. It's just preposterous.
I'm saying that like
But
he was
it
about to.
doesn't mean you shoot him in the back. There's other solutions other
They
than
already
show up
tased him
with a weapon,
twice.
shoot a guy in the back.
They didn't just show up. They were wrestling him outside the house. They tried to wrestle him on the ground multiple times. They
No,
tased
I
the guy
mean
twice.
Rittenhouse for showing up. Okay, so look, I think that this whole thing, the second,
Wait a minute. I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah,
he's
it's not
knife,
accurate.
but they did shoot him in the back 7 times.
Because he was about to drive off with abducted children. That's a really important
He's not
part.
a good guy. He's not
He was
a good
the worst guy. Yeah, but I'm saying that like
But
he was
it
about to.
doesn't mean you shoot him in the back. There's other solutions other
They
than
already
show up
tased him
with a weapon,
twice.
shoot a guy in the back.
They didn't just show up. They were wrestling him outside the house. They tried to wrestle him on the ground multiple times. They
No,
tased
I
the guy
mean
twice.
Rittenhouse for showing up. Okay, so
No, no, what? They were, no, well, I'm sorry. That's bullshit. They were 100% talking about Jacob Blake. They were not talking about
He did a
Rittenhouse.
little switcheroo there, didn't he?
Yeah, okay.
No,
So,
talking about Rittenhouse.
look, I think that this whole thing, the Second Amendment, I got a right to bring weapons. Everybody's going to bring weapons, and we're all going to kill each other. I think it's a disastrous idea. And anyone who, right wing or left wing, and by the way, Stephen, we've fought back against any kind of violence, including from our side. Even things like that Riley Gaines, I think, the swimmer, she goes and gives a speech at some college, and then the leftists surround the room that she's in and won't let her out, and she's afraid for her safety. Cops won't let her out because they're afraid for her safety. What are you guys doing? To be a progressive is to believe in nonviolence.
Sure.
We don't do those thug tactics, okay?
Sure, but I will say your guys' coverage of the Michael Reinhold guy was a lot different.
You hear that Cenk just dog whistled?
he said thug, yeah.
He said the T word. Oh
He
my
did.
God.
Major dog whistle there.
Ooh, Cenk.
And I think that was a shooting that was clearly in the wrong. He was stalking a dude for hours, chased him across the street and shot him in the face and then ran away. And they gave interviews to Vice. And you guys were comparing that to like, oh, well, if Rittenhouse could kill the one guy that was chasing him, this guy's killing should have been just as supported. I don't know. Like when you build up this world of like alternative fact reporting over and over and over and over and over again, like it's not surprising to me that after a while you've got people on the right and left that just live in totally different worlds. So people on the left are like, of course we're going to go riot and burn down cities. Hundreds or thousands of people every year are getting indiscriminately killed by the cops. And then people on the right are like, I don't know why you guys are burning down anything. We lived in a totally different fact world where all of your stuff is misreported, where people like, and then like even like, like the Rittenhouse killings are being compared to like Breonna Taylor, which is actually a truly tragic case where a woman died for no reasons, where at best the cops were serving a not great warrant, and at worst they shouldn't have even been there. And you've got people comparing like Breonna Taylor and Philando Castile, the black guy who got shot and killed in his car because the cops smelled weed, are comparing this to like the Rittenhouse killings and stuff. And it's like, geez, when all of it gets thrown together, it feels like it's easy to take none of it seriously, and that's the kind of thing that's frustrating to me.
All right, I hear you, but I again, we don't agree, and I think that this fetish of guns drives way more violence. It's an empirical fact. The more guns we have, the more homicides there are, the more suicides there are, the more tension we have in the country, the more we distrust each other, the more fearful we are, and the more we strike out against one another and shoot and kill. And what we're trying to do on the Young Turks is to end all that stuff. The right wing, they'll never listen. But for the left wing, we try super hard to make sure that there are no riots, there's no violence, there's no threats. That's not what Martin Luther King stood for, or Nelson Mandela, or Mahatma Gandhi. And we remind our audience of that day in and day out. We probably do it more than any other show.
Okay. There's anything here we go back and forth for hours for, but I'll respect your time. We're already 20 minutes over. So do you have any final closing words or thoughts, remarks, or anything? Or
just look, guys, get in the fight. And by that I mean not like debates and not on the street, but I mean do something. If you're frustrated, this is the thing that Stephen and I agree on, right? If you're frustrated about the lack of progress, then support a candidate, support a group. Look, I'm lucky I get to form groups, right? Because we've built up some degree of power leverage, et cetera, at TYT, right? But help Justice Democrats bring more uncorrupted progressives in the Congress to fight for you. Help Rebellion PAC get progressives elected that are going to be aggressive and make sure that they get paid family leave passed, et cetera. Help Wolfpack to get corruption out of politics. Or you form your own organization, and if you love Biden, then support Biden. If whoever it is, but get in the fight and do something, because if we all just sit around, the status quo is not helping anyone, and it's brutal, and it's going to run us all over. So let's get up, let's fight together, let's win together.
Gotcha. Well, cool. Thanks a lot. Obviously, I encourage my audience to do the same. Get Republicans out of office. I think it'll make a big difference. If you want to vote for progressives, knock yourselves out. But man, get Republicans out of office. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And I mean, people can find you guys obviously at the Young Turks. I don't even think I need to point that out. But yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Yep. See you later. Bye. Please explain to chat why you think Trump is a fascist. The biggest hallmark, the biggest two hallmarkers for me is that Trump wanted single person rule. Trump wanted to be able to rule with a pen. He wanted to be able to do everything on his own. Number one, he had no respect for political process. And then two, this kind of goes along with it. I don't think Trump has respect for rule of law. He wants to bend the rule of law to suit his particular needs. In my opinion, those two things, and like a disdain for liberal values, those things make you like essentially a fascist. He wasn't actually, because he couldn't. I think for whatever reason, the guardrails on U.S. democracy were, I guess, stronger than we all thought. But goddamn, did he try? Things like getting Pence to overturn the vote, things like talking about arresting political opponents, revoking citizenship from people that disrespected the flag, getting the Supreme Court.
Did he try to arrest political opponents?
Yeah, well, he told Barr that he should arrest Biden a month before the election.
I thought he wanted to investigate him.
No, he said, I'm sorry, I don't know if he said arrest or indict, but he said, no, they keep telling me that they need to investigate, and I tell them, no, they have enough information, go do it.
Right.
So no, he was telling them to pull the trigger on either an arrest or indictment. I don't remember which one, but probably an indictment, but. Which is kind of the irony of the situation, with people pointing to, oh my God, this is just the politicization of coming after Trump, and it's like Trump like literally directed Bill Barr twice on television to do that, and then the defense that I always hear from people is, well, but it didn't actually happen because Bill Barr ignored him, and it's like, I mean, to me, the defense for Trump is always so wild when it's like, yeah, Trump tried to do something that's like super fucked up, but he didn't actually succeed because the people around him didn't listen to him. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, like, you can have that position if you're willing to essentially say that Trump is a bad person. Like, here's the thing. You can make that argument if you're going to say, I don't think that Trump should be prosecuted, or a president or a candidate should be prosecuted this close to the election, right? And I think that doing that is a detrimental abuse of power. Like, you can have that position, but then you also have to say that Donald Trump is just as guilty as that because he attempted to do that.
Right.
So, but people don't, want to obviously hold that position generally. So
I think 1 in 3 people are authoritarians already. So
I think 1 in 3 people. So I'd be careful. I don't think it's that 1 in 3 people are authoritarians. I think 1 in 3 people don't care about the rule of law or the process, and will be willing to throw that out to get whatever they want.
That's what I mean. Yeah, okay. 1 in 3 people. So it's not if 33% of the population are already authoritarians, it's not hard for me to imagine that 100% of politicians are authoritarians.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. Again, it comes into, if that was the case, then why didn't all the politicians go along with Trump with all the things he was wanting to do?
I said this when January 6th happened, because Pence didn't see it as a viable way for him to be president of the United States one day.
Right, which I, again, don't agree. I mean, if Pence thought that, Pence is literally an idiot. If he thought, oh, I'm going to stand up against Trump and then I'm going to use this to run for office and win.
He's done that already. He's literally
Yeah.
doing that now.
Yeah, he has no fucking shot. He has
Well,
like
look,
0.0% chance
just because politicians are delusional doesn't mean that the thesis is incorrect. Obviously, if he look,
so you don't agree, you don't buy that when the story about him calling Dan Quayle and Dan Quayle telling him that he can't do that. You think that's all just bullshit?
No, I think all of that happened, obviously. Like he needs something that he can tell his constituents for why he didn't do it. But ultimately the reason he didn't do it is because it hurt his chances, his political chances in the future. It'd be like throwing his political career away.
Why didn't the Republicans in Congress support those?
Some of them did.
Yeah, some of them did. But I'm saying, why didn't they all support those?
Because it would be throwing their political fortunes away. Look,
I don't agree with you.
Let's say Pence does it.
I think you're too lax with the term authoritarian.
Pence does it. Okay, Pence goes for the elector scheme, and he says, "Listen, these electors. Fuck you. I'm throwing them away. Here's the new electors." Okay,
right.
And immediately it's going to throw everything into chaos. There's going to be court cases. It's going to be a coin toss on how things turn out. Yep. Is Pence throwing away his political career? I would argue yes. Pence's political career is done. Over.
It depends. Well, first of all, number one, it depends how things shake out. Because if Trump retains the power, then Pence's career is solidified forever.
Okay, but do you think that's the way things are going to turn out?
Well, I don't think that would be the way.
I don't think that's the way things are going to turn out either. It's going to be major chaos. As sooner or later, maybe they drag Trump from office. Who knows what's going to happen?
I think the Supreme Court would literally turn on him pretty quickly.
Yeah,
because there was no legal precedent for that maneuver, even though a lot of them were very conservative and Trump put them in office. And I think that would be the end of it. But I don't believe what you're making a different claim, which is that you're saying that the thing that motivated Pence is primarily that he wants to run for president and he thinks this is the best way to do it. And I don't believe that.
Well, and his own political career, obviously.
I don't agree with that. I don't think there's enough evidence for that. And I think a lot of this is Sitch's law, because I think you're using the term authoritarian far too liberally. Because to me, when you say someone's authoritarian, as we talked about, like there's a spectrum of people willing to kind of violate the rule of law to maintain their power. And you're kind of it sounds like you're saying like, well, anyone that's like above a 2 is an authoritarian. And to me, it's like you're in like the 9 or 10 range to be an authoritarian.
No,
I think most politicians are in the 6 or 7 range.
I think authoritarians are the people who are willing to force their beliefs, their ideology, their way of doing things onto other people, regardless of whether or not those people are disgusted by it.
Well, I think to me, it's not just that. It's also people that are willing to essentially say rule of law doesn't matter. Our system doesn't matter. All that matters is I do what I want. And the thing is, like, just looking at like the House Republicans in the various states that Rudy Giuliani went to and said, hey, you should throw out your votes. And they were like, well, you need to give us evidence for this. And then he didn't. Like, if all they cared about was their power and they were authoritarian, they would have just thrown out the votes and just done what he said. Because that would have been the move to help them.
You got to look at it in the context of the entire system, though. That's why I brought up the Pence thing. Because if Pence could go along with Trump and there's like a 90% chance that this is going to work, and Trump says, offers him, I don't know, what is Trump ever going to leave office? I mean, does he say, Pence, you can take over once I die? Okay. Maybe Pence does it then. If it's a 90% chance, if he's got all his ducks in a row and he knows everyone's going to go along with it and they're definitely going to win in the end. But as it is, it's a gamble.
Okay. I guess we're just never going to agree on this. I just completely disagree with you. Very strongly disagree with you on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess that's just.
So you think you think if Trump has all his ducks in a row, everyone's going to go along with him. It's going to be Trump
no.
president for life. Pence
No, I
says,
don't.
no,
You're the
I'm
one.
not
Wait,
going
I'm
to.
saying okay. Here's the problem. So I agree with you that I think some percentage of the population, 20-30% of the population, is probably authoritarian minded. Okay. The problem is, especially from the right's whole like philosophy, not the whole philosophy, but a big part of a lot of right-wing philosophy is the idea of adherence to a system of laws and order and structure. And essentially, to be an authoritarian, you're saying, I'm going to throw all that out, or I'm going to ignore all that because I'm going to keep power for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And that can happen. Like, obviously, it can happen from a right-wing perspective because there have been right-wing authoritarians. But I'm just saying, to me, you're being far too liberal, and you're like, every politician is just an authoritarian, like waiting to snatch. I just vehemently disagree with this. I don't think you have. I think that's an extraordinary claim. You have to have pretty extraordinary evidence for that claim. And I mean, we're all arguing from our gut intuitions here, so we can kind of move on. But I just completely disagree with you.
I think our system is designed to capture and promote the authoritarians and to discourage and turn away all the people who have any sort of.
Vehemently disagree with you, but okay. I think the reason that our system works is that it exists to check a lot of these things.
Look,
here's the. I mean, everyone when Trump was like doing all the things he was doing, like people were just fucking shocked about this. Especially a lot of people in politics. A lot of Republicans were like, "What the fuck? This is like wacky." Like it was just unheard of for him to be doing these things and to be creating the fake slate of electors and all this shit. And just if everyone was really the authoritarian you're saying, that they would have just been like, "Oh, okay, sure," or "Oh, that makes sense." They wouldn't have had like this like shocked Pikachu face about all this stuff happening.
Right.
So
I mean. Okay.
And obviously Bill Barr and obviously all the people in the Justice Department were not the authoritarians because they were all completely doing things that were counter them maintaining power.
I think that they all believe that it was a bigger chance that if they went along with Trump, they would be throwing their careers away and losing power. They were going against Trump to maintain power. I'm a believer in we need a system that doesn't need to promote people who are angels. We need a system that forces people who are authoritarian dipshits into doing the right thing. So when I'm making this claim that I'm making, I'm saying we do live in that system. The reason why people were not buying into doing the kinds of things that Trump was trying to get them to do was because the system is designed in a way that it was literally against their interests.
I think the thing that I think you're not respecting is that you're not respecting culture here, which is that if there's a cultural idea, part of people's reaction to a lot of things Trump was doing with like such bizarreness.
Yeah, breaking the cultural norms.
Right. Those cultural norms do have power, and they have power even to politicians. And so I'm just saying, whatever. We can move on. We're not going to agree.
To some extent,
fundamentally disagree with your worldview on this. But
that's okay. We can still be friends.
That's true.
I'll win you over sooner or later.
Yeah, right. I'm curious if Destiny had this conversation with Anna Kasparian, if she would have also defended the Jacob Blake, Kyle Rittenhouse situation, or would she have admitted fault?
I think she would have, but that's just.
I'm curious.
I would like to know. Yeah, definitely.
And it will be interesting if he could get a conversation with her. But I mean, it would be now. It would be too late because if she comes out and says that they got it wrong after Cenk defends it, it's going to be real awkward.
She did. She said that on air.
No, she said that she got one. She said she got one specific thing wrong, which was the video.
Right.
But I don't know if she ever said that she got the entire situation with Kyle Rittenhouse wrong, where she thinks he was actually justified. I'm not sure.
They think he is to blame for everything simply because he went to there. Yeah.
Right.
Which is just bonkers, crazy, fuck off, get out of my face. I can't take that kind of perspective seriously. From anyone who, look, they're literally saying they're supposed to be the party of of, freedom, right? We need
Right.
economic equality so people can do whatever they want to do. And he's basically saying, no, there's a riot. You have to shut up and stay home. Like,
Right.
fuck you.
Right.
That's completely against freedom. That's authoritarian.
Yeah.
You're an authoritarian piece of shit. If you think you're literally ready to let the rioters win just because they might get shot and killed. No, fuck you. That's
Right.
so, again, this is the thing. Like, I hate authoritarians. Like, I literally, 1 out of 3 of you motherfuckers, I fucking hate.
Yeah.
Like, the whole idea that people are willing to force their, personal moral aesthetics onto people just bugs the shit out of me. And
Right.
and a lot of times it's just based on nothing. Not any sort of empirical evidence, nothing.
Well, it's based on their gut.
Yeah. Yeah, their own personal feelings.
Right.
Yeah, that bugs the shit out of me. So, and
Well,
this is exactly what Cenk is doing here. He's saying, look, because I feel like, he fucked up because some people died. Like, everyone has to stay home now and you can't buy guns. It's like,
Right.
no.
Right. Sure.
Hell no.
Well, and that's the real complaint against wokeness is that it's
It's
massively
authoritarian.
Yeah.
Yes, totally. It's
Which is why
left-wing
hilarious that some people are
authoritarianism.
like, we need to fix the left-wing authoritarian with right-wing authoritarian.
Yeah, no, that's this is what drives me crazy. This is the scary thing because I'm surrounded by authoritarians here.
Yep. And I give James Lindsay a lot of props, even though I disagree with him on some stuff, for not being even remotely afraid to go after right-wing authoritarianism
Yeah, he did
very
a
vocally. Yeah.
he did a podcast on it. I was listening to.
Mhm.
I only got about halfway through it, but he's talking about the right-wing authoritarians trying to, step up, saying basically, I mean, he was talking kind of about Carl's argument that liberalism always leads to communism. It's just like, that's what happens.
Right.
And Lindsay's making an argument. No, look, the fate of liberalism is not communism.
I think we need to. I know. So Carl and James had a conversation on this topic, but they didn't get very deep into it.
No, they didn't. Yeah,
I feel like we need to set up the conversation.
we can try.
Part 2.
We can try.
James, you need to tell Carl he's wrong about liberalism. Okay, you need to sell him
Look,
on liberalism.
we did one conversation that, I mean, I looked bad in that conversation just because I was so fucking frustrated. I'd done so much research
I know.
and nobody even wanted to talk about the fucking topic.
I know.
I'm like, when Carl comes out and talks about liberalism, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because his idea of liberalism is some platonic form of, it's like, come on, guy. When I'm talking about liberalism, I'm talking about maximizing individual freedom for as many people as possible. I'm talking about Kyle Rittenhouse being able to go out and defend other people's property when you can't call 911.
Right.
That's the liberalism I'm talking about. And if you're against that, like, how can I help you? And if you're making the argument that Kyle Rittenhouse being able to go out and protect private property rights is somehow going to lead to communism, well, you're going to have to walk me through that step by step because I'm not sure I buy into that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then
Private property rights are the foundation of Western civilization.
true.
Yeah.
True. The second thing I wanted to say about this conversation that's kind of interesting to me is that I guess it depends on what Destiny's goal here is. Is Destiny's goal here to try to get Cenk to concede something, try to get Cenk to change his mind, or is his goal for Cenk to kind of double down and look stupid in the conversation? Because when he opens the Kyle Rittenhouse section up, he doesn't just say, well, let's talk about Kyle Rittenhouse, and then he says, jumps into it. He says, let's talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. I think that the entire situation was caused by bad reporting. And I think you were involved in that.
You are
reporting,
responsible.
right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, psychologically, it's already putting this pressure onto Cenk to make him want to defend himself. And the way to do that is to say, well, actually, I got it right. So I don't know if that was intentional or accidental, but it's kind of interesting to me.
It is totally interesting. Like, he kind of started off on the wrong foot. If if he did want to get some kind of concession, because Cenk obviously just dug in after that. So
Right. Now, to be clear, I don't know. It's very possible that even if you worded everything in the most nicest way possible, Cenk would never concede anything. That's only possible, of course, too.
I think that's
So,
probable more than just
yeah.
possible.
Right. I mean, you're probably correct. I think even in the nicest worded way, Cenk would have conceded. But it's just interesting to me that, like, if you're trying to have a conversation with someone where you're trying to get them to change their mind, like, to assign fault, not just fault to them, but to assign broad fault, to say, like, you actually created a situation that's negative, like, they're never going to change their mind at that point.
Of course, yeah.
So,
The the policy, I just think the policy talk was super boring, and he was like, well, we got to talk about something interesting here, and there's definitely going to be some conflict over this Rittenhouse stuff. So I think that's why he went to the Rittenhouse stuff.
I think it was an interesting thing. I saw a video Destiny did before this conversation where he was like looking through the Rittenhouse stuff beforehand. And I agree with Destiny in terms of, that's why, I mean, I labeled it at the time. I said Kyle Rittenhouse is the left-wing NPC test.
Yeah. We covered a lot of those Young Turks videos.
Yes, yes. So I think that's why I think I understand that, like, the policy about the debt ceiling, not the most exciting thing, but to me, the thing that's interesting about that whole conversation is just that Cenk's worldview is so conspiratorial and so, in my opinion, detached from the reality of what's actually happening in politics.
Right.
That the idea that Democrats are just all secretly Republicans is just hilarious to me.
In reality, conspiracies are very hard to make work.
Yeah.
So much of reality is just different factions fighting against one another and things kind of shaking out
with competing interests.
Yeah, competing interests, and sometimes even just random accidents. So the idea that everything is like being orchestrated by dark money, and it's not a good solid worldview for interpreting how things are going to work out.
Obviously that has an effect.
It does.
But the idea that it's like 100% is just,
well, the effect cancels each other out, though, because you have obviously billionaires who want differing policy prescriptions, and they're all betting on different politicians. So,
well, that's the weird thing, is that I'm curious as to what Cenk's response to that be. Like, obviously, like George Soros and Sheldon Adelson, or the Koch brothers,
ideologically opposed.
Yeah, they obviously have very different worldview, or do that. Maybe he thinks they actually have the same worldview, and it's all just like kayfabe. I don't know. But to me, it seems like they have very different worldviews, and they're advocating for very different things.
Yeah. So, he would probably say it was kayfabe.
Maybe.
There's a little more here. I don't know. I did listen to some of Destiny talking after the fact, and there was some interesting stuff. So
I listened to the live stream. I don't know what was in the edited version.
Yeah, no, I listened to the live stream too.
Or to give him an okay to go and do border policy, trying to ban groups of people from this country for U.S. security reasons when it was just race-based, calling Georgia to find the votes he needed to flip that election.
Listen to the phone call.
I got to go back to that phone call so I can agree with you or argue with you about it.
It so drives me crazy because there's nothing crazy on the phone call. He basically says, we got these votes and they're in there and they didn't check the signatures well, and we need you to find the votes that we got legally.
Undermining the integrity of our electoral process, constantly talking about how the fact that the ballots were going to be rigged, constantly playing into the narrative that the election was like all of these things are like fascist in nature, in my opinion. Authoritarian, ultra-nationalist, ultra-isolationist, ultra-populist,
Yeah.
Okay. Let me read some super chats and then we'll talk about the indictment. Twitter sucks for $20 says leftists mobs chant. Oh, chase. I'm sorry. Leftists say mobs chase murderers. Also leftists. Emmett Till. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. As soon as like the person being chased is black, all the politics and all the the thought about it just completely changes. I mean, to me, like, that really shows how deep kind of the tribal mindset is. If you just replace like the skin color or the identity of the people, but the situation is exactly the same. And if your views change on it, then that shows you that your elephant is really driving your thinking, not your rider.
Totally.
Some randomist poo for $20. Thank you. Says Kyle Gates fell so perfectly into the right narrative. The less reaction so bad that if it was fiction, it would be unrealistic propaganda and bad writing. I didn't believe it at first because it conformed to my beliefs so much. That means, first of all, I applaud you for having the self-awareness to say this story is too good to be true, to not believe it at first, because that's the attitude we should all have about everything. And it's funny because it's kind of like when we'll talk about the indictment, like Trump's statement about Trump's statement about showing the guy the classified information. Like who would ever believe that statement would be true? Because it's so ridiculous, right? It's just so ridiculous. It's exactly what the left wants. But no, it's the same. But that's a good point. Like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, it was like literally the most perfect situation. And it shows how even in the most perfect situation, where the guy's so perfectly is obviously in the correct of self-defense, people still won't accept it because of their preconceived notions and because of the politics involved. They're just too powerful. J-Mac for $20. Our circuit father J-Mac says, sorry, Destiny, my brother's Republican and he got into office. Sad face. That's true. That is true. J-Mac for $100. Oh my God, our circuit father J-Mac for $100 says, now the video's over. Can I do a shameless shout out to my cousin who started a fitness channel here on the old YouTube? Of course you can, J-Mac, our surrogate father, executive producer of the show. You can shout out whatever you want, Jay, of course. The channel is called Honeycomb Training. Give her a watch. And if you like the content, maybe subscribe. Love you guys. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Check it out. J-Mac's cousin, our surrogate father, J-Mac, his cousin is on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Under Honeycomb Training. Honeycomb Training. So check it out.
I'm trying to find a good image for the Trump indictment.
Trump in handcuffs.
Well, I don't know
kidding.
about that. That doesn't seem very fair. Trump says he has been. Okay.
What? Okay.
The charge.
Let's talk about
this looks good. Here we
big news. The indictments. Okay. Here's I guess how to start on this. What are the most important claims? Keyword claims against Trump in this indictment. Okay.
Well, let me ask you. Did you read the indictment?
Yeah, it's not that long.
Yeah, I read it too.
I
mean, I did. I had someone read it to me, but
you had the computer read it to. Yeah.
No, I had Vosh read it to me.
Did he really read it?
Vosh read the indictment. I was like,
that's funny.
Oh well, if he's reading it, okay.
Right. Okay, so I think this is a good place to start. What are the more important or most important claims against Trump? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the important claims, to my understanding, is number one, Trump seems to be acknowledging that he did not declassify the documents, that Trump does not believe at the time that simply removing documents from the White House automatically declassifies them, and Trump does not believe he can declassify things in his brain. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that was the number one important thing. So that would mean that when Trump's lawyers were making the claim that was his thought process at the time, that is a lie, essentially. Okay, that's the first claim. And that claim is based off of, I'm sure you've heard it, but maybe I'll read it really quick. The silly, this quote, these quotes seem so ridiculous that I don't begrudge anyone for being skeptical of these quotes until we get a confirmation in either audio or the person that was being talked to says that this actually happened.
Well, hold on a second. The claim is that Trump can classify and unclassify documents at will. That's the claim we're focused on, right?
Well, no, there are two claims.
Okay.
There was that he can declassify documents simply in his mind.
Right.
by just deciding mentally that they're declassified.
Not informing anyone that these are being declassified. Yeah, that seems ridiculous. But okay, and what's the second claim?
And the second claim was him simply removing classified documents from the White House is automatically a declassification process.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
So these two claims, yeah. Okay.
Right. Or actually, where's the
Did you?
Yeah.
Do you remember the CNN town hall that Trump had? We covered it. We did a response to it. Do you remember in that CNN town hall when the classified documents came up? I thought his response was very odd / interesting.
What was his response? I don't remember.
Well, I was expecting him to say, no, I didn't take classified documents. Like, why would I do that, right?
Right.
But he said his response was, yeah, I mean, I probably took some documents, I can. That's within my right. I mean, they're my documents. Like he pushed back in a way that I felt like once his indictment came out, I looked back at that CNN town hall and kind of thought, he must have known like a lot of the structure of the case that they had against him. Because it seemed like that response took into account the fact that he knew he had a bunch of classified documents.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And people were saying this when the original claim was being made, when the FBI first, went and raided, in the original claim, people noticed, they said, it's interesting that A, he's not saying he doesn't have documents, and B, he's not saying that he took the documents by accident. Yeah. Because that would be the most conventional defense, right? You just say, well, it was a mistake. I took a bunch of documents, they asked them for me, and I sent back what I thought was all of them, and it turned out I had more. Like, that would be the most conventional defense, you think, right? But he didn't say that. And the reason he didn't say that is because, and people forget this, the FBI, supposedly, we don't know exactly what this evidence is, but I'm sure it'll shake out in the trial. The FBI claimed the reason they did the raid was because they had evidence that Trump intentionally hid documents from the FBI, intentionally.
Yeah.
And there was unsourced reports. So again, this is unsourced, that they got this information from somebody who works for Donald Trump, flipped and told the FBI that he was hiding documents from Trump. If that's true, if that actually happened, which is very likely that did happen, then that would explain why the Trump team formulated the defense they formulated. Because then they'd have to take into account, well, how do we defend ourselves when someone is testifying that Trump intentionally didn't return documents and then said that he did, right? You couldn't say it was an accident at that point. You have to formulate some other defense.
They have a bunch of text messages in the indictment. I mean, it seems like they got him dead to rights on the intentionally hiding documents.
Yes.
I mean, there's an attorney that he had a conversation with about the documents, mysteriously disappearing, and that attorney obviously knew that he had these documents, so he couldn't sign off and say all the documents had been returned. So they got some third attorney who didn't know shit.
Well, we're jumping ahead. I feel like we should take this one time. Okay, so the first claim against Trump is that the idea that he declassified them in his mind, or that removing them from office declassifies them automatically. The first claim is that Trump knew that that's not true, or rather, someone can make the argument that that's legally true, but that Trump didn't believe that at the time.
Right.
That's the claim, that Trump didn't actually believe that at the time. Okay. And then the statement is that everyone's talking about, Trump is talking to a journalist, and he's talking to some staffers, and Trump says, well, with Milley, let me see, I'll show you an example. He said, I want to attack Iran, though in the indictment it says country A, but we're assuming it's Iran.
Isn't it amazing? This is General Milley. This is the woke general.
We're assuming that it's General Milley. We're assuming it's Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have big piles of paper. This thing just came up. Look, this was him. They presented me with this off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department. We looked at some. This was him. This wasn't done by me. This was by him. All sorts of pages long. Look, wait a minute. Let's see here. Staffer laughs. Trump says, I just found this. Isn't this amazing? This totally wins my case, you know. And then Trump says, except it is like highly confidential. Staffer laughs and says, yes. Then Trump says, secret. This is secret information. Look at this. You attack and ... By the way, isn't this incredible? Staffer says, yes. Trump says, I was just thinking because we were talking about it. You know, he said he wanted to attack Iran and what ... Trump says, this was done by the military and given to me. I think we can probably write. Staffer says, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll try to. And then Trump finishes his statement saying, yes, declassify it. Staffer says, figure it out. Yeah. Trump says, see, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, you know, but this is still a secret.
That's a pretty damning recording right there.
Yes. Yeah. I could have declassified it, but now I can't.
Locker room talk, Sitch. Locker room talk.
And then Staffer says, yes, now we have a problem, laughing. And Trump says, isn't that interesting? Okay. So that leads into the second important claim against Trump, which is that it is against the law for Trump to show classified documents to people that don't have classification, you know, aren't cleared to see them.
The context of this conversation was a book about Trump or something, correct? Like he's talking to a journalist who's working on a book.
He's talking to a journalist and a staffer. And I don't know if we know for the 100% certainty, but I think they believe that the book was about, not Trump, but about Mark Meadows, his chief of staff.
Right. So, but he's saying that they could use this information in the book, but the problem is it's a classified information, so they can't necessarily use it in the book. Right. Yeah.
And so
this looks horrible.
Right.
It just looks terrible.
So I believe the claim was Mark Milley, the chief of staff at the time, feared Trump would order an attack on Iran, and he says he advised against it. And Trump was making the claim that he has a top secret document that shows it was actually Mark Milley or the DOD who was advocating to attack Iran. Though even in Trump's statement, that doesn't really prove his point. Because if Trump said, I want you guys to create a plan to attack Iran, even if they disagreed with them doing it, like even if they disagreed with actually doing it, they would still create the plan. And then they say, here's our plan. We don't think you should do it, but here's the plan. Right.
Right.
So the conversation doesn't really prove Trump's point, even on that level.
Who commissioned the plan?
We don't know.
Right. Okay.
I mean, we don't know yet. Maybe
we're not supposed to know because this is really just about getting Trump on secret documents, but we want to know because
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I want to know.
I'm just curious.
I was like, does he have the plan that they drew up to buy Greenland? I'd like to read that too, to be honest.
Right. So part of the defense could be when Trump says in the conversation, assuming this conversation is real, by the way, which, you know, supposedly
they have a recording of the conversation,
but we haven't heard it yet. Right. But assuming this is real and not out of context or edited or whatever, the defense would be Trump, when Trump says, look at this secret, this is secret information. Look at this, that he didn't like sit there and allow him to like read it. He just kind of like flashed it. Right. That would be the defense. He just flashed him the paper that said top secret. He didn't really look at it. That would be the defense. Presumably they'll ask the journalists and whoever the staffer is to testify as to whether, you know, what exactly was the specifics of that situation.
I'm pretty sure these people have already testified.
I think
that's how it works. Yeah, they gather their testimony before they build the case.
Not all of it, but some of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, and here's another thing I was wondering too. So when the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago, remember, there are a lot of people that were saying, why did the FBI do this? Trump was playing ball with them. This must be political. Like that was the common thing we heard at the time.
Right.
But then the FBI claimed that they had what they believed was credible evidence that Trump was intentionally hiding documents and not actually giving them everything. which leads me to believe, based on all the information they have on this indictment, either A, the rumor that someone in Trump, someone who works for Trump flipped on him seems to be very credible because they have so much information about this.
Yeah.
So that seems to be credible that someone who flipped on Trump, who probably moved the boxes, who helped move the boxes.
Well, they have text messages from whoever was moving the boxes.
Right, but I'm talking about even before the FBI raided.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Place. I think the rumor that someone flipped on Trump is probably true. Number one, and number two, here's another thing: it could be possible, and this will probably shake out during the case. It could be possible that when all the Trump document stuff was going on, whoever wrote this book might have even gone to the FBI and told them about this, because then you could have a situation where he says, Donald Trump showed me some top secret plan to attack Iran. The FBI goes through the documents that they had gotten already from Trump.
And they don't have it. Yeah.
And they don't have that. And they say, oh, isn't that interesting? Because if you remember when the raid was occurring, those were the two things we were hearing about. We were hearing about supposedly someone flipped on Donald Trump, and supposedly there was something about an attack on Iran, right? And a nuclear weapons thing. That was the third thing. So
if this is all going into a book about Trump, man, you've got one hell of a final chapter here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is yet, but I mean,
yeah, you know, this writer's like, he hit the jackpot. He's like, I'm going to write a book about Mark Meadows. And he ends up like incidentally being a key figure in some unrelated story to Mark Meadows. So,
I mean, this is not, it's weird because this is such a calamity of errors. And I'm more towards
a comedy of errors.
Well, yeah, both.
A comedic calamity of errors.
Calamity and comedy.
Yes.
I am more thinking, like when I listen to Vosh reading the indictment, like Vosh is making the case that Trump is trying to steal secrets from the White House so that he can sell them to Saudi Arabia. And I'm thinking, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that seems ridiculous. Yeah.
My read of the situation is Trump is collecting souvenirs, right? Like, oh, look at this plan of attack they drew up for me. How cool is that? I'm president. I'm fucking president of the United States.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's basically cribbing souvenirs the whole time, and he wants to keep it for his own memento keepsake thing. I don't know what, but to parlay that into prison time. Oh my God, Sitch, what is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
That's a big fuck up.
It is a very big fuck up. Yeah, it's a huge fuck up. Okay, let's continue. So other important claims against Trump. So far we have that he presumably, the declassifying documents automatically thing, he knew that wasn't the case. The claim against him is that he showed the documents to other people. Another claim is that, and this is a big one, I think his lawyer is claiming this. His lawyer is claiming that Trump told him via hand motion and words to dispose of some of the secret documents instead of turning them over to the government.
Right.
Which would be a big deal. That'd be a big deal for obstruction. Another claim against him was that he told his employee to remove boxes potentially containing top secret documents and then bring them to Trump's residency. And then so that when his lawyer, so maybe to explain this, the way that the procedure worked was that essentially Donald Trump had been holding on to all these documents for a year after he was president. And he'd been in a year-long fight with the presidential records people to get the records. They wanted to get the records back because technically, regardless of whether they're confidential or not, he's not supposed to have any presidential records that are not personal records at all. So they were fighting with Trump. Trump didn't want to give them back to them. They eventually said, if you don't give us the documents, we're going to go to Congress and they're going to shit on you. They're going to shit on your breakfast. So Trump says, okay. So he sends some documents back to them. They look through them and say, oh shit, there's confidential information in these documents. So they go tell the DOD or the FBI or whoever.
Why can't you just copy the document? What's the big fucking deal here?
Well, you're not supposed to do that, but you're right. Yeah. Why did he do that? Yeah. That's a good question.
Okay.
But, But so they look through it, they say, oh my God, there's confidential documents here. So they get the,
Right.
the higher ups involved. Okay.
Like on the top of the stack is a plan to attack Iran.
Right, right. So then they get involved in this, and then they send, they tell Trump, oh my, we believe you have confidential stuff, give it to us. And so they kind of go, I believe they give Trump like a month or 2 months to kind of comply with this. And then, so the way that they do this is that Trump has his lawyer go through the boxes and say, okay, you go through these boxes and you sort out what is classified, and then you send it back to the government.
Right.
But it's really weird because number one, there's like, 60 boxes or 100 boxes of documents, and his lawyer supposedly does this in 2 hours, which seems impossible.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, right. Which seems fucking impossible. Number one.
100 boxes of documents? Oh, I hate going through documents.
Yeah, in 2 hours? Give me a break.
No.
So that's the first, you're like, what the fuck? That's the first thing. Second thing is, Trump is accused of having someone who worked for him as personal aide intentionally remove boxes from the storage room that his lawyer was going to go through, that he knew his lawyer was going to go through, bring them to his residency, and then keep them there so that his lawyer wouldn't go through them when he was returning stuff back to the government.
That's the good stuff, man. What is it?
Right. And so that's a really explosive claim if they can prove that to be true, which, so far it looks like they have pretty strong evidence, and obviously it's going to depend on whether Trump's personal aide flips on him or not and admits to doing this or not. And also, as you brought up, it's very suspect because the lawyer that Trump's been working on this the whole time with to go through the documents, after he spends the 2 hours to go through all the boxes of documents, he's supposed to sign a piece of paper that says, I, as Trump's attorney, hereby swear that I've done a good faith attempt to look through all these documents and return all the top secret documents to the government. But he doesn't sign it.
Right.
He calls up some other lawyer that works for him and says, hey, junior partner, I want you to come over here and sign this piece of paper, even though you didn't personally look through the documents at all. I want you to put your credibility on the line here with the government. I'm not going to sign this piece of paper. Which is so fucking sus. You're like, okay, he must have known some crazy shit was up here, because why else would you do that?
That's so fucked up for the person that has to show up and sign the document.
Exactly.
It's like, am I going to get thrown in jail for this?
Yeah,
probably not.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, right?
Just sign.
Like, can you imagine you're like some junior partner or something?
I know.
Calls you up. Hey, can you come down to Mar-a-Lago? And you're like, oh, wow, I get to meet, the former president. You show up, like, hey, can you sign this thing that could maybe get you landed in jail? You're like, wait, what the fuck?
This is so messed up. This is so messed up. And imagine you're Trump's assistant or whatever.
Right.
That person's totally getting fucked.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously the move with him, Nauta, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, now you're in a conspiracy.
Yeah, they're gonna press charges against him to try to get him to flip, obviously, on Trump. So, okay. So that's another big claim, is that Trump, and I think this is the biggest claim, and people when they talk about this, seem to be missing this. The biggest claim, I believe, from the legal perspective, is the claim that Trump intentionally hid documents from the government and knew that he was hiding documents from the government, and was lying by saying that they returned everything.
Right.
To my understanding, that's the biggest claim in why they want to bring charges against Trump.
Right.
Because if it was just a situation where Trump had documents, he returns some, and then they say, oh, you didn't return all of them, and he just says, oops, right, I don't think they charge at that point. Or if they don't have, even if they suspect that Trump is hiding documents, if they don't have evidence of that, I don't think they charge at that point.
I want to know what these documents are, that they're so important that Trump can't just photocopy them and give them back. Look,
Right.
Take a picture with your phone. God damn,
Right.
Trump, are you that stupid? Please.
Yes.
If it's for a souvenir, I don't know what he's doing.
Well, I mean, that is what's kind of interesting about the thing too. And you're right, is why, I mean, because I agree with you. I don't think Trump wanted to, I don't believe Trump wanted to sell secrets to the Saudis or whatever, right? That seems ridiculous to me. So why was he so just dead set on keeping these stupid documents?
Yeah.
Does he just not give a shit? Like he's just so whatever, fuck you, like about this stuff. He just doesn't care.
Well, maybe
I mean,
they're
maybe,
documents involving his political adversaries. I don't know.
maybe. I don't know.
Like
Yeah, we
I
don't
don't
know
I
the
don't think he's
situation.
beyond that.
Sure, sure. Um, I don't know. It is very strange, and essentially that he could possibly screw himself over super hard for these stupid documents for very little reason. It's very silly.
Well, that's what makes me think, Trump has been wealthy his entire life, and he just has that attitude that the rules are for other people.
Mm.
I mean, I'm a kind of a rule bender myself. So I get that, sometimes there are rules that people think are etched in stone, and it's in reality the rules are very, malleable sometimes.
Right.
And I feel like Trump is one of those people who's tested the rules quite a bit, been through all sorts of legal. I mean, he's probably sued thousands of people. It seems like suing people is one of his favorite things to do. That's like one of his pastimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he was in a situation where he thought, I want these documents because these are special. This was when I was president of the United States.
Right. I mean, you could be right. It could just be, a lifetime of, or just a long time of being so wealthy that he just has a very privileged, flippant attitude about it.
Well, that was a response I got from him in the town hall. It was kind of like, yeah, they're my documents. Fuck you. That was his kind of his attitude.
Right.
And I thought, is that how that works?
Okay. I
Okay.
don't think so. Right.
I'm not sure.
But see, that kind of bleeds into the conversation about how it just seems like Trump has no respect for procedure or rule of law or anything of that nature whatsoever. So I just, whatever I want, essentially.
Yeah, but
So.
at a certain point, you got to go,
Is this worth it?
yeah, look, I'm wondering what the documents are. Like if it's his plan to buy Greenland, and he's got like some big boob doodle in the corner or something, and he's like attached to it. Like what?
Why didn't he photocopy the doodle? Okay.
Yeah, obviously that's the easiest solution.
Right.
But I don't. I guess it's politically expedient. Like even if it was just the plan to buy Greenland, they're going to go after him because they want to eliminate a political rival.
Right. Well, it doesn't. The issue is it doesn't from the the legal perspective. What the actual top secret documents are. Obviously, if it's like really egregious, that makes it worse. But if it's all like things that are top secret but not super bad, the thing that makes it super bad is the claim. Now, again, we don't know if 100% this is true, but is the claim if he was intentionally lying to the government and obstructing the investigation, obstructing justice, and saying, "Oh yeah, I totally returned all the documents," when he knew for a fact that that was not true. That's the big issue here.
Well, I do think that he's got animosity because he really feels like the government fucked him over. Like he was president, nobody played along, nobody played ball with him. He feels like he was disrespected over the Russiagate, all that stuff.
Sure.
So he's got a mindset of, I'm just gonna, fuck with you.
Right. And that's probably a good point, and I probably played into a lot of it because he's just angry at the government or angry at the deep state or angry at the intelligence agencies or whatever. He's just like, yeah, but I don't know. The thing is, like, I would understand that would lead you to like, oh, I'm gonna just kind of like drag it out and fight them, but not to the extent of let me actually hide the documents and lie to them. Like that's a level of like, if you're doing that just for petty reasons, that's insanely stupid.
I mean, right now that's my top theory.
Okay. I mean, you could be right. I don't know.
What is what is your top theory?
No, my top theory is your top theory.
Okay, so we agree then.
Yeah, I agree. It's I wanna
It is
listen.
totally insane. It is
You know-
totally insane. But that's the timeline we're looking at here. We have to be honest about that.
Right. You know how in X-Files, Mulder had the little poster that says "I want to believe," the little UFO on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I want to believe that Donald Trump is not that petty and stupid. Okay. I want to believe there's something a little bit better going on here than something that petty. But I don't know. I don't think he was selling government secrets. So
I mean, what does he need? What is
unless he thought that the information in the top secret documents were damaging to him, and maybe he thought that if he gave them back to government, someone would use them against him or something. Maybe. I don't know. That's a possibility, depending on what was there.
Yeah, that sucks if we're not going to get those answers, though.
Well, we'll never, ever probably find out what was in the documents because they're top secret, right? We couldn't find out what's in them.
Yeah.
So, okay, so those are the important claims against him. And it's the thing that's interesting to me about this whole situation. Now, again, these are the claims against him, right? We don't know 100% if it's true or not. But the thing that's interesting about this to me is that a lot of the arguments, now that these claims have come out, there's like in the evidence that's being presented, whether it's true or not, whether it turns out to be true or not, seems to be so solidly against Donald Trump that it has had an effect on the arguments people make regarding this. Because if you remember, before this indictment came out and before this claims of evidence were presented, the major thing was this is all, they were going after Trump improperly. Trump was playing ball. They're just doing this for political reasons, right? That was the big thing. Trump is just playing ball. Trump was playing ball. He was handing over the documents. They had no reason to raid Mar-a-Lago. And now that we see that they have evidence, now we see as evidence that he was intentionally hiding documents, that argument gets demolished. And then the second argument, which is that, we kept hearing Trump has the ability to declassify things with his magic, mind powers, right? We also see that Trump actually never believed that to be the case. Okay. He never actually believed that to be the case.
Yeah, that's pretty
kind
devastating.
of interesting too. Right. So that kind of destroys that argument. And so it's interesting because now when I hear and see people talk about this that are on the more Trump apologia side of things, the primary argument is your favorite thing in the world.
Don't say it.
Your favorite thing in the world.
Dodging.
Whataboutism.
It's just a dodge. It really is just a dodge.
Whataboutism. Well, there's validity to it, and there's not validity to it on two respects. There's validity to it in terms of if it's true that we live in a society or a system where everyone's breaking the law, but the government only goes after the Republicans and ignores the Democrats. That's a big deal. That is a big
huge
deal.
problem. Yeah.
Right. And it's a huge problem. So it's not like a total, it's only whataboutism in terms of that. If it's used to say Trump shouldn't get in trouble for it, then it's a whataboutism. Right. Because that's like the way whataboutism works, people use it incorrectly, is if you say this person should get away with doing something wrong because someone else did something wrong. Okay? That's the whataboutism. So if you use to say Trump should, assuming that this is all true, by the way, because it could turn out it's not true, or it could turn out to be out of context or whatever. We've seen enough Kyle Rittenhouse / Covington kid situations to know that, the context of a situation could always change when more information comes out. But assuming that doesn't happen, if you say, well, he shouldn't get in trouble for this because other people haven't gotten in trouble for it, that's whataboutism. And you shouldn't, that's a bad argument. However, you can still say, well, we shouldn't live in a system of two-tier justice where only one side gets prosecuted and the other side gets off scot-free. That's a totally fine position and argument to make on that grounds. Now, the question is, but then the second follow-up question to that is there evidence to that being the case? And this is kind of the contentious part of the conversation. I listened to Counterpoints hosted a debate that had Destiny, Brianna Wu, and Dylan Burns versus Rob Noir and two other right-wingers whose names escape me at the moment. And the entire conversation none of the conversation that I heard, I listened to like a big chunk of it, none of it was actually on Donald Trump at all. The entire conversation was on Hillary Clinton and Hillary Clinton's emails. Those are like the entire conversation was just on Hillary Clinton's emails.
Ouch. That's painful.
Right. And to me, what people are missing when they make this argument about Hillary Clinton's emails is they forget, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they forget what Comey said when he came out with his statement about this, which was that Comey said, you know, Hillary Clinton and her team were very irresponsible for keeping government emails on a public server. And I believe some of those emails had confidential information in them or were marked confidential. But they couldn't find evidence of intention. They couldn't find evidence of Hillary Clinton intentionally showing people classified information that she shouldn't. And they couldn't find evidence that Hillary Clinton or her staff intentionally deleted those emails to not comply with the subpoena. They couldn't find evidence of intention. And that's why he recommended that they don't press charges. Now, you can believe that Hillary Clinton and her staff intentionally deleted the emails to hide information. You can believe that, but they said they couldn't find any evidence of that. And I don't know how you could find evidence of that, because the guy who deleted the emails, you know, he says, oh, it was, you know, he gave his, I don't know if it's worth going through. He gave his explanation about why he deleted the emails. And he just says, you know, he gives his explanation, and I don't know, like, where else is the FBI?
What was the explanation?
So the explanation was, it's not a great explanation, but the explanation was that before the story ever became public, and before Hillary Clinton was ever subpoenaed, she went with her staff and the people that ran her email. And she said, I want you to go through my emails, and I want you to separate all the government emails and all the personal emails. And I want you to take all the government emails and you put them on the government server, you give them to the government. And then after they did that, after they supposedly did this, they said, what do you want us to do with your personal emails that are left over after they supposedly sorted them? And she said, I don't care, just delete them all. Get rid of them. I don't need them anymore. And so when she said that, the person who managed her email account said, okay, I will set up a system where where it will delete any email once it becomes over 60 days old. Right.
Okay.
Okay. So he says he's going to do that. So 3 months later, or is that, yes, like 3 months later, the subpoena comes in.
But the emails have already been deleted.
Well, no. Because if that was the case, then she would be 100% scot-free. So 3 months later, the subpoena comes in for the Benghazi stuff, because it was about the Benghazi stuff. It wasn't even about the email stuff. And the guy who manages their email gets the subpoena, and they say, oh, you need to show us anything that's related to Benghazi. And when he gets the subpoena, he realizes that the thing he was supposed to set up for her, quote, personal emails to delete every 60 days, he never actually set it up. He only said he was going to do it, and he forgot. Okay. So this is the story.
It's always a comedy of errors.
Right. And so he then claims that then he very stupidly, that's when he deleted the quote personal emails, because he realized he never set up the thing he was supposed to set up in the first place.
Sounds a little fishy to me here.
Now, you could say that sounds suspicious, and it does sound suspicious. I don't begrudge anyone for saying that. I don't even begrudge you for not believing that, you know, that's the case. But so here the problem is, so that's the story that's given, and this is the story he gives, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the FBI is supposed to prove that's not true.
Yeah.
I don't know how, like, unless someone flips on Hillary Clinton and says, hey, that's a lie.
Right.
I actually have a meeting with Hillary Clinton, and she told that guy, delete these emails, right?
Right.
If that happened, then boom, the FBI has a case. And I think that's kind of the thing that people are missing with the Trump situation, is if Donald Trump just didn't turn all over all the documents, and the FBI had no evidence or claims of evidence that he intentionally hid them, and they just like went to his house and they found more documents, and Trump just said, whoops, I guess I didn't get them all, we wouldn't. I really don't think we'd be getting any charges
It's
against
the
Donald Trump.
bragging on audio recording.
Yes, it's the bragging about showing the documents to someone else, and it's the fact that it seems like somebody flipped on Donald Trump to say he intentionally hid the documents, and the FBI has evidence of this
right
via recordings and text messages and
Yeah.
video recordings of the person actually moving the documents out of the room. And so to me, that's why I think people are I understand kind of the comparison to Hillary, but I don't think it's quite a 1-for-1, because they never found evidence, and I don't even know how they could find evidence of this intention to do the malicious action. And that was what Comey said in his statement about the situation, was that they didn't find any intention to obstruct. So,
right
but that doesn't matter. The conversation will still progress the way it's going to progress. I predict the entire conversation will be a two-tiered justice conversation, because it seems like mostly if assuming the claims against him are true, it's pretty hard to defend them unless the only defense is, well, even if Donald Trump didn't know he could legally take the documents out of the White House and automatically declassify them, that's still true, so therefore he didn't actually commit a crime. Right, like someone could make that defense for that argument, but I think even if they made that argument, that wouldn't nullify the obstruction claim of him hiding documents from the government at that point anyway. So it would protect him against showing classified documents, which is a major charge, but it wouldn't protect him from the obstruction charges. So
this case is supposed to take 3 weeks. When does it start?
Well, that's another thing too. Who the fuck knows when it's going to start, right? Like some people are assuming that this case is going to happen before the election. This case could like be fucking, there could be nothing but pre-trial motions until after the election already happens.
That's probably what they're going to shoot for. Delay.
Right, but see, that's kind of fucked up too, is that this whole situation might never be resolved until after the election. And then if that's the case, and say he wins the presidency,
he's going to declassify all the documents.
Well, no, but it's also like the Justice Department has like a policy where they don't like, they don't like going after sitting presidents. So is it going to get delayed for another 4 years or something, right? Or is he just going to pardon himself?
Can he pardon himself?
Why not?
Okay.
I mean, this is highly
so weird.
This will even motivate him even more to really run.
to go for a third term?
No, for the second term, just so that he can pardon himself.
Oh, obviously. But
Right.
I'm thinking, if he's got legal 10 years in prison waiting for him after the second term, I mean, that's just a fucked up situation to be in.
Right. Well, no, but he'll just pardon himself, so he won't have to worry about that.
Right.
Some people were suggesting the idea that he might take a plea deal where he promises not to run again, which things like that have happened. Not
have
for
they?
Yes, they have happened.
Oh, wow.
With local elections where a local politician will be accused of corruption, and they'll take a plea deal where they say, "Well, don't prosecute me, and I'll leave office and I won't run again," or something, right? So stuff like that has happened. There's a precedent for things like that happening. However, I'm highly skeptical that there would be some kind of plea deal like that, because it would make, like, the appearance of it would just be so, the Justice Department did this for political reasons. Like, if that was the case, like, it would completely undermine the entire Justice Department if they took that agreement. So I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that will happen.
Sammy G has mentioned our bet in the chat. I believe we're at if Trump is indicted, the bet's off.
Well, no. If Trump, if you want to say that Trump's indicted, the bet's off. I'm fine with that.
Well, no, we said if Trump is, if Trump is physically removed from the race and he's not able to run in Iowa, then the bet's off.
Right. If Trump is physically arrested and prevented from running,
right,
then the bet is off. Right.
Right. Or if he dies or falls sick or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, it still looks good for me winning. I think, like, even if he's indicted, like, it still seems like he's running in Iowa.
Well, this is going to help. This is actually going to help your side, because now he has even more motivation to run.
Well, a lot of people were saying, and I thought this
Yeah.
was just like leftist brain rot.
Right.
They were talking about Trump running because he was in real legal trouble. And I thought, that's ridiculous. He's not in real legal trouble. But now I feel like, well, he kind of is in real legal trouble. So maybe that is one of the motivations for him to run.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to see. It's hard to tell if he wasn't, like, theoretically, I think a lot of the people handling his case, they would want to take the plea deal of saying, if you don't run again, we'll drop the charges. But I don't think they can. I don't think they will, because the optics of it are too bad. I think they would, in their minds, they would accept that. So it gets into this kind of like situation where if he didn't run again, would a lot of these things be going against him? And I'm not sure they would be. Even though even if he committed these crimes or these wrongdoings, I don't know if they would care enough to go after him if he wasn't running again.
You're thinking that the entire case, all these indictments against him, are just because he's in the race again.
I wouldn't feel comfortable enough saying the entire of it, but I think that has to be an unconscious, at least the very least, a major unconscious motivation for these people. At the very least.
That's so sad.
Right? I mean, it's just gotta be.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he wasn't running. I don't know if this would be happening. I mean, it could be. This all could be still happening because, again, this whole documents thing is happening completely. The chain of events of the documents thing came about in a completely natural, independent way, right? Like, they're fighting with him to get the documents back. He finally gives some of them back. They say there's classified stuff. He gives some classified stuff. They get evidence he didn't give all the stuff, so they have to raid his place to get it. They find that they didn't give all the stuff back, and now they have evidence he lied about it. So, I mean, that chain of events still would have happened regardless of whether Donald Trump was running for president or not.
Right.
So it's very possible that, like, I don't think the Stormy Daniels thing would have happened because that seems more like bullshitty. But this one could have happened even if he wasn't running for president. But, I can't give a definitive answer one way or the other.
Can you be placed on house arrest in the White House?
I mean, I guess technically.
This is so crazy.
Well, you just pardon himself. If he's president, he just pardons himself.
Okay.
Right? So
I keep forgetting that you just pardon yourself if you're president. I thought you could only pardon other people, but I guess
no, you can pardon yourself. I mean, it has to be a federal crime. Oh, if you're president, it has to be a federal crime.
Well, but I thought Nixon resigned with the agreement that Ford would pardon him afterwards. Like, he didn't pardon himself; Ford pardoned him.
You're right.
Yeah.
Why didn't Nixon pardon himself? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure you can pardon yourself.
Well, no, I think you have to be charged before you can pardon yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And Nixon wasn't officially charged with anything.
Okay. Well, what did he get pardoned for?
Well, maybe it was afterward. Maybe he was charged afterwards.
Let
me see if I can find that answer, because that's a good point. I don't know. Explaining the presidential self-pardon debate.
Okay, so it's a debate.
People
don't know if you can pardon yourself or not. Trump's going to test that one out too.
On June 4th, 2018, President Donald Trump said on Twitter, as you do, quote, "As has been stated by numerous legal scholars, I have the absolute right to pardon myself. But why would I do that when I have done nothing wrong?" That's so funny.
Well, that's a definitive answer for us.
Right. Let's see.
It sounds like it's questionable.
The president,
he has many legal scholars that told him he could get fake electors. Yeah,
that's true. Although the terms clemency and pardon seem to be interchangeable, in general terms, executive federal clemency is granted after someone has allegedly committed a crime. In most cases, the person is convicted of a crime and then granted a form of clemency. A pardon allows a convicted person to reclaim lost civil rights after a conviction. In the case of former President Richard Nixon, he was granted a pardon by President Gerald Ford for any crimes he might have committed during the Watergate scandal, even though Nixon wasn't charged with or convicted of federal crimes. Oh, there you go. Yeah. This is known as a preemptive pardon. Nixon was able to receive a pardon under the precedent of an 1866 Supreme Court ruling called Ex parte Garland. which allowed for a pardon granted by President Andrew Johnson to remain in force for a former Confederate politician. So what about the question of the president issuing a self-pardon? This is actually a debate going back to Nixon and the Clinton presidencies. Legal scholar Brian Colt wrote extensively on the subject in 1990 during Bill Clinton era. Colt said the concept was indirectly debated at the 1787 Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. James Wilson argued that the pardon and impeachment clause, which were eventually approved, provided that if the president be himself a party to the guilt, he can be impeached and prosecuted. The exact question of self-pardoning wasn't directly addressed at the convention. As such, arguments derived from the intent of the framers are speculative at best. There are two likely possibilities. Self-pardons either are not considered, or their invalidity was silently presumed. A third possibility is that the self-pardon was presumed valid. Seems less likely, according to this Colt guy. Colt believes on precedent the president doesn't have self-pardoning powers. The intent of the framers and the words of the themes of the Constitution they created and the wisdom of the judges that have interpreted it to point to the same conclusion. He claims presidents cannot pardon themselves. However, Judge Richard Posner, another widely cited legal authority, said in a 1990 book about the Bill Clinton impeachment that the question was left open by the founders, and he believes that the president can pardon himself. So I guess to answer your question about reading the rest of this article, it seems like no one knows or agreed on it yet.
See,
I guess it hasn't happened yet.
Trump is great at zeroing in on these gray areas and thinking, that's something I can work with. Like I'm telling you, nobody knows. You can't, maybe you can pardon yourself, maybe you can't. Until somebody does it, we don't really know.
Mm-hmm. No, it's interesting.
It doesn't make sense. Look, if you're going to be impeached, removed from office, how can you pardon yourself from that?
Well, no. So when you're impeached, you're just removed from office. You're not convicted of a crime. Like, you don't go to jail.
Okay, I gotcha.
Right? But I agree with you. Theoretically, a president should not be able to pardon themselves. It doesn't really make any sense because that would essentially put themselves above the law.
Yeah, they could commit whatever crime they want and just pardon themselves. They're like, I killed my wife. Pardon.
Right, and the worst that they could do is be impeached. Right. That is if the pardon is preemptive, which apparently it is. So according to this guy, Colt, he says, before Nixon's resignation, the Justice Department Office of Legal Counsel issued its own memo on the subject in 1974. And they said, quote, under the fundamental rule that no one may be a judge in his own case, the president cannot pardon himself. So maybe that's why he didn't do it. Interesting. Well, there you go. So I guess it'll be another... So I guess if Trump wins, it'll be another interesting legal question. Can he pardon himself? I like how you said that. Trump is very good at honing in on legal gray area.
That gray area, yeah. So yeah, you kept saying, well, if he's elected president again, he's out of any legal jeopardy. But if he can't pardon himself, he isn't out of any legal jeopardy.
If he can't, but who the fuck knows, right?
Well, I'm sure he'd try it, obviously. Why wouldn't you?
He'll try it, yeah, obviously. Yeah. So
the self-pardon.
It's so wacky. What a wacky world we live in currently right now.
I can't wait for the debates. The debates are coming up in August here, man. Are you ready?
That's going to be fun.
Hell yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay, here's the really wacky situation. Let's say that, like, hypothetically, they actually push this documents case quickly. They don't sit on it. And Trump gets convicted. And they say, okay, since he's like running for president, instead of putting him in jail, they put him under house arrest. Okay. Then for the debates, he has to have like a little monitor because he's speaking from home. Like you're gonna have a situation where like
so fucking weird.
Like all the other candidates are there, and then for Trump, it's like a little monitor with his face on it because he's like on a Zoom call.
No, they need to do like a statue of Trump with a TV on top of it, and his face is like in the TV.
They'll bring here's what they'll do. They'll go to Disney World and they'll bring out the Trump from like the Hall of Presidents animatronic, and they'll just put like a monitor on the face. Yeah,
no, it'd be perfect.
No, they'll get one of those Boston Dynamics robots that can like jump and do all the like flips and shit. They'll put like a little Trump. They'll put like a little like Trump monitor on the face.
That'd be perfect.
They can, like, so he can walk around the stage and like articulate, with the little robot arms.
When he gets a dunk in on the Sanctimonious,
He'll do a backflip.
he'll do a Boston Dynamic backflip. It'll be great.
Oh, I want that so badly. I want that more than anything. I want Trump's face on a Boston Dynamic robot doing flips during a debate.
Oh, that'd be so epic.
Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
Has he got
if that happens, I would actually believe we live in some kind of joke simulation. That reality isn't real anymore.
Oh, that would be, yeah, that would put the simulation theory over the top, wouldn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. He's way up in the polls, definitely. So I don't know how this affects things. I think a lot of people want him to be the candidate because they think he's beatable. What shot? I don't. That seems like a solid argument from where I sit.
What is a solid argument?
That Trump is beatable in the general election.
I don't know if I buy that.
Look, I would not bet money on it. I think it's highly likely that he could win. The thing that makes me think the chances are not great is that he lost votes the second time around, didn't he? How many votes did he get?
No, I thought he got more votes. I don't remember. I thought he got more votes in the first election, if I recall.
He got 69 million votes in the first election, and he said he got 63 million in the second one. So that's less votes, right?
Let's see.
I know because I put it in a video.
2020 votes. See. I don't remember. Answer that question, but Trump got 74 million in 2020.
Okay, so he did get more votes. He got 4 million more votes.
Because Trump would always say, like, I was the highest, I got the most votes than any president ever.
Right.
Before.
Right.
So yeah, because he got 62 million in 2016, and he got 74 million. So no, it went up substantially.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I thought he got 69 million in 2016.
He got 62. Hillary got 65 million.
Okay.
Obviously, she lost because of electors. But yeah, Trump got 62, and then he got 74. So.
Okay.
And Biden got 81 million. So.
Wow. So think all those mail-in ballots. That's a lot of vote shenanigans.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the thing is, I think using my gut, using the powers of my gut. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think DeSantis would have a better chance of winning a general election against Joe Biden.
Yes.
Than Donald Trump does. I agree that I think DeSantis has a better chance. But I still think Trump has a good chance of beating Biden in the election. So I don't buy the idea that like the Democrats secretly want Trump to be in the election because they think they'll have a better chance at winning. I think the Democrats hate Donald Trump so much that they would take a loss at the presidential race in order to have Trump removed from the table forever.
Mm-hmm. I
would wager that.
Well, you don't think he's going to run in 2028 if he loses?
No. Oh no, I hope not. He'd be fucking. God, that'd be insanely stupid.
Oh my God.
He's 76.
He's still running.
He's like 81. And he's like, I'm running for president 81, 2020. I mean, God, that'd be so preposterous.
I've already won 3 times. We have to do it again.
4. We're going to win a 4th time. Oh my God. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But that'd be so silly.
Oh my God. Election night. If Trump wins in 2024.
Forget 2024 if he wins in 2028.
No, I mean, well, 2024. God, people are gonna lose their minds. Oh my God. On both sides. Like the Trump people are going to lose their minds because they're going to be like, oh my God, we did it again.
Right.
It's going to be nostalgia off the charts.
Yep.
And the left is just going to be like, oh my God, fascism.
Yep. Yep.
America voted for fascism.
Yeah.
That's why
I mean,
I don't like the destiny stuff that Trump is a fascist. Like that guy could be president again. Why are you setting us up for failure?
I don't believe, I think Trump has no respect for rule of law. If he does win again, I think there's like a single digit chance that he's like, oh, I'm going to run a third time. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I don't buy that at all. So
two-term president is the top of the status hierarchy. And
yes.
that's why I just think that's why he's so demoralized, because the gulf between one-term president is literally considered a failure.
Yes. Which is kind of silly.
It is. Yeah. It's so strange, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You're like a cuck if you won your president.
You were literally president of the United States, but no, you're a loser.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Right. And he doesn't want to be like, he's thinking solely of his legacy.
Right.
He has to have that two-term president next to his name for all eternity. And I mean, two non-consecutive term president, I honestly think is higher status than a 2 consecutive term president, because it's harder to do.
I agree with you in terms of it's harder to do, but like whenever it's talked about, it's always talked about as like an oddity. I don't agree with you that's higher status.
Okay.
Like, oh, this like weird thing where like, because there's like 2 other presidents that done this, right? Or 1 has done this, and it's like, very strange. But
you know exactly how Trump is going to cast it.
Yeah, because he's gonna say it was stolen from me and I still won.
Yeah, he's going to say I was elected 3 times. He's going to say me and FDR. That's it.
That's true. There was it says Cleveland is the only president in U.S. history to serve non-consecutive presidential terms. Grover Cleveland.
Right.
But see, who gives a shit about Grover Cleveland? No one ever talked about Grover Cleveland beyond the fact that he was like the only person to have non-consecutive presidential terms.
I mean, Grover. That sounds pretty badass to me. I don't know.
There you go. It says he won the popular vote in 3 presidential elections. So there you go. So he's like, I'm like Grover Cleveland. I won 3 times.
He's gonna say I'm like FDR, because didn't FDR win 3 times?
FDR won 4 times.
Did he?
Yeah.
Really?
But he died in his 4th term, I think, reasonably early on. So.
Oh, and then that's when they changed it to only 2 terms. They were like, we can't have this shit happen again.
Yes, they said we can't have this FDR situation happen again. Yeah, when what's his name? The Truman was vice president, right?
Too much power.
So
how do you think this thing's gonna go down? Is Trump going to jail?
Well, I don't know. I don't think he'll go to jail. I think if he does get convicted of this or take some agreement, I wouldn't be surprised if he agrees or takes some kind of stay-at-home house arrest deal. I don't think they'll physically send him to a jail.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you agree? Do you disagree?
I mean, I don't. The stakes are much higher. Offering him a plea deal where he just stays home. I mean, I feel like the prosecutors are in this to get jail time. Like they want to roll the dice. They're in it for political reasons. They're not going to offer him some plea deal where he just gets to stay home and it's over.
Well, okay. So there's 2 elements to this that we haven't talked about yet. So an important element here is venue. Okay. This case is not being tried in Washington, D.C., where you have some very liberal judge that hates Donald Trump and a bunch of very liberal jurors that hate Donald Trump. Okay. This case is being tried in Florida, and I think Miami specifically. with
I think he got a judge too. That was a big win for Trump. People were saying.
yes, and he has the judge who was the judge in the previous case, about this stuff, who was very, I think, is a Trump appointed judge specifically, and B was very favorable to Trump in the other case.
Right.
So favorable that she ruled. I don't really want to get specifics, but she ruled something apparently that was so egregious that the court above her said, no, shut the fuck up. You can't do that. And that was a very conservative court on top of it too.
They
still said
overturned it.
Yeah, they still overturned what she did, even though it was a very generally conservative leaning court. So you have to take that into consideration in terms of like the plea deal and stuff.
Right.
So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you could be right. They could be really gunning for Trump, and they're not going to give any sort of lax plea deal. It's possible.
I think they just want to, they want to take their shot. They want all this information on the table too, because it looks ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
When we actually hear that phone call, or the recording, if we get audio with the recording,
we probably will.
That's going to be a huge torpedo. And I mean, it sounds, it's just comical. It's like a Benny Hill skit.
Well, it's one of those things like it's, I forgot, someone on Twitter put out, there's a scene from Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Danny DeVito is like accused of basically using sweatshops labor, and also, like feeding the people that worked in the sweatshops other humans.
Mm-hmm.
And he's being interviewed by the police, and he's like denying it all. And he's like, I have to go to the bathroom. In the next scene, you see he's running out of the building to a cab, but he still is mic'd up. And on the mic, he's talking to the cab. He's like, get me out of here. And then he's like, oh, what's going on? He's like, oh, I totally was like, had a sweatshop and was feeding humans.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is like, it's just something that's like, if you saw this dialogue, you would think this was out of a comedy because it's so ridiculous. It's so on the nose. Trump is like, oh, I totally declassified it. I just didn't tell anyone. And then it's like cut to, oh, I didn't declassify this as president, and I can't do it right now because it's not president anymore.
Everyone is going to go in full spin mode too. They're going to be like, look, he's obviously joking. You can hear it in his voice. And the other side's going to be like, no, he's totally serious. It's going to be a nightmare. Well,
I don't think anyone will say he's joking about not declassifying it. They'll maybe say he was joking about showing it to the person. Right. It doesn't really sound like he's joking about declassifying it. The joke wouldn't even make sense.
Yeah, it would.
But
I think you can joke about that.
He literally said, see, as president, I could declassify it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess you could try to cope and say that that's a joke, but I don't think that'd be a very effective argument.
That's how they're going to spin it.
Well, no, I said you can make the argument that even if Trump doesn't know it's declassified, by virtue of him removing it, it automatically declassifies it. You could try to make that argument.
Right.
I don't think it's a good argument, but you could try to make that argument.
Right.
Scott,
it does look, if you're showing off to your friend,
right,
and it's classified top secret, it is cooler that you're showing them some top secret document than that you're showing them a document that's already been declassified.
Oh, okay, so I see what you're saying.
So you would be saying, look, this is totally top secret, dude. I'm not supposed to show it to you. I mean, I could have declassified it when I was president, but now I can't. So here it's this super secret document that I shouldn't show to anyone. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, look, he's joking around. Look, he's joking around.
Okay. That wouldn't that could be an argument. I wouldn't say that that's joking around. I'd say it's an argument of him, blustering, right?
Yeah, locker room talk. That's exactly what they're going to say. Locker room talk,
blustering. He really did declassify it, but he was showing off to this guy, and he said he didn't, right? I mean, I guess that's possible. Someone could make that argument. I think that's a weak argument, but I wouldn't be surprised if people make it.
I'm going to say right now, people are going to make that argument. And other people are going to say, no, obviously he knew it was classified and he couldn't declass. Like, that's going to be the two movies people are witnessing.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. We'll see. We'll find out. Scott Girk for $20 says, I still can't believe people are trying to say Kyle was reckless outside of the decision to go in the first place. He was incredibly reserved in defending himself, only firing people who attacked him and had their weapons drawn. Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
He showed the most restraint out of anyone.
Prince of No One for $20 says, despite the propaganda, thank you, Prince of No One. Despite the propaganda, I'm here to expose that Adam's glasses are in fact CGI. The lies must stop. Weasel your way out of this one, bucko. S-Class is the best class.
The glasses are totally real.
I don't think they are. They're deep faked.
No, all my filters are real.
Oh, okay. RBGH fan for $20 says, pushing back on Sitch's elephant on the Trump is authoritarian, the DNC is largely, number one, anti-first. Oh, I'm assuming you mean anti-First Amendment. Anti-First Amendment, 2, anti-Second Amendment, pro-war, pro-mandates, anti-property rights regarding COVID, and implemented a Ministry of Truth plus Russiagate. Is that authoritarian? Sure. Well, okay. I think you can say that being anti elements of the First Amendment and the Second Amendment are authoritarian. Sure. I think you'd even say being, well, I don't know if I'd agree with the pro-war idea, but I think you can say that being pro-mandates and anti-property rights are elements of authoritarian too. I agree with that, sure. But I would say that that's all superseded massively by the January 6th stuff and Trump trying to overturn the election. Because in my mind, the way that I think about it is, if you're attacking the very way in which the peaceful transfer of power is supposed to occur, to me, that kind of supersedes most other issues when it comes to the authoritarian elements that we're talking about. Because authoritarianism is, at its heart, the ability to say, well, we're going to just be in power forever. So, or just, we're not going to listen to the will of the people or the will of the electorate. So yeah, there definitely are authoritarian things that are happening on both parties, but I think the January 6th stuff kind of supersedes it. Or maybe I should say it's more egregious, if that makes sense. Joseph Smith for $20 says, Trump probably declassified the Epstein list. A-Team has Mr. T going for it. S-Team peddles weird video games. There you go.
Did he? Look, I think chances of him winning the election skyrocket if that's what he's holding. If
he says I'll declassify it.
Yeah. If those are the documents that he's holding.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Anything related to Epstein. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Big, that's a big win. I don't know if that's the case, though.
Stuck for $5 says, rather than jail time, Trump's sentence should be to admit that he lost in 2020. It would be funny. Well, I guess that would violate the First Amendment. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Zendu for $5 says, I've always given a pass to Trump because I think the statement, quote, I didn't know, I couldn't do that, is how he always lived his life. pure ignorance.
Oh, shit.
I mean, that could be accurate. That could definitely be accurate. Fist Fight Caleb for $20 says, I was listening to you talk Destiny and Vosh, quote, debating about this when it happened just the other day. Now I see you are live talking about it now. The simulation is failing.
What are we talking about?
I was listening to you talk Destiny and Vosh debating. And then about this when it happened just the other day. Oh, did they have a debate the other day? I'm confused.
Well, probably listen to the old debate. We covered Destiny and Vosh debate in the past.
No, but I mean, did they have another conversation?
I don't think they did. I think Vosh is still on the Fortress Arc. Don't talk to anyone that isn't going to blow smoke up my ass.
Well, I'm not sure I understand what Fist Fight is saying. I was listening to you talk Destiny and Vosh, quote, debating about this. You mean about the Trump indictment stuff? When it happened just the other day. Now I see your live time about it. Now the simulation is failing. Oh, Kenosha. Oh, I'm sorry. He's saying Kenosha Rittenhouse. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what we covered.
Right. Okay. I understand. Okay, Okay, wait, let me go back for a second.
We covered them. They did a debate on Kenosha, and that's what started the Vosh Fortress arc. Vosh is like, I got to really stop talking to people. This is
Right.
every time I talk to Destiny, it makes me look foolish.
True. I think that is really what happened. But Talon Lloyd for 3 months says, what would your idea of a right-wing NPC test be? So here it's kind of difficult. I don't think there's been anything as super clear as the current House situation is on the right. I can't think of anything that's been that clear. You know, I think Trump, I think a lot of the Trump stuff comes close to it, kind of brushes up close to it. I think the first impeachment Ukraine stuff, and I think the January 6th stuff gets close to it, but I don't think in my mind, they don't breach the mark of being so incredibly clear the way the Kyle Rittenhouse thing is. So I don't know if we've gotten a right-wing NPC test just yet.
Yeah, I agree. Even impeachment stuff, that's too complicated really to be crystal clear.
Right. That's because that's the thing. Even though I think that Trump is unequivocally in the wrong in those situations, the issues are very complicated. Where in the Rittenhouse thing, the issues are completely not. There's nothing complicated happening in it. It's just all moral questions. There's no actual complicated, legal question that's like arising or interpretations arising. It's all just right there in view. So from that metric, I don't think we've seen a right-wing NPC test that I can think of. That just everything's just presented so clearly. So Adam's First Black Fan for $5 says it's also evidence against when the press is lying about him. I'm not sure I understand the sentence. It's also evidence against when the press is lying about him. Evidence against what? Leo 91 for 7 months says, will you address the drama between CM and Laser? CT and Cav aren't on speaking terms, and CM were told they weren't allowed to associate with Sitch and Adam. S class is best class.
Is there drama to address?
I guess.
Okay.
I don't. Well, so here's the thing: me and Adam are really detached from the Discord. That's why I've always been like the unofficial thing, like unofficial Discord servers. I don't know the entirety of the drama that's going on between the two servers. I think the thing with CM, I don't know exactly what the thing was with CM. I don't know if you want to talk about that, Adam.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily even know what the drama is.
Right.
So I don't really know that I'm qualified to talk about it. So
right.
Well, there were two unofficial Discords. Now we have one unofficial Discord. We kind of cut ties with centrist militia, and I mean, I thought we left on amicable terms. So.
Well, do you want to explain what the rationale was for that or no?
I mean, not really. It just seems,
okay.
I mean, this happened months and months ago.
Yeah, it's happened a while ago.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
I would say like maybe personality conflicts, which I mean, personality conflicts happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. That's nothing to.
Right.
I mean, that's a normal thing. So, but I don't have any hard feelings with anyone in CM. I don't have hard feelings with Cav. I mean, so I'm all for just letting bygones be bygones. If anyone has hard feelings with me, let me know. Reach out.
Okay.
I'm assuming since you don't have any hard feelings.
I know. I mean, I have zero feelings about any of this.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. So.
But yeah, people. It's sad. It's like everyone just. Can't everyone just get along? Like,
yeah,
there could be, people can have whatever servers they want, and why does there have to be drama? There has to be this kind of like rivalry. It's like just whatever, people want to, each server is going to have a different vibe to it. different feeling to it. And if, you know, you want to be part of one server that has a feeling to it and a different server that has a different feeling, then, you know, be my guest.
Yeah, go ahead, knock yourself out. I just like Sitch, neither Sitch nor I really had much say in either server. I don't know that we would have a Discord server if it wasn't for CT basically taking upon herself to make a Discord server.
Yeah.
And if we parted ways with CT, like right now, CT's editing for us. Like if we, you know, parted ways with CT decided she wanted to do something else or whatever, like we wouldn't have a Discord. We would just be like, okay,
Right.
yeah.
Well, we don't. So we don't. I mean, so again, I mean, it's like the original. I think the original split was about. The original split was about kind of like what content was allowed on the Discord in the first place.
Right. Which I was not a part of that or anything.
Right. I was gonna say both me and Adam were like, well, it's not our Discord, so that's not our decision to make what is allowed and what isn't allowed in the first place.
Right. Yes.
So I kind of have a very hands-off attitude about the Discords. I'll just tell everyone to chill out. You know, let people be in whatever Discord they want to be in, and just relax about it. Not everything has to be like a rivalry, you know. And I, you know, barely spend time in Laz. So it's like I think people have this like idea that like me and you are like hanging out in Laz every day, and you know we're ignoring CM. And just that's not really happening.
Well, I'm not in CM, and I go to Laz because I have like a channel there where I look at messages and talk to people.
Right. But yeah, how often do you even go in there?
The Laz? I mean, every few days or so.
Okay,
I mean,
well, I take it back. I guess Adam is involved in Laz. I'm not involved in.
I check in, much, so. But I mean, I don't make decisions in Laz. I just like, I let CT make decisions. So
okay,
yeah.
Well, there you go. Sorry, I can't give a
look. If I don't go to the Laz and check my messages for a month,
right,
I feel well within my right.
Sure.
But people do. I mean, sometimes we talk about economics in there, and so
okay, well,
I do. Yeah, people like to give me a hard time. They like to come out and.
That's good. I don't do that because I'm an asshole.
Well, no, it's not. It's not a big deal. It's funny because I think they set up a channel for you, thinking that you might like actually, and
go
then they eventually just deleted it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's like okay.
So.
Well, anyway, so there you go. Sorry. Not very exciting drama. Everyone just relax, get along. Red 473 for $20 says Trump is a New York City real estate mogul. He made a career cutting corners to save costs and get projects done on time. I think he's just a product of this industry. Dude needs to tap out of politics. That could be very possible too. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks.
I don't think people understand how important it is for Trump to be a two-term president.
No, but they're talking about in terms of like the document stuff.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, I think we all agree with you on the two-term status thing. So, Adam 48 for 8 months says you're never going to get 12 people outside of DC and New York to convict Trump of anything. The DOJ should settle for an admittance of guilt. Do they have to get 12 people for this? Do they have to get all 12 people?
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to the question. But
you're never going to get 12 people outside of DC and New York to convict Trump of anything. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm sure they could get, if they got the goods on them, they can probably get a conviction, but I don't.
Most criminal cases require a unanimous vote. So, okay, I guess it would be 12. Yeah. For some reason, I thought that was only for like murder cases.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I agree. It'll probably be very difficult. And you could be right. It doesn't matter how much of a slam dunk the case is. It'll be very difficult outside of, you know, DC, right? Or New York to get, you know, 12 people that will either A, be neutral, or B, you won't get one person in there that just really likes Trump, right? So, I mean, you could be right. You could be right. And that could be, but that could go back to what I said about a plea deal, or a house arrest plea deal, because it might feel like it doesn't really matter how good the case is. They'll never, you know, be a hung jury or something. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. Chuckle Des for 8 months says, do you guys think we're opening a dangerous precedent by prosecuting Trump? Like, what good comes from putting him in jail or house arrest? So I said, and I said this in the past, I do think you have to be very careful when prosecuting ex-presidents, because you don't want to create the precedent where, the president. You don't want to create the precedent where a president feels like by leaving office, their political opponents will then try to arrest them, because that's what leads to people trying to retain power forever.
Yeah, through corrupt means.
Right.
Yeah.
So I do think you have to be very careful when it comes to these things. But I would say in this, at least for this case, I don't know what the Georgia situation is going to be. For this one, the evidence seems to be so hyper egregious and obvious, like on the nose without question, that I think it makes it okay. Like if assuming that the evidence they say they have is true, like if it was kind of vague, I would say, I don't think so. I don't think they should do this. I think that's a bad idea. But if the evidence really is as clear cut as they're making out to be, I think that's fine. I think it's okay.
I would literally have to see the documents to be able to make that determination.
Or you're never going to see the documents.
Like if they're arguing over just fucking stupid shit that is not really even important, like people's lives aren't at stake or anything. This is ridiculous. I can't. The precedent this sets. I mean, I don't think 10 years, if the situation, in all honesty, what was going on here was Trump wanted some souvenirs from the White House and he felt jilted and was like, I'm going to fuck with these people because they fucked with me. And it's just like I'm keeping the documents. These are my fucking souvenirs. And, they're just innocuous shit. It's his Greenland plan. 10 years for that? Please, get the fuck out of here.
Let me say two things. First of all, I don't think he should get massive jail time for this.
Even if he's facing 10 years.
Well, that's the maximum sentence, right? He's not going to get the maximum sentence. Okay.
He's going to get, if he okay.
Right. So, I don't think he should get 10 years. That would be ridiculous. I don't think he should. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you got like house arrest for a year or whatever, that would make sense to me or something.
Right. Okay.
I don't think he should get 10 years or some extraordinary sentence. To me, that would be, if he did get some like multiple years in jail, I would say that unless he had something super fucking crazy in those documents.
Or he's trying to sell the documents and they have evidence. Yeah. Okay. Throw him from the fucking slammer.
But we're assuming that he wasn't trying to sell them. And I'm assuming that there wasn't something completely insane in the documents. Right.
Yeah.
Assuming that, I don't think you should get multiple years in jail. I don't even think you should get 1 year in jail. As I said, I think house arrest or whatever would make sense in my mind, assuming that he's guilty of this stuff. But to me, even if the documents are all, even though they're classified and there's nothing like too crazy, to me, if a person who was the president and is running for president again has an attitude where he's basically willing to say, fuck the law, fuck the system for like this insanely petty reason, that's like super like a red flag. Like what, like this person is like, shouldn't be trusted with any modicum of power at that point. Right. Like if you're willing to basically risk jail time and just say, I don't give a shit what the law says, just out of pettiness, like that doesn't really make the situation better in my mind. It kind of makes it worse.
It's totally, it's a aesthetic thing. It's totally just an opinion thing.
Well, no, it's not. To me, it's not an aesthetic thing, because to me, when we live in a democracy, right, the whole point of our system and the whole point of what you were saying earlier about how our system should be created in a way to check and curb the powers of authoritarians, right?
Yeah.
Like following the rules of law is that thing.
But that's what it is. What the rule is. Like I look at it like they're trying to throw him in jail for jaywalking. And it's just, he's getting madder and madder because he's like, it's fucking jaywalking.
It's not jaywalking. I have top secret classified documents, and they say, give that to us. And he says, yes. And then says, fuck you. I'm lying. I'm not going to give it to you.
It depends upon upon the documents.
Okay. Well, what? Okay. It doesn't really, in my mind. You don't get the rules, even when you're president, the rules are supposed to apply to everyone.
But you're lying to some fucking paper pusher that's just fucking with you.
Who?
This
He's
is
not.
like,
Wait. Stop.
Is it
stop,
morally
stop.
reprehensible to
That's
lie to
not,
someone at
that's
the
bullshit.
DMV?
Wait, that's literally not true. They're not just fucking with him. Number one, he's not supposed to have any documents. Period. Number
Right.
one.
I
Any
understand
documents.
that. Yes.
Number two, he's 100% on top of that not supposed to have any classified documents. So it's not like they're just fucking with him. That's not true. He's not supposed to have classified documents. They're not just fucking with him. You can't say that.
Well, you can't say that they're not.
Yes, I can. He's not, by law, he's not allowed to have classified top secret documents. That's not them fucking with him.
Hold on. What if I told you that, yes, it's the law that you're not supposed to have any documents. You're supposed to turn them all back over to this government agency after the fact.
Yes.
But in reality, we know culturally no president does that, and that Bill Clinton has a shit ton of these documents. And every former president has a shit ton of these documents that they just, pack rat away because for their own fucking reasons.
Right.
And then they're just going after Trump because they're fucking with him.
If that was the case, I would agree with you.
Okay, but we don't know
that's not the case. That's literally not the case.
How do you know?
We have no evidence of the case. All the people that they talk about with Biden and all the people that had in George W. or George H.W. Bush.
Biden doesn't count. Yeah.
All the people that had other documents, that had documents, when the government said, give us the documents, they gave them the documents.
Okay.
The thing that makes this, and this is why I keep saying the thing that makes it egregious, and the reason why he's being charged in the first place is because they said, give us the documents, and he intentionally, according to their claim, they're claiming he intentionally lied to them and hid documents and then lied about returning them. That's the egregious part of this. If Trump had the documents at Mar-a-Lago, okay, and they never asked for them and they just raided the place and charged him, I would agree with you 100%. Say, this is ridiculous, right? They should have asked him to comply, given him a chance to comply.
I get the lies. I totally understand.
But that's the issue.
I get all of that.
But that's what, to me, that's what elevates this to be so egregious. You can't just fucking, you can't just say, oh, fuck you. I get to do what I want. Fuck the rules. Fuck the law.
Well, it depends upon what the law is. Like, that's why I said use the jaywalking example, because it's like.
But this isn't jaywalking. This is top secret classified document.
Well, it depends upon what the documents are, if it's jaywalking or not. You got to look, if it is the plan to buy Greenland, and nobody's worried about anyone capturing our plan to buy fucking Greenland, and it's just a pet project of Trump's, and he's just like, I'm keeping this. This was my idea.
Well, first of all, considering how idiotic Trump has been regarding this whole situation, I don't think any of us would trust his judgment about to determine what classified documents say things that are important or dangerous or not.
Okay. Of course. Look, this is the thing, because it's such a comedy of just what is this even? So the document that he's waving around is a plan to invade Iran?
Which is that's a big fucking deal.
That's a big fucking deal. Yeah, that's not jaywalking.
Yes. Okay. Exactly.
Yes. That's why I'm saying I got to see the plans.
Okay, but you're not going to, so it doesn't matter. But then number two, there was something we didn't talk about, which was that it's kind of hilarious that the government has this. Literally, the guy that's being accused of helping Trump move the boxes and then lie about them, he went into the storage room where all these documents were supposed to be, and he literally found a box in the storage room where other things were stored, by the way, like normal things relating to the hotel service were stored in there. So people walk in and out of there all the time, all day. They found a box knocked over with a bunch of documents, including top secret documents labeled top secret, just laying on the floor for any employee to fucking walk in and see. And the guy literally took a picture of it on the floor and sent it to Trump or something and said, oh, someone just knocked over your box of top secret documents in the storage room.
This is so. Look, the bus boy at Mar-a-Lago is definitely selling those documents to whoever, to the highest bidder.
But see, that's another thing. That's another reason why this is so hyper egregious. If he's got these fucking boxes that have potentially top secret documents in them, or I guess they did have top secret documents in them, not potentially, and then people just fucking knocking them over. They're in a literally fucking storage room that multiple people have access to. Like, yeah, even if Trump isn't going to sell them, fuck, who knows what fucking random employee is going to sell them or do some crazy shit with them.
How many top secret plans did Kanye make off with?
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
He used that bathroom.
How many top secret documents about Israel did Kanye take? Okay.
Damn it.
He wanted all the top secrets on Netanyahu. So
this is, I mean, you got to admit, this is fucking fascinating.
it is, but it's just so ridiculous. I mean, it's so preposterous, the whole situation.
It is. It is.
So
I still think we got to know.
I mean, it would be nice, but again, they're classified, so we'll never find out.
Stug says Net and Yahoo.
There you go, Netanyahu, yeah.
Yoo-hoo.
Netanyahu. Chaotic Intention for $10 says Trump probably kept the documents, maybe for those who convinced him to use his authority, making him look bad. If Bush could point who told him there's weapons of mass destruction, I think he would. Well, that's interesting. I mean, that was the thought process about why he had the Iranian documents. So, I mean, that obviously doesn't justify anything, but that could be the rationale for some of them. Yeah.
Hold on. Why do you have the Iranian documents?
If the Iranian documents somehow showed that it wasn't his idea to invade Iran, that it was the Justice Department, or not the Justice Department, the DOD's decision to do it, or they were the ones advocating for it, that he would want that document to prove that it wasn't his idea.
To cover his ass, yeah.
Right. Which, I mean, first of all, I wouldn't think that if it's just a plan to invade Iran, I don't think it would say whose idea it was.
Well, do you know the story
on the
around
document in the first place?
Well, I don't know. Who
you
do
think
you
it would
know
just
this?
be a literal plan, but
well, anyway. It probably in the plans probably as who commissioned the plans, who.
Well, that's true. I guess that's true. It
yeah,
probably does say that. Yeah.
If the president orders some sort of plan drawn up, I'm sure
it might say is ordered by the president.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Do you know the situation with Kennedy and I think they call it the Bay of Pigs? It's when.
I know what the Bay of Pigs is. Yeah.
Is it Cuban Missile Crisis and the Bay of Pigs related?
Bay of Pigs is when they were supposed to help the rebels, and then they didn't.
So I saw a documentary on this, and it seems like the Defense Department was pressuring Kennedy to invade Cuba. And
they were pressuring him to support the rebels, and I think at the last second he didn't. He decided not to.
Right. Yeah. But the documentary says basically, him and his brother Robert Kennedy were trying to evade this massive pressure being put on them by the military to do things that they were basically saying, this is your only option here.
Right.
So I don't know if that was the situation with Trump. And
well, yeah, it would be his claim, right? That was the situation.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's an interesting situation, though, because I know historically, if it wasn't for Kennedy standing up to the Defense Department, we probably would have invaded Cuba. I mean, the military wanted to do full-scale invasion.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the issue. So it wouldn't make sense to me, and this is kind of like trying to have your cake and eat it too. The whole thought process is supposed to be that Mark Milley and the DOD, hated Trump, right? They wanted Trump to be gone. Why would they then be pushing for Trump to invade Iran, which could potentially help him around election time? It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the situation.
Because the whole thing that they were afraid of is that they were saying, oh, he was going to invade Iran to change, the perceptions away from the 2020 election stuff. I don't know why the military would be pushing for him to invade Iran at that time. It doesn't really make sense. If the military was against Trump, that wouldn't really make sense.
Man, I hope this guy writes this book because I want to know what the hell's going on here.
Right.
I guess we're not going to, if Trump wins the election, we're not going to get it until after he's out of office.
Yeah, I know in the indictment, I believe they give you like a broad strokes about what some of the documents are, but I mean, they don't tell you because if you look in the indictment, it says like, you know, for each count, it says like, because most of the counts, let me see, most of the counts, 31 of the counts are all counts about individual documents that have top secret classification. Now, there were more than 31 top secret documents that supposedly were reported. So maybe these are just 31 most egregious ones. So it says like, count one, document dated May 3rd, 2018 concerning White House intelligence briefing related to various foreign countries. Document 2 is the same thing, but a different date. Document 3 says document concerning military capabilities of foreign country. Another one that says White House briefing related to foreign countries. Another one says document relating to foreign countries' nuclear capabilities. So is that enough for you, Adam, to have these like kind of like broad general statements of what it is, or do you want to know like the specific? I don't think we're gonna know the specifics, but
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff seems like a big deal. That's for sure.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like, according to this, a bunch of documents relating to nuclear stuff, a bunch of documents relating to military capabilities of foreign countries.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, if all that information is already out there in public knowledge and
right,
various foreign affairs communities,
right.
then it's not a big deal. It's not like secrets. So that's
but it depends, because it might be if they knew the specifics of what people knew and when they knew it, that might show you they could figure out who the source was.
Yeah.
So,
well, they even in the indictment they included Trump talking about Hillary Clinton and saying,
right.
one of the huge fuck ups that Hillary Clinton did was not handling classified information to his satisfaction. He looks like a giant hypocrite. They included
Right.
that stuff to make him look like a giant hypocrite, because it
Right.
seems like he doesn't really have a care in the world about classified information.
Yeah, they included not just that, but they included him making statements about how he was going to be super tough on people that were leaking classified military documents.
When he's Mr. Leaker in Chief. So
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, all the documents in the indictment, they're all about military capabilities of foreign countries and things of that nature.
I want to know why he wanted
bubblegum chewing recipes or anything like that.
What America wants to know is why Trump wanted the documents.
I agree. That would be interesting. Yeah.
And maybe it's as simple as it's just petty, that he was like, you want the documents and I don't want you to have them. Like, it could be that petty. It really could be.
Well, we might find out. I don't think we'll find out for everything, but we might find out during the trial. Some of this goes to trial. We might find out one or two key documents, why he wanted them, and the specifics about that. So I guess we'll see.
If it is petty, I feel like we have a better chance of just finding out from Trump. I feel like Trump would just say, yeah, I wanted I mean, he kind of said that in the CNN town hall. That's what was so shocking about it.
Right.
He kind of came at it with like, yeah, my souvenirs, fuck off. I get to keep them. Mine.
I guess. Van Respecter for 78 for 8 months says, I'm currently on paid family leave 8 months, offered by my job. That's wonderful. An Orlando Municipal Power Company. This helps families transitions bond a huge amount. Well, there you go. That's wonderful. I'm all for paid family leave. That's great to hear. And I think that would definitely help increase the birth rates, if that's something that you care about.
Yeah, I'm not against paid family leave, so yeah. I'm pointing out that certain policies have certain natural constituencies. So
I think paid family leave could have a natural right-wing, natural one, but I think it could have a right-wing support behind it. They just need to frame it in a right-wing way.
Yeah.
So, which they don't do.
Not all, I mean, it just sucks. A lot of, even if you have a more traditional marriage, it's you kind of need two incomes in this day and age just to be able to survive. So even if you are you know, a traditional conservative family, a lot of times mom works too anyway.
Sure.
Yeah. So paid family leave could help conservatives.
Stuck for $2 says the right-wing NPC test is Matt Walsh. It's funny.
Is it? I don't know.
Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite young Turk, for $20. Thank you. Says, any chance of getting Jack Posobiec on? Dude has a massive following, but has the most cringe, sensationalist tweets about Trump being a virtuous hero, fighting alone to save America from the nefarious forces of the regime.
I don't think so, but I mean, I could try.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a massive following.
He's just giant, yeah.
Yeah, he's probably outside of our batting range, but I mean, I think Jack Posobiec is pretty cringe most of the time that I've heard him. I don't follow him regularly, but whenever I hear him or see his tweets retweeted, it seems pretty cringe. So,
yeah, I was kind of hoping that Brianna Wu could hook us up with Cenk. She's the one that made the conversation between Cenk and Destiny happen.
right.
But you guys are so fucking mean to her in the comments. I like.
Yeah, I might have.
I don't know if that makes it even possible.
Right.
So.
Right. Oxford for $20 says, in regards to prosecuting old presidents, the severity of the crime, the moral severity of it needs to be high. I do agree with that. The issue with the document stuff seems like in the worst case, it's just not morally that serious. Well, I agree with the first part. I disagree with the second part. When I would assume Oxford, you would be like Adam. It would depend on also what the documents were and why he wasn't giving them up too. So for me, the flagrant disregard and lying already reaches that level, and the fact that it's just so, like, assuming the evidence is clear and true, that it's just so clear that it was dishonest, there's no wiggle room here. So I guess we'll find out. I definitely agree it should be something high.
I feel like there's some government organizations that it's un-American for you to tell the truth to.
I don't agree with that.
No. I think that's the fundamental difference of opinion here.
Yeah. Especially if you're president. I think if you're president, you should be a model for behavior.
Well, I agree with that. I think obviously.
Well, apparently you don't agree with that. So.
Well, I mean, I think you should shoot for being a model behavior, but once people look, I do have psychological reactance, and when people start fucking with me, and I do not feel like the government establishment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like they treated Obama fairly, and I don't feel like they treated Trump fairly. I don't.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I don't think they treated. I don't think they treated Trump fairly. And I think a lot of people in a lot of agencies, they went so hard after Trump originally because they really honestly thought they were wrong, but they really honestly thought the whole deep state, the whole Russia narrative thing
was right. Yeah,
was true. Yeah. So I agree. I don't think they did give Trump a fair shake in a lot of elements, but I don't think that justifies, this.
Yeah.
Especially if it's, really important shit like our plans if we were to invade Iran.
Oh, that's so bad.
Pretty bad.
God, I'm dying to know look, we have to figure this puzzle out. I'm dying to know.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, it'd be interesting that if you, and when I say you, I mean in the audience, if you're talking to someone who has this just is very completely defending Trump, it'd be interesting to ask them to say, well, does it depend what the documents are? And if they say yes, say what would be a document that he'd have to have that would be egregious enough for you to suddenly think it's okay?
Oh, that's a great question.
To prosecute. So if it's true, if he has plans that has top secret information that was like, if we invaded Iran, this is what we would do, right? So it's like the American playbook of what we're going to do for an invaded country. Like, is that egregious enough to merit this?
How about this?
Yeah.
A list of all of our undercover military assets, names, family names, social security numbers on a piece of paper on the floor in the kitchen in Mar-a-Lago.
In Mar-a-Lago, yeah, okay.
You know, where just anyone can pick it up.
Yeah.
That would be pretty egregious.
That would be pretty bad.
I don't know that you could really justify that. All those people are, you know, top targets by Al-Qaeda.
Right.
Yeah.
Joseph Smith for $20 says, what if the documents were all just pictures of Melania in the shower? A-Team has an actual theme song. That is true.
Look at that.
Well, listen, listen. If it turns out that all the top secret classified documents were really classified top secret by Trump because they were all spy pictures of Melania naked, then I will say Trump is completely justified in retaining those pictures. Okay.
That would be hilarious.
There you go.
If he convinced the CIA to spy on Melania.
Well, I don't know why he would do that. I think she's cheating on me. I want you to take pictures of her at all times. I don't care what she's doing. These are top secret pictures. They're all mine.
That's hilarious.
If that was the case, I'd say, okay, let him off. Let him off the hook here.
Let him go.
Right. Nurbo of Doom for 4 months says, you guys should get Vivek Ramaswamy on sometime. I feel like you would have a really productive conversation. S-class is the best class.
Yeah.
That'd be,
I made the mistake. Yeah, I made the mistake of listening to Vivek talk about the Silicon Valley Bank debacle.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he wanted the people to lose their money, the bank people who, you know, had put their money in accounts that weren't insured up to $250,000 or whatever.
Right.
To lose their working capital. And I lost all respect for that guy after that because it's just bullshit. I understand. Like there's certain accounts are only insured. I think you can only get an account that's insured up to $250,000. But as a business, I mean, a lot of small businesses, they got $1 million or more in the bank.
Right. It's not feasible to split it up.
Yeah. So you got to get a Bank of America account, a Wells Fargo account. Like you got to go to all these different banks. It's just, that's so impractical for business. And to set a precedent that, yeah, that's what you have to do. It's just talk about red tape for business. And this guy pitches himself as a business guy, you know, fuck that guy.
I don't think I've actually really listened to him say anything. Everything I know about him is secondhand from Scott Adams salivating about him every day. But I've never actually listened to anything he said personally. So I don't really have a comment on Vivek.
I mean, the bank totally fucked up. But you have to do your due diligence before you open a bank account someplace because that bank could possibly have fuck up their investments and you lose your savings account. That just screams unfair. Can you imagine such a thing? That your bank comes to you, you know, and says, "Oh, you don't have any money in your account because we fucked up."
Mm-hmm.
And once you understand how money works, you're like, it just makes it even more insulting.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't really have a strong opinion about it one way or the other. So.
Oh God.
It doesn't really bother me the way it bothers you.
That debate. I
remember having it at the time. So, I mean, I understand your point, and I understand people saying that there needs to be some incentive for banks to be responsible. And then I remember you in response to that saying, well, it's not, insurers have nothing to do with that because they don't want to go out of business regardless. It's a fair point. So I don't really want to relitigate that entire conversation.
Yeah. I don't like Vivek.
Yeah, but I don't have a strong opinion about Vivek one way or the other. Ostracy for $5 says, it's mostly about what he intended to do with those documents or what he was attempting to hide, not so much what was in them.
I mean, aren't they the same? Isn't that the same thing though?
Well, I would think what he was attempting to hide would be directly relevant to what was in them, right? Because again, if he was attempting to hide naked pictures of Melania, it's one thing. If he's attempting to hide top secret plans on how the U.S. military would invade a foreign country, that seems pretty egregious. And I mean, it would be, why the fuck are you like, what is your purpose for keeping these? Right? Would be very suspect. But we'll never know. I mean, you'll never get a 100% answer on that question anyway, right?
Of course.
You know, so.
Sulla in the chat makes another important point. Vivek wants to raise the voting age to 25. That's another reason why.
That's another strike against him for you.
Dude, can we just deport that guy? Is he even really an American citizen? I don't know. Look, anyone who wants to raise the voting age, I question whether or not they're American.
Oh my God!
Look, you can
Look at this racism.
It's not because of his race; it's because of his policy prescriptions, man.
Well, you said deport him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, deport him to the fuck off island. Remember we talked about.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me go back to the beginning.
The beginning. The very beginning.
Orca for $5 says, please cover the James Lindsay Ben Shapiro talk. I haven't watched it yet, but would love to see you guys react. Wormy is God. I didn't even know they did talk.
I think, did they just talk today? Because usually has the Sunday show. I'll check into it. Look, Sitch doesn't like to go to Ben Shapiro's webpage.
You're right. It was 14 hours ago.
On the Sunday show, right?
James Lindsay, The Rise of Wokeness. I'll check it out. That sounds like something that could be very interesting.
Maybe we'll cover it next week.
Yeah, if it's... I mean, I feel like it's going to be mostly just us going, so maybe we won't really cover it.
Yeah, sometimes we don't like to cover stuff because we're just like huge yes men.
Yeah, if I just agree with everything they're saying, it's kind of like, what's the point?
James Lindsay, The Rise of Wokeness in Schools. Wokeness, the days are numbered on wokeness. I'm starting to think a lot of people don't know what woke means.
Really? You're only starting to think that now?
It's suddenly woke went mainstream and everyone has a different definition now.
Yeah.
Well, no, we've had a consistent definition. I think James Lindsay, obviously we could have a conversation with James Lindsay and we both know what woke means.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like there's a number of people who just think, woke does mean whatever is progressive.
Whatever is left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ashi says it was the Sunday special and it was pretty good. Well, there you go.
We'll watch it right after we're done streaming. So,
but gotta get James Lindsay to debate Carl on liberalism. That's what we gotta get.
Oh,
Her in the Set Fest for 1 month. Thanks so much. Solo for 2 months says, never forget, people like you guys in Destiny are centrist here. I know people in real life who think he didn't kill enough people that night. There you go.
I mean, yeah, no. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. RJ McDougalheim for 1 month says, any of you guys got any of that free will? I'm jonesing over here. Well, there you go. You get 5 free units of free will, RJ, just for you, baby.
Yeah. Use it wisely.
Bob Van Gogh for $2 says, this callback of a super chat isn't for you.
Yeah, we should watch that before we sign off.
Should we? Or should we just tell people to go watch? I don't want to steal views from Seamus.
Okay, we can do that. I can put a link in the chat.
Okay. You guys should watch, if you haven't seen it already, you should watch the Freedom Tunes. I think it's still the latest one. Me and Adam did some of the voices.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's called every modern reboot. Here, I'll put a link in the chat right here so you can see. Every modern reboot.
This is still the latest one, yeah. James very generously asked if we want to do voices, and I said, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, of course. Sitch and I like to screw around. We like to make funny voices.
I like Freedom Tunes. He does funny content. I would love to do a voice in it.
It was great. Very fun.
J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, thank you, J-Mac. This is interesting because Shapiro does attempt to steelman the opposition a little bit. Worth the watch. Let me know if you want to skip the ads. Well, thank you, Jay. But I assume you're offering to give us your Daily Wire access.
Well, we might if he cuts off, because sometimes they don't finish the conversation. They cut
that's
off
true,
at kind of
yeah.
an inopportune time. So yeah, I'll definitely take you up on that.
You know what I got in the mail the other day?
What'd you get?
I got my sweet baby Matt Walsh plushie.
Did you really order one of those?
I did.
What the fuck?
It's so fucking weird. I had to order it. It's so fucking bizarre.
Oh man.
If you guys didn't know this, Matt Walsh has these fucking really bizarre plushies.
Like a diaper plushie.
It's Matt Walsh as a baby, but with like a beard and glasses, and he's wearing a diaper and he's crawling on all fours, and it looks fucking weird. It looks like some kind of weird fetish shit. Like I don't understand why it was made. I know some weird inside joke, but I had to get it. I had to get it. It's just so bizarre.
Crazy.
I'm gonna take a picture of a Sitch plushie riding the Matt Walsh baby plushie to put on Twitter.
Okay, fun stuff.
You don't want one?
Yeah, well, I kind of do. I wish I had one here that I could. Well, actually, that would just get me in trouble. Look at my Matt Walsh baby.
Look at your half-naked Matt Walsh baby.
I know everyone would they'd be like,
right.
This is a little weird.
Joseph Smith for $5 says, more realistically, what if the files Trump wanted to keep were about the FBI spying on him? Can't stop the A-team. Well, that would now that wouldn't be right, but that would make sense if that was the case. But according to at least the summaries from the indictment, that's not what there are. Or at least the ones that they're charging with, they're not about that. So they all seem to be related to foreign countries and military plans and things of that nature. So. Let's see. Val Van Gogh for $2 says, return to monkey for Uncle Ted. That's right. The Unabomber fucking died.
81, so I mean, he was up there.
He was. Ted Kaczynski is dead. And it was disgusting to see a bunch of people so sad that a piece of shit terrorist died. So on Twitter, I was disgusted to see people lamenting that an actual terrorist is dead. So fuck him. I'm glad he's dead. That's good.
Did you see my tweet listing out part of the Unabomber's manifesto from Bill Joy's famous article, How the Future Doesn't Need Us?
No.
So Ted Kaczynski was a famous Luddite.
I know that, yes.
And the people he was targeting were people that he thought would be instrumental in developing artificial general intelligence, something that we're talking a lot about right now because of, well, I mean, we're getting close to developing it, correct? So it's interesting that not many people seem to know this. So that's that.
Oh, okay. And, it's interesting. Elon Musk tweeted, I'm trying to remember, he tweeted out something like, maybe Ted was right about this or something. I forget, something like that. And Shu had a very good reply. She's like, bro, you literally were like testing on monkeys to put, neural lace in their fucking brain. Ted Kaczynski would have 100% sent you a bomb.
Yeah, totally.
I was like, yes, like Elon, this is a terrible take. What the fuck?
Yeah, Bill Joy felt like he was targeted too. A lot of people did.
Ostracy for $5 says, every time I disagree with Sitch, I just have to understand that maybe it's because it's not for me. Freedom Tunes was great.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's not for you.
Well, I guess it wasn't for me.
Whoa! I do like that I become black at the end of the episode.
I do. That was awesome. That was so awesome.
I was going to tweet out. I thought I'd get in trouble. I thought I was going to tweet out, I can't believe Freedom Tunes doxed me in the last video. I thought people would take it the wrong way.
Of
though.
course they would. No one can take a joke these days.
I
These
know.
little fucking whiner crybabies.
KNX122 for 5 months says, so someone brought this up in a comment thread not too long ago, but on the accusation that Kyle beat up some girl, what do we know about that? I mean, I vaguely remember there was something about someone was threatening like his sister or something, and they got into an altercation with them. That's all I remember about that. But
He didn't beat. He kind of
there's
separated
a video of it
them.
somewhere. There's a video of it somewhere. I think he did more than separate, but I don't. It's kind of like irrelevant to the situation completely. So, if someone brings it up, I'd just say, okay, that has nothing to do with the situation, but good attempt. C. Pathy for $2 says, this debate isn't for you. That's true. It's not for you, Adam.
It's not for you. It's not
It's not
for you.
for you. This debate isn't for you.
It's not for you.
I gave him a bunch of takes that sounded really gay.
It's not for you.
And I'm glad he didn't use them. I thought
It's
he would
not
get in trouble if
for
he did.
you.
I had a bunch of takes. I was like, it's not for you.
I know those.
It was like really gay takes.
I was rolling. Look, I should bring it up.
Did you save it?
Of course. These are my documents, bitch.
He said him saved all my for you takes. For
It's
making the
not
gay
for you.
Let's not bring him up. Well, no one cares. BC for $10 says, quote, it's the most important to beat Republicans in the election, but first we have to beat the centrist Democrats so that we have no majority or and are even more ineffective. True.
Yeah, great point.
That's a good point. The Justice 35 for 9 months says, A-Team likes the stream and is a Chad Gamergator. While S-Class gets gaslit by Wu into becoming anti-Gamergate and pro-Sarkeesian. A-Team reigns supreme. What is this gaslighting the Justice?
Well, first of
35.
all,
Gee.
totally accurate assessment of what happened.
Okay. Right.
Come on, that's not what happened, but
No.
But I do thank you for the A-Team reign supreme.
There you go.
Sometimes we have to bend the rules a little bit because we're the underdogs.
Okay. C. Paffy for $10 says, just finishing The Righteous Mind. It's amazing, but I was put off in the opening chapters when he used people's inability to explain their thoughts as evidence that there was nothing more than intuition behind their morals. I think his point wasn't that. I think his point was that the fact that someone hears a story that poses a moral question and they have an instantaneous explanation of where their morals are, but they don't necessarily know the answer, like why, was just the fact that would show that it was an innate, quick moral intuition that was creating the feeling, not that it was like a logical, thought out thing. I think that's what he was alluding to when he said that. So, which I think is true, but I understand what you're saying as well.
There were parts of the book when I first read it that just completely offended my sensibilities.
Right.
The book is structured in a way, though, that's very ingenious because he does his best not to enrage your moral intuitions until he lays the groundwork that you basically can understand that enragement, which I thought was pretty smart. You know, like the really incendiary stuff is kind of packed at the back of the book. Anyway, the crappy robot for $2 says, thoughts on how the Punisher was treated? Well, I'm not sure I even know how the Punisher was treated.
What does that even mean? What happened to the Punisher?
I don't know.
Is it like the comic book character, the Punisher?
The Punisher. Have you seen the
Marvel
Punisher?
kills the Punisher. Really? The Punisher is no more. Marvel officially gets rid of its most controversial character. Whoa. I didn't know about this.
Well, I don't like that.
It's official. The Punisher doesn't exist anymore in Marvel Comics. After a 12-issue series that completely redefined the character, revisiting the Punisher's origin story and resurrecting his wife, Frank Castle says farewell to his skull weapons and bloody crusade. Marks the conclusion. Punisher is captured by the Avengers. Blah blah blah.
Well, that sounds like total bullshit to me. So
Maria, his wife, is brought back to life. She tells Frank that she was going to divorce him before she was killed.
well,
What
that's
the fuck?
totally evil.
And that she completely rejects everything he did in her name. This is so stupid. The Punisher is finally broken. Frank summons the last remnants of some beast power and turns the demonic flames on himself in what looks like a fiery suicide.
Wait a second.
Well, okay,
here.
but
So the whole Punisher story was him getting revenge for his wife.
I guess, yeah.
And they resurrect his wife, and she says, "Look, I didn't even like you." That's
I was gonna get a divorce before I died, and I don't like that you're killing people.
That's so messed up. That's so messed up.
Yeah, but just okay.
Wow.
First of all, just because someone dies in the comic, I mean, that doesn't mean they're dead. Like
Where'd you get this
people
information
coming back to
from?
life in comics is super fucking. As we were just talking about with his wife, is super common. So that's
Yeah, but not and tell you that they didn't even like you.
sure. It says, wait a minute. It says according to this article, even if Frank is not really dead, the epilogue reveals he ends up in Weird World. I don't know what that means. It's clear the Punisher as a character will not appear again in Marvel Comics for a long time, possibly forever. You're right, whatever. He's gonna come back. This is dumb. He'll come back. I mean, it sounds like a dumb arc, but he'll come back. It's not a thing. They'll bring him back in a year or two. This isn't the one. You know what? One of the worst fucking bizarre things they ever did in a Marvel comic.
How'd you find this article? Like
I just typed in the Punisher, and it was like one of the first articles that came up.
I type in the Punisher, and
The Punisher is no more from Screen Rant.
okay.
Marvel officially gets rid of its most controversial character. That's kind of a clickbaity fucking headline. It's like, okay, so he died off. Whatever.
I get the
He'll come
Punisher has a new role in the Marvel universe. Looks like a
Okay, I don't know.
4 days ago.
Sounds dumb. I didn't want to read it, but no, one of the worst things. One of the worst things that ever happened in comics.
Mm-hmm.
Is gonna blow your fucking mind. Okay, you ready to have your mind blown?
No.
Some insane, who the fuck did, I forget who did it. Some insane writer of Spider-Man, okay, decided that they were going to write some fucking insane story where it turns out that before Gwen Stacy is killed by the Green Goblin, she cheats on Peter Parker by having sex with the Green Goblin.
What? That's an arc?
That's a thing that happens in Marvel Comics, and I don't think it was ever retconned or fixed.
How'd you get this information?
Because it's like a famous meme.
That's so terrible.
Now she didn't know it was a Green Goblin. It was Norman Osborn.
Peter Parker's cuck to the Green Goblin?
Yes. It's like one of the most like baffling fucking creative decisions to ever exist in comics. It was like, what the fuck? Like, what is like? Are you serious?
That's kind of evil.
And I'm trying to remember if Peter did he even have sex with Gwen Stacy? That would make it even worse.
Wait, Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy?
It was Gwen Stacy, not Mary Jane.
Gwen Stacy's his girlfriend too?
Gwen Stacy was his girlfriend first that died. Remember the Green Goblin kills her?
Oh yeah.
So according to a quick Google answer, it says Spider-Man never had sex with Gwen Stacy. So according to the canon, even though they were dating, they never had sex, but she had sex with Norman Osborn. Like the fuck? Isn't that? Oh, I forgot, because there was like this really fucking bizarre storyline where like I remember why. There's this bizarre storyline where two people show up, and one of them looks like Gwen Stacy, and one of them looks like Norman Osborn, and it's because she had sex with Norman Osborn and gave birth to his fucking twins or something. It's like, it's just, I don't know. It's the dumbest fucking insane storyline of all time. Whoever came up with that should be like have their brain bleached. It's like so fucking bizarre.
This was some time ago, I guess.
It was, but it wasn't that long ago.
Right.
In like the 2000s, I think. Sometime in the 2000s. It wasn't like some old storyline. So.
Wow.
So anyway.
They should film that. That should be in the next Spider-Verse movie. Spider-Gwen doing it with Green Goblin.
I don't think that's a good idea, Adam.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that's a good idea.
We're going to talk about Spider-Verse on Tuesday, so.
Is Gwen Stacy trans? That's what everyone's saying.
We're going to decide. Look, I don't want to spoil the movie for you.
Oh, okay. Soldoge for $2 says they retconned it. It was Mysterio in disguise. LOL. There you go. True. Norman Osborn really had sex with Mysterio, who was pretending to be Gwen Stacy. True.
We're going to tell everyone on Tuesday whether or not Spider-Verse is woke or not.
Okay. Maybe, listen, if you don't like Gwen Stacy cucking Peter Parker with Norman Osborn, that just means the comic, it's not for you.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's not for you, Adam.
No.
Joshua Sorry for $5 says, I think online doomerism also comes from overly focusing on broad national topics rather than state local issues that can actually they can actually affect. I think that's a good point.
True. Excellent point. Excellent point. They're fixated. Oh, my vote doesn't really matter because I'm only care about national stuff. And where your vote actually does matter, you're like, oh, I don't care.
Yeah, right.
So
True.
sad.
Grosso for $2 says, Cenk is so hip, he puts the hip in hippo.
Yeah, definitely.
Mercedes Riviera for $2 says, two leftists fighting each other is so sweet. Well, I don't think it's fair to call them leftists in terms of socialist, but I mean, Cenk is definitely pretty progressive. So I guess Destiny is too, but
calling Trump a fascist seems like a stretch to me, but
I agree. Robin Ellers, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers, Robin.
Yeah.
CT for $2 Canadian says, can I put conflict entrepreneur on my resume?
You most certainly can.
There you go. I like it. Robin Ellers, thank you so much for the one gifted membership. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
Solo for $5 says, compromise. Replace the debt ceiling with a debt burden ceiling. Debt as 65% of GDP. That's interesting. I mean, I don't understand again, to me, just the whole concept of it just doesn't make sense. And it's stupid because Congress is the one creating the debt in the first place. So it's ridiculous that Congress creates a debt and then Congress turns around and says, oh, well, you still have to ask us for permission to pay off the debt, even though we created it in the first place. Like, oh, that's stupid. Just don't create the debt. How about that?
Right now, the United States government debt accounted for 123% of the country's GDP. So our debt to GDP, I guess, is 123%. I mean, if you think of debt to GDP in a household framework, like when you buy a house, you don't make enough money to pay off that house in 1 year. Right? Like you're like 20, your debt to income is like, I don't know, 20 times maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, I mean, I try to conceptualize why this is such an important metric. When people tell me why this is an important metric, I don't really understand their logic. I have my own logic, but I don't necessarily know that it goes along with their logic.
Big K Spicy for $5 says, heard some familiar voices on Freedom Tunes. Thanks for the free will. Well, thank you for the $5, Big K Spicy. You get 5 free units of free will.
Yeah, and thanks for watching the Freedom Tune.
Yeah, and everyone that watches the Freedom Tunes cartoon that has our voices in it gets 1 extra free unit of free will
Per viewing.
per viewing. PC Provider says, if the left was serious about the 14th Amendment argument, couldn't they try it now while we have 2 years before the next negotiation? Well, I don't know, because like the way to challenge it would be to circumvent it, which you can't do until you get to the, you can't circumvent it by action until you reach the debt ceiling, right? So I don't know if they could, I don't know if they could do it like very far in advance, just to test out the waters.
Yeah.
So
right now the debt ceiling doesn't matter, so it doesn't really matter what, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how that would work.
yeah, I don't know how that would work legally. But... Micro Omega for 14 months says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold.
14 months. It's great.
That is great. Dr. Diddler for $5. S-Class General Dr. Diddler.
This guy. Oh, no. What did I do this time?
Says, A-Team steals bumper stickers. Oh, and triple dips in the shared salsa. 1 dip Adam. S-Class is a best.
Well, I like the salsa, so sometimes I just use a chip to like eat the salsa.
They get a different chip.
I just I dip it in and I just suck the salsa off the chip.
No, no.
I just,
God,
I dip right back in and I get another big scoop of salsa.
Oh, Jesus.
You don't do that?
That's the worst thing I've heard in my life.
I know, it's terrible.
Don't ever invite Adam to your parties. He's sucking on the chips and salsa.
Look,
terrible.
I would never do that. That's awful.
Oh, God.
It's a terrible, terrible thing.
Okay. Okay. If you're going to do that, you just break the chip in half. It's like a giant chip.
Look, people double dipping, that bugs the shit out of me. So I would never do such a thing.
Okay.
I'm only joking around here.
Okay.
I see that kind of stuff go on and I think,
the fuck?
Did you just double dip? I'm like,
you just double dipped?
You can't eat a whole fucking chip?
Yeah.
You have to bite the chip in half and put your slobber ass half a chip back in the salsa?
Just get another fucking chip.
Yeah.
Or if it's some gigantic chip, just break it in fucking half before you stick it in the salsa. That drives me
crazy. Because your saliva starts breaking down the salsa in the dip. I don't want to eat your half digested salsa fucking slobber.
Magor for $2 says, is California really trying to replace electricity costs with a progressive flat rate system? I'm going to have my brother rent an apartment in California and run a Bitcoin farm. I don't know. Is that true, Adam? Is that happening?
Probably, but I hope not. God, California's a mess.
Mercedes for $6 says, Cenk is the biggest hypocrite that works in media. Well, I'd say he's a hypocrite. I don't know if I'd say he's the biggest hypocrite, but he's definitely up there.
Yeah, I don't know.
But thank you. Mercedes for another $5 says, Republicans are the reason we have no surprise. We have the No Surprises Act. What is that?
I don't know what that is.
The
Never
No
heard
Surprises Act. The No Surprises Act protects you from surprise billing if you have a group health plan or group or individual health insurance coverage. It bans surprise bills for emergency services from out-of-network providers or facilities without prior authorization. That's good. Where did you find the thing where you said Biden overturned the transparency cost? Because I couldn't find that.
Oh.
I found something that said that he was enforcing. He said that he will enforce it, and then I found an article claiming that he wasn't enforcing it, even though he said he would. So maybe that's what you're thinking of?
Yeah, that's the article. I just saw an article. I looked up the article to see the status of it. And
I think it's still,
that he wasn't enforcing it. So
I think it still officially exists. They're just complaining it's not being enforced properly. So, which could be the case. There's a recent study found many hospitals aren't complying with the rules. Yeah, I think they said like the majority of hospitals are not complying with it, even though they said he would enforce it. So definitely
they're
something to criticize Biden about. Sure.
they're listing on their website like a range between $3,000 and $35,000. It's like,
Right. Right. Solodoj for $2 says, Adam, I love you. But you love to quote the same kooky MMT economists that all of the mainstream economists and even the head of the Fed have called stupid. So you calling everyone else dumb might get taken the wrong way.
I mean,
Did
you
the
know,
head-
I understand. I'm in the position where,
You're the weirdo.
well, no, it's like there were people who believed the world was flat, and there were people who believed the world was round, right?
Yeah.
And there was a while there where everyone thought that the round earth people were insane. But the evidence built up over time, and the flat earthers became the insane ones. Solodoj, you're a flat earther.
Look at this. Adam is doubling down, baby.
Well, you agree, don't you?
I mean, I agree with some concepts of MMT, but again, my knowledge of economics is very limited, so I wouldn't call people stupid for not agreeing with me.
Why? I don't know. Just the government spending, lending stuff that we were talking about. You seem to agree with all that.
Yeah, but that's not really an MMT thing. It's a different issue.
Well, Solodoj would call that MMT, though.
Oh, I don't know if he would. I mean, I still wouldn't call someone stupid because I think it's very complicated. And as I said, I think it's very complicated.
Did
and
I
very
call? Who did I call
counterintuitive.
stupid? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Did
you're
I
being a
call
little
anyone stupid?
I don't know if you said stupid, but you're being a little, I think, overly dismissive with people that, have difficulty understanding these very complicated economic shit. I mean, I don't think,
remember calling anyone stupid, though.
right. I don't think 99% of Americans understand how money is printed or made in this country. I mean, you agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course.
So,
Yeah.
Jerome Powell in 2019 said the concept of MMT is just wrong. There you go.
What I mean, what is he talking about?
I don't know. I couldn't click on the article because it was paywalled by Bloomberg, and oh shoot.
Look, I understand that if you want me to look up articles on, I mean, you can literally find an
here's
article
what
on
he
the
said.
internet for anything, man.
Powell said, quote, the idea that deficits don't matter for countries that can borrow in their own currency, I think is just wrong.
Deficits do matter. Okay, obviously. The question is, what is the, how do they matter? That's the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Deficits don't matter. Sam Josh for 8 months says, thank you guys for constantly providing thought-provoking content. Keep up the great work. A-Team reigns supreme.
All right, thanks.
Well, thank you, Sam. Even if you're a dirty A-Teamer. Jay Bauman for $5 says, best show to listen during my work and workout. A-Team all the way. Look, give him a bunch of A-Team love today.
I know, it's great.
Terrible.
Everyone knows. Must be all MMTers.
Butters for 11 months says, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart.
I know, I can't believe Jake.
Jank did it. Oops, I did it again.
Yeah.
Britney Spears, yeah. Speaking of Britney Spears, I don't know what the context of this was. There's a video with Katie shaving her head on stream. Did you see that?
I didn't see it, but I think we
I
should
don't know
watch
what was
it.
happening there.
I think we should
She
watch
okay?
it on our stream.
I
hope
thought
so.
Chad was like watching a video of Katie shaving her head, and he had a very worried look on her face.
I saw
his
it in
face,
his
and I was like,
thumbnail,
what?
but I didn't.
I was like, what is happening here? Oh my God.
Look, I like Katie, so
Yeah.
is Chad going to war with Katie now?
I don't think so.
That's depressing.
Azriel Cruz for $2 says, what books on economics do you recommend?
None.
Really? Not even the MMT books?
I don't, because they're, like I said, they have a bunch of left-wing political claptrap in there that I don't. I read one recently, and I even was contemplating having the author on the show because they give a great metaphor for understanding money. So in the first half of the book, they're laying out how money works, and everything is my understanding of money perfectly. You know, I basically see money as tax coupons. I mean, that's basically what money is. It's debt. Money, fiat money is debt. So they set this up, but then halfway through the book, they completely ignore their entire metaphor that they've spent half the book setting up and start talking about UBI. And I'm going, look, but this breaks your metaphor here. And they just seem completely unaware of it. What do you do with something like that, Sitch?
I don't know. You say read half the book.
Yeah. See, that's why I can't recommend the book, because I'm like,
Right.
okay, the book is a great book until you get to chapter 6.
Right.
And then close the book and burn it. Same with the Stephanie Kelton book. When Stephanie Kelton is laying out like the ideas of Warren Mosler and, you know, spending first, all the stuff we were talking about basically earlier in the show.
Right.
This all makes perfect logical sense. But then as soon as they start drifting into like the Green New Deal stuff and, you know, just the left-wing politics, it just immediately, I know that's just going to turn people off. They want the facts. They don't want your, you know, because we've discovered this thing, we can do UBI immediately.
Right. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $10 says, thank you, J-Mac. Says, I worked on those aircraft, Adam. Trust me, there's a lot of wasteful spending there. Yeah,
I know. I laughed. I laughed when you did that super chat, J-Mac, because look, maybe the initial spend is wasteful, but you know, the aircraft manufacturer pays their employees, you know, pays the parts manufacturers, and then that money becomes money that they use to pay restaurant workers, supermarket workers, right? Like,
well, I mean, wasteful spending in terms of overcharging for certain things. Right?
Sure, totally. Well, this is the interesting thing about UBI, because right now the way that we get money into the economy is the government buys things, right? Well, we could get money into the economy just by giving everybody a UBI, right?
I guess, yeah.
Would that be more efficient spending? I don't know. It depends upon what the people do with the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, if the government is going to use money to buy a building or a road or a bridge or something like that, I mean, I would rather have the bridge than the money.
I feel like having the government just send people checks would be less efficient.
Well, wouldn't they be deciding whether or not we need more iPhones or buildings or gym subscriptions or whatever?
Well, the concern would be with UBI that it wouldn't really replace the government spending money. It would just be on top of the government spending money, right?
Right.
So,
well, the government,
the other issue.
This is the thing about the government. The government needs to buy things that are not like business profitable things, like security, courts. I mean, the libertarians will say all those things can be done by the private sector, but the military can't be done by the private sector. You want a private military?
Right. Well, I think even most people will acknowledge that military and law enforcement should not be. Right.
Well, there is. We literally have public and private for security. Like, I think there's more private security guards than there are actually police.
There are, but I said law enforcement and military, not security.
Right, right.
So, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
Asayar for 5 Aussie bucks says Sitch gets a new silent keyboard. Next show, Destiny video, clickety clack. Yes, I actually know it's funny. I actually had that exact same thought. I in the debate with Cenk, like you could hear Destiny clickety clacketing on his keyboard, and I thought, I'm so happy that CT and so many beautiful members of the Sitch and Adam community got me a new silent keyboard. That will never be me.
Yeah, I've never
Again.
heard you type once.
That will never be me click clacketing ever again.
I think people have heard me type, but
Right. Mr. Potato for $5 says, LOL, Cenk is so much smarter than Hassan. Guess the apple did fall far from the tree. Well, that is true. Even if I disagree with Cenk, he's definitely in another league than Hassan. So
J-Max says, I tried to save the Air Force thousands of dollars in parts spending, and I got in trouble.
well, so we gotta have J-Mac on. That's gotta be a story. I want to hear the specifics about that one. Sounds interesting.
Well, this is one of the things that makes sense to me because one person's wasteful spending is another person's income.
Right. Well, it's kind of like one of these things where, and this happens not just government, it happens in private businesses, where if you're allotted X amount of dollars for budget, you never want to come in under budget.
Oh, of course not.
Because what happens when you come in under budget?
Yeah.
Your budget gets cut next quarter.
Yeah, good
right?
job.
Or next year. Yeah. Oh, I guess you don't need this money. I guess we can cut it, right? Next
we'll
time.
allocate that money elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah. You're like,
and that's kind of
we're throwing office parties.
Right. And that's the problem. And this is something I always talk about. A lot of times when people look at corruption or waste, they don't understand that the system incentivizes it in some wacky way. And that's kind of the problem is that, a lot of businesses and government incentivize wasteful spending because you don't want to come under budget because then people cut it.
Well, but you would never say wasteful income.
I understand, but you're talking about something completely different. You're just talking about something that's just good to get the money out there in the economy. Right?
Yeah.
But presumably people would prefer it if the money goes out there in the economy via something that's actually good and useful, and not just spending, $10,000 on a wrench that you can buy at Lowe's for $5, right? Which is kind of I know it's a stereotype and not necessarily what's happening, but that's the stereotype.
Yeah. I mean, you got to get the money out there.
Okay.
I guess air dropping from a helicopter would be, people would perceive as wasteful too.
Well,
right?
okay. So we can kind of get you off this weird straw man. It would be better if, let's just say hypothetically, 10% of all money that the government spends is wasteful spending in terms of it's, going to bullshit, right? If you could somehow identify that and reduce that, you could spend 10% on something that's actually good. So the money's still getting out there. You're just spending it on something worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's generally what people mean when they say wasteful spending.
Right.
Okay.
But another big problem is that people have their own personal definition of what wasteful spending is.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Cristiano, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Patback, thanks so much for being a 5-month Free Will Seeker, says, say it with me. Obfuscate, obfuscate, oxbuscate, osbufate, obfuscate. Here's to 5 months of freeloading off of our stream, Dad and Uncle. Thank you. Obfuscate, 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 oxbuscate, obfuscate, obfuscate, obfuscate. He wrote it in a bunch of different ways.
Really? Oh,
He
interesting.
did. So thank you, Patback, for obfuscating how to say obfuscate.
It is a tough one. Sitch and I both have the same obfuscation problem.
That's true. PC for $2 says, drain the swamp. Cenk 2024. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Funny.
Got to get money out of politics, guys.
Right. CT for $2 says, okay, Dragon, Coward, and I are in a new argument. I'm going to change it slightly so it's relevant. Your co-host has been bitten by a zombie. Do you keep him around in case a cure is discovered, or do you just kill him off right away? Ooh, interesting question. Adam?
My co-host has been bitten by a zombie?
I'm bitten by a zombie. Do you keep me around hoping that there's a cure, or do you just kill me off immediately?
I mean, I'm gonna keep you around as long as possible, obviously.
Wow.
I mean, I'll get you. What are those things they have football players they put in their mouth so they don't fuck
A
up their
mouth
teeth?
guard?
Yeah.
How are you gonna get it in there in the first place?
Well, first I'm gonna ask you to put it on nicely, and in case
I'm a
there's
zombie. I'm not gonna listen to you.
Well, no, you don't. Look, I've seen zombie movies. You don't turn into a zombie instantaneously.
Oh, I see. As I'm
Yeah.
transforming, you're gonna have a mouth guard at the ready. And
Yeah.
put this
Look,
in your
I'm gonna
mouth.
get you a little chain with the mouth guard, and I'm gonna be
Ah.
like, "Sitch, you feeling funny?
Okay,
You
no wait. I
grab
got
that mouth guard, you put
I
it
got
in."
it. Okay, here's the plan. When the zombie apocalypse comes, we'll both get those red ball gags that you put on the they put on in Pulp Fiction when they're raping the guy, right? You just have it ready, so if you ever get bit, you can just pop one of those in your mouth.
Have it at the ready.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. It's good. It's a good plan. I like it. It's a good
We'll go
idea.
ball gagging.
We'll go ball gagging. No, I mean, obviously, it depends on the scenario. Like, if society completely collapses,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna kill you.
What? Sitch?
If society
Sitch.
collapses, Adam, if society completely collapses, you're not gonna get a cure. Okay.
We talked about the ball gag. We have a plan.
If society exists, and I could put the ball gag on Adam and put him in a shed somewhere, then I'll do that.
We
right?
literally have a plan.
If there's no society, I'm
Stick
not gonna.
to the plan.
Adam, if there's no society, I'm not walking around with you on a ball gag, okay? Dragging you around every day.
I can be
through
helpful.
the wastelands.
Look, I
worrying
can
that
be
you're gonna claw
helpful.
my face off.
Look, it can't
Listen.
be any worse than that video game we played. I mean, you basically dragged me around through that. Come on.
Or Minecraft.
Yeah, come on.
Listen, I believe in reincarnation. Okay, you're gonna
Look.
be reincarnated as a beautiful butterfly. once
I
put a
can't
bullet in
think
your
of
head.
I can't think of anything more fun than running around through the apocalypse with you,
With
man.
zombie Sitch with a ball gag.
Look, if we're both bitten,
Yeah,
we'll just stick it out. Come on.
I feel like if it was zombie apocalypse and it looked like there was no cure, if I'm bitten, I'd tell you to kill me. I wouldn't want to be a zombie. I'd tell you to kill me as I'm transforming.
I'd say fuck you. Put the ball game.
No, I kill myself.
So
So I don't want to be a zombie.
look, you need more optimism in your life.
Okay.
Don't go
Okay.
doomer on me.
Okay. There you go. I guess Adam is in the ball gag, and I'm at the maybe ball gag, probably shoot you in the face.
Oh my God. In the face?
It's a zombie. You got to blow their head off.
Oh.
Listen,
Sad.
you'll be reborn as a beautiful butterfly. It's fine.
Sad.
Anyway. Sodos for $4. Thank you, Soto. It says, hold on. Your worldview of the debt means you can't believe the government has wasteful spending. So why do you care? This is why most MMT guys say we just fund plays in the parks. The same dumb logic economists have shown worsened the Great Depression. After all, money spent is money to feed someone's family. In fact, why do you even think there should be a free market? You don't think government should be constrained by the things that restrain the market.
God, I wish I could have read along with that. But first of
You want me to
all,
s- you want me
I'm
to
the
send it to you?
guy, I'm literally the guy
Yeah.
who will not recommend a book because I don't want people to read that fucking Shakespeare in the Park nonsense. So don't pin that shit on me, okay?
Mhm.
Look, everyone who comes to the realization that money is not attached to the gold standard any longer, and there is some flexibility with fiscal policy, immediately jumps to whatever policy prescriptions they want. If you're on the left, you want Shakespeare in the Park and UBI and stuff like that. And if you're on the right, you want to build a wall and keep all the immigrants out, right?
Mhm.
So I just the policy stuff, this is why I don't recommend books. I don't think nothing in your chat really was a compelling argument against the idea that deficit spending is a necessity, that the money supply is a product of deficit spending.
Regarding the FDR thing,
Mhm.
my problem with the FDR thing or the New Deal stuff is that when you try to look into this, it's like all the right-wing sources say FDR's economic policy is worse than the Great Depression. And all the left-wing sources say FDR's economic policies helped prevent the Great Depression from being worse or helped it, end quicker. And it's like, in order for me to feel comfortable to get to the bottom of this, I'd have to do such a deep dive into understanding economic issues, which I just am not motivated to do. So I don't really trust any of the sources on this because it's so partisanly biased whenever I look into it.
Well, and it seems the difference here is that you seem like you want to convince me that you're correct, and I don't give a fuck what you believe. I really don't. Like I'm convinced that I understand the economic situation better than most people. I think most people will go to their grave not understanding it, and I don't care. Like literally, I have no interest in forcing people to believe what I perceive as the truth.
Right. But I don't think you should hold a position that there's no such thing as wasteful spending. I don't think that's a good position to have or a true position. Because even if you say no matter what the government spends money on, it's money entering the economy, that's not really what people mean when they say wasteful spending.
Right.
Like
No,
you're kind of defining it in a weird way.
I understand that. I understand that. They perceive wasteful spending as spending on anything that they don't want.
Well, okay, but there's a Steelman. That's right. There's a Steelman version of there's spending on things that we know presumably should cost a lot less, and it's just costs more because of corruption, right? That's generally as what I think of as wasteful spending.
Sure. Yes, I'm not in favor of that. Obviously.
Okay. Magor Fajar says, "Wait, isn't Cenk AOC's donor? Does he own her positions? Has AOC ever disappointed Cenk?" That's a good question.
AOC? Yeah.
Broseph Biden. It's not Joseph Biden, it's Broseph Biden. Says, "I will fight for your right to party." By the way, did you know the Beastie Boys hate that song? They originally wrote it as an ironic commentary on frat culture, but people didn't get it and took it literally. Funny how things work. I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that is hilarious because I can't think of a song that's not played more often in fraternities than that Beastie Boys song. That's like the fraternity anthem.
It is, yeah. I'm curious. Let me bring out the lyrics. I want to see if it's like super apparent. You wake up late for school, man. You just don't want to go. You ask your mom, please, but she still says no. You missed 2 classes and no homework, but your teacher preaches class like you're some kind of jerk. You gotta fight for your right, dun dun, to party.
Have you seen the Beastie Boys in concert?
No.
Never?
No, of course not.
Oh.
I've been to very few concerts in my life. I'm not a big
that
concert
sucks.
guy.
I've seen the Beastie Boys twice.
Well, look at you.
Yeah.
Did they sing this song?
Of course.
Well, then I guess they like it. Or maybe they know the fans like it. Your pop caught you smoking, and he said, "No way! That hypocrite smokes 2 packs a day. Man, living at home is such a drag. Now your mom threw away your best porno mag. You gotta fight."
You can tell this is pre-internet, right?
It is pre-internet, yeah. The party. Don't step out of this house if that's the clothes you're gonna wear. I'll kick you out of my home if you cut that hair. Your mom busted in and said, "What's that noise? Oh, Mom, you're just jealous. It's the Beastie Boys." I'm gonna be honest. I don't think this is ironic. Okay, it seems pretty sincere. I'm not really sensing the irony. I mean, it's like obviously tongue in cheek, but do you agree?
Yeah. Oh, I love this song.
You gotta fight, dun dun,
For your right,
dun dun,
to party.
There you go. Doge for $2 says, so under your worldview, why can't the government just assume total control of the economy and be better off than before? And don't think insulting my profession is nothing more than an inflation tool will work as an argument.
I just look. What
I don't understand why anything Adam has said would assume that the government should take total control of the economy. I'm not
it's
really
a
seeing the
giant
connection
straw
there.
man.
Yeah.
That's
kind
a
of missing the
giant
connection
straw
there.
man in my position.
Mm-hmm.
I think I do think in the most recent round of interest rate hikes, Warren Mosler has been proven correct
Mm-hmm.
that raising interest rates, at least while you have a $32 trillion deficit, is inflationary. When the model that we have right now, neoclassical economics model, the model that you're here simping for so fucking hard, it's embarrassing. Talking about all these people, all these people who shit all over MMT. All of those people have a worldview that raising interest rates is deflationary. When all the evidence is pointing to inflationary, especially if you have a $32 trillion deficit, which we have right now. So
Why does raising inflation increase? I mean, why is raising interest rates?
because it's
increase
government spending. It's literally government spending. So you're increasing the money supply.
So is raising interest rate government spending because it means that they have to pay more on pre-existing debt? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's basically you're offering people interest
Right.
on their money. And even now, it's like this is just the way new money is entering the economy now is they've even decided to pay banks interest on reserves. So the banks have billions of dollars in reserves that they could be using to make loans, and they're making 5.5% on the money. So that's just like huge quarterly profits going straight to the banks.
To be clear, so what you're saying is, okay, so if they raise interest rates, so okay, here's the thought process. The Fed raises interest rates. The idea is that by raising interest rates, people will save money more and they won't take out loans.
Yeah.
Okay,
Higher
right.
interest rates discourages people from taking out loans, discourages people from opening new businesses, discourages economic activity, and the thinking goes will be deflationary, will stifle inflation. Economic activity is generally thought to spurn inflation.
Right. And so literally the idea is that they actually want to slow down the economy because it's doing too good, and thus that will deflate the money.
Right.
Supply.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but right now they're raising interest rates.
Right.
And those interest rates are dumping a bunch of money into the economy. Hence the reason why we got to raise the debt ceiling, because we're making all these huge interest payments on money, on bank reserves.
Right. And so let me be clear. So okay. So then what you're saying and what Warren Mosler is saying is that actually what happens is if the government raises the interest rates, even if people decide not to take out loans or do whatever, and that slows down the economy, or actually, no, let's just say if you raise interest rates, what's going to happen is then people are going to buy treasuries and things of that nature, but they're going to buy them at higher interest rates. And so they're going to need to get paid a lot more from the government. So raising the interest rates actually drastically increases government spending.
Look, there's two forces at play here, right? There's the borrowers and the savers, right? So if you raise interest rates, you theoretically discourage me from taking out a loan and starting a business, right? But at the same time, people who already have money, you're giving them huge,
windfall for doing nothing.
Yeah, for doing nothing.
I understand.
So what are those people going to do? Oh, look, I'm going to spend this money on products and services. I'm going to go out. I'm going to buy a new house. I'm going to buy a boat. So that's going to be inflationary.
Well, okay. So I don't
You were
know if
trying to stifle economic activity. You actually spurred economic activity.
I
Look,
don't know if I buy. Listen, I buy the argument that by raising interest rates, that could increase government spending and thus increase inflation because the increased interest rates means the government is going to have to pay higher on its new bonds and debt. That makes sense to me. I don't know if I buy the argument that increasing interest rates is going to make rich people go out and buy more shit. I don't know. I don't buy that argument. I don't really track the logic of that.
well, it's not necessarily just rich people, though.
I don't know why it would make anyone go out buying their shit.
Well,
Here's let me do this. Let me do the King Solomon here. Let me split the baby. Okay. I think that both neoclassical and MMT could be correct in that raising interest rates could cause short-term inflation in terms of the MMT concern of having to pay off more for government debt. But the idea is that in a longer term, it will then eventually cool down the economy. The problem is if you raise interest rates and it doesn't cool down the economy, you're essentially just getting the downside of having the government pay more. And that's it. You don't get the upside of the economy cooling down. And maybe that's the situation we're in right now.
well, I think also the size of the current size of the deficit is important.
Right.
Because if you're constantly refinancing $32 trillion at a higher interest rate, you're going to be increasing the money supply.
Right.
A lot, like 5% of $32 trillion is a big pile of money compared to 5% of $1 trillion, right?
Right. Or 1% of 32. Right.
Yeah. So the size of the deficit matters. Now, maybe the neoclassical economists are correct on interest rates when you have a small deficit. Let's say you have a $5 trillion deficit, something 1/6 of what we have right now. Yeah, maybe in that situation, the pain of having to pay higher interest rates on a business loan is going to stop enough economic activity, and the payments on the smaller deficit are not going to cause the kind of spending that the giant payments on the larger deficit are going to
I see, but since the number is so different, the rules could be completely different.
Yeah, there could be a point, like a tipping point, where the deficit at a certain scale, the payments are just too big. The payments are, do you agree that when the government comes out and does a stimulus package, like the COVID stimulus package was done so people could go out and buy products and services, and that was inflationary. Do you agree with that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So
To some extent, yeah.
So what is the difference I see, and I'll ask you first, what's the difference that you see in spending money on COVID stimulus and spending money on interest payments?
There's no difference, technically.
Okay.
Yeah.
The difference that I can see is what you kind of mentioned in passing earlier, that the rich people aren't going to go out and buy more milk, but they are going to buy more Apple stock. So it's going to bid up the price of Apple stock.
I see what you're saying.
Or other assets like that. I mean, it could bid up the price of housing. It depends upon what they're buying, right?
Right.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Anyway. Dr. Diddler for $2 says they forced a vote on AOC's retarded Green Deal, and it was so pathetic everyone made fun of it.
Did they really? I didn't know about that.
I don't remember, but I guess so.
I wish
Dr. Diddler for
Solar would
$2.
actually engage on the, because obviously Solar knows something about economics, but
Right. Well, we can have him on again. You can argue it.
yeah, it'd be great.
Dr. Diller for $2 says this debate is essentially a pragmatist explaining to an idealist why reality is not made on paper and the idealist getting angry about it.
Totally.
That's true.
So many people are idealists. That's the problem. They're idealists masquerading as pragmatists. That bugs the shit out of me.
Right.
Like, you can't be a fucking blank slater and call yourself a pragmatist. Get the fuck out of here.
Count Dooku, he's a political idealist.
That's true.
The CT for $2 says, Part 2, your co-host is bitten, but not changed yet. He is still conscious, aware of himself and his surroundings. He hasn't attacked you or anyone, and neither of you know how slow the virus will spread. Do you shoot?
Ball gag. Come on, we already worked this out.
Well, if no one knows how quickly it is, I wouldn't shoot at him, right? I tell him I get the ball gag.
Thank you.
But what I would tell Adam is, I would say, well, as soon as I start changing, fucking blow me away. As soon as I can't respond to you, or something other than just shoot me in the face.
No way.
Okay.
I will do that right after you take the vocabulary exam one more time.
I see. I got you. Okay.
Look, I got to beat you on the vocab.
There you go. I like it.
As soon as the vocab comes back an utter failure, then I'll shoot you in the face.
Right. Okay. Christino for 2 months says, thanks so much. Says, as a true enlightened centrist, I will donate to both A-Team and the S-Class Super PAC. We need a Sitch and Adam presidency for the sake of centrism. True. That's right, guys. Vote for Sitch and Adam in the next election.
Yeah.
Write it in.
Let's see if we can get up to 500 votes.
There you go.
That'd be pretty baller. I think you're listed on some website if that happens.
We can get up to 500.
Yeah.
That would be pretty awesome. If we're on a website forever, it says 2024 election, and it's like right at the bottom, Sitch and Adam.
We should work on that.
That would be pretty based.
That would be badass.
That would be pretty badass. We have to figure out how many votes you need.
Sitch and Adam.
Yep.
The
Mitch
first
for
dual
10
presidency.
That's right. Mitch for 10 Aussie bucks says, Chimera ants. If they were just ants borrowing genetics of other animals, how could they all talk? Why did they have clothes? Most turned out to be humanoid with cat ears or boobs, and what the fuck was UP? Were they born with clothes? Or did they... I never thought about that. Were they born with clothes, or did they... I assume they just grabbed clothes, not that they were born with them. So, Yuppie, they said Yuppie was a combination of a magic beast that could transform his body, which is why he has all the weird powers. And Yuppie doesn't wear any clothes. I don't know. I assume that they were not born wearing clothes, but I don't remember I don't remember if you see one of them come out wearing clothes or not. So, I think the reason they all could talk, the logic was supposed to be that most of them were human based. So they had human levels of intelligence, and they also retained human memories, so that's why they could talk. So, but then they were also mixed with like cats and scorpions and all sorts of other crazy animals. Whatever, no one knows. They killed like 1 billion people. One of those pairs of pants would fit. There you go. They did kill some astronomical. I think that's one of the reasons I didn't like the Chimera Ant arc. Like the death toll is just like fucking insane in that arc. Like I think like literally like 1 million people are killed and eaten in like some fucked up way.
Cool.
Stock for $5 says property taxes are basically unrealized gains tax. Property taxes are basically unrealized gains taxes. Change my mind.
True. Kind of.
Well, it would depend what your property is used for. If it's for a business, no. But if it's for where you live, then yes. Right? That makes sense. Because you're not like profiting off of your home while you're living in it. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
But I guess if you own a property that you're renting, it would be realized. It wouldn't be unrealized. And if it's a business and you're using that to make money, it would be realized. So. Chaotic intention but I understand what you're saying. It wouldn't be 100% realized because you don't technically make money off of the property itself until you sell it. So I understand what you're saying.
Property tax is kind of like rent for upkeep of the city.
Yeah. Right. Chaotic Intention for $5 says, Cenk reminds me of Foghorn Leghorn debating that smart yellow bird with the glasses. That's funny. Did you see there was some fantastic Foghorn Leghorn tweet about peeing in the bowl? Did you see that?
I missed that one.
That was very good. I think I retweeted it. It was very funny. It was
Oh,
about
I
how
know who that is.
It was about how he's like, "You're too loud, boy. It's the middle of the night. You're peeing directly in the bowl, waking everyone up. You gotta pee on the side. You gotta have a stealth mission, boy." It's really funny. See if I can find it.
Foghorn Leghorn. That's the chicken hawk guy, right? I'm a chicken hawk.
He's a rooster.
Right. The chicken
but
hawk
he talks to the chicken hawk, yeah.
Is the yellow one. Oh, here's one.
Yes. CT made a CT emoji.
Boy, let me show you how to chicken hawk.
Oh, here, wait. I'll send it to you if you want to bring it.
I'm a chicken hawk.
Pretty funny. Foghorn Leghorn was my favorite.
Oh, that was a great cartoon.
What was my favorite Looney Tunes character? Just love the way he talked. It was so funny.
Here he is. I brought him up. I got one with the chicken hawk in too. The little brown bird was the chicken hawk, right? I'm a chicken hawk.
Well, there's a video and there's the picture right underneath it.
Oh, okay.
I sent you.
Oh, wow.
Sola for $5 says, Trump, quote, "Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Don't you think? My collection is complete. Wouldn't you think? I'm the prez who has everything." There you go. That was very funny, Sola. A reference I don't want to get because he hates musicals.
Yeah.
He was referencing Little Mermaid.
Oh. She gets him a grip from the guy that has everything.
That's in her part of their world song.
Never seen it.
Let me know when you bring up the clip.
The chicken hawk clip.
The Foghorn Leghorn clip.
I got it.
Okay.
Is there sound to this?
Yeah.
Let me pause it and rewind. Give it some sound here. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
I say you're pissing too darn loud, boy. It's late at night and you're pissing right in the center of the bowl like you're frying chicken in there. You gotta piss on the side, boy. Make it a stealth mission. You're causing a whole ruckus pissing like that, boy.
That's pretty good.
That's
I say you're pissing too.
I love that character. The way he talks, it's just, I don't know, it's so funny to me.
Yeah, that's good.
It's good.
Somebody did an impersonation, or is this the actual guy?
No, his actual guy's dead.
Oh, the guy's dead?
Sure, it's like the cartoons were like when, like the 30s, when the 40s.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
You're
Voice
frying
box.
chicken in there. You gotta make it a stealth mission.
It's pretty good.
Perfect. Wonderful. Fondue for $5 says, Sitch. Democrat voters don't view the rich as part of the in-group. Altruism does not extend to the out-group. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't remember what that has to do specifically with what we're talking about.
It has to do with rich people getting taxed.
Sure.
Getting taxed to high heaven, I tell you.
I say they don't care about the deficit. They're just taxing the high heaven. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, with gusto, A-Team reigns supreme.
That's the biggest gusto you could.
That was the biggest gusto I could manage.
Terrible.
Yeah. Calvin Paffer for $2 says, wow, whoa, Sitch. You said you would vote for me. You know what? You're right, Calvin. I did say that.
Did you really?
But now I guess I'm going to vote for Sitch and Adam 2024.
Look at this. That's what you
can
get.
be our vice president, Calvin. How about that?
You were up in the polls.
Okay.
And now you're not.
Now you can be the vice president. Sodo for $5 says, found a new nutcase for you, Patrick Deneen, and regime change. I give it 3 months before he's Carl's new darling. P.S. Don't take the Streamlabs too vitriolic. Well, there you go.
Or was that Solidoge?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Look, I'm not. Yeah. Thank you.
Patrick Deneen wrote a book called Regime Change Towards a Post-Liberal Future. Let's see. Let's read the blurb. In Regime Change, Patrick Deneen proposes a bold new plan for replacing the liberal elite and the ideology that created and empowered them. Grassroots populist efforts to destroy the ruling class altogether are naive. What's needed is a strategic formation of a new elite devoted to the pre-postmodern conservatism. That sounds exactly like something up Carl's alleyway.
Yeah, toward a post-liberal future.
Yes. Interesting.
So many people on the right, I don't think they really distinguish between progressives and liberals.
Some don't, yeah. Yep.
To me, it's like night and day, I tell you.
Oh, this is the guy that wrote the book, Why Liberalism Failed, which is on my Audible, but I kind of got bored and never finished it.
Oh, really? You started reading that?
I started listening to it. I should probably go back.
Was it like a freebie or did you pay for it?
No, I have so many credits.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just read a book that was pretty good, recommended by our mutual friend, Stephen Michael Davis, called Gradual, The Case for Incremental Change in a Radical Age.
Nice.
And it was great.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I sent you, he has a YouTube version. It's like an hour or so, if you want to listen to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll get bored by it.
Sure. Chaotic Intention for $5 says, vote for Adam Frenna for president and Sitch for first shadow lady. Terrible.
That's cool. You can be my shadow lady.
No.
You can be the first
You're going to be
lady.
you know what? I take it back. Calvin isn't going to be vice president. You're going to be vice president, Adam.
Look, vice president is, I mean, I can parlay that into some bribes from China and Ukraine, probably.
There you go. I love it.
Look,
that's a good attitude.
I'll work with it.
Okay. Adam for VP. And listen, you can't be mad at him because up front he's saying it's going to be for the purposes of acquiring
bribery. Yeah, exactly.
Is being upfront with it, right? Isn't that kind of honesty refreshing in your political candidates?
Just call me Joe, bribe him. That's my new political name.
How the fuck has Donald Trump not thrown that name at Joe Biden?
I don't know.
That is perfect.
It is kind of perfect, isn't it?
Joe bribe him.
Joe bribe him.
That's so it's so perfect. I can't believe no one has said that.
Oh, it'll probably be in there by the end of the campaign. I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Well,
Trump
now you get
will
to say
stumble
if Trump
across it.
uses it that he heard it from you.
Of course.
Yeah. He stole it.
We're used to people trying to steal our good terms on this show.
Like Cope Spiral.
Cope spiraling.
Yeah.
Out of control when they realize, oh yeah, Sitch and Adam came up with that Joe bribe him.
Purple Brain for 8 months says, how do you feel about handling Sargon's take on same-sex marriage? I thought it was your worst performance ever, but I still think you're the best. I think Carl triggers me in a very special way because I just expect better of him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I get triggered by Adam too. I always get triggered a lot more by people that I like than people I don't like because I have so low expectations for them.
It's true. Like we couldn't get triggered by a lot, like SDL, Katie, a lot of the people that come on the show, like it's not triggering.
I mean, I can, but for different reasons. So I don't think it was worse. I mean, I don't think I performed poorly beyond just getting angry. I mean, I thought I dismantled most of Carl's arguments. So I think his arguments are just really bad. And I think there's a level of like massive charity I was giving for him for his arguments that I wouldn't give to most other people and having a conversation with them about this sort of thing. So
this was the gay marriage debate?
Yes.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people in the comments that think all of Carl's arguments were just genius.
Right.
Genius level take, and that we were just midwits for not being able to accept these big brain intellectual takes.
I'm going to guess That's just a massive coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
The people that all believe the argument
Mm-hmm.
just happened to have already agreed with that position before the conversation.
Yeah, they all are against gay marriage.
Right.
First of all, it
Yeah.
really, like we said earlier about the authoritarian thing,
Yeah.
I think being against gay marriage is authoritarian as can be. And it really bugs me.
Right.
It really, really bugs me.
Because again,
Yeah.
and this is what annoyed me in that conversation, wasn't with Carl, but with people's inability in chat to even track the argument.
Yeah.
Because that happened. I literally in that conversation restated Carl's argument to him like 5 times correctly. And people brains kept falling out of their head saying you're strawmanning him. I'm like, I literally said it back to him 5 times and he didn't say I was wrong. So I think people are just really triggered by their elephant. And then because I'm yelling, they project onto me and say, you don't understand. You're just triggered. I'm like, okay. I literally said it back to him 5 times and he agreed. So I don't know. I don't know what else I can do. I just disagree because again, Carl couldn't articulate. He never articulated the central point, which is why I don't understand how, if you're looking at this from an objective position, you can't actually say that he articulated the central thesis, because the central thesis was that gay marriage was a symptom of the breakdown of society, which is why I said, well, how do you know you can't fix all these other issues and then retain gay marriage, which he didn't have an actual answer to.
Yeah. That's the point we kept trying to get to. What is it? What is that thing that you're not describing that is breaking down society that gay marriage is just a symptom of?
Well, but even if you get beyond that point, even if you concede that and say, okay, gay marriage is some symptom of some breakdown of marriage or society, right? That doesn't track that, therefore you couldn't fix the other elements of marriage or society and retain gay marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no argument against that was presented. So,
well,
but whatever, it doesn't. People just...
One of the comments, one of the best comments. Like, give yourself a huge pat on the back, whoever left this comment, because it was just genius. Said, sometimes I feel like you could recite Carl's words back to him, word for word, and he would still say, no, that's not quite right. I feel like there was a lot of that going on. I feel like he would say something, and he would just like reword it. And just get the complete substance of what he was saying completely back to him. And he'd be like, no, not really.
Right.
And that was what was frustrating me.
Well, I think there's a thing that happens in these online conversations where it's kind of annoying, where if you get angry at a person and the chatter or the viewer agrees with the person you get angry at, then they get so upset at you that you're angry at them, or they think you're just being emotional. You're not giving a good argument. But if you get angry at a person and they agree with the angry person, they're like, oh, so good, wonderful. They'll applaud the fact that you're angry at them.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, it's completely tribal. I just like. It's pretty obvious that Carl is against gay marriage.
But I will say, he obviously is.
That seemed pretty obvious to me.
But I will say, I do think that I should try in the future when talking to Carl, because we are friends with him, I should try to be much calmer in those conversations. And it's the same thing when I'm talking to you. I should try to be much calmer, because it's definitely a pattern with me where it's easy for me to be calm against people I think suck,
right?
Which is counterintuitive and counterproductive. So I should definitely be nicer to my friends as opposed to people I think are stupid.
Right. No, I do agree. Look, I'm not trying to dance around a position.
Right.
But I do feel like there was a little bit of dancing around the position going on with Carl, which I feel like that's what was triggering me and triggering you as well, because we're just saying, look, we don't, we don't need to dance around this. Just like
Right.
articulate your position and make it clear. And when
Right.
the position is unclear, it allows people to feel as though they understand the position when really the position is unclear. Like your understanding of the position, there's no solid way to believe that your understanding of the position and the person articulating the position is the same.
Right.
Because it's just so nebulous what's going on. So that's what's frustrating. And I feel that even plays a bit to the super chat, because they're like saying, and even I think we got another super chat here from Andrew Clark who's saying, I can articulate Carl's argument. Why the fuck can't Carl articulate his argument?
Well,
Why do I
articulated
have
his
to
argument
accept
him.
your interpretation of his argument?
I articulated the argument several times to him in the conversation.
And he said he agreed. Yeah, that's what I'm
Agreed.
saying.
So I
yeah.
don't know.
But it
What's the
was
situation?
kind of like pulling teeth. It was like, you would articulate it one way and he'd be like, no, that's not quite it. It's like,
The mistake I made, so I agree I should have been calmer, but also the mistake I made is I should have forced Carl to articulate my position, which I didn't do.
I didn't
ask to do that.
nobody,
so.
I mean, our position is like, nobody knows our position because nobody gives a fuck. Like, we
Right,
want you to
yeah.
understand our position, which is completely rational if you care about the definition of words. But only certain words, because there are other words like, yeah, go ahead.
But see, this is a people's perception of these conversations is always interesting to me, because someone says, didn't you keep flip-flopping about whether marriage was primarily established for property rights or children? Maybe I misremembered.
I did not flip-flop on any of that. It's funny.
Yeah.
I mentioned that, you could interpret what Carl said about the magic of marriage as love. That's the way I interpreted it. Maybe, we never really got a chance to articulate what he really meant by that. But if he meant like romantic love and that, this is what keeps marriages together.
He didn't mean romantic love.
Okay,
But,
well.
So I 100% did not flip-flop on that. It was my position into that conversation and my position now that marriage was primarily crafted for the purposes of maintaining property rights.
Yes.
Not for the sake of having children. And that's why I said to Carl, people have been having children out of wedlock forever and had children before marriage existed as an institution. Okay? The idea that we need to have marriage to have children, I think, is completely nonsensical. And it's funny
that's
because
historically correct too, because I looked into it
so.
after the fact. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because Dev brought up the whole. He started reading like these 10 things that seem to be common among cultures in terms of commonalities with marriage, and I interpreted those statements as being about property rights, and Carl interpreted them about marriage. And then we found out after the fact. I think it was Dan who looked into it. He said that Dev massively fucked up in reading that list because the person that wrote that list apparently agrees with us and wrote that list to show that the point of marriage was to maintain property rights and not for children, which Dev left out when he read that list on stream. So,
right.
But anyway, so.
But I mean, it's still a good conversation. I don't like.
Yeah. Stock Provider says leftist social dynamics are fascinating. If you stand in place with a gun, that's an invitation to initiate combat, apparently. True. It is very weird. To me, it's such a stupid argument and a weird argument. It has to be an argument blinded entirely by ideology. I don't believe for a single second if the politics of the Kyle Rittenhouse situation were reversed, anyone on the left would be making that argument at all. I just don't believe that's an argument anyone would be making. So
I agree.
Daily Dose for 7 months says he crossed state lines. His body, his choice. I drink buckets of Kyle. CENK Uyghur, uncle of, quote, what am I supposed to do? Die Piker. S-Class is the best class.
Sweet.
Well, thank you, Daily Dose. Yeah. Andrew Clark for $2 says, when Kidda gets back, wish her a happy birthday. Is it your birthday, that darn Kidda? Well, happy birthday. That's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
That
yeah,
darn Kidda.
happy birthday. Wow. Another Gemini.
Happy birthday to that darn Kidda. That dang darn Kidda. Happy birthday. Everyone's birthday's happening. What the heck's
She's a
going on?
Gemini too. That's awesome.
Kidda, J-Mac,
Mm-hmm.
you,
Yep.
me.
You.
Holy shit!
We're all Geminis.
Is everyone based a Gemini? What's
We're all
happening?
base Geminis.
Yeah, look at this. Awesome. Fondue for $2 says, "What happened with being a fighter now, Cenk?"
Yeah, you pussy.
Yeah.
I'm a fighter until it comes time to defend your car lot.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Stag for $2 says, quote, "Blunt force trauma doesn't exist. Cenk Uyghur probably." Yeah, it's such a weird cope argument. Oh yeah, listen, it's totally fine to hit someone with a skateboard, right? You shouldn't shoot someone with hitting them with a skateboard. That's ridiculous. Stuck for $5 says, "No, Cenk said no. Cenk said if you see a quote working class person, it's okay to defend them." Yes, that's even weirder. That's true. Yeah, like that's like such a weird take. Like the class of the person changes whether they should defend themselves against an attack or their property. So like if the guy who owns the car lot is working class, he can use deadly force to protect the car lot and himself. But if it's a rich person, he's not allowed to do that. That's such a weird fucking take.
Yeah. Well, they're
That's
a rich
such a
business
weird
owner, obviously. So
Yes.
all the people that work there, though, one of the guys that asked Kyle to work there was an employee of the car source. So literally
Former employee.
Oh, was he a former employee? I thought he still worked there.
No,
Oh, okay.
former. But I mean, it showed he had, positive feelings about the place. If he used to work there, he felt so bad that they got a car lot destroyed that he was like, "Hey, we should protect them."
I mean, I have former bosses that I feel the same about. Like,
Sure.
I feel awful.
Now,
if
I
they
bet he
lost.
doesn't feel that way anymore. That his boss threw him under the bus, but that's a different.
Oh, yeah.
Different situation.
Yeah.
Cat Branchman for 11 months. Thanks so much, Cat. Says, "Adam, comic update stream. When? Maybe show off some early drafts of a few strips, please."
Look, this is the thing with the comic. I'm spending all of my free time working on the comic. So it's just, I feel like I don't necessarily have time to do a comic update stream. Like I'm desperate to get it done. Like I just want to get it done and get it printed up and shipped off. So
Right.
every extra moment I have is devoted to working on the comic. So I'm squeezing in 40 hours a week into 4 days to work on the comic. So
True.
yeah, but it's soon. It's looking great.
Jamie the Panda for $2 says, "Imagine debating worse than a coked out Milo." Well, listen. I don't think I'm being fair here. Listen, I
Hold
don't
on a
agree with
second.
Cenk, but I think he did better than Milo. That was embarrassing. Okay.
He
That
did.
was
He
embarrassing.
definitely did better than the coked out Milo. But I
Right.
thought he was talking about you.
No. He's
Okay.
talking about Cenk.
Okay,
How
good.
dare you?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Whew.
This was at 8:15. We weren't even talking about anything I was doing.
Okay,
8:15.
good. Whew.
Doug for 14 months. Thank you so much, Doug. Says, "I heard about the kidnapping, but later I heard that the kid woke up." I don't remember what that was in reference to. He said it,
Okay.
but okay.
Oh, the kidnapping.
Oh,
He
Jesus
was
Christ.
napping.
Oh my
Look,
God.
we allow dad jokes here. That's a solid dad joke.
It hurt my brain. That was so
Don't-
bad.
no.
Like literally, it was just like, God.
Stug, that was a solid dad joke.
God.
There's no need to apologize for that. Don't let Sitch
Okay.
shame. Don't let Sitch jokes shame you.
Midnight. Okay. I can't. My brain can't process the dad
I
jokes
heard
at
about the
midnight.
kid napping,
I get it.
but later I
Fondue-
heard that the kid woke up.
Fondue for $2 says, "I got to say Destiny was on his best behavior here." Yeah, I think he's trying to sort of simultaneously maintain positive relations with Cenk, and he doesn't want to. I think here's the thing. It's a weird situation when You have someone you're trying to retain positive relationships with, get someone to come on to talk to you, and then you like destroy them. Because then it puts that person in like a weird spot.
Yeah. It's
So,
tough.
and obviously he's trying to maintain positive relations with Brianna.
It's like a social dynamic thing that goes
Right.
on. I want to be able to have conversations. Look, it's your job to determine whether or not the person is full of shit or not. Like, I don't need to berate them. It's you're listening to the conversation taking place. You decide, right? That's the whole idea behind these conversations.
Mm-hmm. Doug for $5 says Cenk tries really hard to make sure that there are no riots, which is why there's so many clips of him denouncing the BLM riots, right? True.
I saw a clip of him saying that riots are the language of the unheard.
He did say that in this conversation.
Yeah.
Sammy G. Hey, Sammy G. Sammy G for $5 says, yeah, let's get in the fight. Let's get that enlightened centrist pack up and running. Fight them all. LOL. We're going to fight. All right. Listen, if you donate to the Sitch and Adam Super PAC, we're going to fight. Now, we're not going to tell you what we're going to fight for. We're not going to tell you who we're going to fight.
Well,
but know this.
Look.
We're going to fight. Okay? That's all you need to know. We're going to fight.
Well, there's a good chance it'll be for your right to party, okay? Let's just say we got some things we want to fight for.
Listen. We're going to get up our Super PAC money. Okay? If we get enough of it, we'll license the Beastie Boys song, Fight for Your Right to Party. Okay? We'll have an official Fight for Your Right to Party license.
Oh,
so we'll know what we're fighting for.
Mm-hmm.
Fondue for $2 says, am I an authoritarian for wanting liberalism? Yes.
I mean, this is the thing. If you want freedom for other people, I don't see how you could call it authoritarian.
What if you want to force freedom onto them? Okay.
But that's not really how libertarianism works. I mean, if people want to opt into their own, constricting.
Listen, I'm going to be a dictator, but I'm going to enforce liberalism on everyone. Okay.
Well, when you work for people, you're basically saying, I'm going to do what you tell me to do.
Right.
So, I mean.
Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, be careful. It would be a shame if Carl turns James away from liberalism. So I've heard James talk about this a lot. I think there's literally no scenario in which that happens. So I don't think James can turn away from liberalism. He's very bought into it.
I completely respect Carl. I consider Carl a friend. I don't. He all of his arguments against liberalism honestly seem like smoke and mirrors to me. They seem like convincing arguments for people who want to believe liberalism is the problem for every single thing in society. But those people are already convinced. They don't need to be convinced by arguments. But his argument, the idea of any of his arguments convincing someone who's skeptical of his position, remote. Like very remote. I don't see him making convincing arguments for people who are moderates, centrists. Sitch, do you? Am I wrong in this?
No, I agree.
Assessment?
I mean, and this came up in not our last conversation, but our previous conversation, where Carl has, so people do a thing, and I've said this a million times, and it's funny because Haidt says in the beginning of his book, he says Haidt in the beginning of his book says every person thinks that their one subject matter of interest is what changes and affects everyone else's behavior. And he admits that he's doing that in his book. Right.
And he's salt.
Right. He's saying like, oh, if you're a chef, you think like food, and cooking is like changing the entire world. Right. But he admits, he's saying, I am falling to the same logical pit because I think moral psychology is like affecting everyone's behavior essentially.
Right.
And I think Carl has kind of fallen into this trap. And I said this to him in our previous conversation, because he's very hyper interested in like these very deep, complicated philosophical underpinnings of ideology.
Right.
which I don't think 99% of people give a shit about at all.
Think about, doesn't
Or
go into
think about.
their, yeah, doesn't
Right.
go into their understanding of the world. They have an ideology, and ideology animates them. I don't know that they
Yes.
could articulate it clearly.
Right.
You would have to, ask them questionnaires to kind of pull it out of them.
Right. And that was kind of my problem with his thesis about how liberalism brings about, that was one of my big problems with how he was saying how liberalism brings about wokeness, because it was kind of reliant on people understanding all these deep elements of liberal, like philosophical underpinnings, which no one knows or even talks about in modern times. And if no one knows or talks about any of these things in modern times, how could that be the thing that allows wokeness to take hold? It doesn't really make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that that's happening in some of these conversations with him. But,
Yeah.
and now I think you can make an argument, but he didn't make this argument. I think you could make an argument that some aspect of a philosophy is manifesting in some actionable way, and that creates some effect down the road. But that wasn't really the argument that was being made.
Well, I would agree that an ideology has the power to elicit behaviors in people that can be detrimental for society.
But that's a different argument.
Yeah. But you got to draw for me the causal connection between liberalism, and these behaviors and the downfall of society. You've got to make that argument. And I don't see him putting together that argument.
Right. Val Van Gogh for $2 says, say it one more time, Sitch. Far too liberal. I don't remember what it was in context to, but there you go. Fruges for 1,000 yen. Thank you, Fruges. Says it's crazy to me that the choice is a pedophile and a 17-year-old made in Kenosha 3 years ago has such an impact on my life here in Japan. I spend more hours and hours every week listening to you guys. Oh, thank you, Fruges. Fruges for another 1,000 yen says, and you've had a hugely positive impact on my critical thinking in the areas of social issues and politics, and it was your Rittenhouse coverage that made me a Sitch and Adam fan.
Oh, that's
well, there
awesome.
You go. That's awesome. Thank you, Fruges. It is kind of hilarious. You're like, I'm just a person in Japan. Like, what the fuck does this Kyle Rittenhouse situation have any effect on my life? It's so funny.
Well, we do. Point. I mean, we are obviously as human beings narrative machines. Like, we do become interested. Right. Like, I'm interested in this documents thing in a way that I never really was interested before, just with these new developments. So it's a story. Yeah. As soon as you get like some story point, you want some, like you naturally want to follow it. But
and that's a good point. It's the narrative, the story narrative, and also like, you're talking about the psychology and the moral philosophy, and all these things are all universal. You talk about these issues
to some extent, obviously.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. So like the issues themselves, regardless of where they take place, are just merely vehicles to talk about some other issue that is a universal issue. Kind of like, why does anyone care about a Bible story that took place, 2,000 years ago in the desert, or 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, the desert across the planet from them, because, well, it's a story about human nature that has some sort of universal message behind it. So,
yeah,
but it is interesting. But thank you, Fruges. Credo ut intelligium for $5 says, you heard it here first, folks, from Destiny himself. Isolationism is fascism. Yeah, I don't know why he keeps using the word fascist. Again, it doesn't, like, fascist means a very specific thing. Has a very specific ideology associated with fascism, which I'm not sure why he keeps bringing that up specifically.
Fascism is like super nationalism.
Yeah, it's sort of like the idea that we are not super nationalism, but sort of the idea that there's a collective ethnic group that has to bind itself together to fight off against degenerate interlopers that are trying to degenerate their ethnic group specifically.
Did you see my message about Trump?
No.
He used your the dangers are coming from within, not from without.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah, right.
which I was like, what?
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, no, he said that the dangers within America are more threatening than China or Russia, which makes sense because if he's trying to push a more isolationist approach, and he's trying to vilify the Democrats. So I mean that makes sense. That's what he was pushing. But it's not really the dangers are coming from within because again, the framing is these forces are degenerating us from within, which was always the right-wing contention.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, the right-wing belief is that there's an external force that comes into your society and then degenerates it from within.
Okay.
And then the left-wing idea is that your ancestors built in some kind of evil, oppressive force in society that they need to dismantle.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought the Republicans were like, seal the borders. And the Democrats were like...
They are. Yeah.
The evil rich people.
They are. Stuck for $5 says, rather than jail time, I read this one already. Trump's sentence should be that he admit that he lost in 2020.
That would be a fate worse than death.
Yes. Let's see.
Hold on a second here. I don't think it's a violation of the First Amendment because they have that all the time in judgments. They're forced to make some sort of retraction or public statement, and that happens quite often.
True. I mean, I guess that's just, it wouldn't be a violation of First Amendment, I guess, if you agree to do it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that is true.
I've seen that on YouTube where, some settlement, somebody has to read some apology.
Right.
And the attorneys go over the apology to make it as embarrassing as humanly possible.
I don't know if that's just for, I mean, so we hear about that a lot for like defamation.
Yeah. Civil cases.
Yeah. I don't know if that's ever been done for like a criminal case like this.
Yeah.
CT for 2 Canadian relating to the server drama said, shit died in February on my end. I don't care about drama. Well, there you go.
Nice.
Good.
February. Yeah, that's a long way away.
John R for $5 says, I'm going to be on vacation next Sunday. Make the next stream awesome so I can play it to my normie friends. A-Team reigns supreme. Well, there you go. We'll try.
Yeah.
No clue what we're going to cover, but we'll see.
Yeah. This was fun.
This was fun. CT for another 2 Canadian says, Sitch is scared to play Smash and Mario Kart with us. That is true.
Why? Sitch is good at video games. He always...
I'm very scared.
Yeah.
I'm not good at Mario. I'm good at Smash. Or else I'm decent on Smash. I'm pretty bad at Mario Kart. So, Joseph Ryder, thanks so much for the $10.
Yeah, thanks. Is this Soladoge again? Ostre is not Soladoge, right?
No, Ostracy is Ostracy.
Okay, Ostracy.
Junebug for 2 months says you should bring on Pilgrim Pass. He's a true centrist, more centrist than you two. I can't recommend him more, and he makes great videos. I'll check it out. I'm not familiar with him.
What's his name? I'll look it up.
Pilgrim Pass. Yeah, I've never heard of him. I'll check it out.
Pass.
There's
a few centrist content creators that I've been listening to recently.
Insensitive for $5 says, if you guys want a funny watch Lapidos. I don't know. It's like censored. I don't know what this is releasing a Nick Fuentes video at 10:30. They will probably give a TLDR on the America First stuff. Okay, I'll check it out. Who's Kill All Pedos? I'm assuming that's the name. I didn't know that was a channel. It's a YouTube channel called Kill All Pedos. They're releasing a Nick Fuentes video at 10:30. There you go.
What's going on here? Chud Logic has a video. Sunday total weasel. Two-faced nature causes trouble. Causes trouble for the president. I don't know. I guess he's going
President
after
Sunday?
Yeah, I guess he's going after President Sunday now. Wow.
Chud Logic's been going after President Sunday for a long time.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah, he's been shitting all over him for a long time. So, President Sunday's been going after, not so erudite pretty hard.
Looks like our friend Rollo Tomasi went after Lauren Southern too. I don't know if you saw Lauren Southern dropped a big video about how she
didn't see the video. I saw her Twitter, her big long Twitter on it.
Okay, so you read the Twitter. So you're up to speed basically. I guess she went through a tumultuous divorce and is finally coming clean about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was Rollo complaining about?
Well, I just see he did a video on it, but he's probably like, ha ha, single. Like, it's so cruel.
Well, I mean, we don't, the Lauren Southern trend kill. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what it means either.
Listen, maybe he said very nice things about her. Okay. We don't know.
I'm doubtful, but I mean, I might check it out just to get a look.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm distracted.
I mean, you're doing pretty good. Do I need to read some super chats for you?
I read this one.
I only brought my thing up to
Live in Dev's Wall specifically for 1 month. Thanks so much, Lives in Dev's Wall specifically. Says hot take. Financial malfeasance in excess of actual violation of the median American should be tried as murder. Convicts get heads on pike on Wall Street. You know what? I agree with that.
You're in favor on heads on pikes?
Financial malfeasance in excess of the actuarial value of the median American should be tried as murder. I agree with that. I agree. Kill him. Kill him! I agree. Base take. We need to listen, Adam, we need to get all the weasels out of Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Don't you agree? And the banking industry.
Mm-hmm.
These fucking scumbags. They should get their heads on pikes. They're causing millions of, if not billions of dollars of financial damage to our country.
You're just going after bankers?
Anyone that causes that amount of damage. Take them out.
What amount of damage?
Anyone that causes an excess of the actuarial, can't say that word, actuarial value of the median American should be tried as murder.
Actuarial value of made in America?
Of the median American.
Median American.
Yes.
Okay.
Magnus the Red for $50. Thank you so much, Magnus. That's very generous. Says, greeting, brothers. I'm here for my free will. Thanks for the great show. Also, S-Class is the best class.
Boo!
And A-Team has the best books.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That last part was great.
Woo! Well, thanks so much, Magnus, for the $50. Here's your 50 free units of free will just for you.
Wow. That's nice. That's a $50 super
free
chat.
units. Wow. Bam.
Look. And he knows about the books.
There you go. Boss Apprentice for $2 says, let me in on Tuesday for Spider-Verse. I got takes. Well, I don't know. Who are we talking to on Tuesday? Are we talking to someone on Tuesday?
Yes.
Who are we talking to?
We are talking to a person. Nerd at Newsstand.
Oh, that's right.
Critic of Comicsgate.
Right.
Slayer of Dane the pedophile.
Right. I should watch her video with Dane before we talk on Tuesday.
Okay. I mean, you don't really have to. We can just
I'm just curious.
Chat. She's kind of a controversial character, so.
Interesting.
Well, I'm going to hit her with why do you hate everyone in Comicsgate? What's going on? We need to smooth the Comicsgate waters. We need to...
Right.
Comicsgate needs more friends and less. I think I listened to... She did have a talk with Organized Chaos that I listened to part of. And she kept saying things like... She would agree with Organized Chaos on a lot of different topics. And I was like, well, like what? Like, what would you agree with him on?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound good. I wouldn't agree with that guy on anything, but I mean, she might be. I don't know if she's seen Spider-Verse, but we might have a good conversation about that
Sure.
if she leans more towards the woke end. I don't know if she thinks it's woke or not, but
Credo for $2 says Vosh still hasn't read Why Nations Fail. Well, that's not really surprising at all.
did you ask him to? Did he say he was going to? It'd be pretty funny if he did.
Yeah. EHEF for $10 says, I enjoy telling people who think Trump will be a fascist takeover. Welcome to the conservative argument for the Second Amendment. Really makes the anti-gun people nuts. That's pretty funny.
Oh, that is good.
That's pretty funny. Junebug for $5 said, sad news. Hunter and Lauren got divorced from their partners. Undid Chronic called it Take Care You Two. Wait, Hunter Avalon got divorced too?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Holy shit. Wow.
Everyone's getting divorced, Sitch.
Damn,
this is what happens.
Look,
this is what happens when you get married in your 20s.
I mean, that's not untrue.
Yeah.
But,
one of the reasons why marriage is more stable is because people are waiting longer to get married.
Right.
They're not marrying their high school sweetheart. Yeah.
Right. Wow. Peace. Everyone's getting divorced. What's going on here? Crazy. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Fondue for $2 says, Adam, give Sitch the Demon Slayer treatment.
The Demon Slayer
You
treatment.
think Adam knows anything about Demon Slayer?
Well, wait a second. Maybe Google knows. Demon Slayer treatment.
It's an animu. Okay.
ASMR, Demon Slayer, poison treatment, rehabilitation.
There you go, Adam. You want to whisper some sweet ASMR, some sweet Demon Slayer ASMR in my ear?
I mean, this girl looks like kind of Sitch's type here.
Let's see. Who's
this ASMR
Let me
girl.
Google this. Oh, this is GB, huh? She's like one of the biggest ASMR people.
Look, Sitch already knows.
I know about GB. I'm not like a huge fan of hers.
GB.
I'm aware of her.
ASMR Demon Slayer.
God, she's wearing like these creepy fucking contacts in this video. Jesus.
I have those same contacts.
Why?
Oh, they're badass, man.
That's creepy as fuck.
I wear those contacts and like the ladies swoon.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know what, like, because we're not showing anything, she's wearing contacts that are all white. There's a tiny bit of like black around the very edges, and that's all white. And then it's just like little like dots. Like imagine like a checkerboard, but with just tiny little dots instead. So no pupil, no iris, just little dots everywhere, like a little checkerboard.
Mine are a little different than that.
Very creepy.
Mine have pupils, but
right.
It's basically like white irises.
I assume some character in Demon Slayer has eyes like that or something. So. I haven't read it. Or watched it, I mean. Or read it. I've done nothing about Demon Slayer. I know nothing about it.
How am I supposed to give you the Demon Slayer treatment? What's that all
That's
about?
a good question. I don't know.
Your eyes already are white like that.
That's true.
ASMR. You kids.
You kids in your ASMR.
Let's see here.
Stug for $5 says, tell me why the fundamental variable which determines inflation isn't like the quote average rate at which currency flows towards each good or service.
The thing that causes inflation is people bidding up the prices of goods and services. People offering more money. Right? Like if you and I are competing for a home, you know, this is why supply and demand is such an important part of economics. Like if the supply of houses is low and everyone has access to easy credit, so, you know, people can put in offers as high as they want, that's going to drive the price of housing up because people are going to put in higher and higher bids because they're like, I want to get a house. Holy shit. I don't want to be the one who doesn't get a house. Yeah. So that's what causes prices to go up. Well, and also people, I mean, the Democrats will talk about, price gouging from corporations because, they're taking this opportunity to raise prices. But you don't really know what the market will bear until you raise prices and see a decline in your inventory, right?
Right.
Like you throw out an iPhone for $1,000 and you sell so many iPhones and you're like, well, what if I sell it for $2,000?
So
then I only have to sell half as many.
To answer Stoick's question, I mean, you could be correct, Stoick, that the fundamental variable to determine inflation is the average rate at which currency flows towards each good or service. Except, I guess the only thing I would add to that is it's probably not, like, each good and service is not equal, right? So, like, if gas and oil prices go up, that's going to have a much stronger effect on inflation than, the cost of, I don't know, walnuts, right? Or something. So, I don't know, like, so I think you're probably correct, but it's not, each good and each service is not weighed equally, so.
Well, inflation can be driven by different forces in different areas of the economy.
Right.
Like inflation taking place in, like we recently had inflation from eggs because there was like some bird flu or something that killed all the chickens and there weren't as many eggs.
Right. I'm assuming he's talking about overall inflation, not like very specific market inflation in specific areas.
I believe
you can have like egg prices can go really high. It's not going to create an entire market of inflation across the board.
Right. I believe prices are primarily driven by wages. Wages are where the price point starts.
Okay.
Where the price level begins is wages.
Our surrogate father, JMac, for $20, proving that JMac is again the most based of all based people.
Yes.
Okay. Says, Foghorn Leghorn was my main costume character when I played at Six Flags.
Wow.
I even did the stage show as him. Oh my God.
Wow.
Look at this. More evidence that JMac is just the most based man alive. Holy shit. Look at that.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah, look at that. Playing Foghorn Leghorn at Six Flags.
Well, yes, I say, I tell you, I say, I dare indeed.
There's a boy with a head on his shoulders. Sodos for $2 says, same. It's why I'm Suendre triggered by Adam. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Sodos loves you, Adam. He wants your MPreg baby.
Well, I think he's talking about us. Like, at least we understand. There's certain people you can't really have an economics conversation with because they don't even get supply and demand. It's like,
right.
Yeah.
Sodos for $2 says, we have, and this was from earlier, we have people in South Korea who, if shit kicks off, are expected to take over 50% casualties. Jesus. Do you say that it's the same as China/FDR hiring people to build a bridge to just demolish and repeat because inflation is ridiculous? I don't understand how the two sentences connect.
Yeah, me neither. What's going on there?
I'm not following the logic there. But look, it's Mahler, Rags, and Fringy. Definitely the real Mahler, Rags, and Fringy. Definitely not imposters. Mahler for $2 says, okay, so here's the problem. Sitch's TDS is distracting him from scheduling the Fight Club video. We have to somehow either convince him that Trump is good or dead. Any suggestions? Then Rags says, well, first of all, I don't think he has TDS. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Thank you, Rags. That said, I think it is going to be a pretty tough sell for him to believe that Trump is good. We should try the dead option. What do you think, Fringy? And then Fringy says, no! Sitch won't believe such a silly thing while he's being indicted. We'll have an easier time convincing Sitch that he was good, I think. Especially if I let Sitch have some of my goo. Well, listen, I love you, Fringy, but I don't think all the Fringy goo in the world is going to suddenly change my mind on Donald Trump. Okay. But I appreciate the effort.
Yeah. Nice try, though.
A nice try. Vosh for $2.
Wow.
Says, shut up. Shut it, you knobhead. Core, what a fucking muppet. Bloody harpooning everything I could have got done in there. Right in front of me bird. What a fit bird she is. Then Vosh, the real Vosh, definitely not an imposter, for another $2 says, bloody harpoon, what the bloody L you playing at, ya bender? God save the queen and all that Pavlover, wanker, tart, loo, fish and chips, apples and pears, fanny harpoon.
Wow, a fanny harpoon. Haven't seen one of those in ages.
It's very weird. So Vosh is obviously a big fan of us because he donates money every week to our stream. I think he gets drunk and just types in a bunch of gibberish and donates to us. But thank you, Vosh. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Lay off the sauce.
Yes. We're actually keep laying on the sauce. I guess you to give us money. Carl for $2, the real Carl Benjamin.
No.
Definitely not an imposter. The very, very
He's going to give us his
Carl
argument,
Benjamin.
isn't he? Here's the big argument.
Well, no, this was the he actually super chatted this before.
Super tweeted it.
Super tweet. It's late. Okay. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. He super chatted this before we were having that conversation.
Okay.
He says, the indictment of Donald Trump is a violation of the social contract. We must prevent the moral degradation of institutional integrity, lest we fail to preserve our sacred relationship to societal order and magic.
The magic was a nice touch.
I added the magic because I felt like
everyone was getting triggered when I kept saying, "Oh, so magic."
Magic.
Whenever you reduce something that's basically not a materialist argument down to magic, people get super triggered.
I bet.
What's wrong with materialism?
Dr. Diddler, no, there's nothing. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, never forget Adam made a channel on Laz called S Tier Music for everyone's favorite songs. And after 2 days, he went, wow, you guys have some really different opinions on music, and then deleted the channel.
I did, yeah.
That's hilarious.
I did, yeah.
I can't believe that happened. You were like, give me some music recommendations. And you're like, these all suck shit. And you just deleted.
Yeah, we have very different music tastes.
Okay. I feel like you have very different music tastes. You have kind of unusual music tastes.
Do you think so?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like I like popular music.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I like Beastie Boys.
Beastie Boys is great.
That's true. Yeah, you can't, but you won't, but you can't stop. TT for $2 says, for the record, Dragon Coward said he would keep me alive and managed to convince me to keep him alive too, at least until he fully turns. So we now have a pact. Well, there you go.
That's awesome.
There you go.
Don't
I mean,
let him
listen,
turn on you.
Adam, if there was no cure and you said, don't kill me until I'm fully zombie, I would respect your wishes. Okay.
I want to be a full zombie. Why can't I live my life happily ever after as a zombie? Why is killing even in this equation? I'm looking at it like I just became immortal.
Because you as a zombie violates the nap.
I don't care. Look, I eat brains. I feel
Okay.
you got brains, I eat brains.
Okay. That's why I'm shooting you in the face.
Look, if I'm a flesh-eating zombie, I don't care.
Okay. That's why I'm
still
shooting you in the
living.
face.
Still living, loving.
I love it. See, I'm like, listen, just kill me. And then Adam's like, no, I want to live as a flesh-eating zombie. I want to keep living as a zombie.
Look, I don't see. Look, I'm an optimist.
Yeah.
This ship might turn around someday.
Yeah. Okay. 100 years from now, it'll wear off and it'll be okay again, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Okay. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I'm starting to think the elements to become a fan of Yarvin Marvin is to be demoralized by the culture war and then blame the government. Sargon may not be there, but he's knocking on the door based on his arguments. I think those are definitely elements of it. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I mean, in our last talk, he said there were immigrants like literally moving into his neighborhood or something.
Did he? I missed that part.
Yeah, and I thought, oh, well, this makes a lot of sense. He's got the barbarians at the door.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's the way he perceives it, right?
Right. I guess. Dr. Diller for $2 says, 2 years ago, my first interaction with Adam was buying the comic and asking if he would give emotional support as I explained the book to my father. I will be expecting it in my package.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
Look, you won't need emotional support to explain. Your dad will understand it.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty easy to get.
Oh, you read that one. Andrew Clark saying, I can articulate Carl's arguments. So can I.
Sure.
Fondue for $20 says, I agree with the feeling. I'm normally level-headed, but really lose my cool when arguing with close friends. Loyalty Foundation, elephant on the loose. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think it's for me. It's not like a loyalty. It's just more like I have higher expectations, I guess, than like some asshole.
Well,
That annoys me. Like if some random person on Twitter insults me, I don't care. But if I see someone insults me and they follow me and they say, "Oh, I'm a fan of yours," but let me be like a piece of shit to you, I'm just like, oh, like fuck you. So
I do. Sometimes I sense that I'm making an argument that you really don't want me to make.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you make arguments all the time that I don't think you should be making, but I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Like,
okay,
whatever.
I mean, you can make any argument you want. I'm not.
When you were making the argument about the Ponzi scheme, like you've made that argument many, many times, and I keep thinking that's not really a good
but
thing.
I'm glad you brought up your objection because I agree that it's not the best wording to use, and I'm really only referring to a very specific element of a Ponzi scheme, which is the buy-in. They have to have continually more and more people buy into it.
Right.
So
the thinking of the debt ceiling thing as like a credit card. I don't think that's necessarily good because it kind of reinforces the idea.
That's not my argument. I never said that.
Well, no, you said the restaurant kind of, paying for the bill.
Well, it's just so people to
kind of
understand
the
concept of why it's stupid.
But I think it still
analogy.
inadvertently enforces a kind of thinking about the debt that isn't really accurate. But
well, okay, but
it's
you're
no big
listen,
deal.
you're fighting a much larger battle.
No, I understand. I understand.
You're fighting a much larger battle that's much more difficult to win. I'm just trying to get people to understand the debt ceiling and why it's stupid. Okay.
I'm not fighting that battle, man.
I know.
I'm just like, I know what I know for me.
Okay.
And that's fine.
Junebug for 2 months says you should bring on Pilgrim Past. He's a true Oh, I read this one. Credo for $5 says, may the other Gemini in chat get a happy birthday. Yes, any Geminis. If that's you, Credo, anyone in the chat that's a Gemini, happy birthday to all the based Geminis.
Yeah, the very best of the zodiac symbols. Twins!
Yes.
How can you go wrong?
I mean, listen, I'll be honest. I mean, Geminis are the most base because we're Geminis.
Mm-hmm.
And all the cool people seem to be Geminis. But it is a kind of lame astrological sign.
I mean, two naked
twins?
girls. How can you go wrong with that, Sitch?
Well, if they're...
I mean, I don't... How are you looking at this?
Are we represented by naked women? I don't know what that says about us.
Hold on a second.
Someone over there is like a lion, and we're like naked chicks. Like, I don't know. What does that say about it?
Do I need to bring up some... Look, Google sexy twins.
Yeah.
And just hit the image tab and tell me your problem with our zodiac symbol.
I don't have a problem with sexy naked chicks. I'm just saying I don't want sexy naked chicks to represent my personality. Okay, does that make sense? Now maybe since you're so sex crazed, you're totally fine with sexy naked chicks representing your personality.
Look, so you want crabs.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to.
It's so no contest.
I don't want a crab either.
It's so no contest.
I don't. Okay. Astrological sign. Let's go through them. Okay. What are all the What are all the symbols here?
Oh my God. This one's based Gemini, naturally bipolar. It's got like an angel twin and a devil twin.
Most of the Gemini signs I've seen are not chicks anyway. They're usually dudes.
Sitch, you're really bumming my high.
I know.
What are you doing?
Okay, listen, I'm gonna be honest. Most of the astrological signs kind of suck shit. Okay. They're all kind of shitty.
Except for twins.
You got Leo, which is a cool lion. And then what? You want to be a shitty scorpion? You want to be a centaur? Who the fuck wants to be a centaur? A bull's kind of based, right? Virgo's kind of lame. Or just a virgin, some virgin lady. You could be Libra, which is literally just scales, which is pretty fucking lame.
Mm-hmm.
You could be some lame ass fish. You could be a lame ass goat. You could be a lame ass crab. You could be a lame ass goat fish.
Oh,
Do you want to be a goat
fish? It just
fish?
keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Or you can be a guy holding water.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? I take it back. Out of those choices, Gemini is definitely in like the top 3. Okay. I take it back. Gemini is in the top 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
if
cool.
it's sexy naked chicks. Anyway.
I'm glad I convinced you.
WTF 1A for $5 says, in Vermont, I couldn't vote for you because they wouldn't let us vote for fake names or people. Also, why the softball stream Tuesday? Wow. Softball talking to their dad. Every Tuesday stream, we can't find like the most incendiary person, okay? To talk.
Maybe they mean the softball stream last Tuesday. I don't know. It's not clear from the super chat.
I don't know. I don't think it was softball, but I disagree. Mr. Ubacross for $10 says, I had a client apologize as part of a criminal plea. Well, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Ubacross. So that answers the question. Not a violation of the First Amendment.
Yeah, I think also in criminal cases, don't they want some remorse in order before they do the sentencing? Some confession of remorse.
Right. Doug for $5 says, I agree, Sitch. I was being too broad with my language. I struggle to see how UBI won't just create inflation under this description. Oh, I understand. It could. It definitely could. I mean, hasn't your opinion changed on that, Adam? Do you think UBI would create inflation?
I don't know that it would. We had that one guy come on. What's his name? Scott. I can't remember his last name.
He gave some explanation why he didn't think it would. And I remember him saying it and going, huh, that kind of makes sense. But I also don't remember what it was. And I'm not smart enough to have a strong opinion on it. Because it seems, intuitively, it seems like UBI would create inflation. Right. But he gave some, I don't remember what his rationale was for why it wouldn't. But
he also has, I mean, he wrote a book. It's basically, it's online just as a long blog post. And he has the best arguments, I think, in favor of why UBI will work. And he's the one that's kind of won me over to the position that Scott Santens is his name. And I will post a link to his thing, his arguments. He has this article, Why We Need Modern Monetary Theory and Why It Needs Universal Basic Income. The arguments that he makes in here, I think, are pretty solid. So, but it's been a while since I read this. The thing that bothers me is a lot of these conversations that I have with people, I mean, they're just basically like the one super chat earlier was just an appeal to authority. It's like, Solidos, you can do better than that. Like you're saying because some fucking neoclassical economist who went to Princeton says this is the way it is, that means this is the way it is. Well, that's not how it works. Like you got to have arguments and evidence. So there's the link to his thing.
Mm-hmm.
We had him on, Sitch. We talked to him. I mean, I think a lot of people, we did a poll on that live stream, and the live stream is on the channel. And we did a poll, and I think we had like a 15% movement in the poll where people were undecided and moved to being pro UBI after that conversation. So
yeah, interesting. Matthew Newman for $5 New Zealand dollars says about Carl. Sitch, the thing never understood was the magic. Carl never agreed to reinstate of the point without it. That was the well, actually, A-team reigns supreme. That's not true. I don't. That's literally. I don't understand what you're saying. I said this a million times in conversation. Carl was saying magic. He was referring to an animating force that animates a collective of people to act in a specific way, which he agreed with. I don't, what am I not understanding? When Carl said magic, he was referring to the animating force that animates a motivation, a collective motivation in a group of people. What do you think he was referring to by magic, if it's not what I just said? What is the magic he's referring to? I was saying it like as jokingly, like, you know, we were saying jokingly because it's funny to call it magic, but.
And I would like to examine what exactly Carl means by that. But I do feel like there is like a little bit of an obfuscation game going on where people are going, you guys are materialists, and if we can't explain it in a material framework, then you just don't accept that it exists. And yeah, that's true. Like, if you can't explain it in a materialist framework, then I don't think you know how it exists. That's the reality of the situation. And you can all, think that you understand what each other's talking about, but I don't believe you really can. I think you just all want to believe something. And so you all say, okay, it's this ephemeral type of situation where it's just we get it, we understand it, but if you can't explain it, you don't understand it.
Maybe this is a problem. I'm trying to be nice to Carl because he's our friend, and I guess maybe I shouldn't be, because I understand someone saying, I understand like the element of the argument that if you're coming from a non-materialistic framework and you're talking to someone who believes primarily in materialism, the argument isn't going to necessarily be persuasive, and it could be difficult to explain the argument fully.
Not necessarily persuasive. No, it's going to have 0% impact on them. Right.
However, that's kind of, if you take that a step further to what you were saying, Adam, which Matthew was saying he agrees with, which to me, if that's how he interpreted Carl's argument, that's literally the most bullshit position ever. You can't levy a position where you say, I believe that there's some intangible, undefinable element of something that I don't have the ability to articulate and I can't argue for. Because if that's your position, that's fucking stupid.
That is the position, Sitch. That's what's so infuriating about it.
I don't think that was Carl's position.
Because everybody says, look, I'm going to appeal to the intangible thing that we all understand together intuitively, but can't explain. And then they look at us like, oh, you guys are just dumbasses, midwits, because you can't fucking appeal to the intangible thing that we all just secretly know is there. And I'm like, yeah. Only from where we sit, you're the midwits, because you're not. We're not having an argument about anything. Right. We're having an argument about nothing.
Right. If that's Carl's position, if that is Carl's position, I didn't fully understand that. I thought he was referring to the animating energy for culture and ideas. I mean, if that's
that animating energy for culture and ideas, we would call ideology, would we not, Sitch? That's the materialist perspective on it.
Yeah, we could definitely call it ideology. I think I even said you can call it X in the conversation. But if him or anyone is making an argument that there's some unexplainable force that they can't articulate. That's literally the dumbest fucking argument someone can make.
Well, they
Like,
would call it God, and I mean, I respect
well,
that.
Carl's
but-
not talking about God. First of all, you can't articulate God. You say God, right?
Sure.
Carl isn't talking about God, so I'm assuming he's not talking about that. But if that's like, if you're, there are elements, and I've talked about this a lot. There are things, and this is very different, and maybe this is where people are getting confused. In the what is a woman conversation, I brought forward the point, which is that there are certain things in our society that we take for granted, concepts that we take so for granted that have existed for such a long time that it can be difficult when you're pressed to articulate them. And this is kind of a point that Jonathan Haidt brings up in his book, In the Righteous Mind, right in the beginning of the book, where he says there are certain things and ideas that we just kind of take for granted so much that when someone asks you to explain it, you can have difficulty to explaining it. That doesn't mean
It can't
that the
be
idea
explained.
can't be explained.
Yeah, totally.
It just means that there can be difficulty in explaining it. And this is why I said that when you have the conversations with someone on the left who tries to deconstruct gender, the trick that they're utilizing, whether they realize it or not, is a framing trick. Because what they say the same thing. They say, you have to define woman in such a way that the categorical definition of woman applies to every possible permutation of a woman and doesn't have any other non-woman be part of the category. Okay, that's the trick. The trick is the framing, because then you say, if you actually take a step back, you say, wait a minute, that's not how any category works. Okay, you can apply that rule and say, can you define a chair in a way that applies to all chairs? Or let's see, doors is my favorite example. You can't define door in a way that has a category, includes every possible permutation of door, but excludes every non-door. It's not possible to do that. You can't create that definition without using the words typically or generally.
Right.
You can't do it. And so I feel like people have taken, because I've said this, I feel like people are then taking that to sort of give credence to the idea, well, therefore I can just not explain something, and that doesn't mean it's not valid. It's like, well, no, like if the argument is literally there's some sort of unexplainable magic that I don't know what is, well, I'm sorry, but fuck you. Like, that's not an argument. Okay. That's not an argument to make. You can make the Jordan Peterson argument, which I agree with, which is that we should be careful before enacting widespread social changes, because there are things in there that you don't realize until you change them and start monkeying with them, can have detrimental societal effects, and that's true.
Right.
But you don't just get to throw your hands up and say there's some magic here that's unexplainable, and that's my argument, because that's not a fucking argument.
Hidden knowledge is not magic. Just because there are fact patterns within certain systems that we can't define, don't understand, and we are weary of changing things because we're going to mess up those facts, doesn't mean magic is taking place. Doesn't mean that they're not facts that are explainable in there. And Jordan Peterson understands this. I feel like there's a lot of people who are going, these materialists, they're so, people seem to be using materialism as a insult, as if they want to make some argument that's outside the materialist realm. And I just what argument can you even make outside the materialist realm? Even if you're saying, look, God is the creator of the universe and he can do anything he wants, you're still making a materialist argument. You're saying he has the power to manipulate matter and material and whatever. It's just
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing I don't understand is that generally non-materialist arguments are religious arguments, which you can make in terms of the questions that we're talking about, right?
All the what is a woman arguments are materialist arguments too. It's like, I don't understand what the big
but here's the
deal
thing.
is.
Even if you're making, and I don't know how I don't know how he defines himself, if he's an idealist or whatever framework he's identifying himself. Even if you're making a non-materialist argument, you can still explain the argument through some kind of logic, right? Unless you're going to throw up your hands in the air and say, CRT people are correct. Logic is a lie of white people, and we don't actually need logic anymore. Which, if that's the case, you understand if you throw out logic and you throw out facts and you throw out reason, you're basically creating a framework where the only thing that works is violence.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think people understand that. If you throw out facts, logic, and reason, all that remains is violence. There's nothing else that remains. So if your position is just, I feel it, I can't explain it, but I feel it, and that's my argument, then there's no way to have a conversation, and all that exists is violence at that point. Because you can't have a debate about someone's intangible feeling they can't articulate. If they want to enforce their will upon you and you want to disagree with them, what are you supposed to do if they can't actually articulate it and you can't have a reasoned argument about, why it's beneficial to go one way or the other?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and if that was Carl's position, is that he just has some like bizarre, argument that's intangible that he can't articulate, then I guess I didn't understand it. But it was the opposite of a straw man, because I was giving him way too much credit, because I was assuming that he was saying something more reasonable. Now, I don't know if I agree. I'd have to go back and listen to the conversation to know if that's actually accurate or not, which I'm probably not going to do. But so if that's people in the comments position, is that magic is some intangible, undefinable thing, I think you should really check yourself, because that's a terrible fucking argument to make. And it's completely not valid. And I don't know. You basically lose the ability to sit here and laugh at standpoint epistemology, because standpoint epistemology is rooted in a more logical, I think it's stupid, but it's rooted in a more logical framework than magic.
Mm-hmm.
And the magic argument that is being laid out here.
So are the traditional religious arguments. The fundamentalist arguments are all
right. Well, and
logically
even the
coherent.
fundamentalist religious arguments follow a logic of saying there is a God, and God's dictating you do X, Y, Z.
Right, exactly. And he's all powerful.
Right. And he's all powerful, and if you don't do it, you go to hell. Like, there's a logic there.
Yeah, giant logic.
Right. There's logic there. So this is a very strange argument to make. But
even if you said, like, if your argument against gay marriage was, gay marriage makes God very angry and he's going to kill all of us, I understand that. Like, that makes sense.
Right.
I don't believe it, but I understand the argument. Then when we start getting to these arguments about some animating force, it's like, what are we even talking about here?
Right. Anyway, maybe I'll DM Carl and say, what did you mean when you said magic?
I asked him about ideology, but he didn't really give me a clear answer. So
right.
I love talking to Carl, and this stuff is completely fascinating to me. And I dig that Carl has like a wide breadth of knowledge in philosophy.
Right.
I mean, I haven't studied philosophy, but I've kind of picked it up, and I don't feel like I don't feel like I don't understand philosophy. I mean, I do understand, the Hume's, Rousseau's, those kinds of things, and how they connect to things like communism or psychology. But a lot of the stuff that Carl talks about, so I sometimes, and this is why I think philosophy sometimes has a bad name, is because I do feel like philosophy sometimes is used to make extremely convoluted, complicated arguments that aren't really sound.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So
the most dope says, I don't think it was intangible and undefinable. I think Sargon said magic is the animating force. That's what I thought, and that's what I said to him in the conversation. But some people apparently disagree with that, so I don't know.
So what is magic?
I'll ask him. I'll ask Carl. Say, what is magic? We had a disagreement on stream about what you meant by magic.
Well, this is why I asked him the question about ideology, because,
right.
And I think even we talked about it after the conversation about, we can have these conversations in a materialist framework and I feel like have a very, very tangible conversation about what is actually happening here. So, oh, finally, patience. That's the one I was looking for.
John Smith for $10 says, you heard a problem. Just about the typo. With the way money is generated now, that is loan to banks. Instead, should be given to the average citizen. Thus, goods and services the average citizen wants would there. Yeah, but first of all, that's very confusing sentence. So
Thank you for the $10, John. Though.
Right, but thank you for $10. So there's a video that you can watch. That
are you talking about the one I sent you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the link for that. There's a video that you can watch. I'll put it in the chat right here.
Yeah,
that explains how money is created.
And it explains it from the neoclassical perspective, which is the one Soledoj is giving me a hard time about everyone accepting, which I mean, I don't disagree with it, but the neoclassical perspective is kind of like Christianity during the Crusades. It was just like, that was the belief.
Okay. Well, hold on. You're confusing the issue for no reason. Okay. The video is called Flow of Money, Treasury and Federal Reserves. Okay. It's a very dry 12-minute video that's got charts on it. That's just a baseline explanation of how money is created. There's no
politics.
There's no politics. There's no theory. It's just, this is literally how money is created. Okay.
Except he does.
At the end, he talks about MMT.
He uses the words MMT, which everyone, and this is why I fucking hate the MMT people, is because the MMT people have made the words MMT political. And they've done it by putting all these stupid books out that just...
I get it. But what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the video, the only thing he says is, he says, after he explains how money is created on a completely non-ideological basis, he says, this is the facts of how money is created, the actual process.
Right.
He then says, MMT essentially views that the Treasury and the Federal Reserve essentially are the same entity, and it's kind of a money laundering scheme, and you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So that's fine. You know, he adds his opinion at the end of it. But the first half of the video is just him explaining the physical process of how money is created.
Right.
It's very convoluted and weird. And in my experience, whenever there's a weird, convoluted thing that seems to make no logical sense, there's actually a very good reason for why it exists as that way. I just don't understand it. So I'm assuming there's a good reason for why the fuck our money creation is so bizarre and not and completely counterintuitive that I'm just not aware of at the moment.
Well, I think the reason is because the Americans are super skeptical of government power, and they crafted a system where the Federal Reserve is theoretically a private institution, separated, insulated from politics. So I think that's the whole purpose of that money laundering scheme.
But that wouldn't explain the whole, like, we have to create a bond, then we have to sell the bond, and then we have to buy a different bond, and that creates money, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of times with these like weird things that exist in systems, it's because the like essentially a system has been created piecemeal over many years,
right?
That constantly changes and evolves, kind of like evolution, to adapt to whatever suits it. And oftentimes it has vestiges of previous incarnations of problems and systems that no longer exist, which make it overly complicated and weird in today's world.
Right.
So I don't know if that's the situation with this money thing, or I don't know if there's actually a really good reason for why we print money in this very bizarre way that we do. But anyway. Andrew Clark for $2 says, my moon sign is Gemini. What are yours?
I have no idea.
We looked this up on stream. I don't remember. How do you find your moon sign? Because I remember we had this whole thing where it was like asking for what time you were born, and you knew like exactly, and I didn't know what the fuck. I was like, how do I know what fucking time I was born?
I was born at like 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I was like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I have no clue when I was born. So Let's see. Moon sign. Here's a little thing it's supposed to tell me. Okay.
Can we read the
Oh, time. I don't know what time I was born.
UBI?
I think you need to know what time you were born for your moon sign, so I don't know clue then.
Let's
Anyway,
read
what
the
were you
UBI
saying?
article together.
No, let's not do that.
It's like giant.
Let's not do that.
It says read 69 minutes.
Oh God.
Can you imagine? You got 69 minutes left in you?
No.
Scott, why is it 69 minutes?
It's a big article. Okay. Okay, let's see. Wait, here's one. Don't know my birth time. Okay. Moon sign calculator.
Jonathan Smith for $2 says
What the fuck?
1000-10-101111111000.
Okay, the site just stole my birthday information, so I feel like I'm gonna get hacked now.
Yeah, why would you do that? Why would you put your birthday in? What a dumbass. Don't do that, Sitch.
Is this like a math equation?
Now it's asking you to... Well, if it asks for your mom's maiden name, don't put it in.
Okay. No, I'm saying is the super chat a math equation?
Oh, I don't know.
Is that a minus? Or is this like binary?
I don't know. Put it into Google and see what happens.
I mean, I get a number if it's a math equation.
Oh, it is?
I don't know what the fuck it means. What does this mean?
I don't
What
know.
is this secret symbol you're telling us, Jack?
Look, it's probably binary for some terrible
But why is there a
thing.
minus in it?
I don't know. Moving on.
Okay.
Jackorama for 10 months. Oh, thank you very much for being a 10-month member. Now I know why I like you guys. You're both Geminis. A-team reigns supreme. Look
There
at
you
that.
go.
Awesome.
There you go.
Look, another A-team reign. Look at
A lot of A-teams.
Sitch.
Terrible.
A-team's taken over.
I know. Last week was all S classes, and this week's all A-teams. So
It's probably the MMT.
that must be it.
Matthew Newman for
Must be it.
$2.20 in New Zealand dollars says, watch Brokenomics and chat with Dan stream, please. A-team reigns supreme. I would like to do that once. Look, I have my good friend Sitch. You know, I told him before he turns into a zombie, he has to put together the best, most airtight argument against the gold standard, because I know the Brokenomics guy, Dan, is a gold standard guy.
Oh my God.
And I do want to talk to him, and I want to destroy. Look, gold
Why do
standard.
I have to do it? You're the fucking economy guy. Why do I have to do this?
You're you're better at research, man.
Oh no.
And you're better at the
Senators
arguments.
So stupid.
Look, you're better at coming up with the arguments.
So stupid. Cosette is so stupid. It's like it's not even worth arguing. It's literally not even worth arguing. I'm sorry. I just don't care. Call center's fucking stupid. I refuse to argue it with anyone.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just so dumb. I'm
They
sorry.
They always deny that gold standard
You know why
is
we don't want a gold
deflationary.
standard? You know why we don't want a gold standard?
It would destroy the economy. That's why.
Because of magic. There's a certain kind of special magic in our fiat currency, Adam,
Right.
that we all just magically understand.
You know,
Magically aware.
I prayed
Okay.
recently, and God told me
Yes.
he fucking hates the gold standard. And if we adopt the
Okay.
gold standard, he will kill all of
Okay.
us. Okay.
I believe it. Yeah.
yeah.
So Mark Blythe has a really good explanation of why the gold standard is stupid, which I could have swore we've linked before. So I'll just defer to Mark Blythe on
Okay.
any question of the gold standard. So
We should look into that.
yeah, well, he's talked. I mean, I've linked it. He talks about it. So I think if you actually go on YouTube and type in Mark Blythe gold standard, you'll find it. So
I did watch a Brokenomics video, the first one, and he talks about how, there is this income inequality thing that's forcing people further and further down the economic ladder. And I completely agree with all of that stuff. But then if you're going to turn to the gold standard as a way to fix it, look, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Right.
Yeah.
I linked the video in chat. Though it's actually it's a very long video. It's a great video. I highly recommend everyone watch it if you care at all about economic issues. He has a very small section where he kind of briefly talks about the gold standard. So I think this is a video where he kind of talks about why it's stupid, but I could be wrong. Anyway, gold standard is dumb. I'm not gonna waste my time with it. Sorry. Miss Sparkles for $5. Thank you, Miss Sparkles. Says, you guys ever heard of a horoscope? It's like a telescope, but can only see your mom. I got jokes. I enjoy you too. XOXO. Well, thank
That's
you.
great.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
A horoscope. It's like a telescope.
Right.
That is a solid mom joke right there.
So the next time you have some girl come up to you and ask you about your horoscope,
yeah,
you can throw that at them.
Yeah. You say, was that like a telescope?
But I can only see your mom in it. Oh, bazinga!
That's like a telescope, right?
See if they still want to go out with you after that. Maybe that's the neg. That'll be the new form of negging. Your mom jokes.
Oh yeah,
like it.
Women love it. Oh, Matthew Newman.
What's Matthew up? For $5.50 New Zealand says, what do you think of utility/intention definitions? A chair is something made to seat one person. A door is something made to block a passage. Well, I guess I don't know exactly. I think definitions have to be based on intention. I do think that is the case for categories.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the trick when leftists or people do the sort of like, you can't define a woman thing, because they're just automatically in the framing of it refuting the intention thing. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm game for definitions like that. Sure.
Right. So I wouldn't use that definition of door, something made to block a passage, because that's not what a door is. And that's not even the utility intention of a door. Is something that is generally a physical barrier that can be opened or closed to allow passage or to close off passage, not to block. Like a wall is something designed to block passage. A door, by utility and intention, is something that's generally defined as something that allows access to an area, but that can be open or shut in some extent. So,
yeah.
Now you might say, well, wait a minute. How does that not fit your, this applies to all doors definition? Well, then you get in a weird situation where if you make a door, but you glue it to the hinges so it can't actually open, then does it cease to be a door? Because it doesn't actually fulfill the role of opening or closing passageway because it can't be opened.
Now it's a wall.
But no, it's still a door, just a door that you can't open.
Oh.
Right? Or what if you go into Home Depot and you go to where all the doors are and they're not on a hinge anywhere? It's just a door. Like, is it not a door? Because it's not, since it's not doing its function, is it not a door? No. And I think this is why I agree with you. We have to talk about the intention of it. Where I agree with you, Matthew. It has to be the intention of the object or the category. So. But they don't, obviously, what is a woman people or what is a gender deconstructionist people? They don't want to include intention, because if they do, then they automatically lose the argument. So, because nature obviously intended through evolution, for men and women to have biological sex roles where they reproduce. So, Dr. Diller for $2 says, I saw someone claiming that Yale was conspiratorially hiding a study on genetics in twins for 75 years because the findings were so shocking. Then I Googled it and found out it came out two years ago, and you can buy it on Amazon. What?
Did you buy it on Amazon? What were the findings?
It's like
don't leave us hanging.
Oh, here we go. Records for controversial twin study sealed at Yale until 2065. This is from Yale News. In the depths of Yale Library collection, records from a controversial study that separated twins and triplets at birth remain sealed despite demands for the study's participants to see their own files. The study, conducted by child psychiatrist Peter Neubier throughout the 1960s and 70s, involved at least 8 twins and a set of triplets who had been separated at birth, the now defunct New York City adoption. In 1990, a decade after abruptly ending the confidential study, they arranged to house the locked records at Yale. They gave them the power to deny any request for records in 75 years. Records remain sealed until October 25th, 2065. The study came in the spotlight after the summer's documentary, Three Identical Strangers, and the 2017 documentary, The Twinning Reaction, which highlighted the stories of the participants and explored the studies. Oh, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. It was the thing you could get on Amazon as The Twinning Reaction. This was done by something interestingly called the Child Development Center of the Jewish Board of Family and Children Services, which is weird. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yale doesn't know why the board made the decision to seal the records. Okay. Bizarre. That makes it sound like, well, if there's the documentaries on the study, I assume that means the results are available. Well, I don't know what exactly is sealed then.
Yeah, who knows?
Interesting.
What's in the study? Don't leave us hanging. You don't know?
I don't know. And so, I mean, it's obviously it's a twin study, so it's about nature versus nurture. It sounds like the issue, and maybe why they sealed the study, is that there was some issue about them maybe preventing the ethical question of the fact that they would know that the people had twins or like who their family was, and they didn't tell them. Right. It seems like maybe that's the issue.
That does seem unethical.
And maybe they
Did they split up twins at birth? And they're like,
I mean, I don't think they intentionally split them up at birth.
They're like, oh shit.
I mean, unless they did. If they did do that, that would obviously be highly unethical. So maybe they're trying to seal the study to protect their own ass or something.
They did some very unethical shit. They're in big, big trouble.
Right. That researchers did not obtain the consent of the participants or their adopted families.
Ooh,
well, how they not get consent?
ouch.
How would they track them and study them if they don't have consent? I don't understand that.
They put a tracker on their car.
They failed to inform families that their children had been separated from a twin during the adoption process or in their later observation of the children, according to Sharon Morlow, one of the subjects of the study.
See, they have a twin out there that they don't know about.
Right.
How awful. Can you imagine you're at the grocery store and you see someone that looks exactly like you and you're like,
it'd be pretty bizarre.
Motherfucker.
Damn you, Yale.
That would be crazy.
That would be pretty crazy, yeah.
I'd be like,
interesting.
Oh, hell no.
So it seems like they sealed the records not because the study showed something so amazing about human nature that was too dangerous. It seems like they sealed the study because
they got in trouble.
They did something unethical and they didn't want it to get out. Interesting. Anyway, I never heard about this. Dr. Diddler for No $2 says, correction, it is sealed until 2075, but the more I read about it, it sounds like it was done so because they did some highly unethical shit and want people to forget about it. Google the Neuber twin study for more. Oh, well, I guess you came to the same conclusion I did by like looking at the article for like 10 seconds. That's funny. Wait, lessons from a controversial study that deliberately divided twins. Oh shit. Well, if that's the case, they deliberately divided twins. That's super fucked up. Wow. Okay.
They divided them because they wanted to see how much a different environment. Yeah.
Right. Now that's obviously highly unethical. I assume they just, just because you have twins doesn't mean someone's going to want to adopt twins, right? So, but now that's really sus.
Are you kidding me?
Super sus. Yeah.
People would be dying to adopt twins.
Oh, you think? Why?
Identical twins? Yeah.
Why would people want to adopt identical twins?
Because you get like two kids at the same time. They're brother and sister. Like separating them almost seems cruel.
I mean, I agree it does, but I don't know if people would automatically want to adopt both. But anyway, well, that's super fucked up. Obviously, if they did that, super fucked up, super unethical. So, and obviously not even worth it. Because like, how much information would you really get from just studying a sample size of like 8 twins? I don't know if that would be very useful. Fondue for $5 says, what if they weren't identical? What if they started going out? Well, that's the real rough, right? I don't know, there's some fucking show, some comedy show I was watching where that was the case. Oh, it was in Community. There's an episode of Community where the really weird, nerdy kid's finally getting married, and he finds out it's like,
No way.
he finds out. It's funny because like at the wedding, people keep like one side of the family keeps referring to like their great aunt, and the other side of the family keeps referring to like their great Mima or something. And they think it's like each side of the family just has like 2 very old women that are like the matriarchs of the family. And at the end, it turns out it's the same person. And they're like cousins or something.
Oh, ouch.
That has one of the funniest jokes in all of Community in it. I can't tell the joke because it doesn't make sense in context.
Oh, yeah. Don't ruin it.
Yeah. And it's
I'll go watch the episode right after this.
I'm sure you will. And it's a line given by Keith David, who I love, so it makes it even better.
Keith David is great.
Yep. From They Live.
From Pitch Black.
You're right. He was in Pitch Black. I forgot about that. And he was the cat in the Coraline, which I also forgot about. And he's the president in Rick and Morty.
He's got a very amazing voice, too.
Yes, an iconic voice. Yes.
Yeah.
And he was also Spawn, I believe. In the cartoon.
Oh, wow.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, Pluto isn't a planet because we understand Pluto better, not because the category is a social construct. The category is supposed to be a fixed thing. True. Well, true and not true. So the category is technically a social construct, but it's a social construct that we use physical, non-social criteria to justify, not to justify. We use non-socially constructed criteria to categorize something. And so we said, oh, well, according to the criteria we've created that are not based on something socially constructed, Pluto doesn't fit that category.
Right.
And it was completely absurd that in the conversation with President Sunday, he refuses to acknowledge that. So.
Oh, that was frustrating.
Yeah, because it's hard for me. I mean, he has some like incredibly wacky worldview, so I don't know if it's just he's honestly like wacky or he's just being intentionally dishonest. So it could be one of.
Sometimes you feel people are just playing with you, like people are just saying whatever just to
Sure.
be
They could,
obstinate.
Yeah. Well, he has a really insane worldview, so that could
so
be it.
Annoying.
Matthew Newman for another 5 New Zealand. Thank you, Matthew, for all the money. Says Dan's last proposal is like 50% gold and crypto, 50% untethered. That's weird.
Is that Dan? Really? Hold on. Dan's last proposal is like 50% gold and crypto, 50% untethered. I don't know what that means. Nice.
Well, I'm assuming he's saying
save.
50% should have to be rooted in gold and crypto, and 50% should be not based in anything. Which I'm curious. I don't know what the purpose of that would be to do that. But
a lot of people keep their money in gold. Like that literally is the gold standard. If you want to turn your money into gold, buy gold.
Right. Nice door. Oh, but he continues. Nice door save, but at the Home Depot, it's still made to temporarily block passage, except in art. Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I said I think your That's why I agree with using the utility intention, using the intention of the act of the door makes sense, because you can say, well, the door is intended to do X, Y, Z. And even then you could say the door is intended to do something generally. And then when you say even in art, that's a whole nother question, because you say, well, if you draw a picture of a door, it's still a drawing of a door, right?
Oh yeah.
But you could say, well, then it's a question of what is the intended like representation of the object. So you can make it even a little bit more broader from that. But I do think you have to have intention in it for a lot of these categories. So I think you have to have intention, you have to say generally, because there's always going to be exceptions. So. Speaking Tree for $5 says, on Cenk's view of the corporate media, couldn't it be that the culturally left or woke, couldn't they be culturally left or woke, but right-wing on economic, neoliberal, and foreign policy? I mean, they could be in theory. That has not been my experience whatsoever. When I've seen, the New York Times and MSNBC and NBC and all this stuff, I mean, they don't seem neoliberal at all economically.
Neoliberal usually means libertarian.
Yeah, means libertarian. That's not been my experience. I'd have to see examples. I have to see consistent examples of the mainstream media pushing for neoliberal economic policies. I could understand why someone who's like a pretty far on the left, like socialist or borderline socialist, would see that, but that's not my experience. When I look, I feel like if you went in the New York Times or Washington Post, or looked at most of the mainstream news on CNN or MSNBC or NBC or ABC, you're going to see people primarily in favor of raising taxes on the rich, government regulations, a lot of anti-neoliberal economic policies, being in favor of the estate tax, things of that nature. So. And then the foreign policy thing is kind of bizarre, because it's kind of like the left and right have kind of flip-flopped a little bit on the foreign policy. But I think that's temporary. I think the flip-flop is only because of the specific unusual relationship between Russia and America, and the fact that Russia became kind of a partisan issue. If there was no partisan issue with Russia, I don't think the right would be necessarily anti the Russia-Ukraine situation. So I will agree that the press does seem to be I think the only thing I'd agree with is that the press does seem to be a little bit more on board with like blowing shit up. So
Blowing stuff up?
Yeah.
As in making stuff a big deal, or like literally?
No, like in war.
Oh, okay.
Right. Stug for $2. Uh-oh, you trigger Stug. Stug for $2 says, oh my God, Adam, how the heck do you think Scott Santens is making a good argument for UBI? He just goes, quote, will UBI cause massive inflation? I don't know. It's super complicated. And then for another $4, he says, he argues that buying digital music won't be inflationary because apparently the people who profit off of digital music won't spend it on other stuff. Sure, digital music won't be directly inflationary, I guess. And to be fair, I'm skimming a bit, so maybe I'm missing something, but this already seems pretty absurd to me. The entire point of UBI is to let people meet their basic needs. Food and shelter will be the ultimate sinks.
Well, you aren't addressing the argument. I mean, we had that talk when he was on the show about how, you're not going to run into a supply chain issue with digital products. That's the argument. That's why you're talking about digital music. Like, digital products have an infinite supply.
Right, but if the demand for digital products increases, they'd still probably increase the price. Would they not?
Well, they could, sure.
So wouldn't that still potentially cause inflation in that market at least?
I mean, they would be raising the price to whatever the market will bear. I mean,
maybe they wouldn't raise the price just because everyone wants to buy some digital project. Doesn't mean necessarily they'll raise the price.
Well, like supply, when you're dealing with inflation, there's two things that can cause inflation, right? The people are willing to pay more,
Right.
or there's some sort of supply chain issue.
Yeah, but usually
And
when you
people
say
are
people
forced
are
to pay
willing to,
more.
right, but usually when you say people are willing to pay more, what
Mhm.
you mean is there's a limited supply, and so people are fighting to pay for it over someone else.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. And then what he's saying is that when it comes to digital goods, you're not fighting for anyone to buy a digital track of music because
Right.
there's an infinite supply.
Well, this is
Right.
we had a knockdown, drag down argument over Ivy League degrees. And I was saying, why are we limiting the supply of Ivy League degrees? Aren't they like digital music? Can't we make as many as we want?
Well, no, I think that's a terrible comparison.
Well, no, I only bring it up to make the point. There are certain things that is a limited supply because we choose to limit the supply, not because there are constraints in the environment that force that
Don't
supply to be
use
limited.
Ivy League degrees because that is something that requires a physical location or teachers or some kind of resource to be engaged in making more of it.
Mhm.
Where with a digital product that it doesn't really, or the amount of resources required to copy a digital file is so negligible, it's like it might as well be infinite supply. So don't compare that to college degree.
Right. You understand the point though?
I understand
Correct?
the point. Yes, I understand the point. Right.
Like if we can make 10,000 Ivy League degrees for the same cost that we make 1,000 Ivy League degrees, and we choose to make the 1,000 Ivy League degrees when we could, for the same investment costs, make 9,000 more. That's a choice that we're making.
Okay.
There are many situations in economics where people choose to limit, like literally choose to make less and charge higher prices. So,
Okay.
but anyway, this is kind of off the beaten path.
Well,
And
anyway, so
I
here,
don't think
I'll
the
put,
example of digital music was used.
Here, I'll put a link to when we talked to him, and if you want to check it out.
Well, he's reading the article, but I mean, if you're going to go into the article, look, if your point is to read the article and debunk the article,
Did you add the CT emoji?
yeah,
What did you replace?
Doomer. The joke is.
No, what?
I mean, the joke has kind of run its course.
Ah,
I just look. It was the last thing in there. Look,
if you replace Cenk or Sam Cedar, not
everyone loves those though.
Everyone loves murder face. Listen? If you just want to be nice to Doomer because you think we're being too mean to him, that's fine. Just say that, okay?
Well, I mean, that's true too. I didn't really think of it that way, but
okay. If you
I felt like the joke has kind of run its course.
The joke has never run its course.
Look, once we found out he actually looks like Murderface, I felt kind of bad. Okay,
It made it even better.
If only we could get Doomer to do the haircut and the.
Yes.
Oh God, that would be so good. He could totally do it.
He could.
Anyway, we'd have to get him to shave his beard.
Let me see the.
Like, hold on.
He's made a purple variant. Yeah, it's not.
If you're reading the article, to debunk the article, I don't. I guess knock yourself out, but I'm just. I have my beliefs on economics, and I don't feel the need to proselytize to you about economics.
Mm-hmm.
Why this is an interesting thing, Sitch. Why are people economic Nazis? Why are they like, no, my economics, fuck you? Why are people do that? You know, economics are a social science, right?
Yeah.
It's not physics. I mean, it's closer
Okay.
to religion than it is to physics.
Well, I think it's because a lot of policy is made out of, based on economic philosophy. So
Yeah, I guess so.
wow, CT literally read my mind.
What'd you do?
I said baby one zoomed in, and she literally, as I put that, she had the zoomed in one.
What happened? She doesn't like
The
the thing now?
it's not 100% coming out. Like, I don't think it's coming out very clear what it is.
Oh, you don't like it?
Do you? Do you think
I mean,
it looks?
I
I think it looks too confusing.
okay. You know, these little emotes are. It is definitely like an art
Yes,
to get them to.
to make it like super understandable, whatever it is.
I mean, no one's going to be able to read your tangerine monster.
Oh, the Monster Energy.
The fact, look, she's drinking a Monster energy drink. None of you knew that, but
Yeah. Okay, wait, let me change the emoji to where I can't believe I got rid of Doomer.
I don't think. Look, I'm going to start reading the
Okay.
UBI article
Okay.
here.
I changed it. See if that one's better. See how you guys feel about
Do I
that
have to refresh my thing, or can I just? Does it come
You'd
up?
have to refresh your thing, yeah.
Damn it! I won't do it. I hate to reload
Okay.
Windows.
Okay.
Okay, I did it anyway.
Okay.
This better be good.
It's the same one. It's zoomed in, so you can see a little bit clearer.
I mean, yeah, looks great.
There you go.
Looks
There's
the
your
same.
CT emoji. I like it.
It kind of reminds me of like a watermelon.
Okay.
It's like a watermelon with two band-aids on it.
That's terrible. It reminds me of CT. Goblin / zombie CT with her Kanye glasses. Anyways. Where was I? Andrew Clark for 2 hours says Weird Al got my horoscope right. I don't know if I've recalled a Weird Al horoscope song.
Horoscope. That's like a telescope, right? But instead of seeing planets, it sees your mom.
Oh, I do remember this song.
Oh,
Gemini, your birthday party will be ruined once again by your explosive flatulence.
Ouch.
Your love life will run into trouble when your fiance hurls a javelin through your chest.
Ouch.
There you go. So be careful, Adam, that your wife, well, I guess it's your wife, so you're in the clear. It's not your fiance. So I guess you're in the clear. You're just going to fart at your birthday party.
Weird Al got my horoscope right.
There you go. That's your horoscope for today. No, I do remember. Jesus. I forgot that song in a million years. CT for 2 Canadian says adding a mote of me is such a Gemini thing to do. And then CT for no 2 Canadian just has the CT emoji.
Why is that a Gemini thing?
No, it's like, it's like a meme. Like the girls are like, oh, that's such a whatever your sign is thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
So
That is kind of a meme.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says Ahmed Ibn Falda witnessed Viking funeral ritual. This involved lifting a drugged slave girl in the front of a door. Is this part of the definition by intention? No, I'm unfamiliar with Viking funeral rituals.
Wow.
There you go. Let's see. Is that it? Let me refresh. Make sure there's nothing else.
I don't want to keep you up too late. Don't you have a movie to go see tomorrow?
I do. Stug for $2 says, you misunderstand me, Adam. Digital goods may not experience inflation. I can somewhat accept that argument, but you need to address where the money goes after that. Stug also says, I'm of course not well versed in economics, but there seems to be a lot of weird assumptions underlying these arguments for UBI.
Is that Stug doing this to me?
This is Stug doing his
Oh
thing,
my
yeah.
God, Stug.
You need to
I thought
address
we were,
where the money goes after that.
I thought we
That's
were
true.
pals, Stug. I thought we were
Stug's
friends.
my pal. He's not your pal.
Stug, what are you doing to me here?
Get him. Get him, Stug.
Look.
Get him.
Where the money goes afterwards.
Yeah. Get him.
It's taxed. How about that? It's literally taxed away after that.
But it's
one-time spend money.
not how it works, though.
That's how my money works.
Matthew Newman for two New Zealand says, Sitch, what is your religion? You confuse me. My religion is, I believe, a bunch of New Age hooey. That's my religion.
Are you really?
Yes, I've said this like a million times.
New Age?
A bunch of New Age hooey howie.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
That's why we never talk about it? Because it's a
Yes.
bunch of New Age nonsense?
Because it's pointless to talk about. It's totally pointless to talk about. Here's my position on religion and spiritualism and all this stuff. So to me, since I'm very materialistic in my thinking, the reason I believe what I believe spiritually and religiously is because of specific things I've experienced that happened to me personally. That only makes sense and is only proof of anything to myself. It's not proof of anything to anyone else. And I think that's the case. Like if someone has a religious experience and it's a personal religious experience, that doesn't mean anything to anyone else, right? It's something you've personally experienced. So that's why I never use it in arguments. I think it's stupid.
I've had lots of religious experiences.
Well, then why are you still a dirty atheist?
Well, because I was on drugs when they all happened,
okay.
so I figured.
Oh,
it was
well,
just,
that I've had experiences that have nothing to do with drugs.
I figured it was just the drugs.
I won't even tell you. I've teased people. I've cock teased people on streams. The two weirdest things that have ever happened to me, I won't even tell you because your brain will blow up, and you'll think I'm lying. You'll just say Sitch is lying. That didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Adam is skeptical. You hear the skepticism in his voice.
Well, I'm just trying to think of like the weirdest things that have happened to me.
Yeah, they don't even compare. I already know.
Do you?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I don't. I can think of one thing, but it's not really even that weird.
Well, then you already can see.
I guess. Oh, what were these crazy things?
I can't.
Do
I'm not gonna
tell.
tell you. I'm not gonna tell you.
Did
You're not
it?
gonna believe me. It's no point even talking about it.
Did it involve
There were no drugs involved.
a
At all.
zombie biting you in a gag ball?
There were no zombies.
Okay.
involved.
No zombies,
Okay.
no gag balls.
No
Okay.
zombies or gag balls.
I don't know. Did you have sex on ecstasy or something? And you were like,
I said
oh
there were
my
no
God.
drugs involved.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Damn it. Okay.
So I'm sure having sex in ecstasy is a pretty powerful experience. So
Have you have you experienced heaven?
no, I have not.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "I'm a Taurus, by the way." Oh, so you're a Taurus. Ooh,
Nice.
ouch, Andrew Clark. The lyrics for the Weird Al song is, "You'll never find true happiness. What are you gonna do? Cry about it. The stars predict tomorrow you'll wake up, do a bunch of stuff, and then go back to sleep." Ouch.
Oh wow.
Ouch,
Boring.
Andrew. Ouch. Listen, I have faith you'll find true happiness, Andrew. Or rather, true contentment. Because true happiness isn't a real thing.
So Sitch, we have two options here.
Yeah.
We can continue streaming until you tell us your big secret, this
I'm not gonna
crazy
tell.
thing that happened to you.
I'm just going to let everyone be cock teased. Be like, question it forever.
Or we can wrap this shit up. What do you want to do?
Matthew Newman for 2 New Zealand says, yeah, I've cast out demons and healed with God's power. Well, that's pretty crazy.
Well, that's
Definitely
cool.
Put that up there with
Yeah.
a top tier crazy experience. Well, there you go. That's pretty base, Matthew. Matthew's out here casting out the demons and healing with God's power.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
when I had sex on ecstasy, that's what I called it too. Healing with
there you
God's power.
Stug for $2 says, "Sorry, Adam. LOL."
Oh, that's okay.
There you go.
That's okay.
Right. Miss Sparkle says, "I died while having my third. Oh, child. My heart stopped. Docs brought me back, but that was an insane experience. Holy shit. Well, glad you're back.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I passed
Glad
out
you're
a
back.
couple times. I imagine dying is pretty similar, right?
Well, I'm assuming when you passed out, did you experience anything, or did you just like go unconscious and then you were conscious again?"
I went unconscious.
Right. It sounds like if Miss Sparkles is saying that the experience was crazy, it must have been something more powerful than just like losing
Passing out.
consciousness, right? Yeah. So
I don't know. Maybe.
I know like a lot of people have talked about, they have out of body experiences when they almost die. So Derek Moriarty for 4 months says, "Debt to GDP matters because a 4% interest rate at a 100% ratio makes 4% the hurdle to growth, where a 50% ratio makes the same 4% rate a 2% hurdle."
I don't know what that means, but
There's talking about debt to GDP.
right.
Right.
Well, I'm skeptical of the argument that a high debt hampers growth, hampers economic growth. So I see what you're saying. You're saying, a higher, you're basically making the argument I have heard neoclassical economists make, that higher debt to GDP hinders growth. But I am skeptical of that entire argument. So, yeah.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you, the true saviors, the true free will seekers who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true captains of industry. You are the true upstandards of the fiat currency, of casting out the demons of the gold standard. And may you all find free bitcoins in your e-wallets. And hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
You gotta learn how to play Freebird.
Oh, I